Chapter 001 Huh? I'm about to have a son and a daughter? In the evening, the sun sets, and the last afterglow dyes the western sky an intoxicating bright red. The clouds spread out layer by layer, like the red skirt of a girl. The scenery is very pleasant. Ha 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 ha. Near the east gate of N University, students coming and going slowed down their pace because of the joyful sunset and couldn't help looking up to admire it. Suddenly, they heard a very harsh playful sound not far away. Some students couldn't help but frown and turn their heads to stare. But I saw several boys who were obviously drunk, surrounding the stall of an old man wearing sunglasses. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Fat Dragon, who was laughing so hard that the fat on his belly was trembling, patted Wu Jiangtao's shoulder heavily. Wu Jiangtao, you're amazing. You actually have a son and a daughter. Tell me the truth. When did it happen? Don't worry, I just broke up, can you please stop teasing me? And you have a son and a daughter. Among the few people, the handsome young man sitting there also reeked of alcohol. He blushed and looked at the old man opposite him who was wearing sunglasses and had an unfathomable look. Old man, are you sure you didn't calculate it wrong? I don't even have a girlfriend. We just broke up 2 days ago, and I still have, cough cough cough. At this point, Wu Jiangtao coughed and almost blurted out the word smuff. It can't be wrong. The old man spoke with conviction. He picked up a piece of paper and began to write and draw. He wrote out his horoscope and said many high-sounding words, such as official seal, wife palace, etc. He even pointed at the words and said, "This represents your 2 children, a boy and a girl. They are probably twins. Judging from your horoscope and the hexagram, your 2 children should be born soon, either this month or next month. Anyway, it will be soon. Wu Jiangtao." Ha ha ha, over there, Fat Long, Xiao Wu and Nong Yi, who were in the same dormitory, laughed even more happily. I say, that's enough. Wu Jiangtao glared at his friends beside him, and couldn't help rolling his eyes. He said to the old man, your calculation is not accurate. Never mind, 50, right? Here. Cheng Hui, 500. The old man wearing sunglasses said calmly. Ha! Wu Jiangtao glared, and his friends beside him shouted in surprise, 500? Why don't you just go and rob? 50 is only one aspect. The issues you just mentioned range from career to marriage, and even children are taken into account. This price is already very fair. The old man in sunglasses looked at him intently, and Wu Jiangtao was stunned. It seemed that this was really the case? Wait a minute. Don't worry. I think you are just lying. Apart from the fact that Xiao Jiangjiang's career as a civil servant or a creative artist is more reliable, everything else is nonsense. 50, is that too much? Fat Dragon beside him sneered, threw down 50 yuan, and forcibly pulled Wu Jiangtao up from the small stool. Let's go, what boy and girl twins, you didn't calculate it correctly, 50 is the most. As they talked, they walked into the east gate of M University with laughter. Inadvertently, Wu Jiangtao looked back and saw that the old man had taken off his sunglasses at some point. There was a hint of smile in his eyes when he looked at him, and he said softly, I'll wait for you to come back and make up the remaining 450. Joke. Fat Dragon chuckled, your calculation is not accurate at all, and you're still giving me another 450. Today, in order to celebrate Wu Jiangtao's second dumping and his return to being single, they went out for a small gathering and drank some wine. On the way back, they saw this old man setting up a fortune-telling stall. Wu Jiangtao might have drunk too much, and sat in front of the stall for no apparent reason, and then what just happened. Spring has hundreds of flowers and autumn has the moon. There is cool breeze in summer and snow in winter. If you have nothing to worry about, it's a good time for the world. Just as he arrived at the dormitory door, a cell phone rang. Wu Jiangtao picked up the phone and answered it without even checking who was calling. Hello? Wu Jiangtao. I'm Chen Jun. The female voice on the other end sounded weak, as if she was not feeling well. Riding on the cool evening breeze, Wu Jiangtao, who was a little dizzy, felt that the name Chen Jun sounded very familiar. It seemed like she had the same name as the goddess Chen Jun from RM University who had disappeared for a long time. Chen Jun? Sorry, did you find the wrong person? I don't know you. Can you come to Qingqiao Women's and Children's Hospital? Wu Jiangtao was confused. Women and children? I don't really understand. What do you want me to do over there? I'm hanging up. Wait a minute. The female voice on the other end of the phone seemed to be enduring something, and it sounded very painful. Although he was in a headache, Wu Jiangtao was still a gentleman and did not hang up the phone. I'm about to give birth, but my cervix is only 4 fingers dilated. The doctor said I need surgery and needs my family's signature. Wu Jiangtao was stunned for a long time before he said in extreme speechlessness, "Then why are you looking for me? You should look for the child's biological father, or your family members. You are the child's father." Ha ha ha. This guy just laughed. What day is today? An old charlatan suddenly said that he has a son and a daughter. Then an unknown woman named Qin Jun called him and said that she is the father of his children. Are they teaming up to cheat him? It's strange. I'm a poor boy from a small town. Apart from my good-looking face, 8-pack abs, 1.80 meter height, magnetic voice, and being called a walking base, what else is there to make a scammer come to me? It's outrageous. Sorry, I'm not a scapegoat and I'm not interested in supporting 3 generations of wealth. Thank you. With a snap, Wu Jiangtao hung up the phone angrily. Ha! He exhaled a breath full of alcohol, turned around and went back to his seat in the dormitory, sat down, turned on the computer, and casually opened the global martial arts competition network that he was most interested in. Martial arts rising star Yan Yoji achieved full strength at the age of 14, breaking the record of the youngest age to achieve full strength in the past 100 years. Yang said that he will participate in the Chinese National Martial Arts Professional Dan Ranking Tournament in September. Grandmaster Ma Yuan failed in the 11th International Martial Arts Competition and was eliminated in the semi-finals. A brief analysis of the future development path of Chinese professional martial arts competition. Faced with the siege of ancient Muay Thai, Taekwondo, and Karate in international competitions, how can the Chinese competitive martial arts circle break through? Looking at these martial arts news, a light flashed in Wu Jiangtao's eyes, but then dimmed again. It is said that his family also has a tradition of martial arts. He has been practicing martial arts since he was a child. Unfortunately, he does not have enough physical talent. Although he is much stronger than ordinary people, he is far from being able to pursue a professional career. He can only go to school, graduate, work, and go with the flow like ordinary people. I will graduate in 2 months, and then I will find a place to rent together in the urban village with Panglong and others. I will take my time to prepare for the postgraduate entrance examination, and I must work hard. Wu Jiangtao envisioned his future and made up his mind to continue to prepare for the postgraduate entrance examination. Finding a job is also a must. My family is not well off, and I can't let my family support me all the time. Just as he was continuing to improve his resume and plan his postgraduate entrance exams and career, another phone call came in. Chapter 002. I don't read much, please don't lie to me. Please read more and vote for me. When I picked it up, I saw that it was an 8-digit number, not the previous number. Hello, is this Wu Jiangtao? After answering the phone, a female voice with a calm but slightly serious tone came from the other end. I am, you are. It doesn't matter who I am right now. Your girlfriend is giving birth at Qingxiao Women and Children's Hospital and is waiting for you to sign. The mother's condition is not optimistic right now, so you'd better come quickly. Didn't I say 30 minutes? No, you'd better arrive within 20 minutes, otherwise the mother will be in danger. Xiaoye, quickly arrange a delivery room, there's no room. There's no time, arrange a temporary one immediately, and arrange for hospitalization as well. Beep, beep, beep. The phone hung up. It was obvious that there seemed to be a doctor on the other end of the phone, and the background noise really sounded like a hospital, it didn't seem fake. Wu Jiangtao was somewhat confused. Could it be true? But wasn't this just a coincidence? First, a fortune teller told him that he would soon have a son and a daughter, and then, he received this phone call. Just when he was hesitant. No one in the dormitory noticed that a wave of space was surging behind his head, and it slowly emerged. Location in space and time. Positioning successful, a suitable host character found. Conducting a DNA test. The next moment, Wu Jiangtao was suddenly stunned, and heard a strange voice coming from his head. Byte. Super Daddy System binding. Already bound. Checking the host's offspring, confirming that the host is about to be promoted to a nanny, issuing the first system task. Don't let your life be filled with regrets. How can you miss the most important moment of your baby's birth? The first mission is released. Please arrive at the place where the baby is born. Qingqiao Maternal and Child Health Hospital within 15 minutes. Rewards for completing the mission: 1 system red envelope molecule, minimum 30,000, which increases depending on the time the host completes the mission, and the maximum is no more than 100,000, 3 bags of diapers, 2 milk bottles, 2 baby swaddling blankets, 4 sets of baby clothes, and a can of fehexing milk powder. Penalty for refusal or mission failure: your brother's height will be cut in half. Suddenly, Wu Jiantao jumped up. The subtitles in my mind were fully presented, among which the penalty for failure was specially marked in red, and was also enlarged and bolded, which looked very scary. This is a joke, isn't it? Wait a minute. Wu Jiantao turned around and looked at the other brothers who were playing True 3 in the same room. Are these the brothers you are talking about? The system replied simply, no. Wu Jiantao felt terrible. His brother's height must have really shortened. Just when he was wondering if he had drunk too much and his brain was filled with water, which caused him to see this illusion, the Super Dad system in his mind continued to send out a life-threatening voice. The mission countdown begins. 30. 29. 28. Oh shit. Qingqiao Maternal and Child Health Hospital, right? Oh my god, why can't I go? Wu Jiantao jumped up and rushed out of the dormitory door, slamming it shut. The other 3 friends who were playing True 3 were so scared that their hands trembled. They turned around in surprise, but Xiao Zhangjiang was nowhere to be seen. What happened to that guy just now? Fat Dragon turned his head to look at Gnome Yi, who was standing next to him. Gnome Yi shook his head, shrugged and said, I don't know. He was mumbling in his seat just now. Maybe Lu Wanner has made some moves again. Ha, Lu Wanner's kind of green tea bitch. No, she's very skilled. If Xiao Zhangjiang isn't careful, she'll really trap him. I'll call her later. Oh my god, Zheng Fei actually teed and flew again, damn it. He's just flying over there to die. Wei Yan, don't come over here. We lost this wave. Hold on, we can win. 21. 9. A second ago, the countdown was still 21, but it suddenly jumped to 9. Wu Jiantao felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up while running. He said angrily in his mind, System, you are cheating me. Wasn't the countdown 21 just now? How come it suddenly jumped to 9? The right to interpret this system mission belongs to Weilan Company. The parameter error reported by the host has been submitted, and repairs will begin after the end of this mission. The host will bear the consequences of incorrect parameters and will be compensated in the task rewards. The specific compensation will be given based on the completion of the task. System. I drafted it. System, recognizing, this command cannot be recognized. Damn it. Wu Jiantao was in a state of panic. He ran out of the east gate like a flying bird and came to the street outside. Just then a taxi stopped there, and he saw a pretty girl just open the door and was about to get in. Whoosh! He rushed over without saying a word and sat in the passenger seat before the girl got in. Sorry. Wu Jiantao put his hands together and apologized to the girl repeatedly. He turned to the driver and said, Master, Qingqiao Women's and Children's Hospital. Help! Jiantao? Outside the car, the girl looked surprised. Wu Jiantao turned around in astonishment and found that the girl outside was actually an acquaintance. Lu Wanner. The girlfriend who just kicked him out a few days ago. Oh no, it's her ex-girlfriend. You bastard. Come down, I have something urgent to do. Wu Jiantao glanced at her calmly without saying anything else. Instead, he said to the taxi driver anxiously, Master, I'm so punctual. Please drive faster. Okay. Boom. The taxi started and sped away. Lu Wanner, who was behind it, chased after it in a rage for a few steps, but finally gave up. Asshole. Scumbag. He stole the taxi. I stopped. Her pretty face was distorted with anger, but she could only stand there and continue waiting for the taxi. In a taxi. Master, can you go faster? Young man, the traffic police are very strict now, I can't drive fast casually. I really have something urgent to do. My girlfriend, my wife is about to give birth, and I need to rush over to sign. In a hurry, Wu Jiantao could only make up a story. Regardless of whether what the woman named Qin Jun who called him or the doctor who came later said was true, the time for completing the task that was now flowing away in his mind was like a death warrant, making him feel unwell. Your wife is about to give birth? The driver was stunned and couldn't help but turn his head to look at the young man next to him. Don't lie to me that I'm not well educated. You don't look like you've graduated from college yet? Are you already 25 years old? Chapter 003 Congratulations. They are twins. Please collect the monthly ticket and recommend the ticket. I'm 24. No, I'm telling the truth, my wife is really about to give birth, please hurry up. The taxi driver was silent. Damn it, I am already 36 years old, and I am still practicing the Chilean arm. Not to mention getting married and having children, I don't even have a girlfriend. Okay, sit down. Boom. He stepped heavily on the accelerator, the car's engine roared, and the speed suddenly increased. As expected of an experienced driver who has been driving for more than 10 years, even after the speed increased, the car still drove very smoothly. Soon, the car ran for more than 10 miles and arrived in front of the gate of a hospital. Qingqiao Women's and Children's Hospital. Thank you, thank you. Wu Zhangtao scanned the code to pay, opened the door and got out of the car, then ran into the hospital. It's good to be young, you can run so fast. In the taxi, watching his back running away, the driver lit a cigarette, subconsciously rubbed his greasy belly, with an envious look on his face. You are Wu Zhangtao? A hurried female doctor in a white coat appeared with an unfriendly look on her face, stood in front of Wu Zhangtao, looked him up and down, with a hint of indifference and disgust in her eyes. Even though the other person is good looking, what he said on the phone just now only shows that this guy is extremely irresponsible. I am. As soon as Wu Zhangtao opened his mouth, the lingering smell of alcohol hit him in the face. You. The female doctor was immediately furious. This person actually still had the mood to drink. That's all. Young people nowadays, the middle-aged female doctor shook her head and didn't want to get involved in too many things. She said coldly, come and sign. Your girlfriend's water broke at noon, but her cervix is only 4 fingers dilated. She may need a cesarean section. But. Wu Zhangtao hesitated, Shenjun and I are not familiar with each other. The scene suddenly went quiet. The looks from the female doctor and the nurses were all wrong. Unfamiliar? That's a good excuse. This guy is such a scumbag. What do you mean by unfamiliar? How can you say that when someone is pregnant with your child? The baby is about to be born, 3 lives are at stake. Who can guarantee that there won't be any accidents during the birthing process? If you don't even want to take on this kind of responsibility, what's the point of being handsome? I don't care what's going on with you. The female doctor was so angry that she yelled at Wu Zhangtao, you are the father of the child. Now. Immediately. Come here and sign. Exclamation point. Wu Zhangtao immediately realized the seriousness of the problem, and quickly took the paper and pen and signed on it. A nurse at the side seemed to have remembered something, and walked over to Wu Zhangtao and said, you are also from M University, right? Chen Jun asked me to tell you when she entered the delivery room. Hall's Bar, ULI Hotel. Wu Zhangtao was stunned, but the female doctor and nurses ignored him and went back to the delivery room. Wu Zhangtao, who was promoted to a scumbag, recalled a bizarre experience of working odd jobs at Hall's Bar last August. But he only remembered that he was drunk that night, and in a trance, he seemed to see a very beautiful girl, but he remembered that nothing happened. Just when he was confused, the system in his mind finally popped up a prompt. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission in an outstanding time of 11 minutes and 50 seconds and reaching the most important place in life. The reward will be delivered to the host in a reasonable manner. A parameter error was detected during the mission, and a compensation reward will be given. Ding. Compensation reward, Constitution +1. Please check it yourself. Wu Zhangtao, who was sitting on the side of the corridor, was still in a daze. Suddenly, a sharp pain came from a vital part. He couldn't help but bend down. This kind of pain goes straight to the depths of the soul. It took Wu Zhangtao a while to recover. He was sweating all over and leaned limply on the chair. He was numb, completely numb, and almost lost all feeling in his body. For some reason, he always had a feeling that this system seemed to be torturing him deliberately. Ding dong. He was so scared that he was afraid that the super dad system would create another bad son, but it didn't happen. Instead, the text message notification sound of his mobile phone. When I picked it up, it turned out to be a bank text message. Huaxia Bank, dear customer, 50,000 yuan has been credited to your account ending in 9873. Wu Jiangtao was stunned again, and then he immediately picked up his phone to check. He saw that a virtual currency platform app had appeared on his phone at some point, and the 50,000 yuan just now was withdrawn from some Dogecoin on this virtual currency platform. This. Ding dong. The rewards of this system will be distributed in a reasonable manner, please don't be too surprised. At this moment, his cell phone rang again. It was a call from his best friend Panglong. Hey! Xiao Jiang, there's a package for you in the dormitory. Tell me the truth, why are there diapers, milk powder, bottles and the like? Are you really going to have a baby? Forehead. Everything that just happened was too bizarre. Wu Jiangtao didn't know how to explain it for a moment. Suddenly, he thought about why the system rewarded him with these things. It should be useful later. No, fatty, can you help me pack those things? Oh, there's a backpack on top of my closet, just take some diapers. What? Oh, I'll explain it to you later. Please help me pack first. You don't have to take all the diapers. Put half a pack in the backpack first. Also, put the milk powder, bottles, and baby clothes and blankets in the backpack and help me take them to Qingxiao Women's and Children's Hospital. Okay, I'm right here. Question mark. Fat Dragon on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, then asked in astonishment, Wu Jiangtao, are you okay? Why are you running over there? Anyway, please get it for me first. I have something else to do. I'm hanging up now. Wu Jiangtao hung up the phone, stood up, and looked towards the door of the delivery room. The door is open. But a nurse came out pushing a baby carriage, glanced around, and shouted, Who is Chun Jun's family member? It's me. Wu Jiangtao hurried forward, only to see the nurse looking at him with a smile on her face. Congratulations. Your wife gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl. Oh. At this moment, what came to his mind was the word said by the old man wearing sunglasses in the afternoon. Your 2 children should be born soon, either this month or next month, anyway, soon. If these 2 children are really his, then the old man's words cannot be said to be accurate, but can only be said to be too damn accurate. This is amazing. Chapter 004, Goddess Qin Jun. Please read and vote for me. The nurse pointed at the tags on the chests of the 2 babies one after another. This is the brother, 15 pounds, 32 pounds, born at 6 hours 31 minutes and 56 seconds. This is the sister, 15 pounds, born at 6 hours 32 minutes and 9 seconds. Twins are born very close in time, a difference of a few seconds makes a big difference. Oh, okay, thank you nurse. Wu Jiangtao looked at the 2 little guys. They were red, with their hands raised on both sides of their faces, a little curled up, with wrinkled faces and tangled hair. They didn't look like the fair, cute babies he had seen in the past. They looked like 2 little old men. So ugly. This was his first real reaction. He just felt some mysterious emotion or feeling in his heart. No, not at all. When he saw these 2 little guys, he even had the urge to turn around and leave. Yes. Where is the master? It'll be out soon. The nurse glanced at Wu Jiangtao and remembered that scumbag from before. She cursed in her heart, wondering how such a scumbag could have 2 such cute twins. As he was speaking, the door of the delivery room was pushed open again, and a bed was pushed out. On the bed lay a very young and beautiful girl. Chen Jun? Wu Jiangtao was stunned. It was indeed Chen Jun, the goddess selected by M University. Although she was lying on the hospital bed, sweaty, pale and with messy hair, this could not hide her unforgettable and pure face, like a solitary orchid in a valley. Wu Jiangtao. She raised her face with difficulty and opened her mouth as if to say something, but stopped herself. You should have a good rest first. We can talk later if you have anything to say. The wheels of the hospital bed rolled along the corridor, and soon, Wu Jiangtao followed them into a fairly spacious ward. The female doctor looked at him unfriendly, and he looked embarrassed. Because it's a cesarean section, your girlfriend will have to stay in the hospital for about a week. The next 2 or 3 days will be her period of discharge. The nurse will teach you how to change the pad later. You look like you are not prepared. Wu Jiangtao said weakly, Yes, I have prepared it, and my friend will bring it to me later. Shut up. Listen to me. The female doctor seemed to really dislike him. Go downstairs and buy yourself a sanitary pad. Also, I have to take the baby for a checkup and vaccinations later. Also, you have to go downstairs to pay the bill. Wait. Wu Jiangtao was a little confused. You said too much, I can't remember. After the middle-aged female doctor finished speaking, she turned and left without giving him a chance to ask questions or to repeat himself. He turned to look at the nurse beside him for help, but she rolled her eyes at him and said calmly, I just changed the pad before I came out. You don't need to change it for now, but you'd better go buy some soon. Remember to buy medical-grade ones. Come to me when you're done. After saying that, the nurse turned around and left. Wu Jiangtao felt overwhelmed. There were so many things to do. Let me sort them out. Change the pads. I won't need to do that for now. The child needs to be checked, vaccinated, and what else? He looked dazed. What a hassle. Why do I have to go through all this trouble? These two kids might not be. In view of the host's concerns, this system is conducting a paternity test. Ding dong. After the system's identification, the host and the two babies are biologically related. Of course, the host has the right to doubt the fairness of this system and can just turn around and leave. The host will bear the consequences at his own risk. Wu Jiangtao. Well, he suppressed his doubts and began to recall the details of his bizarre encounter last August. Then, he lowered his head to look at the two babies in front of him. He saw that the chubby fingers of the sister's little hand were still moving, and the brother was smacking his lips lightly. What a magical little thing. After calming down, Wu Jiangtao took a closer look at the baby's eyebrows and eyes. He did look a bit like himself. The more he looked, the more he saw the handsome charm of his own facial features. Just then, the phone rang. Wu Jiangtao picked up the phone. Hey, Xiao Jiangjiang, I'm at the gate of Qingqiao Women and Children's Hospital right now. Where are you? I'm on the third floor of the obstetrics and gynecology department. Wu Jiangtao had a good memory and directly said his location. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and said, Wait, you don't have to come up, I'll go down. Well, by the way, buy some sanitary pads for discharge. As he walked past the clinic, he saw an old lady who was accompanying him next door looking at him with a smile. They gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl. Congratulations. Ah, thank you. Congratulations to you too. By the way, Grandma, can you help take care of them for me? I'll go downstairs to buy some sanitary pads and some things for the children. Okay, go ahead. Wu Jiangtao left in a hurry. The new mother in the next bed looked at him curiously, thinking he was quite handsome. Then she turned to look at her clumsy husband beside her, and suddenly there was some disgust on her face. On a chair across the corridor from the ward door, a man in a baseball cap was sitting and browsing his phone. He looked up inadvertently, scanning the situation in the ward, and finally landed on Wu Jiangtao's back as he walked away. Water, I want to drink water. Chen Jun woke up in a daze, looked up. There was no sign of Wu Jiangtao around, the room was empty. Suddenly, footsteps were heard from next door. She turned around with joy, only to see a kind-faced old lady appear in front of her, holding a paper cup in front of her. Wake up, come and have some water. Your husband received a phone call and went downstairs to buy something. After taking a sip of water, Chen Jun forced a smile on his pale face. What buying things? He just ran away. Well, he didn't plan to count on him in the first place. He was asked to come over just to get a signature. Her eyes suddenly turned red. Even though I feel aggrieved, this is all my own fault. Chen Jun, you have to be strong, you still have to breastfeed, you have no right to be sad and cry. Didn't you foresee this situation today? Exhaling a breath, she forced herself to calm down, turned her head and looked at the two babies who were sleeping with their eyes closed, and her heart became strong and warm. At this moment, a nurse came over and saw that there was no one at the scene. She immediately called out, Is the family of bed 3 Chen Jun here? Is the family of Chen Jun here? You don't have to call for help, nurse. Chen Jun gritted his teeth, took a breath and said, Can you help me call a nurse? At the hospital gate, the confused fat long was finally fooled away by Wu Jiangtao, and he also hurried to the inpatient building with his backpack and sanitary pads. When passing by the outpatient building, he did not notice that Lu Wana was entering the outpatient building with a boy. Hey, don't look so grim, okay? It's just a pregnancy, no matter how old it is. I will accompany you. The boy didn't care at first, but when he saw the girl's angry eyes, he immediately gave in and quickly put on a flattering and begging face. On the third floor of the inpatient building, in bed number 3's ward. Tap tap tap. There was a sound of hurried footsteps. Chen Jun barely stood up and wanted to see the child. He turned his head subconsciously, only to see a tall figure appear. Are you awake? The voice is very magnetic. Chapter 005, The Flustered Wu Jiangtao. Please read and vote for me. The strange boy put his backpack on the bedside table and took out the milk powder in bottles. At this moment, the nurse came in and was furious when she saw Wu Jiangtao. Are you a relative of Chen Jun? Yes, I am. Where did you go just now? Did you know that your wife was so angry that she cried? Wu Jiangtao was stunned for a moment and turned to look at Chen Jun on the bed, but saw that she turned her face away and didn't look at him. Forget it. I don't want to talk to you anymore. There's not enough money in your account. Go downstairs and pay the fee. When you come back, I'll teach you how to change your pads. Oh. Wu Jiangtao took out his phone and suddenly remembered something. By the way, I followed your hospital's official account. It seems that there is an online payment function? Oh, yes. It has just been opened. Wu Jiangtao clicked on the Qingqiao Maternal and Child Health Hospital official account, opened the online payment page, and followed the nurse's instructions to directly recharge 5,000 yuan. I didn't expect this guy to be so generous. In fact, it is enough to recharge 700 or 800 yuan first. The subsequent fees can be paid with the receipt. There is no need to pay so much at once. However, he is still a scumbag. The young nurse secretly complained in her heart. Come here now, I'll teach you how to change the pad. As she spoke, the nurse walked to the beds, first pulled open the cover of bed 3, and then gently lifted the quilt. Wu Jiangtao. Chen Jun. If I remember correctly, it seemed as if I had nothing, that is to say. At this moment, the new mother's face turned red instantly, and she screamed and subconsciously wanted to get up to cover it, but it was useless. At this moment, the anesthetic from her waist down had not worn off yet, and she could not move at all. She could only reach out helplessly and cover her face. Wu Jiangtao also turned his head hurriedly, not daring to look. Puff. The nurse smiled and looked at them both with a joking expression. You've already given birth to a child, and you're still embarrassed? You, come here and watch how I change it. Here, be careful, don't touch it. It's just been stitched, and it must not get wet. Hold here, be gentle when you lift it up, then take out the old pad and replace it with a new one. After some instructions, the young nurse covered the patient with the sheet again, turned around and left the ward. Wu Jiangtao and Chen Jun looked at each other in silence, feeling awkward and not knowing what to say. Wu Jiangtao, thank you for coming. You're welcome. Don't say that. After all, I'm the children's father. How can I not come when the children are about to be born? Wu Jiangtao scratched his head. You believe they are your children? Of course I believe it. He said as a matter of course, after all, we did it last year. I remembered that night. But I don't quite understand. Although he drank a lot that day, Wu Jiangtao began to remember some details as he kept thinking about that night. The face of the beautiful girl who returned to Yuehua Hotel with him that night overlapped with Chen Jun in front of him. At the same time, some details of the two people entering the room also began to emerge. A little shameful. You want to know why I gave birth to the child? Chen Jun also looked helpless. During the prenatal checkup, the doctor advised me that although this was my first pregnancy, twins were rare. If I didn't want them, the risk of getting pregnant again in the future would be very high, and it might lead to habitual miscarriage. Wu Jiangtao nodded. I understand, but I'm very confused. Last August, although I drank a lot, it seemed that When this was mentioned, an unnatural look suddenly flashed across Chen Jun's face. That night, after getting Wu Jiangtao drunk, she helped him go to the hotel, and then did this, that. She planned to keep this matter to herself and never tell Wu Jiangtao about it. So shameful. Wu Jiangtao, thank you for coming. I'm going to take care of you here now. You can leave now. Walk? At this moment, Wu Jiangtao was a little confused. Yes. After all, it was me who decided to give birth to the child. It actually has nothing to do with you. If I hadn't signed for the surgery, I wouldn't even have contacted you. We don't have any emotional foundation. You don't have to take responsibility and I won't blame you. You can go. Her voice was calm. Wu Jiangtao frowned and said, Leave? Even if the system didn't tell him 100% that the two babies were his own, he'd better not leave easily in this situation. He should confirm with Chen Jun. Moreover, he could still clearly recall every word the fortune teller said this afternoon. These two babies may very well be my own children. No, I won't leave. He shook his head and looked down at the two babies who were still sleeping soundly beside the bed. Although I am not sure about my future, I still have a basic conscience and bottom line. If I leave so easily at this moment, what is the difference between me and an animal? Well, this is the main reason. As for the objective reason, well, this girl is really pretty. Let's recall the details of that day and observe it again. What if it's true? After hearing this, Chen Jun looked at Wu Jiangtao in surprise on the hospital bed. She thought it was impossible for this boy to believe her. After all, there is no trust between the two of them, so the possibility of taking over is too great. To be honest, I'm a little confused right now. If they were really my babies, I wouldn't feel any telepathic connection with them. But I can't just leave these two children and you here. As he spoke, Wu Jiangtao continued to pick up the children's clothes and swaddling blankets from the backpack and arrange them. I will stay here for now. What's fake can't be real, and what's real can't be fake. It won't be too late to leave after confirming that they are not his children. Why? Chen Jun suddenly asked, staring at him with her beautiful eyes, as if trying to see the man in front of her clearly. What why? Aren't you afraid that I'm lying to you? They might not be your children. Do you trust me so much? Then I can't leave either. At the same time, he was self-deprecating in his heart, a fortune teller whom he had never met before, and this inexplicable system in his head, plus you, this coincidence, it seems that I have to believe it. You should stay here first. At this moment, the little sister in the baby's bed suddenly woke up, closed her eyes, opened her mouth and began to hum, and then cried. Her cry was not as loud as other children's. It sounded soft and weak, as if she was out of breath. Or maybe her cry was not loud enough, because her brother was still sleeping with his hands raised on both sides of his face, and was not woken up. Forehead. Wu Jiangtao was at a loss for what to do. He scratched his head and looked at Chen Jun lying on the bed. Is my sister hungry? Or what's going on? It should be time for milk, hurry up. Give it to me. Hearing the child's crying, Chen Jun also became anxious all of a sudden. She tried very hard to sit up, but she found that she couldn't even sit up. Wait a minute. Rock the bed first, so I can sit up. Oh. Wu Jiangtao quickly turned around and came to the bedside. How do you shake it? He looked confused. This was his first time in a hospital since he was a child. You. Chen Jun was immediately furious. Over there by the bed. I remember there was a handle that could be pulled out. Pull it out and shake it and you'll know. You're so stupid. I'm stupid. Wu Jiangtao said that he was stupid, but he immediately understood how to operate it. Soon, the head of the bed stood up, and Chen Jun also sat up. Hurry and give me the child. Oh. Wu Jiangtao hurriedly tried to hug his sister, but as soon as he reached out his hand and touched the little baby, he found that the little arms and legs were too small and too fragile. How could he hug her? What's wrong? Chen Jun said angrily, why don't you give me the child? I heard her crying, she must be crying for milk. I don't dare to hold her. The baby is too small. What if I hurt her without carefulness? Wu Jiangtao was also anxious. As soon as he touched the baby, he felt that the baby was soft and light. At this moment, the old lady in the next bed noticed that the child here was crying non-stop and hurried over. Seeing this situation, she immediately laughed. Men, you are all clumsy. Let me hold the baby. Wait, you can't just stand there, you have to watch how I hold it. What father doesn't know how to hold a child? As she spoke, the old lady reached over, held my sister's little head with one hand and her little butt with the other, and picked her up carefully. Did you see clearly? This is how you hold your baby. Remember, keep your hands relaxed and open your palms, support her head with one hand and her butt with the other. Be careful not to let the baby shake her head, and be careful with her waist, because her cervical spine and waist are not yet developed and are very fragile. As she said this, the old lady carefully handed the child to Wu Jiangtao. Wu Jiangtao gritted his teeth and took the crying child with sweat on his forehead. The child was obviously very light, not even 6 pounds, but he felt like he was holding a rare treasure, and all his attention was focused on the baby in his arms. The younger sister cried so hard that her face turned red. Wu Jiangtao quickly took a few steps and handed her to Chenjun's arms. You have to cover your baby when you're breastfeeding. Wu Jiangtao turned around and pulled open the curtain of their bed. New mother Chenjun was also clumsy when she took the baby. Seeing that she didn't know anything, the old lady couldn't help laughing. I think you're all the same. Alas, that new father. Don't leave, you're also involved in this matter, you have to watch. Ah. Wu Jiangtao turned around reluctantly, and Chenjun blushed, because at this time she had already. The old lady came forward and instructed her how to hold the baby. Hold her and slightly tilt her body to the side. Remember, well, you look very good. At this moment, perhaps because of the crying of the younger sister, the baby in the next bed also woke up and started crying. The old lady turned around and went back. Okay. Don't squeeze it out. Make sure the child drinks it. Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Chapter 006, You're still shy even though you have a child. Please read and vote for me. The two new parents thanked them repeatedly, and the little sister in Chenjun's arms was sucking milk very hard, but Chenjun felt that it was so painful that she couldn't help frowning. How's it going? Wu Jiangtao watched his sister suckle and moved a little closer to her, but didn't dare to get too close. This scale. How come I don't have any memory of it last year? This is ridiculous. Even if I was drunk, there's no way I wouldn't have any memory of it. I always feel like something is wrong. My milk hasn't come out yet, it hurts. Why does it hurt? He subconsciously reached out his hand. Chenjun blushed and instinctively avoided his claws. It's okay, I'll bear with it, maybe I'm too sensitive, hiss. Wait a minute. Wu Jiangtao turned around and saw the milk powder on the bedside. How about I make some milk powder? Ha! Chenjun was stunned. She accidentally left the baby's mouth empty again. This time she was not happy about it and started crying. She couldn't comfort her anymore. Even if she put her head back into her mouth, the baby would not suck. My sister seems to be a little impatient, this thought flashed through Wu Jiangtao's mind. Then hurry up and make the milk powder. She gave Wu Jiangtao a reproachful look, which made Wu Jiangtao stunned. Oh. I'll hurry up. He hurriedly opened the can of milk powder and carefully read the preparation instructions on it, which required warm water. Well, luckily the warm water was prepared in advance. When he opened the bottle and was about to start soaking the baby, he heard Chenjun on the bed remind him, wait a minute, the bottle needs to be rinsed with hot water, you can't soak it directly. Oh, yes. 1 spoonful of milk powder corresponds to 30 milliliters of water. Wu Jiangtao directly took 2 spoonfuls, poured in 60 milliliters of water, and gently shook the bottle, ready. Turning around, he handed over the bottle. At this moment, the little sister was already crying very hard, howling with all her might, and her little face was turning red and purple. The two new parents were so scared that their hearts were in their throats. Chenjun took the bottle in a panic and quickly stuffed the nipple into her sister's mouth. This time, her sister finally drank the milk and immediately calmed down, sucking the nipple desperately. Call. At this moment, both of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. I think I should stay here. You can't handle it all by yourself. Wu Jiangtao shook his head, while Chenjun, who was watching the baby feeding on the bed, lowered her head and muttered in a low voice, I can hire a nurse. Ah, what did you just say? No, nothing. Chenjun looked up and rolled her eyes at him. Perhaps it was because they were working together for the first time to feed the baby, even though it was just powdered milk, but their relationship was beginning to be less distant than before. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task of feeding the baby for the first time in life. A reward of 20,000 yuan will be issued. Please keep up the good work, new dad. Hearing the prompt from the system in his mind, Wu Jiangtao's eyes flashed with joy. There is also a reward. Not bad. At this moment, the baby's brother in the bed also woke up with a whimper, opened his mouth and started crying, obviously hungry. Wu Jiangtao quickly took out another light blue bottle, did the same thing, held the child in his arms, and fed him milk powder from the bottle. One for each person, the whole scene suddenly became peaceful and harmonious. You're not eating anymore? Chenjun on the hospital bed was a little surprised, but saw his sister, who had only taken a few bites, let go of the pacifier, turned her face away, as if she had finished eating. Eat more. The new mother pushed the pacifier towards her, but the little girl turned her face away impatiently and even waved her little hands in the air twice to express her dissatisfaction. Wu Jiangtao realized something and said quickly, "By the way, children are still very young. Their stomachs may only be the size of our thumbs. It is normal for them to eat very little." "Oh, yes," Chen Jun suddenly realized. At the same time, Wu Jiangtao was also thinking. Next time, 1 spoonful of milk powder will be enough. 2 spoonfuls is too much. Also, I need to buy a milk warmer, otherwise the milk powder will go bad easily. As he was speaking, his brother also finished eating, let go of the pacifier, and fell asleep again in a daze. Compared to his sister, the brother seems to be more obedient. Wu Jiangtao carefully put the 2 children back into the crib and let out a long sigh. Huh? Why do the babies' bottoms look dirty? He subconsciously pulled open his brother's diaper, and then a green sticky substance was smeared directly on his fingers. Ah! He felt terrible. The baby had poop, but there was no strong odor. Chen Jun immediately noticed that something was wrong with him. What's wrong? Did you poop? And it's green. This color is wrong. What? Chen Jun, who was a first-time mother, was shocked and hurriedly urged him, "Why are you still standing there like an idiot? Go ask the nurse what's going on." Oh. Wu Jiangtao hurried to find a nurse. Soon, the nurse came over and took a look at the baby's condition. "Oh, it's okay. This is meconium. Green is normal. It will be like this for the next 2 or 3 days. It will slowly turn yellow after feeding." "Huh? Did you feed them milk powder?" Yes, the baby didn't suck out the milk just now." "How is it possible?" The nurse was very surprised. She walked forward and directly pressed on Chen Jun's magnificent food. All frozen. She was so angry that she laughed, and said to Chen Jun, "Don't you feel any pain? Your milk is swollen. And it's a little stiff. Hiss, it hurts." Then the nurse turned to Wu Jiangtao and said, "You are not allowed to feed the babies formula anymore. They must be allowed to suck milk. Also, you need to help your wife apply hot compresses and massage here more often to help with the milk flow. Do you have a towel? It's best to wet a towel with hot water and apply hot compresses. Your wife's hair is swollen and almost stiff. This won't work. Where are you looking?" Seeing Wu Jiangtao's timid look with wandering eyes and not daring to look over, the nurse was so angry that she laughed. "You're still shy even though you have a child. Look at this. I'm talking to you right here. I want you to apply a hot towel and give me a massage. Do you understand?" "Ah, I understand. Wu Jiangtao was extremely embarrassed. She hasn't started to breastfeed yet, let's wait until she does. It's not good to have it blocked like this, I'll have to quickly get a hot towel to apply. By the way, your baby is defecating now, do you know how to change the diaper?" This. Ah. The nurse sighed and waved at him, "Come here, I'll teach you how to change a diaper. It's very simple. First, pour some warm water into the basin. Do you have any cotton tissue? Chapter 007. Let me give you a hot compress. Please read and vote for me." Wu Jiangtao's face froze. This doesn't seem to be the case. Chen Jun, who was lying on the bed, heard this and said quickly, "Yes, I have prepared it. I put it in the bedside table." Wu Jiangtao quickly took out a box, opened it, and handed over a. The nurse took some cotton paper and wet it with warm water, and slowly demonstrated how to clean the baby's butt. Remember, wipe from front to back, and check the nail groove to make sure there is no residue. Also, the baby's front is sometimes easily stuck with feces, so be sure to clean it thoroughly, otherwise it will easily turn red, or even get inflamed and infected. Oh. Wu Jiangtao observed the nurse's movements carefully and wrote them down one by one. After cleaning, it's time to change the diaper. Gently grab the baby's feet, lift the buttocks, take out the old diaper, and replace it with a new one. Remember to wrap the entire buttocks at the back, you can go up a little to the waist, then go around to the front and stick the Velcro on it. Don't make it too tight but not too loose. If it's too tight, it will strangle the baby and make it uncomfortable. If it's too loose, the baby's feces will leak out, and then the whole blanket will need to be changed and washed, which will be more troublesome. Aha! Wu Jiangtao nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Also, the weather is quite hot now, so make sure your baby's bottom is dry. Don't change the diaper too quickly. Wait until the baby's bottom is dry before putting on the diaper. You can wipe it dry with dry cotton tissue, or blow it dry directly. Be careful not to use low-quality tissues, as they can easily cause the baby's bottom to become red. Wu Jiangtao was already numb, so he took out his cell phone and turned on the recording mode. He repeated what the nurse had just said and recorded it, planning to review it carefully later. Chen Jun next to them was much smarter. She directly picked up her mobile phone and took a short video of them. She also wanted to learn the basic knowledge of taking care of a baby. After changing the brother's clothes, the nurse looked at the sisters and found that she had defecated as well. She also pooped. You come and try to clean and change her diaper, I said you do it. Under her guidance, Wu Jiangtao, sweating profusely and clumsily, wiped his sister's butt and changed her diaper. At the right time, the warm reminder from the Super Dad system popped up in his mind again. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task of changing the baby's diaper for the first time in life. A reward of 20,000 yuan will be issued. Please keep up the good work, new dad. What a rich guy, he has made a net profit of 90,000 yuan so far today. Wu Jiangtao, who has never seen the world, was a little surprised. After changing the diaper, the nurse turned around without stopping, walked towards the bed, and opened the cup. Now I want to check your wife's excretion. Come here and listen carefully. The nurse checked Chen Jun and said to him, she's not bad. She will have more frequent discharge today and tomorrow. You need to change her pads frequently. Also, she hasn't passed gas yet, so she can't eat. Do you understand? What is exhaust? Wu Jiangtao asked stupidly. The nurse couldn't help but roll her eyes. It's just bullshit. Oh, can I drink some water then? You can drink some warm water, but not too much. You absolutely cannot drink raw or cold water. Chen Jun's worried heart suddenly settled down, and she just drank some warm water. After saying this, the nurse finally left, and the two people in the ward looked at each other in silence. After another silence, Wu Jiangtao suddenly asked, are you feeling any pain now? It's fine if you don't touch it, but it hurts when you touch it. I feel stiff all over. Oh, then I'll go get some hot water and apply a hot towel to you. Wu Jiangtao took out a wash basin from the bedside table. The wash basin was very new and was obviously prepared by Chen Jun herself before she was hospitalized. After leaving the ward and pouring some hot water, he sat on the bed and clumsily wet the towel, grimacing from the slightly hot water. You, give me the towel, I can do it myself. Chen Jun was still a little embarrassed. Wu Jiangtao was a little disappointed, but he could only hand over the towel. However, this new mother overestimated herself. Her right hand was receiving in 4 drip, and her left hand could not unfold or fold the towel. Let me do it. Seeing that she was in great discomfort, Wu Jiangtao took the towel without saying a word, wet it again and wrung it dry, then began to apply hot compress to her, but as a boy, his actions were inevitably a little inappropriate. Chen Jun warned, and a blush crept up on his pale face. Be gentle. This place is so blocked, it really needs to be opened up. Seeing how natural he looked, Chen Jun felt inexplicably relieved, and the discomfort on his face was also relieved a lot. But gradually, Wu Jiangtao squatted down. Don't ask why he has to squat. Isn't it okay if his legs are numb? This new dad is doing something very serious now. This is the food for the babies. All right. He swore that he really didn't have any thoughts at this moment, but as a martial artist since childhood, his blood was much stronger than that of ordinary people, and the instinctive reaction was really unavoidable. Feeling the warmth of the towel and the other person's movements, Chen Jun was extremely shy, but her hands were inconvenient. This scale. That's strange, why don't I have any impression of it? Wu Jiangtao couldn't help but murmured something, but Chen Jun in front of him suddenly said, Oh, be gentle, it hurts over there. Wu Jiangtao stood up, bent over, turned around and wet the towel with hot water again. Chen Jun stared at him blankly, feeling that the way this guy stood up seemed a little wrong, but he couldn't quite tell what was wrong. I have to say that life's encounters are extremely wonderful and unpredictable. Clearly, Lu Wanner had just kicked him out a few days ago, and he had returned to being a single man, but today, Chen Jun, the #1 goddess of N University, suddenly appeared as if from heaven and became the biological mother of his 2 children. Wu Jiangtao couldn't help but look up at Chen Jun, only to see that she was looking back at him. This was the first time they had looked into each other's eyes without making any sound since they met today. After looking at each other, they couldn't help but look away awkwardly. There was no way, compared to ordinary couples, they really had no emotional foundation. Strictly speaking, Wu Jiangtao had just officially met Qinjun today. As for Qinjun, she felt really awkward, but Wu Jiangtao was relatively better, and he even planned to rely on this goddess. This is the biological mother of these children. If we don't strike while the iron is hot, there will be no chance in the future. Chapter 008, Where do you mean by chopped off? Please read and vote for me. This goddess, who used to be very far away from me in college, although serious most of the time, was not the cold and aloof iceberg goddess that people say she was. At that time, her smiling photos were circulated in the school forum. Her smile with slightly curved eyebrows and looking back astonished everyone in the college. Even the girls had to admit that Chen Jun's charm was definitely in a class of its own in M University, let alone the other girls. Not to mention the boys, only the most outstanding boys dared not approach her. As for Wu Jiangtao, he had only seen her from a distance a few times in the college and had never spoken to her. And now. All right. Wu Jiangtao reluctantly took back the towel and said, "It doesn't feel as stiff as before. When the baby wakes up, he should be able to drink milk soon after sucking." Laugh. Suddenly, a white line suddenly jumped out from the side of the food and grass that had just been heated, but someone here was still squatting. He didn't pay attention for a moment and felt as if water was dripping on his face. Eh? Where does the water come from? Chen Jun exclaimed, "It's leaking, it's leaking. Stop it quickly." Wu Jiangtao quickly turned around and put the towel on it again. At this time, the other side also leaked. Wu Qinjun was so embarrassed that her entire face turned red as if smoke could come out of it, while Wu Jiangtao took a tissue and wiped his face, unable to help but smacking his lips. What a strange taste, a little sweet and a little fishy. Shut up. Qinjun was so ashamed that she wanted to die on the spot. She stared at him with shame on her face. "Did you do this on purpose?" "No, it might be due to heat expansion. It will naturally overflow after being unblocked. How could I know it would be like this?" Wu Jiangtao, whose face was covered with spray, said with a wronged look on his face while wiping his face with a tissue. He actually didn't have any thoughts during the whole process, but being young and full of energy, he felt a little bit. He was a little speechless and wanted to go out and smoke a cigarette to relax. He took a few deep breaths, and finally waited for Qinjun to stop leaking milk. He put the towel aside. Qinjun, I'm going to go out for a while and we'll be back soon." "Oh." Qinjun lowered his head, his face still red. With his right hand in his trouser pocket and his left hand in his pocket. Wu Jiangtao just walked out of the ward like that. Don't ask why his left hand was in his pocket. Every man knows the answer. He let out a long breath, took out a cigarette and was about to light it. "Calm down." But I saw a young couple walking towards me in the corridor. The wife was holding her child and angrily scolded her husband, "I told you not to smoke, and now you smell so heavily of cigarettes. How can you help me hold the babies? The babies are still so small. You want to piss me off to death." I just can't help it." Okay, I won't smoke anymore, I won't smoke again, okay? Forgive me." "You swear?" I swear. If I smoke, I will smell like cigarettes when I hold my baby. The babies are still so young." Wu Jiangtao looked at them blankly. The young mother walked away while muttering, and he silently put the cigarette back into the cigarette box, thought for a moment, and suddenly crumpled the whole pack of Blue 7 into a ball and threw it directly into the trash can not far away. "Damn it, I'm quitting. Ding dong. A man should have the responsibility of a man. The host's self-awakening has been detected. One of the core tasks of releasing Super Dad, get the approval of the baby's mother. Rewards for completing the mission: 1. Elite cooking skills. 2. Physical fitness plus 2-inch. Duration of the mission: 1 month. Penalty for not completing the task within the deadline: your brother's height will be reduced by 8 centimeters. Wu Jiangtao was in a terrible state. Was this punishment the same as the previous one? He couldn't help but complain in his mind, "System, can you please stop being so picky about my brother's height? I'd rather you just chop off my head before I finish it. Why do you have to be so picky with me?" As long as the host's life is not in danger, chopping him off is a good suggestion. Do you need to change the punishment? At this moment, Wu Jiangtao was extremely calm. I said chopping off the head. Where do you mean chopping off the head? Host, please confirm whether to change it? Whether? Damn. He was too tired to complain and could only say in his heart, "Don't change it." Then the thought, "Please confirm the change," in his mind disappeared. There are little surprises everywhere in life. Completing some hidden tasks can bring you great rewards. Please keep up the good work and reach a higher level. Thank you. You're welcome. Helping the host grow is the fundamental responsibility of the Super Daddy system. Cuckoo, boom. Suddenly, his stomach rumbled, and he realized that he was extremely hungry. Damn, he had only been busy drinking this afternoon and had not actually eaten much. Wu Jiangtao subconsciously wanted to go buy some food, but at this moment, he was not thinking about himself. Chen Jun just gave birth to a baby today. She has only drunk some water since this afternoon. I wonder if she is hungry. By the way, we have to wait until she passes gas before we can eat. Thinking of this, Wu Jiangtao hurried back to the ward, passed by the next door and greeted the old lady. When he returned to the bedside, he was stunned again when he saw her appearance. She fell asleep. Are you too tired? Wu Jiangtao walked forward silently, pulled over a small stool and sat down. Looking at her somewhat indifferent face, he felt an inexplicable, faint emotion in his heart for some reason. By the way, where are her family members? At this time, he remembered this matter and decided to ask her about it later. How come she was not at home for such a big event as giving birth? This was not right. When she wakes up, I'll ask her what happened. Wu Jiangtao leaned on the bed, feeling tired, hungry, and a little dazed. He didn't know how long it had been, when suddenly the aroma of food filled his nose. He rubbed his arm until it was numb, and when he woke up, he looked next door. It turned out that the new mother next door had just passed gas. The husband hurriedly got her a bowl of porridge from downstairs. At this time, the new mother was leaning on the bed eating rice porridge. It smells so good. Wu Jiangtao's stomach protested again, but this time he did not leave. Instead, he stayed here quietly. Perhaps because of the smell of porridge in the ward, Chen Jun on the bed slowly woke up, and at this moment, puff! A small but clear sound was heard. The two of them were stunned and looked at each other in silence. Chen Jun's face turned red with shame. Wu Jiangtao discovered that she blushed very easily. Ha ha! He couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that the goddess could also fart, and do it continuously. You're still laughing? Chen Jun glared at him. If the goddess fans in the college saw this scene, I'm afraid their faith would collapse. Chapter 009 is shocking. Please read and vote for me. Now that you've exhausted your gas, I'll go get you some rice porridge. You must be starving, right? I'll be there soon. Wu Jiangtao said as he turned to leave, but he heard Chen Jun behind him say, it can't be too greasy, and it can't have too much meat. I know, you can only eat liquid food now. He went to the restaurant outside the hospital downstairs and ordered a bowl of minced meat and radish porridge and a meal, and came back soon. Eat something quickly. He rocked the bed and put up the table on the bed. He opened the bowl of rice porridge and placed it in front of Chen Jun. Seeing her pick up the soup spoon with her left hand and eat the rice porridge awkwardly, Wu Jiangtao was stunned. How about I feed you? No need. I think it's inconvenient for you to hold the spoon with your left hand. Let me do it. Wu Jiangtao naturally took the spoon and fed her rice porridge. Yes, it's a little hot. Oh, ha. He blew air on the soup spoon quickly, and when it didn't feel so hot anymore, he fed it to Chen Jun's mouth. Chen Jun couldn't help but glance at the man in front of her with her beautiful eyes flickering. She found that he was blowing air on the spoon very seriously, and her heart was slightly moved. I didn't realize that this guy looks quite handsome. Are you feeling better? Just when the atmosphere between the two of them was a bit strange, suddenly, the little sister next to them opened her mouth, whimpered for a while, and soon started crying loudly. Forehead. Wu Jiangtao's face fell and he quickly turned around and hugged his sister. The first time was new, the second time was familiar. This time, Chen Jun quickly let his sister catch the food. The little one sucked and swallowed instinctively and drank the milk smoothly. While I was eating, my brother woke up and started crying. Well, the new father also brought the elder brother over, and they each took one side. The two babies ate happily, but after a few bites, they stopped eating again, letting the milk flow out continuously, like a faucet that had been opened. Oh, don't get your clothes wet, get a towel. Wu Jiangtao hurriedly grabbed a dry towel and covered it up. What a hassle. Although babies have small stomachs, they digest food quickly. Basically, they need to be fed every 2 hours. Even if they don't wake up, you have to remember the time. You need to pick them up and feed them after about 2 hours. You don't need to wake them up. You can feed them directly. They will suck milk instinctively. At night, the nurse came to change the dressing, check the condition of their bed, and gave some basic instructions. She looked at the new dad. It's cooler at night, so the baby should keep warm, but also be careful not to let them sweat too much. Bring the baby downstairs to take a bath at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, and they also need to have a physical examination and vaccinations. Oh, and remember to change the baby's pads frequently. Did you change them this afternoon? No. Wu Jiangtao stuttered. Chen Jun's face flushed when she mentioned this. Now her lower body began to feel better. She could clearly feel that she was not wearing anything. If she changed her sanitary pad, then quickly change your wife's new one. If you are exuding, keep it clean and fresh. When changing it, pay attention to observe whether the wound has any signs of inflammation. Got it? Well, it's been a while, let's change it quickly. After saying that, the nurse who came over to change Chen Jun's for medicine pushed the cart away. Then, Chen Jun, let me change the pad for you and check if there is any condition on the wound. Woo. Chen Jun lowered his head, wishing he could crawl into the ground. This was too embarrassing. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Wu Jiangtao could only grit his teeth, took out a new sanitary pad from his bag, walked to the end of the bed and gently lifted the quilt. During the change, his movements were gentle and careful. To be honest, he was a little shocked when he saw the situation here. He had no idea, because at this moment, he clearly saw that Chen Jun was covered in scarlet blood, and there was a smell of medicine, and there was a piece of gauze stuck horizontally on the lower side of his abdomen. Is this the cross section? And so much blood was shed. Wu Jiangtao was shocked. This hurts, right? He couldn't help but look up at Chen Jun lying on the sickbed and asked softly, do you feel any pain? No. She shook her head slightly. But Wu Jiangtao seemed to have thought of something. He looked up at the four hanging on the head of the bed and saw a pain pump hanging on it. Soon, the pad was replaced. He observed carefully and found that the gauze on the wound was very white, without pus or moisture, very dry and normal. Changed. Wu Jiangtao let out a long sigh, sat silently beside the bed, and threw away the blood-stained pad. For some reason, he felt a little uncomfortable. Is this my mother? Not only Chen Jun, he even thought of his mother at home. What's wrong with you? Chen Jun, who was lying drowsily on the bed, noticed that something was wrong with him and asked. No, it's okay. He forced a smile. How did you get through the past 10 months? It would have been fine if she hadn't asked. As soon as she asked, Chen Jun's eyes suddenly turned red. She took a deep breath and said lightly, it's nothing. I just came to the hospital alone with a big belly for a physical examination and a checkup. She remembered it very clearly. When she was 5 or 6 months old, she suddenly liked to eat grapes for a period of time and ate a lot of them in one go. Later, when she had a physical examination, the doctor told her that her blood sugar was too high and she needed to control it. She couldn't even eat too much white rice because it was high in carbohydrates. She regretted it very much, but no one around her could remind her not to eat too much sweets. She only dared to eat half a bowl of rice at each meal and eat small meals frequently. During that period, I couldn't eat too much food with high starch content, and I could only eat guava or kiwi fruit. This was just the beginning. The last 2 months before delivery were the most painful. I was constipated and had a sore throat. I couldn't eat. I even felt uncomfortable walking because my belly was so big and I often had backaches. But she still insisted on walking every day in order to give birth naturally, but she didn't expect that in the end she still couldn't escape the knife. But these are actually not so bad. What makes her most uncomfortable is that every time she comes to the hospital, the nurses or doctors will frown and ask her, why didn't your husband come with you? He's busy. Every time, Chen Jun could only use this excuse to get away with it. In the hospital, looking at the couples around her, she felt so aggrieved. It was all her own fault. She didn't get pregnant through normal means in the first place, and she never intended to trouble Wu Jiangtao again. She planned to handle everything on her own and wanted to be a single mother. You should have come to me earlier. I'm sorry, it must be hard, right? Chapter 010 Asking for support from the rear. Please read and vote for me. Chen Jun sniffed and couldn't help but turned her head away, trying hard not to cry on the spot. She didn't want to cry in front of this man. From childhood to adulthood, she had never cried in front of any other man except her father. At this moment, Wu Jiangtao was feeling lucky that he had come and was here at the most critical moment. If he had missed this day, he would probably regret it for the rest of his life. By the way, Chen Jun. Where are your family members? I don't want to say it, please stop asking, okay? Good. It seems that her family must have encountered some problems. Did she have a falling out with her family or something? Wu Jiangtao thought to himself. As the night deepened, Shenjun and Wu Jiangtao, the two new parents, also welcomed their first night of suffering. Hey, the baby is awake again, bring him here so I can feed him. Nurse, the drip is done. Oops, the blood is coming back. My little sister has pooped again. Don't cry, baby. Change her diaper first and then eat. Be good. Oh my, why are you pooping again? Sister, the first step in life is to develop good habits. You can't poop while eating. My poop is leaking all over my crotch. Damn it, this quilt is unusable. It's okay, Chenjun, go to sleep, I'll wash and change it for you. That night, the two of them hardly slept. After hanging the baby's changed swaddling blanket on the clothes hanger at the end of the corridor, Wu Jiangtao was shocked to find that it was already bright outside without him noticing. I used to think that staying up late was just a piece of cake, but I didn't cherish it. The most painful thing in the world is to realize the truth about taking care of a baby. If God can give me another chance, I will say one thing to the babies: can't you let me make up for the lessons and prepare in advance? You can't take the exam right away. He had two panda eyes and looked a little overwhelmed. Even though he had been practicing martial arts with his father since he was a child, it was really hard to endure such a night. Not to mention him, even Shinjun, who had been feeding the baby all night, felt a little overwhelmed. She was worried about the babies and basically woke up immediately when they cried, and asked Wu Jiangtao to hold the baby and feed her. She was half asleep and half awake all night and basically didn't get any sleep. She was startled all the time and her sleep quality was seriously reduced. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task of taking care of the baby's first night. You will be rewarded with a red envelope worth 100,000 yuan. Please keep up the good work. Ha! When Wu Jiangtao heard these words in his mind, he was suddenly excited. Great, he now had 100,000 yuan. He quickly picked up his phone and opened the virtual currency app, only to see the headline news that Mailjisk had said a few days ago that BT coins could be used as T-SLA payments. In the past few days, the virtual currency account opened for him by the system took off directly, but just now, the system-operated account was directly sold. He was speechless for a moment, and asked in his heart, "System, the situation is so good, why sell it now? You can keep it and continue. Host, please do not question the operation of the system. Friendly reminder, never believe what the capitalists say." Oh. At this moment, Wu Jiangtao clearly saw that the headline of the app had been updated, and he clicked on it curiously. Zachary Kirkhorn, T-SLA's chief financial officer, said in a conference call that BT coin holdings decreased by 10% in the quarter. Just now, Mailjisk suddenly changed his attitude and announced on Twitter that T-SLA has suspended its plan to accept BT coins as payment for its cars. He said, "Damn it." He was immediately drunk and quickly clicked on the live broadcast of virtual currency, only to see that the index, which had just been on a good trend, suddenly fell down. Grass. Is there such a trick? Ding dong. On the mobile phone, the bank received a text message. Huaxia Bank, dear customer, 100,000 yuan has been deposited into your account ending in 9873, and the account balance is 185,568 yuan. Hey. Wu Jiangtao was very happy. This system was not bad. He could even get some benefits from a big shot like Musk. Now that he had nearly 200,000 yuan, he felt more confident. Call. He let out a long breath and returned to the ward. It was rare to see the two babies sleeping peacefully. Chen Jun also fell asleep. She hadn't slept well from last night till early morning. Wu Jiangtao felt distressed when he saw her pale face. When he first came yesterday, he didn't have this emotion, but as he took care of the two babies, took care of her, he began to get into the role of a father. Although he knew that this goddess actually had no feelings for him, there was no doubt that as the father of two babies, he had the right and obligation. Worn out. Sitting down and just wanting to take a nap, Wu Jiangtao helplessly discovered that he had no desire to sleep at all. Around 10 o'clock, I have to take the two babies to have a bath, change their clothes, swaddle them, and have physical examinations and vaccinations. But Chen Jun can't leave. She can't get out of bed yet, and she hasn't even removed the urinary catheter. He has to change the urine bag from time to time. He was so clumsy yesterday that his hands were covered with. This won't work. I can't handle it all by myself. Besides, having a child is such a big deal. Just as Wu Jiangtao was thinking about a solution, a pair of large, somewhat haggard eyes appeared in front of him and looked at him. Why did you get up? Wu Jiangtao quickly looked up and reached out to support Chen Jun. I'm a little hungry. Oh. Yes. I'll go get you some food now. It would have been fine if he hadn't said anything. As soon as he said this, Wu Jiangtao's stomach growled with hunger. He quickly stood up and turned to leave, but suddenly hesitantly said, Chen Jun, I don't think it's enough for the two of us. What's the matter? She looked over with some confusion. Can I ask my mom to come over and help? Chen Jun's eyes widened immediately, feeling a little embarrassed, but she didn't tell her family because of her. But if she didn't let Wu Jiangtao tell his family, it would be a bit unreasonable. Compared to getting married, having a child is more important than anything else. Good. You promised? Wu Jiangtao was overjoyed. He thought she would not agree, but unexpectedly, she agreed so readily. Chen Jun's face turned red again. Although she didn't say much, she was meeting the parents now, so it was inevitable that she would feel a little awkward. From yesterday till now, although Wu Jiangtao was clumsy, he had generally behaved like a very responsible man, and she had no reason to object. Okay, I'll go get some food. I'll call my mom on the way. My home is in Q City, which is only about 30 minutes away by train. It should take about an hour to get here. Okay, go ahead. She started to feel sleepy again. Chapter 011 was taken away? Please read and vote for me. After getting approval, Wu Jiangtao turned around and left happily. The two babies had just been fed for less than 10 minutes, so they shouldn't wake up that quickly, but he still had to move faster, as he could never be sure what would happen again. Wait a moment. He stopped and looked back, only to see Chen Jun said somewhat embarrassedly, You can go to the maternity and baby store next to the cafeteria and buy some anti-spill pads. Oh, okay. Wu Jiangtao reacted immediately and realized that he really needed to pat it. Every time he finished feeding, those two magnificent granaries were like floodgates opened and could not be blocked. He left in a hurry, but he didn't know that the childish behavior of this pair of new parents from yesterday to today. Someone has already been watching. On the way downstairs, Wu Jiangtao took out his mobile phone, thought for a moment, and made a call. Hello. A very familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Mom, are you busy these days? If you have nothing to do, can you come to F City? You'll know what it is when you come over. The location is Qingqiao Maternal and Child Health Hospital in F City. Come over now, quickly. After saying that, Wu Jiangtao hung up the phone without giving his mother a chance to ask him questions. After thinking about it, he felt that it was not safe, so he sent another WeChat message to his mother, Come quickly, I really have something urgent. It's urgent. In Q City, Wu Ma was confused. Urgent matter? Maternity and Children's Hospital? Could it be that? Suddenly, this experienced person had a lot of thoughts. It seemed that his son also had a girlfriend named Lu Wanner during college. Could it be that they had a child before marriage? Or did Lu Wanner get pregnant accidentally and then miscarried? As expected of Wu Ma, who had been influenced by many TV dramas for many years, she had already imagined countless classic scenes from TV dramas. She immediately stood up and packed her luggage in no time. When she was leaving the house, Wu Ba, who was teaching his disciples to stand still in the yard, saw her leaving in a hurry and asked in surprise, Where are you going with all these bags? Go to City F. Wu's father was confused. Wait, why are you going to F City? Oh, it's urgent. Why are you asking so many questions? She didn't know what it was yet and couldn't say more. If something really happened, Dad Wu would probably beat the shit out of that brat. Nonsense, who will prepare lunch if you leave? You do it yourself. It's not like you can't cook for yourself. This is food for several people. Wu's father muttered in dissatisfaction, She is already old enough to be a grandmother, and she is still rushing out all day long. Tread. Wu Ma's ears moved slightly, and she immediately stopped and turned around to look at him, with a smile on her face. What did you just say? Say it again. On the field here, the master and the apprentices looked at each other, but saw Wu Dad forced to smile. He. It's okay, I just asked them. Who among you can cook? Be responsible for cooking at noon. The disciples were all confused and shook their heads and said they didn't know. As a grown man, you can't even cook a meal? How can this be justified? Father Wu glared at them and roared, starting today, everyone learn how to cook. Well, let's start with this lunch. Snort. Only then did Wu Ma turn around and leave with satisfaction. Qingxiao Maternal and Child Health Hospital, City F. Beep, the man has left, and the woman has fallen asleep. In the corridor on the third floor, a man stared at Wu Jiangtao's back as he walked downstairs. He opened WeChat on his phone and sent a voice message to another companion. It's time to start. Good. You need to remember the basic information and be careful that other people in the same ward will notice it. Once they notice it, you need to be able to respond with the basic information. I know. It's not the first time I've done this. A middle-aged woman walked into the ward carrying a large bag of gifts. The old lady who was changing the baby's diaper in the ward looked up and subconsciously took a look. But she took off her mask and came to Qinjun's bed. Seeing that she was sleeping, she gently put down the gift and looked at the two babies with joy. Oh, little cuties, Grandma is here. Where did that kid go if he didn't look after his wife and children? The voice was not loud, but the old lady heard it very clearly. She nodded, raised her head and whispered to her, they didn't sleep much last night taking care of the two children. Your son went downstairs to buy breakfast. Oh. Thank you. The middle-aged woman turned her head and looked over, with a hint of unnaturalness and surprise in her eyes. Could it be that the newlyweds and the old lady were friends? You know our Jiangtao? Wu Jiangtao, this is very crucial information obtained by another partner through yesterday's secret surveillance. Yesterday I saw that couple was clumsy in taking care of the baby, so I taught them a few tricks. The old lady said happily. Oh, by the way, when I came up just now, Xiao Jiang told me that he wanted to take the kids to take a bath. Where is it? It's on the first floor. Oh, thank you. I'll take the babies to take a bath first. Please tell my son when I come back. Yes, okay. As she spoke, the middle-aged woman gently pushed the baby's bed and walked out of the ward. The old lady watched her walk out of the room and put on a mask. She always felt something was strange, but she said Wu Jiangtao's name very naturally while speaking just now, so she didn't think much about it. Not long after she left, Wu Jiangtao quickly came back with his meal. It was very early and there were not many people in the cafeteria. When he came to Qinjun's bed, he first looked at the baby's mother. Seeing that she was sleeping soundly, he did not disturb her and let her sleep a little longer. A second glance revealed that the entire baby bed was gone. For some reason, Wu Jiangtao's heart suddenly skipped a beat at this moment, and he quickly said to the old lady in the next bed, Grandma, where is my baby? Did the nurse come to take him away for a bath? No. The old lady raised her head, looked at him and smiled, Your mother just arrived. She took the two babies to the first floor for a bath. Here, this is the gift she placed on the ground. Warning! Warning! 2 babies have been taken away. This triggers the core mission, rescue the babies. Reward. Wu Jiangtao was in no mood to watch the subsequent events. He just felt a chill in his heart and an irrepressible anxiety instantly filled his chest. He was shocked and angry. No, it's impossible. I just called my mother, and that person just now was definitely not my mother. What? The old lady in the next bed was stunned. Chapter 012, Chase. Please read and vote for me. After a second thought, she immediately came to her senses. Oh no, oh no. It's the human traffickers. It's the human traffickers. The next moment, the old woman rushed out of the ward nimbly, shouting, Someone come. Someone come quickly. Someone secretly took the child away. Crash. The entire obstetrics and gynecology ward was alarmed at once, and doctors and nurses rushed here immediately. At this time, Qinjun on the hospital bed was also awakened by the shock, and the first thing she looked at was the direction of the baby. Jiangtao, where are the babies? Almost at the same time as the uproar broke out here, the woman pushing the baby's bed on a small path on the side of the obstetrics and gynecology building immediately started to jog hurriedly, and several young people nearby also quickly gathered in her direction. Well, because they wanted to avoid surveillance, they walked up the stairs and didn't walk very fast. In the ward, Wu Jiangtao's face turned pale. He did not answer Chen Jun, but suddenly opened the balcony door and rushed outside. Almost instantly, he saw a woman wearing a mask jogging towards the side of the building, pushing a crib, and in the crib, two familiar, petite figures were lying quietly. "Stop right there!" With a roar, Wu Jiangtao glanced around, and in a hurry, he stretched out his hand without thinking, grabbed the water pipe on the outer wall of the balcony, and flipped out of the balcony. Swish! Holding the water pipe, he slid down a bit, jumped down without caring about anything, and suddenly hit the parking shed. Boom! The roof of the parking shed suddenly dented, and blood appeared on Wu Jiangtao's body and arms. However, he seemed unaware of it at this moment, and jumped into the air again and jumped onto the road. "Stop right there!" He roared angrily, and several passers-by near and far turned their heads in surprise, but the woman pushed the baby's bed and ran even faster. On the other side of the road, a van was coming towards her. Bastard! Wu Jiangtao was shocked and angry. He kicked his feet hard and rushed over. Fortunately, he has been receiving guidance from his father since he was a child. Although his kung fu skills are not outstanding, they are much better than ordinary people. Especially at this moment, his adrenaline surges and his explosive power is extraordinary and amazing. Whoosh! In a few steps, he came behind the woman, but at this time, several young men suddenly appeared and blocked his way. At the same time, the woman pushing the baby stroller shouted, "They're stealing the child! They're stealing the child!" For a moment, passers-by who looked over here were confused about the situation and did not come to help immediately. Whoosh! 3 young and strong men rushed over, one hugged Wu Jiangtao's waist from behind, one grabbed his left hand, and one hugged his right hand, saying dirty words. "What do you want to do? Steal the child? Ah! I think you want to die, right?" He watched helplessly as the woman picked up the 2 babies, the van door opened, and someone inside reached out to take the babies. Wu Jiangtao's eyes were bloodshot, his blood boiling, and he stomped his feet suddenly. Bang, bang, bang. Sounds like bowstrings exploded from his body, and he roared, raised his right hand suddenly, and actually lifted up the big man who was holding his right hand. The guy was stunned, and felt the world spinning around him. He drew an arc in the air and fell heavily to the ground. Bang! A cloud of dust rose up, and the guy fainted instantly, twitching all over. The other 2 people on the side were dumbfounded, but Wu Jiangtao's hands did not stop moving. He suddenly thrust his free right hand back with an extremely ferocious elbow. Bang! The elbow hit the man behind him hard on the right cheek, making his face concave and several of his teeth broken. He turned back a few times and fell straight down, motionless. Finally, since the man on the left was very close, Wu Jiangtao didn't hesitate. He took a small step to the left with his left foot, and still stretched out his right hand from under his chest, and shot out along the midline of his body in an extremely rigorous manner. Half-step collapse. Boom! With a dull thud, the fist hit the middle-aged man's chest and abdomen heavily. He was hit so hard that he flew backwards in the air, then fell heavily to his knees on the ground. He held his stomach and vomited out all the night's snack and breakfast meals last night. Wu Jiangtao didn't know that because of the stimulation of his 2 babies being snatched away and the surge of qi and blood, his family's inherited initialization instantly improved to a higher level and he had already mastered the whole strength. Of course, this is directly related to the previous system's strengthening. Hello? Not far away, several passers-by who didn't know the truth came over and shouted at Wu Jiangtao, "Why are you hitting people?" In front, the woman who was taking the 2 babies away was so frightened by the scene that she trembled and immediately closed the car door, shouting, "Go! Go!" But they? It's okay. They don't know much about us. Let's go. That man is coming. In a few quick steps, Wu Jiangtao had already arrived in front of the slowly moving van and shouted angrily, "Stop the car and give the child back to me." But the van that had started up ignored him and was about to drive away, and Wu Jiangtao didn't care and rammed into the side of the van. Wu family's initialization, Xiong Kaoshan. This is a killing skill that the Wu family's ancestors learned on the battlefield. The force is so fierce that it can even knock a 1.8-meter tall man several meters away. Bang! The sliding door on the right side of the van was dented instantly, and the terrible force pushed in. The woman sitting by the window was hit hard on the right side of her head by the dented door. Her mind was instantly confused, and blood immediately flowed from the right forehead. Not only her, the whole car seemed to drift half a meter to the left, but the car still started and was about to accelerate away. Get out of the way. Wu Jiangtao pushed aside the passerby who was rushing over, took a few steps forward, and suddenly jumped directly onto the roof of the car. Boom! The people in the car noticed it immediately, and the woman screamed, "Drive quickly! Throw him out, quickly!" Ah! Suddenly she wiped her forehead, her hands were covered in blood, and screamed again, "Send me to the hospital, my head is bleeding." The driver in front was speechless. This is the hospital. Boom! With the roar of the engine, the van started and instantly increased its speed to over 50 per hour. It turned suddenly at the bend ahead, and with a whoosh. The harsh sound of tire friction was heard, but Wu Jiangtao, who was on the roof of the van, was not thrown off. He just used both hands to hold onto the roof, not moving at all. Seeing that the car had just completed the turn, before there was time for any other action, Wu Jiangtao on the roof of the car immediately raised his right palm and slammed it down hard. Chapter 013, The Killing. Please read and vote for me. Boom! There was a small dent in the roof, which scared the human traffickers inside and made them scream. What the hell, they just wanted to take the child away, but the other party's attitude was so deadly. Hurry up and throw him down. But they didn't know that because of the smash just now, Wu Jiangtao's right palm finally had a groove to grab and dunk. The driver in front had already made action, and the van suddenly made in south curve on the road. Wu Jiangtao's left hand had no fulcrum and was unable to hold on. He flipped to the right and was about to fall out of the car. However, his left hand suddenly grabbed the groove on the roof that had been made before, and he was hanging on the right side of the car and did not fall. Ah! Seeing the person outside the car window, the woman screamed in fear, and Wu Jiangtao discovered at this time that due to the bare backing attack he had just used, the glass window on this side of the car window had cracks. A ferocious look appeared on his face. He twisted his right waist suddenly and pushed hard with his right elbow. Bang! The car window was instantly full of cracks and was about to burst, but the woman inside suddenly thought of a solution and screamed, "Stop! If the shattered glass flies in, it will scratch the child. Call." Almost at the moment of hearing these words, Wu Jiangtao stopped his second elbow. With red eyes and murderous look on his face, he stared at the people inside. "Stop the car, or I will kill you. I will definitely kill you." He really intended to kill. But the woman inside, who didn't know whether she was inspired or too clever, actually picked up the baby, stretched out her hands to strangle his fragile neck, and shouted, "Get down here, or I'll strangle him to death, get down now." Wu Jiangtao was shocked and angry. He suddenly exerted force with his left hand that was holding the roof of the car, and flipped onto the roof again. "I can't get off the car, I absolutely can't get off the car." At this moment, he actually calmed down, crawled back onto the roof of the car, and let out a roar with all his might. "Can someone help me call the police? The people in this car are all human traffickers." Almost as soon as they heard his roar, passers-by took out their phones and called Yao Yao Ling. Not only that, a patrol car appeared not far away. When it found something was wrong here, it immediately rushed over with the sirens. "Big sister, what should we do? The traffic police are here. Go towards the village in the city. There are many small paths there. We can abandon the car and run away when we get to the right place." As a big sister with many years of experience, she immediately gave the best solution. Good. Swoosh. The van made a sharp turn on the road and instantly entered the narrow road of the village in the city, escaping from the pursuit of the traffic police. There were many signs of illegal construction on this road in the urban village, and even clothes-drying racks. Wu Jiangtao seized the opportunity and reached out to grab a clothes-drying pole from above. Crack! Only half of the broken clothesline was in his hand. Wu Jiangtao turned his head to look ahead, his eyes gleaming with sharpness, and suddenly threw it forward. Whoosh! This half of the clothes-drying pole flew forward and suddenly hit a large group of sheets and clothes hanging in the air in front of it. The clothes-drying pole broke, and a large pile of clothes and sheets fell down instantly, falling directly in front of the car and blocking the driver's view. Swish! Almost instinctively, the driver slammed on the brakes, and Wu Jiangtao took the opportunity to leap forward. After landing, he suddenly turned around and came to the left side of the car. The van driver was startled by his extremely agile movements and tried to restart the car, but the door handle was already in Wu Jiangtao's hand. Wu Jiangtao, who was unaware that his power had increased dramatically, didn't care. He suddenly lowered his waist and burst out with all his strength in his right hand. Click! He actually forcibly opened the locked car door, and the driver inside was stunned with fear. Is this guy still a human? But Wu Jiangtao didn't say a word and kicked him to death. Bang! The driver was kicked so hard that he turned around suddenly and crashed his head through the window of the passenger door. His head drooped down, and he lay motionless with blood all over his forehead. Judging from the situation, it's probably going to be pretty bad. Wu Jiangtao turned his head and looked at the two people behind the car. They were covered in blood and exuded a fierce aura. The big sister and the other middle-aged man were trembling with fear. Get off! What the hell? Let's go down, can you please not hit us? Crash! Wu Jiangtao suddenly opened the car door. At the critical moment, the big sister quickly handed over the two children and said, Here, hold the children. Don't use force. We are all civilized people, so we won't use force, okay? He took the child almost instinctively. The terrifying aura emanating from his body eased and a gentle look appeared on his face. Almost at the same time, another middle-aged man winked at the eldest sister, took out a shiny knife in his hand, and went straight to his lower abdomen. Wu Jiangtao noticed it immediately and almost instinctively raised his foot. Xiniyiquan wild dog peeing. This was the most vicious and cruel kick passed down in his family. It was so fast and unexpected that it was difficult to guard against, and it went straight to the opponent's lower back. Don't blame him for being cruel. It was only because he had practiced that he could face such a vicious knife. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably fall down on the spot. Snap! The sound of eggs hitting each other was heard, and the middle-aged man, who had a face full of resentment a second ago, suddenly had a tangled look on his face. He let out a strange cry and jumped up. Don't get me wrong, at that moment he didn't have the strength to jump up at all. It was purely due to the force of Wu Jiangtao's kick that he was able to do so. Pop! This guy fell 3 or 4 meters away like a dead dog, and his whole body curled up on the ground like a steamed shrimp, twitching and looking extremely miserable. Ah! The middle-aged woman next to him screamed, turned around and tried to run into the alley. Looking at her, Wu Jiangtao's eyes showed a hint of cruelty, and he was about to kick her vest. Stop! Put your hands up! With the corner of his eye, he saw 2 policemen running towards him with their guns drawn. He immediately retracted the force in his legs, turned the kick into a light hook, and then pulled upwards. This kick seemed to be a light touch, but it was actually quite clever. The middle-aged woman's forward momentum remained unchanged, but her 2 feet were hooked backwards, causing her body to fly upwards, and then fall straight down. Boom! Her 2 knees slammed heavily to the ground. Click, click, click. 2 crisp sounds were heard, and the next moment, the middle-aged woman rolled over on the ground, hugging her knees, screaming, her face twisted in pain. Stop! 2 policemen finally arrived, pointing their guns at Wu Jiangtao. They had just seen from afar that this young man had displayed alarming lethality and destructive power, so they remained extremely vigilant against him. Chapter 014 It's all your fault. Please read and vote for me. Put down the child in your hands, raise your hands, squat down and hold your head. These 2 are my babies. Wu Jiangtao stared at them angrily, the ruthlessness in his body still not dissipated. Why should I let them go? I said put it down. Etc. The other policeman put down the gun in his hand and stopped his companion from raising his gun to aim at Wu Jiangtao. It was too dangerous with 2 such young children in the other person's arms. Your child? Right. Them. Human traffickers. Wu Jiangtao said coldly. At this time, the 2 babies suddenly started crying, perhaps because of the bumps just now. At that moment, the evil spirit of the new dad disappeared, and he rocked the 2 babies gently. Don't cry, baby, don't cry. We will go back to mom to eat nana now. We will go back to mom to eat nana now. While coaxing the child, he said to the 2 policemen, there is a surveillance camera at the entrance of the convenience store on the right, facing here. It should have recorded what happened just now. You can go and collect evidence first. Can you please take me and my baby back to Qinqiao Women and Children's Hospital first? My 2 children are hungry and need milk. They were born only 2 days ago and can't stand the hassle. Wait a minute, a police car will be here soon. Seeing that he was not pretending, the 2 policemen put away their guns. One of them stared at Wu Jiangtao, while the other went to check on the other 3 people. After just one glance, the policeman immediately took out his walkie-talkie and called the rear center. Someone is injured here on Qinghao Road, someone is injured here, call an ambulance. When Wu Jiangtao returned to Qinqiao Women's and Children's Hospital, the side door was very lively. with many people watching. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, the two policemen took him in quietly through the back door, and he put his coat on inside out. Well, the blood on his body was too eye-catching and he had to cover it up. As for the side door he had chased out of the hospital through, the police had already set up a cordon, and doctors from the Women and Children's Hospital gathered at the scene and carried away the three men lying on the ground. Well, all three are miserable. Among them, the one who was lifted up and fell to the ground looked the best from the outside, but his injuries were the most serious. The doctor who arrived at the scene was quite experienced. He diagnosed internal bleeding as soon as he pressed the chest and abdomen, and drew blood on the spot immediately. As for the other two, one had a dent on his face, and the initial diagnosis at the scene was that his facial bones were comminuted fractures, and one seemed to have something wrong with his stomach, which required further observation. Since there were no authoritative experts in internal medicine or surgery at Qingqiao Women's and Children's Hospital, the three of them did not stay here for long and were soon transferred to another hospital. At the same time, in a building deep inside Qingqiao Women and Children's Hospital, Lu Wanner came out of the treatment room with an ugly look on her face. Outside, a boy dressed very fashionably and holding a 13-spice incense stick came up to her and his first words were, "What does the doctor suggest? Can I have an abortion?" Hearing his words, Lu Wanner's face changed and she stared at him coldly. "Wang Yuan, do you really want me to abort this child?" Forehead. The young man named Wang Yuan immediately looked embarrassed. "No, Wanner, you know I didn't mean that. I just spoke without thinking. I was wrong. Wang Yuan slapped himself lightly. "How is it? What did the doctor say?" "She examined me and said that my uterine wall is too thin. If I have a miscarriage this time, it will be almost impossible for me to get pregnant again," she said with a grim expression. "The uterine wall is too thin?" Wang Yuan was stunned. "No way? Does the doctor know? She doesn't understand, do you?" Lu Wanner looked at him hatefully. "Wang Yuan, it's all your fault. Would I have been like this if you had worn a condom properly? You bastard. You also caused me and Jiang Tao to break up. Hey, can you please be reasonable? Why is it all my fault? Don't you have any problems yourself? I wanted to say that you are clinging to me too tightly. And even if you are not pregnant, do you still want to continue like this?" It wasn't that he didn't react in time and didn't say this, but the girl opposite him, with red eyes, broke down and cried, rushed over, raised her bag, and smashed it hard on the head of this scumbag. "How dare you say that? How dare you say that?" Wang Yuan was beaten badly. He was hit hard on the nose by mistake, and blood spurted out of his nose immediately. "Fuck. Damn it, Lu Wanner, are you crazy? You beat me until I bled." But he suddenly jumped up and slapped her back fiercely. Lu Wanner was slapped so hard that she turned around on the spot and fell to the ground, stunned. This was not over yet. When Wang Yuan took a step forward and was about to slap him again, he heard an angry shout from behind, "Stop!" Immediately, a very strong hand appeared, grabbed him, twisted and turned the slap behind him. "Stop! Police!" Wang Yuan didn't realize what was wrong yet, and shouted angrily. "This stinky woman started it first, Wu Jiangtao." He was stunned, and Lu Wanner looked at Wu Jiangtao in astonishment. His hands and face were red. Was that blood? Also, he was holding two babies in his arms, one on each side. What kind of pose is this? The scene suddenly became quiet, and Wu Jiangtao was slightly stunned when he looked at them. "Wang Yuan? Lu Wanner? Why are you here?" Facing Wu Jiangtao's question, Wang Yuan's face was embarrassed, but at this moment this bad guy felt secretly happy for some reason. Lu Wanner, who was lying on the ground, felt uncomfortable all over and didn't know how to face Wu Jiangtao. Wow. The two children in his arms were already crying non-stop, and he was completely unable to comfort them. How could he pay attention to them? He just said, "I have something else to do. Let's talk later." As he said that, he turned to a policeman beside him and said, "Excuse me. Officer, can you come upstairs with me for a moment? Both babies are like this now, I need to go back immediately." The two policemen looked at each other and made a quick decision. One of them stayed to handle the matter here, while the other accompanied Wu Jiangtao to the inpatient building. The remaining police looked at Wang Yuan coldly. This guy actually hit a woman so hard. "Kid, tell me, what happened? You'd better tell the truth. I'm warning you." If she gets hurt, you'll be charged with provoking trouble. Hearing this, Lu Wanner, who was still sitting on the ground crying, moved her eyes slightly. Chapter 015. Please read and vote for me afterwards. At this moment, Wang Yuan actually didn't know what to say. He felt that he was extremely unlucky today. The sudden pregnancy notice, and the fact that the vagina was too thin to be aborted, finally led to the current situation. Damn it! The palm print on Lu Wanner's very beautiful left face was quite clear. She had almost collapsed, crying so pitifully, Wang Yuan. I misjudged you, you scumbag, you bastard. Officer, arrest him, I'm going to sue him. How dare you hit me? My father and brother have never hit me since I was a child. Misunderstanding. While wiping his nosebleed, Wang Yuan hurriedly smiled and said, I have practiced taekwondo. This is just an instinctive reaction. It's really not intentional. Lu Wanner was so angry that she laughed. She also saw through this boy completely. She stared at him with resentment on her face. Suddenly, she covered her forehead. My head feels dizzy. As she spoke, Lu Wanner fell down softly, and the policeman next to her hurried over to hug her. The human brain structure is very complex. Sometimes, even if there is nothing wrong with the examination, as long as the patient describes his or her own feelings, the doctor will give some corresponding and very likely diagnosis of the disease. Lu Wanner is not stupid, on the contrary, she is very smart. From the moment she fell, she quickly began to plan all the subsequent matters. Not only did she want a large compensation, but she also wanted Wang Yuan to spend several years in jail. Wu Jiangtao was unaware of the exciting scene and the subsequent twists and turns. At this moment, he had already returned to the outside of the ward with the two babies in his arms. From a distance, Chen Jun, who heard the crying in the ward, finally lost the panic on his face. He was just so frightened that his whole body went limp. Seeing the tall figure walking in, Chen Jun finally couldn't hold it back anymore, and tears as big as beans kept flowing from her beautiful eyes. Baby, my baby. Here. It's not lost. She took the two children with great excitement and immediately fed the two babies whose faces turned red and purple from crying. Seeing her pale face, Wu Jiangtao couldn't help but step forward and hug them, comforting them softly. It's okay. No one can take the baby away from us, no one. It had only been over half an hour since Wu Jiangtao climbed out of the balcony to chase someone, but this short half an hour seemed to Chen Jun like a century. What if I don't catch up? What if the baby is really taken away? If I lose my baby, how will I live in the future? Without the company of their parents, what will happen to these two babies in the future? Can they live well? In just over 30 minutes, these questions, every one of them came to her mind, and every one of them made her chest feel tight and her heart ached. She had no answer to any of them, and she couldn't imagine what the future would be like. She couldn't imagine the horrible future, nor did she dare to imagine it, even though the old lady in the next bed kept comforting her that everything would be fine and that she had called the police, who would surely find and take care of the two babies as soon as possible. But Chen Jun couldn't hear a word and was almost on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, Wu Jiangtao brought the two babies back safely. At this moment, Chen Jun felt full of security from the man in front of her. Thank you for saving the baby. Chen Jun was feeding the baby while leaning against Wu Jiangtao and muttering to herself. The police at the door of the ward heard the noise inside and relaxed. It seemed that the warrior named Wu Jiangtao was indeed the victim. Thinking of this, he picked up the walkie-talkie and began to contact the rear center. Yes, the scene has been confirmed. His situation is special, I would like to apply. Can I take Wu Jiangtao's statement here in the hospital? Yes. I will ask clearly and bring back the hospital and the surveillance video of the entire process. Soon, the recording began. Name? Wu Jiangtao. Home address? Number 67, Bustling Street, LC District, Q City, M Province. We just checked the surveillance footage. Your martial arts skills have already reached the whole strength level. Why didn't you report to the security bureau in time? Before today, I hadn't reached the whole strength level. Wu Jiangtao shook his head. If I had used the whole strength at the beginning, I wouldn't have been hurt at all if I jumped from here. You can retrieve the video clip of me jumping from here to the first floor, and let the martial arts masters see it. Oh? The policeman frowned. What's going on? When I was caught by those three people, I fought hard. That state made my body's energy and blood burst out instantly, breaking through the bottleneck and stepping into the whole strength level. The police officer was silent for a while. At this time, the analysis from behind the scenes coming through the headset gave an answer consistent with what he said. To be honest, this group of people deserved their bad luck. They could have picked anyone else to mess with, but they picked such a potential martial arts master. With the resurgence of China, Chinese martial arts have regained vitality in the past 10 or 20 years, and the martial arts world has become more and more active. The various traditional Chinese arts that have suddenly become popular in recent years and are prevalent on short video platforms are clear evidence of this. The most important thing is that once martial artists reach the whole strength level, they must report to the security department. Warriors are too strong and too dangerous. Although they are not strictly supervised on weekdays, they will definitely have many restrictions compared to ordinary people. For example, they cannot attack at will, and there are strict requirements for joining some associations and societies. Of course, in a situation like Wu Jiangtao's today, it is definitely possible to take action. Not to mention that the child stolen by these human traffickers was his. Even if it was someone else's, he would still be able to help out without taking any responsibility. Based on the surveillance footage from witnesses at the scene, hospitals and roads, this gang led by the middle-aged woman was an organized and premeditated criminal gang. After the incident was exposed, they directly resorted to extremely vicious robbery. In the subsequent pursuit process, one of them even took a very dangerous action of intentional injury. Okay, this record is over. Mr. Wu, please go to the Security Bureau to register in the next 2 days. The Security Bureau needs to certify and register your identity as a warrior. If you are willing, you can also go to our F-City Security Bureau for professional certification and take the path of professional development. Okay, thank you very much. Wu Jiangtao also let out a long sigh and looked at the young policeman in front of him with great gratitude. He heard the other party come out and call the back center to explain that Wu Jiangtao couldn't leave and needed to take a statement here. Chapter 016, Stunned. Please read and vote for me. The young policeman stretched out his hand and shook his. You're welcome. A master like you, maybe we'll have a chance to work together again in the future. A warrior like Wu Jiangtao who possesses professional level strength is very likely to be summoned by the Security Bureau for assistance under some special circumstances. Oh right. Wu Jiangtao seemed to have thought of something. What about those 6 people? 2 dead, 1 disabled, and 3 seriously injured. Well, the 3 at the side door of the hospital were fine, they were just seriously injured. Later in the urban village, Wu Jiangtao was just practicing what he said. Originally, the middle-aged woman could not escape, but the police had already arrived at the scene, so he had no chance to kill her. Speaking of this, the young policeman shook his head speechlessly. It's their bad luck to run into a master like you. By the way, from the information we have so far, there may be a bigger interest chain and organization behind them. Although you are very strong, you still have to be careful. I see. This time, the noise caused by Wu Jiangtao's pursuit and fighting with these criminals in Qingqiao Women's and Children's Hospital, on the streets, and in the urban villages was too loud. Although the F-City Police Department acted quickly, the organization behind these 6 people quickly went into hiding, and the lightning attack turned into a protracted war. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission to rescue the baby. Mission reward, 1 primary gene transformation of the body and 1 million RMB. Reward distribution instructions, the primary genetic modification will last for a long time. During this period, the host will feel that the body's recovery, thinking ability, vision, and other physical qualities have improved. For cash rewards, please follow the system's requirements and the distribution will be completed within 7 days. As soon as he returned to the ward, Wu Jiangtao was busy again. Well, both babies pooped at the same time, and they had the same rhythm of feeding, so both little guys pooped at basically the same time. Just as he finished his work, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. Ha! Mom is here? It shouldn't be that soon. When he picked it up, he found that the person calling was Fat Dragon. Hey, Fatty Dragon. Xiao Jiang. The bastard's voice came from the other end. Have you heard? Lu Wanner got into trouble and is in the hospital. She's at the Qingqiao Women's and Children's Hospital where you went yesterday. Hearing this name, Wu Jiangtao's face showed a hint of indifference. She has nothing to do with me anymore, you don't have to tell me specifically. By the way, can you run another trip to bring me a set of clothes? Ha! Fat Dragon was a little confused. Bring clothes? No. You didn't come back yesterday. Are you planning to stay in the hospital? No. What happened to you? Talk to the brothers. Those brothers who can help will definitely not hesitate. Forget it, you can't help me with this. As for what it is, I don't know how to tell you. Maybe you won't believe me even if I tell you. You should come over and see for yourself later. Okay. Fat Dragon hung up the phone and called Xiao Wu and Nong Yi. Brothers, something's up. Swish, the two of them immediately put down their phones and turned to look at him, only to see him say, "We just heard that Lu Wanner is also at Qingqiao Women's and Children's Hospital, and now Jiang Jiang is also there. I have a very bad association." What? The two of them jumped up immediately, looking surprised. No, what is Xiao Jiangjiang doing there? Why didn't you tell us earlier last night? Hey, stop talking nonsense. Take 2 sets of Jiang Jiang's clothes with you, and let's go over and see what's going on. The three friends in the dormitory immediately packed up Wu Jiangtao's clothes, hurried downstairs, went out of the east gate and took a taxi towards Qingqiao Women and Children's Hospital. Soon, they arrived at the main gate of Qingqiao Women's and Children's Hospital and went up to the 3rd floor of the inpatient department. Shoo, don't talk, I'll call him. Fat Long took out his cell phone and called Wu Jiangtao. Hello, you told me before that it was on the 3rd floor of the obstetrics and gynecology department. Which bed is it? Oh, bed 3. Okay, I'm here, just outside the door. The three of them walked straight in, and then, they were stunned. This is not. Is it our goddess Qin Jun from M University? Ha! Wu Jiangtao turned around and saw them. Fat Dragon. Xiao Wu Nonya, why are you all here? Chen Jun? Hello? Chen Jun, who was lying on the hospital bed, also saw them, smiled at them generously and nodded. Wow! As they were talking, Pang Long and the other three glanced towards the bed and were immediately stunned. These two little dongs, no, these two cute babies are vaguely, they could feel that the two babies' sleeping eyes and brows looked very familiar. Well, at this time, the two babies' little faces began to become round, without the wrinkled feeling that they had when they came out of the delivery room, and those little eyes and noses did have the charm of someone. These two babies belonged to Qin Jun and me. You. The three of them turned around in unison and stared at Wu Jiangtao in amazement. Cough. He coughed at the three friends and said, "Let's go out and talk." As he said that, Wu Jiangtao led the three of them and walked out of the ward. Fat Dragon and the other two finally came to their senses and nodded repeatedly towards Chen Jun on the bed. Goddess Chen, no. It's sister-in-law, hello. Let's go out first and talk later. Damn it, from today on, Wu Jiangtao is their leader. No, not just a leader. Father. Dad. As soon as they left the ward, these three guys were so shameless. How did you do it? Teach the kids. Getting married and having a baby all in one go, it was incredible. Such a mysterious thing actually happened around them, happened to their classmates and roommates, it was beyond their imagination. Calm down. All of you calm down, be more normal. Wu Jiangtao was helpless. We can't calm down here. Xiao Wu burst into tears. Do you know that Qin Jun is the dream goddess of all of us boys? How could you? Jokes aside, there are some things that need to be clarified. When did this happen? The baby has already been born. We always thought that Lu Wanner dumped you. Now it looks like you dumped her. No. Wu Jiangtao was helpless. Until yesterday, I didn't know. It was Qin Jun who called me, so I came here. After he explained it, the three friends looked at each other in bewilderment. It turned out that it was not an underground love affair, but a coincidence that happened last year without their knowledge. Chapter 017 Mom is coming. Please read and vote for me. Wait a minute. Fat Dragon's face was filled with astonishment. Do you still remember what the old man with glasses said to Xiao Jiang yesterday? Oh my god. When he said this, Xiao Wu and Nongyi also remembered it immediately, their faces full of shock. Amazing. This calculation is really extremely accurate. That's right. As he spoke, Wu Jiangtao picked up his phone and directly transferred 450 yuan to Pang Long from WeChat. I think he should still be outside the east gate. Please help me give him the money when you go back this time. After all, he really calculated it right. Good. Fat Dragon nodded and said, "Let me explain to the college counselor and ask for leave. I guess you won't be able to go back to the college during this period, right? You have to be mentally prepared. It's not easy to take care of a child and a postpartum mother. The fat man patted Wu Jiangtao's shoulder vigorously and said, Xiao Jiang, you'll have a hard time in the next month or even a year or two. You're having twins. TSK, you haven't even graduated yet and you already have a wife and children. I guess you tricked us 3 dogs here to kill us. Don't say that. Wu Jiangtao said seriously, I'm clearly asking you to come over and eat the food. The quantity is large and you're full. Get lost. After playing around for a while, several people returned to the ward and gathered around the baby's bed, looking at the 2 babies with curiosity. How enduring. I really want to pick it up and take a bite, but it's too small, I don't dare to hold it. Which one is the older brother and which one is the younger brother? Shoo. You 2 bastards, keep your voices down and don't wake them up. The 3 of them were looking at the baby with admiration and bickering with each other. Chen Jun, who was lying on the hospital bed, found it very interesting and couldn't help laughing. They're twins, a boy and a girl. Didn't I say that just now? Wu Jiangtao said in a light tone. Fat Dragon, Xiao Wu, and Nongyi turned their heads stupidly, with fire in their eyes. Damn, they really want to beat the shit out of this guy. This is too amazing, they are twins, a boy and a girl. Your sister. You want to hug me? Come here. It's very simple. I'll teach you. As he spoke, Wu Jiangtao picked up his calmer and more peaceful brother. As he rocked him, his brother stretched out his little head comfortably and seemed to be sleeping soundly. Spread your arms like this, with one arm bent higher to support your head, and the other arm bent to support your buttocks. Yes, that's it. Fat Dragon took it with a curious look on his face, and Wu Jiangtao laughed at his cautious look. The other 2 also took turns holding the baby. They were all very happy and learned a whole new knowledge holding a baby. It's so light. Xiao Wu muttered. Well, because they are twins, both babies weigh only a little over 4 kilograms. If it is a single baby, it is usually around 6 or 7 kilograms, and some can even weigh more than 10 kilograms. Oh, that Lu Wanner is also in Qingqiao, and she's in the hospital. Could it be that she's here to give birth as well? Bang! Fat Dragon reacted immediately and slapped Xiao Wu on the shoulder, but it was too late. Wu Jiangtao subconsciously turned his head to look at Chen Jun, only to see her looking at him with a half smile. Cough. He couldn't help but feel a little worried, but he heard Chen Jun ask curiously, Lu Wanner, isn't she your girlfriend? Why? She also came to Qingqiao Women's and Children's Hospital? Although she was not with Wu Jiangtao, he was the father of 2 children after all. In the past, Chen Jun had always been paying attention to him in the academy. Naturally, she knew that Lu Wanner was his girlfriend. They had been dating for more than a year. Since this year, her belly had become more and more obvious, so she took a long vacation and was not in the academy to pay attention to her, but judging from this situation, it seems that the 2 have broken up? Well, when I brought the baby back this morning, I met her on the road. She was with Wang Yuan and I don't know what was going on. Wu Jiangtao said honestly, her belly is not big, so she is definitely not here to give birth, right? Oh, by the way, we broke up. The 3 brothers of Fat Dragon looked at each other, winking at each other. Our Jiang brother is too honest. He should just say that I broke up with her and I don't know anything about her. Good fellow, not only did he tell the truth, he even said something wrong. It damages the reputation of our 405. How about, you come and explain it? Nongyi gestured to Fatty Long, but he saw his fat face shaking. Get lost. Why should I say that? Listening to Wu Jiangtao's explanation, Chen Jun's face remained calm, neither sad nor happy, but the scene suddenly became a little awkward. As expected of RM University escalates and top student, she has such an aura. Fat Dragon and the other 2 quickly found an excuse, left him behind without any loyalty, and hurried away. Not long after he left, Wu Jiangtao received 3 messages on WeChat on his mobile phone. When he opened them, he found that they were red envelopes sent by them. Fat Dragon, you kid, if you are my friend, accept it. If you dare to refuse, I will quarrel with you. Xiao Wu, Dad. Take the red envelope. If not, you are my son. Nongyi, little guy, dare you refuse my red envelope? Wu Jiangtao laughed in silence, but he didn't act pretentiously and just clicked to accept it. Wow, Fat Long paid 3,000, Xiao Wu paid 2,000, and Nongyi paid 5,000. The 3 of them actually pooled together 10,000 yuan for him. Well, they all knew that his family wasn't a wealthy one, and now he hadn't graduated yet and hadn't found a job yet, so he must not have much money, so they gave him a big package. He silently remembered. Sometimes, people think too much, so there will be some misunderstandings, and under these misunderstandings they will always make some actions that are beyond everyone's expectations. For example, when Wu Ma arrived at Qingqiao Maternal and Child Health Hospital, the first person she called was not her son, but Lu Wanner. "Hello." A very haggard voice came from the other side, which made people feel nervous. However, Wu Ma was also used to the ups and downs of life. She calmed down and said with a smile, "Wanner, I am Wu Jiangtao's mother. We have met before." Ah. Lu Wanner was stunned, not knowing what Wu Jiangtao's mother wanted to do by calling her. "Wanner, where are you at Qingqiao Women's and Children's Hospital now?" "It's okay, I just came to see you." After confirming that Lu Wanner was also at Qingqiao Women and Children's Hospital, Mother Wu no longer had to guess what would happen next. Her heart sank completely. She was so angry that she planned to give her son a good beating when she saw him later. It was hard to tell. Although their son was a bit naughty in the past, his academic performance had never worried them. Therefore, they were very tolerant of his personality and did not even demand strict progress in his family martial arts. After all, not everyone has the talent to pursue professional martial arts. But now, this mother really couldn't imagine that her son would do such a thing. "This brat really treats me like a slap in the face after 3 days of absence." Chapter 018, An Unexpected Success. Please read and vote for me. I'm in bed 38 on the first floor of the inpatient department. Lu Wanner never expected that the first people to arrive here were not her parents, but Wu Jiangtao's mother. Then I remembered that I met Wu Jiangtao not long ago. The girl's eyes immediately turned red, and she was deeply moved. Although she broke up with him last week, and they had no contact and he had not come to her again to make peace, Wu Ma's arrival made her understand. "It turns out that he has always kept me in his heart, and he has always been secretly caring about me." At this moment, she was truly regretful and made up her mind to return to Wu Jiangtao, to treat him well, and not to give him a green grassland anymore. But Lu Wanner didn't know that on the surface, she was the one who proposed the breakup last week, but in fact, Wu Jiangtao did it on purpose, because he accidentally saw 2 bars on a test paper in an accident. Considering the time, he concluded that it was not him. Therefore, the two broke up tacitly during a quarrel last week. Hearing Lu Wanner's low and weak voice, Mother Wu suppressed her anger in her heart. She quickly came to the first floor of the inpatient department with a large suitcase in one hand, found the ward with bed 38, and walked in. "Uncle, Aunt." When Lu Wanner, who was lying on the bed, saw her come in, she hurriedly tried to get up, but Wu Ma stepped forward and gently pressed her shoulder. Lu Wanner couldn't help but lie down, looking at her distressed eyes with red eyes, sobbing, "Aunt, I'm sorry." Her sorry was that Wu Jiangtao and I broke up. "Child, don't be sorry, you have suffered. Damn it, you don't have to apologize. It was that guy who made you pregnant before marriage and even had surgery. Well, self-attack." At this moment, a tall figure appeared at the door, and an impatient voice came in. "I say, Lu Wanner, you have to know your limits when acting. Do you really want to fight to the death with me? Damn it." Upon hearing the voice, Wu Ma's suppressed anger burst out. She suddenly turned around, took a step forward, and slapped the person on the head with an extremely fierce palm. "Palm wind is coming. Ha! This isn't my son?" But driven by anger, Wu Ma withdrew 50% of the force in time, but still slapped the guy's left cheek heavily. Wang Yuan's feet left the ground, and he turned 720 degrees in midair, and with a pia sound, he hit the wall opposite the corridor, and then slowly slid down like dough. Good kung fu. Beating people is like hanging a painting. The police officer who came in to mediate was dumbfounded. What's wrong with you? How can you hit someone randomly? Even though this guy really deserves a beating, at least he waited until I was no longer around. Not to mention him, even Lu Wanner on the hospital bed was dumbfounded. This was the first time she had seen such a scene in real life, a scene that could only be seen in a professional arena. The police officer was also helpless. The person who did it was probably an elder in Lu Wanner's family. He also looked like a warrior, so he should have been careful with his palm strike just now. He turned around and looked at Wang Yuan. After finding that he was fine, he just warned Wu Ma. "Ouch, ouch." Wang Yuan in the corridor suddenly gasped and turned over with weak hands and feet. Well, this was not caused by a beating, but by fear. Originally, Wu Ma was holding back when she attacked this time. She did not use force from a point but from an area, so although this palm looked scary, it actually did not have much killing power. I say. Auntie, are you planning to kill me so that the child will be born without a father? The boy looked at Wu Ma with fear on his face and immediately used his ultimate move, fearing that the other party might accidentally kill him. That kind of palm power must have come from a warrior. If he gets hit again, he will be crippled even if he doesn't die. At the same time, he cursed secretly in his heart, "You bastard, my family has never beaten me like this since I was a child. I will let my bodyguards have a good sparring match with you later." He thought Wu Ma was Lu Wanner's mother. Ha! When Wu Ma heard this, a hint of doubt suddenly appeared on her face. In the ward, Lu Wanner's eyes showed a bad look, and she immediately sat up and shouted angrily, "Wang Yuan! Shut up! You just said, you are the father of the child?" No. Auntie, listen to me. Wait a minute, you are not Lu Wanner's mother? The three of them spoke one by one, which made the policeman next to them scratch his head. After a while, Wu Ma finally figured out the situation. It turned out that Lu Wanner's pregnancy had nothing to do with her son. It seemed to be the man in front of her named Wang Yuan. Well, he was tall and strong, and his body shape was similar to her son's, so she almost hit the wrong person. Judging from his clothes, he seemed to be from a wealthy family, but he didn't know how to stand or sit properly. Compared with her son, he was a million miles away. Moreover, considering the relationship between this kid and Lu Wanner, the slap he just gave not only did not hit the wrong person, but it was also too light. Ha, this is so funny. Lu Wanner, are you sick? If you really weren't mine, why did you ask me to accompany you to the hospital for a checkup? What's going on with you now? Oh, I understand. Wang Yuan was not stupid either. He immediately understood Lu Wanner's plan and directly pointed it out. "You are planning to let Wu Jiangtao take over, ha ha ha." Bang! Lu Wanner, who was lying on the bed, picked up the hot water bottle on the bedside and threw it at him, hitting him accurately and spraying hot water. Wang Yuan was unable to dodge and got soaked. He instantly jumped up with a scream. The policeman and Wu Ma next to him quickly dodged the hot water. Wanner, since you are like this, I'd better leave first. I wish you a happy marriage and a long life together. After saying that, Wu Ma went out directly, but she found that the luggage was still in the room. So, the three people in the room stared at her blankly as she stretched out a hand into the room without showing her face or body, grabbed the handle and pulled the suitcase away. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of the suitcase wheels rolling on the ground and the sound of footsteps quickly faded away. Puff. The policeman couldn't help but put his fist against his lips and almost burst out laughing. Well, we are professionals and we won't laugh unless we can't help it. At the side, Wang Yuan had a sneer on his face. Well, the water was not just boiled, otherwise he would not only be scalded a little red, but would also be lying on the ground. Lu Wanner collapsed on the hospital bed with a look of despair on her face. She couldn't help crying. No one knew whether she was crying for her misfortune or for the fact that her perfect scapegoat was gone. Chapter 019 Mom, Spare My Life. Please read and vote for me. Spring has hundreds of flowers and autumn has the moon. There is cool breeze in summer and snow in winter. If you have nothing to worry about, it's a good time for the world. The phone rang. Wu Jiangtao picked it up and saw it was his mother, so he quickly answered it. What the hell is wrong with you, you little brat? You've caused your mother so much trouble. Luckily it wasn't you just now. Did you break up with Lu Wanner? Wu Jiangtao. No, how did Mom know about this? This barrage of scolding and nonsense made him confused. What is his mother doing? Forget it, where are you at Qingqiao Women and Children's Hospital? I'm in bed number 3 on the 3rd floor of the inpatient department. Wait, I'm coming. Judging from the tone of my mother's voice, did she encounter something unpleasant just now? Wu Jiangtao felt a little worried when he saw Qin Jun and the 2 babies later. I don't know how she will react. Slap me? Or beat me? I don't think so. I am a grandmother after all. After a while, a familiar figure appeared at the door of the ward pushing a suitcase. Seeing his mother coming, Wu Jiangtao quickly stood up and walked over to greet her with a flattering look on his face. Mom, you're here. Mother Wu glanced at the boy. Her face remained expressionless but her heart skipped a beat. This boy's attitude, he only had this attitude when he got into big trouble since he was a child. Following her son into the ward, she walked along the numbered beds, bed 2, bed 3. Her eyes lit up. What a pretty girl! With a cry of amazement in her heart, Wu Ma hurried forward, and Wu Jiangtao also introduced her. Mom, this is Qinjun, Qinjun. This is my mom. Xiao Chen, come here. Tell me, what did our Jiangtao do to you? I'll beat him up when I get back. As Wu Ma spoke, she glanced around. The environment is nice, clean and tidy, and there are 2 babies. Wait. Little baby? 2 little babies? Mother Wu was completely stunned, her eyes as if fixed on a nail, staring at the 2 adorable babies in the crib. At the same time, the little sister raised her head cutely and yawned. This is. She stared at Qinjun blankly, then turned to look at her son. Whose baby is this? Why is it placed here? No. Probably not. This. How is it possible? After a while, Wu Ma recovered and looked at Qinjun. Are these 2 babies yours? She nodded. Yes, Aunt, these 2 babies belong to Jiang Tao and me. The mother still had an expression of disbelief on her face. She turned to look at her son, only to see him smile and say, Mom, what Qinjun said is true. The next moment, she reached out her hand, grasped Wu Jiangtao's ear with incredible precision, and tuned the frequency 180 degrees. Ouch! Mom, it hurts. It hurts. Stop twisting it, stop twisting it. Well, it wasn't a dream, it really happened. He. After verifying that it was not a dream, Wu Ma sneered, you also feel pain? Such a big thing. How dare you hide it from me until now? Boy, have you become more capable? You haven't mastered martial arts, but you have learned the skills of this scumbag very smoothly. Tell me. What's going on? I just found out yesterday. What kind of words are these? It would have been fine if she hadn't said this, but as soon as she said it, the tuning angle in Wu Ma's hand immediately increased a lot. Ouch. It hurts, it hurts. Aunt. No, it has nothing to do with him. I didn't tell him. Calm down first. Calm down first. Listen to us. Chen Jun quickly came to the rescue and explained. The anger on Wu Ma's face eased a little, but she still didn't let go. That won't do. I know how difficult it is for a woman to be pregnant for 10 months. He didn't fulfill his responsibilities as a man. You little brat, wait and see how I deal with you. Mom, spare me. Mother Wu grabbed Wu Jiangtao's ears and took him to the corridor to give him a good beating, which made his eyes full of tears. Oof. I'll deal with you later. After finishing, she still threw down a sentence and walked back to the ward. As soon as she came to the bed, she looked at Chen Jun with a face full of joy. I'll give that brat a good beating later. Come on, Chen Jun, give me your hand. I'll feel your pulse and check your health. Okay, Auntie, are you a Chinese medicine doctor? Well, sort of. Although the Wu family is not a big martial arts family, they have a long tradition of inheriting Xiniyiquan. As the saying goes, medicine and martial arts are inseparable. Wu's mother's real name is Yu Wenqian. Although her surname is not Wu, she is also one of the descendants of the Wu family's Xiniyiquan. My health is fine, but I'm deficient in qi and blood. I need to take good care of myself. After taking the pulse for a while, Wu Ma heaved a sigh of relief. If it's a cesarean section, you can't do physical therapy or moxibustion for the time being. You must relax and worry less in the next 2 days. Apart from feeding the babies and taking care of their poop and pee, let that brat take care of them. You can't let him be idle during this period. We women are giving birth. If you don't let him do anything now, how can he love his wife in the future? I have to say, the older you are, the wiser it is. With just one sentence, a woman should love her wife, Chen Jun instantly felt very fond of him. But she blushed a little. As the family was talking here, a nurse came in and said to them, Bed 3, we need to take the baby downstairs to give him a bath, and to have a checkup and vaccinations. If the baby has just had milk, it will be a little later. Oh, okay. Wu Jiangtao stood up subconsciously and said, I'll go. You are so clumsy, stay and look after your wife, I'll go. Wu Ma stood up and pulled her son, gave him a look, and walked out with the 2 babies. Her son asked from behind, Do you know where it is? Don't you know I won't ask? My mother said something rude and walked away pushing the 2 babies. After walking out of the ward, his face, which had not looked so pretty just now, suddenly brightened up, and he looked at the two babies with a smile on his face. "Son, you did a great job. You made me a grandmother so soon. It's great." She had just come all the way from the inpatient department, and she was really envious of the pink and tender baby she saw along the way. But Mother Wu never expected that her son would give her such a big surprise. But from their initial contact, Wu Ma, who had been through this, immediately realized that Chen Jun didn't seem to have much affection for her son. No wonder. The two of them only met on that August day last year, and they never met again afterwards. Moreover, her son had a girlfriend last year, and her mother had deliberately given them more time alone to cultivate their relationship. Otherwise, they would have separated in the end even though they had a child. This situation is very common in today's society. Although children are the buttons of a family, the most important thing is the relationship between the couple. Chapter 020 Naming the Baby. Please read and vote for me. Soon, Wu Ma brought the two babies to the first floor. There was already a long line of people waiting to bathe the babies. "Oh, are these twins, a boy and a girl, or twins?" An elderly lady in front who looked to be in her 50s turned around inadvertently and saw the two babies in the crib. She immediately asked with envy on her face. "They are twins." Wu Ma smiled widely. "What about you? A boy or a girl?" "Oh, it's a brat, huh? You look so young." Wu Ma is indeed very young. She has a well-proportioned body from years of martial arts training, and there are not many signs of aging on her face. She looks like she is in her 30s. Well, every time her son comes home, she likes to take him out with her and then listen to others praise her, saying that she and her son are like siblings, not mother and son. "No, I'm almost 50. "Wow, you're almost 50? How do you maintain your looks? You look like you're in your 20s. As soon as this conversation started, several women gathered together and began to chat. Suddenly, one of them talked about something that happened this morning. "I was scared to death by the baby theft this morning. And the guy who chased after me. He looked like a warrior. He was so powerful. He knocked those guys down in no time. Yeah, it wasn't even 6 o'clock then. It was so early in the morning, and everyone was feeling sleepy. Why did you choose to do it at this time? They are twins. They are said to be a boy and a girl." "Huh? What a coincidence. You are also twins." Mother Wu smiled and calmly asked for more details. Soon, she confirmed that what happened in the morning happened to her son. "You little bastard, why didn't you tell me?" Soon, the line was up. Wu Ma couldn't follow in, so she could only watch the nurses inside tossing and turning the baby through the glass counter. The movements were so big that the parents were terrified. Compared with other dads or grandmothers, Wu Ma was very calm. As soon as she saw the nurses' actions, she knew they were very professional. Their movements seemed big, but they were actually very measured. Well, they probably wash dozens or even hundreds of babies every day, so they are very experienced and there won't be any problem. Bathing, physical examination, vaccination. You need to fill out this form first, and you also need to bring your baby's birth certificate and household registration booklet. If you don't have them, go get them first, and then come back to get the card. After finding out the situation, Wu Ma pushed the baby's bed back to the ward on the 3rd floor. "Are we going to get a birth certificate?" Wu Jiangtao looked confused and turned around and walked outside. "I'll go ask what documents I need to prepare first." After asking at the nurse's station, he realized that this was quite troublesome. Because he needed a marriage certificate, household registration book, ID card, and birth permit to get a birth certificate for his baby, and the first one gave him a headache. What if we don't have a marriage certificate? Oh, birth certificates for illegitimate children can also be obtained. The birth medical certificate requires the parents to clearly state the information of both parties. It is best for the mother to provide a written statement signed by herself, but it is really inconvenient, so it is okay without it. However, other documents such as the identity cards of the baby's parents and the birth permit must be provided. The nurse had seen this kind of situation many times and began to explain it very skillfully. Wu Jiangtao. In addition to these, there is another very important issue, which is that the names of both babies must be written on the birth certificate. They need to be given a formal name, not a nickname. So it seems that I still need to go back and discuss with Chen Jun to name the two babies first. As the two new parents were taking care of the baby and discussing about naming the baby, they gradually developed a tacit understanding. In the afternoon, a figure that shouldn't have appeared came to the corridor on the third floor. Lu Wanner was wearing a hospital gown, with a haggard look between her eyebrows and eyes. Combined with her gentle appearance, it made people want to take good care of her. Well, she sneaked out of the ward without telling her family, and happened to see Wu Jiangtao walking in a hurry on the first floor. He looked very happy and had a lot of information in his hands. What on earth is he doing here in Qingxiao? Lu Wanner confirmed on the first floor that the elevator did not stop on the second floor, so she walked up the stairs. As soon as she came up, she heard the voices of Wu Jiangtao and Wu's mother coaxing the baby in the ward. She was full of doubts, so she stood outside the door and took a look from a distance. After confirming that it was him, she hid by the door so that they wouldn't find her. I can't think of a good name. Chen Jun, what about you? How about, my brother is called Wu Chengqing and my sister is called Wu Pei? How about that? A calm and gentle voice came, and Lu Wanner was stunned. Why did this voice sound so familiar? She couldn't help but lean her head forward again, and that beautiful face, as peaceful and tranquil as an orchid in the valley, came into her sight. Chen Jun. Lu Wanner couldn't help but be stunned at this moment. How could she not know about this famous goddess of N University? They were both members of the college's art troupe. Although Chen Jun had graduated and became a graduate student and a senior, they had met at a school anniversary event last year, but they were not close friends. Ha! In the room, the most perceptive Wu Ma immediately noticed someone at the door. She glanced over and was startled to see that it was Lu Wanner. Lu Wanner was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted and shrank back. What a nice name. He's worthy of being a graduate student of M University. Dad is Wu Jiangtao, brother is Wu Chengqing, and sister is Wu Pei. It sounds nice and suitable. Mother Wu said suddenly. I think so too. Wu Jiangtao also liked it and looked at Chen Jun. Why don't you use this name for the babies? But are you sure you don't want the babies to have your last name? As long as you want, I have no objection. There's no need for that. After all, you're the child's father. Chen Jun smiled. Regarding the baby's name, she even consulted a fortune teller. If Wu Jiangtao hadn't shown up this time, the baby would have been given a different name based on her surname. But he showed up at the most critical moment and took very good care of the three of them. She gave up her original plan and changed the surname Chen to Wu. Tap tap tap. Suddenly, there was a sound of hurried footsteps at the door, as if someone was running away in a panic. Wu Ma knew what was going on, while Wu Jiangtao and Chen Jun looked at the door with some confusion. Lu Wanner walked away in a panic, as if she had been struck by lightning. Her mind was in a daze. He actually has a child? And with Chen Jun? When did it happen? At this moment, her mind was in chaos. How could this be possible? Chapter 021 Getting Out of Bed, please read and vote for me. She had clearly wanted to rush in and ask Wu Jiangtao for clarification, or even to fight with them on the spot. But at that moment, a flash of lightning suddenly occurred to her mind. By the way, last week when I was throwing a tantrum and breaking up with Wu Jiangtao, the last look he gave me before he turned around and left was just one of indifference and coldness, nothing else. No wonder he never contacted me once after I broke up with him last week. In the nearly 2 years they have been together, the two have had some unpleasant experiences. Every time Lu Wanner was throwing a tantrum, it was always Wu Jiangtao who bowed his head and admitted his mistake first, but this time was different. Could it be that he knew? When? Yes, half a month ago, when I was in a bad mood after seeing the test results, he came to my rented apartment to find me. When he left, he took a bag of garbage with him. The test strip is in there. She believed that Wu Jiangtao would not look through it, but if the garbage bag was accidentally torn during the process, or if something unexpected happened and he saw it. With such a horrible truth emerging in her mind, Lu Wanner lost the courage to go in and fled. As soon as she returned to the door of her ward on the first floor, Lu Wanner's mother came over with a nervous look on her face. Wanner, where have you been? Why did you take so long? Are you feeling unwell? No, I feel okay now. Lu Wanner looked haggard, with a dull look in her eyes and eyebrows, completely different from the lively and energetic college flower in the past. Seeing her daughter like this, Mother Lu was so distressed that she said angrily, "Sue. You must sue him. Even if he is the biological father of the child, you must sue him and put him in jail. He actually dared to hit my daughter. Do you really think that my daughter of the Lu family is easy to bully? It's okay. Even if you don't plan to get married, your mother will support you for the rest of your life. After replying calmly, Lu Wanner sat back on the hospital bed. At this moment, a very tall and strong figure suddenly appeared at the door. Before the person came to the front, a very powerful momentum rushed towards him. But the man who came had a strong brow, bright eyes, a broad chest, and was probably about 2 meters tall. "Little sister, how are you?" "Brother." Seeing him coming, Lu Wanner's originally calmed mood surged up again. She couldn't help but throw herself into his arms with red eyes and started crying again. Don't cry, let's not cry. Come on, tell me if that kid Wu Jiangtao bullied you, tell me, and I will kill him." Lu Pengcheng's face was filled with heartache, and at the same time, a hint of murderous intent emerged in his eyes. Wu Jiangtao actually dared to bully his own sister like this. Really, he is so bold. What the hell is going on? Is it Wu Jiangtao? Damn it, where is he now? Is he here? No, it's not him. Lu Wanner raised her head with tears in her eyes and sobbed as she told the story. I really didn't mean it. I was drunk that day. Wang Yuan, that bastard. He hurt me. It has nothing to do with Wu Jiangtao. It's me, I am sorry for him. Wang Yuan? Hearing this name, Lu Pengcheng was stunned at first, and then a little dumbfounded. At the same time, the evil spirit in his body was also reduced a lot. The Wang family in F City. Wang Yuan is the son of the Wang family, the fifth child in the family. In the upper class, he is known as Wang Laowu. Many people inside and outside the circle know his romantic reputation. Even his sister Lu Wanner got to know Wang Yuan through him. I didn't expect that something like this would happen today. This is not going to work. If they insisted on suing Wang Yuan, they would inevitably run into the Wang family head-on. However, the other party's huge influence in F City and even M Province was not something that an ordinary family like them could afford to provoke. Although he was also a certified second-level warrior, there were more experts in the Wang family, and there was a high possibility that there were even warriors without professional certification hidden. This kind of warrior is on the edge of the rules and is very dangerous. He cannot afford to provoke him. Brother, I must sue him. I must sue him until he goes to jail. Lu Pengcheng stopped talking and turned to look at his mother, only to see her wink at him. Okay, we'll sue him and put him in jail. Lu Wanner cried herself to exhaustion and fell asleep. Lu Pengcheng and his mother quietly walked outside. Mom, what's going on now? Where is Wu Jiangtao? Alas, this matter has nothing to do with Xiao Wu, he's a good person. Let's not talk about him. Your sister is in this situation now. What should we do next? We can't really sue Wang Yuan, he's the Wang family. Tell. Suddenly, Lu Pengcheng narrowed his eyes and said coldly, we must sue him. That kid actually dared to hit my sister. The law and reason are on our side. Why not sue? But, Mom, you don't have to worry about the Wang family. Although our Lu family is not big, I am at least a level 2 warrior. I will handle it. I understand what you mean. Lu Pengcheng smiled and said, I am retreating by advancing. Otherwise, the Wang family will just think that we are easy to bully. Moreover, if Wanner wants to have a good life in the Wang family in the future, she must sue him. This. Mother Lu didn't quite understand. I'm just worried about the Wang family. Never mind, wait until your dad comes and discuss it with you guys, hey. Outside the corridor, the mother and son were discussing quietly, but Lu Wanner and the ward naturally didn't know that the family members who had always held her in the palm of their hands were discussing selling her out. In fact, it's not really selling. This is the optimal solution after weighing the interests. If everything goes well, Lu Wanner's future life may not necessarily be happy, but she will definitely live a comfortable life with fine clothes and delicious food. Isn't this definitely much better than being with that silly boy Wu Jiangtao? Lu Pengcheng narrowed his eyes and sneered, from the beginning I looked down on that stupid boy Wu Jiangtao. It's good like this now. He'd better not come here to make trouble again, or I'll take care of him too. Forget it, don't make things complicated. Xiao Wu has always been very good to Wanner, but Wanner has been spoiled by us since she was a child. You know what happens when a young lady gets angry. Mom, don't worry about this. Another 2 days passed, and Shen Jun finally removed the urine bag from the hospital bed and began to walk, working very hard to recover his body. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Wu Jiangtao was supporting her beside her, when suddenly the WeChat notification sound from his cell phone in his trouser pocket kept coming, which made him frown. However, he ignored it and supported Chen Jun wholeheartedly. It hurts. Every time Chen Jun took a step, she could feel the pain in her lower abdomen, and it hurt so much that she almost cried. It turns out that cesarean section is not painless, but it is waiting here. Chapter 022 I Let It Slip. Please read and vote for me. How do you feel? If it really hurts, how about I take you back to bed and lie down for a while? No, hiss. I can do it. Chen Jun was very strong-willed. The doctor said I could walk around for a while. This would help the wound heal and my body recover faster. I've been lying in bed for almost 3 days. If I continue lying down, my body will get moldy. Seeing her trembling as she walked, Wu Jiangtao supported her carefully, feeling somewhat distressed. Yesterday, the girl who gave birth naturally told me that she envied me because I had a cesarean section and it didn't hurt that much. She said she felt terrible pain during her natural birth. As Chen Jun walked, he gritted his teeth and said with a hint of self-mockery, "Look now. She only felt pain during childbirth. She gave birth in the morning and was able to get out of bed in the afternoon. She was discharged from the hospital today. Unlike me, I couldn't get up for several days after the operation. I didn't feel anything while lying down, but I knew it as soon as I got out of bed. Now it is difficult for me to even walk, every step I take is excruciatingly painful. As expected, it is better to give birth naturally." After walking back and forth twice, Chen Jun was sweating profusely. Only then did he slowly walk back to the ward under Wu Jiangtao's persuasion. In the room, Wu's mother was sitting on the balcony, holding a baby in each hand, humming a folk song from her hometown. Well, the doctor also said that the two babies have high bilirubin levels and need to get more sun exposure to prevent childhood jaundice. They take the two babies to the balcony every day to get some sun exposure. "Hey, you're back?" Seeing her son and daughter-in-law come in, Wu Ma turned around and looked at them. She noticed that her son was gently holding Chen Jun's hand. She was secretly delighted and encouraged her son, saying, "You'd better do your best, little boy. Don't let such a good girl slip away from you." Chen Jun was carefully placed on the bed, feeling his very warm and strong palm. Although the two of them had inadvertently had some overly intimate contact these days, she still blushed a little at this moment. From childhood to adulthood, she had never been taken care of by anyone other than her parents. "Check your phone. I see you've been using WeChat non-stop since just now. Maybe someone wants to talk to you." Wu Jiangtao picked up his phone and switched it to vibrate mode. It was still making a ding-dong noise. What was going on? He clicked on the screen, entered WeChat and saw the message, and was slightly stunned. "Fat Dragon, Xiao Wu, the idiot, accidentally told others about you and goddess Chen Jun. Now our department and college forums are very lively, but he didn't say that you are in Qingqiao Women and Children's Hospital, but you better be careful. Nong Yi, we have already beaten the shit out of him, don't worry. Xiao Wu, I didn't mean to say that. Damn it, I just accidentally let it slip. I'm so rude. I apologize to Dad. Nong Yi, huh? He's resurrected. This won't do. This isn't professional. Wait a minute." It was obvious that the two people over there were rubbing Xiao Wu angrily again. After a while, they explained the situation clearly. "It turned out that when I was having lunch with the boys in my class today, a guy in my class who was always showing off said that he was planning to marry his girlfriend as soon as he graduated and become a senior executive in his girlfriend's family business. This billion, this bihua." Xiao Wu from dormitory 405 couldn't help but said directly. "What's that? Jiang Tao hasn't even graduated yet and he has a child with his goddess, and they are twins." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned on the spot. But. Ha ha ha. Stop kidding. Wasn't Jiang Tao kicked out by Lu Wanner last week? He's a single guy. How can there be twins? That's right, that's not how you brag, right? The classmates all expressed disbelief, but when Xiao Wu showed the photo. Well, Chen Jun didn't appear in the photo, but Wu Jiangtao really held a baby in each hand, and the smile on his handsome face was truly bright and beautiful. No way. Is this true? How could it be fake? Xiao Wu raised his chin towards the classmate who just lived off his wife and acted so confidently. "It's 100% innocent, and the mother of the child is Chen Jun, the goddess of our school." Fuck. As soon as these words came out, Nong Yi and Pang Long next to him immediately slapped this guy on the back of the head, saying, "You talk too much. Impossible, absolutely impossible." The soft rice student instantly turned into a chow chow emoji. Chen Jun is the goddess of RM University, the dream goddess of so many boys. How could she have given birth to twins, a boy and a girl, for Wu Jiangtao? Yes, that's Chen Jun. This is unscientific. However, in the past 6 months, Chen Jun has hardly appeared in the college. She is still a graduate student in our college. Could it be? The boys talked a lot and kept asking Xiaowu questions, but Nong Yi and Pang Long had already put the zipper on the boy's mouth, so he naturally couldn't reveal any information, and no one could get the most crucial photo from the three of them. So, the boys in the class started to contact Wu Jiangtao one after another, and they all turned into gossip kings, asking him whether he and Chen Jun really had twins. Among them, the most eye-catching one was the WeChat message sent by Mo Laolu, that is, the classmate who was a gigolo at noon. "Xiao Jiangjiang, you are not really pregnant with twins, are you? Or are they born to our goddess Chen Jun from M University? Brother, be more careful and don't be a scapegoat." Originally, Wu Jiangtao had a pretty ordinary relationship with him. When he saw the message, he immediately replied idiot and then deleted him as a friend on WeChat. Fat Dragon, Jiang, originally only a few students in our class knew about this. Someone just posted this to the college forum. It immediately became a hot topic. Now all the boys in the college are looking for Chen Jun, or Chen Jun's good friends to verify the truth of this matter. You have to be careful. Nong Yi, it must be the work of that bastard Mo Laolu. You'd better not reply to the class group and don't answer any of their questions. Xiaowu, I was wrong. Damn it, this matter has become quite a big deal now, the whole school is buzzing about it. Dad, you and Mom should be careful. Wu Jiangtao, puff, his fingers flew across the phone screen. Jiang, get lost. I don't have a son like you who recognizes his mother randomly. Fat Dragon? Nong Yi? He frowned and asked his good brothers about the situation. He also opened the college forum to take a look. It turned out that a guy nicknamed Demon had posted a post on the forum with the title "No way, Goddess Chen Jun got married and had a child," which immediately attracted the attention of all the teachers and students in the school. Goddess Chen Jun has always been very popular in the college. In this post, the boys in the college left messages one after another, not believing it at all. However, some of the curious ones looked for the codename WJT disclosed in this post, and soon, a name appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 023 was hacked. Please read and vote for me. Wu Jiangtao. Among the senior male students in this department, Wu Jiangtao is the only one whose first pinyin letter of his name is WJT. As more and more inside information was revealed, many students flocked to their department, asking for the inside story of this matter. This afternoon, some students who knew Wu Jiangtao and some who didn't knew him didn't know where he got his number. Some added him on WeChat, and some even called him to ask. It's not just him. Chen Jun naturally has classmates and friends in the college. Although he has not told anyone why he took leave for the past 6 months, several classmates who became graduate students at the same time and several younger schoolmates with whom he has a good relationship also sent WeChat messages to ask him. Wu Jiangtao was afraid that she would be hurt again, so he told her not to pay attention to it and ignore the rumors. But Chen Jun has always been strong-willed. Would she care what others think of her? Facing everyone's concern, Chen Jun responded very straightforwardly. Yes, grinning face. Professors, tutors, classmates, and junior students who came to ask? Most people fell silent after getting this answer and did not ask any further questions. Well, most of them were Chen Jun's friends. Friends of a top student were naturally not stupid and would not ask too many questions or care about other people's private lives. There's really no need for that. Although Chen Jun is only a graduate student now, she is quite good at academics and is already a researcher at the Institute of Advanced Computer Materials of M University. Although her salary is not very high, it is better than most of her classmates. The key is that a top student like her is destined to soar to the sky in the near future. A genius like her has enough ability to make her own decisions. They are not Chen Jun's parents or relatives, so they have no right to say anything. Of course, there are also people who refuse to give in. For example, in the college, a junior student named Chen Mei, who was the president of the student union at the time, once again sent a very concerned message. Well, this guy's WeChat nickname is also very interesting. It's called Wang Jun between eyebrows. Wang Jun said between his eyebrows, right? Senior sister, are you admitting that you and that guy called Wu Jiangtao have a child? No. No way? Are you kidding me? June, I'm not kidding, this is serious. Okay, stop sending messages. I'm very tired, I need to rest. Wang Jun said between his eyebrows, wait a minute, where are you, senior sister? I'll go find you. Are you being coerced? Yes, you must have been coerced, you can tell me. Seeing that this guy was persistent in sending her WeChat messages, and even shared his location with her, she ignored him and clicked on his personal account, clicked the upper right corner, and deleted it directly. On the other side, Chen Mei was stunned after sending a voice message. The red exclamation mark on it indicated that the other party has deleted his friend. Wu Jiangtao became famous. Of course, this popularity only happened in a small area, just M University. But he has been criticized a lot in the M University forum, with all kinds of slander and defamation. Many boys who admire Chen Jun even said in the forum that a goddess of Chen Jun's level must be the exclusive delicacy of a certain big shot, saying that he is just a lucky receiver in liquor who can be by the goddess side. However, such remarks also slandered Chen Jun. Therefore, as soon as these people appeared, they were scolded by the fans of Goddess M. Well, this is the norm in the industry. When someone was so kind as to post a screenshot of Chen Jun's reply to him on the forum, there was a sudden outcry. The goddess actually admitted it? The goddess actually admitted it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Who knows where Wu Jiangtao is now? I want to duel with him. Count me in. I am a martial arts student. I was preparing for the professional competition, but now I have no intention of preparing. Can anyone tell me where Wu Jiangtao is? I will give him all my martial arts experience. The guy upstairs might be with the goddess. You can beat him up, but if you hurt my dream goddess, I won't forgive you. Aya. The various aspects of life were presented in a colorful way at the M University forum, leaving Wu Jiangtao speechless. The crowd is really excited. I guess if I show up at M University now, a bunch of boys will jump out and cause trouble for me, especially those from the martial arts department. Although M University is a comprehensive university in Xia country and cannot be compared with the strongest sports universities and military academies in terms of martial arts, it is still a key university after all. The martial arts department of the college is still quite capable. Many juniors and seniors have passed professional level certifications and participated in professional competitions, and their strength is quite impressive. As for the rumors and slander against him on the forum, Wu Jiangtao just smiled and was not angered. He was too lazy to confront those people who only dared to rant on the internet, but if these people dared to appear in front of him and bark at him, that would be another matter. From this point of view, Wu Jiangtao and Chen Jun are very similar. Neither of them cares about what others say about them or how they look at them. Relatively speaking, both of them are the kind of people who do their own thing and are proud in their bones. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. To some extent, this can be considered fate. As for the turmoil in the academy, these two new parents were calm and at ease. They stayed in the hospital calmly as before, one taking care of the baby and the mother, and the other trying to recover. Chen Jun, you will be discharged from the hospital in 2 days. Are you living in the college dormitory now, or renting a house outside? Chen Jun, who was sitting on the bed reading a paper journal, was stunned and looked up at him. I rent a house outside the college, how come? She realized the problem halfway through her words. She lived in a single apartment, which was not big and certainly could not accommodate too many people. Even if Wu Jiangtao didn't live with her in the future, someone would need to take care of them. Plus, with 2 babies, her current place would definitely not be able to accommodate them. If she had to stay there, it would definitely be very crowded. Well, we need to move to another house, Wu Jiangtao said. Chen Jun was busy with work and research as soon as he recovered a little, and he didn't expect this. I plan to buy a house directly. Buy a house? She was stunned, then frowned and said, in fact, we can rent a bigger house. We can rent it together, and you can take care of the baby nearby. I will hire a confinement nanny. I don't care whether we buy a house or not. After graduation, she was successfully admitted to graduate school and entered her supervisor's research institute to participate in a key project. She was indeed amazing, but her qualification level in the institute was still very low, and outsiders were very envious. In fact, her salary was not very high. Even with the 5 insurances and 1 fund and other benefits, it was less than 20,000 yuan. Less than a year after she started working, her savings were less than 200,000 yuan. Compared with other students in the college, or even other classmates who graduated a year ago like her, she is undoubtedly one of the best in terms of professional performance and income. However, this amount of money is really not enough for a down payment in F City. At best, she can only buy a toilet in the suburbs. Chapter 024. Give me a song's time. Please read and vote for me. I feel a little bit. Looking at Chen Jun's frown, Wu Jiangtao couldn't help but laugh. You? She suddenly widened her beautiful eyes and stared at me. Well, more than 1.4 million. Chen Jun? Well, in the past 3 or 4 days, Wu Jiangtao completed some hidden tasks one after another and received red envelope rewards from the Super Daddy system. As for the 1 million, he set up a stock account according to the system prompts these days, and then strictly followed the operations to get the system reward. She couldn't help but move closer, lowered her voice, and said, "Aren't you still not graduated? Where do you get so much money? Does your mother know? Are you worried about me?" Wu Jiangtao raised his eyebrows and teased her. No. Chen Jun was very calm. If the money came from an illegal source, you would probably end up in a bad situation. I just don't want my baby to have a father who goes to jail right after he's born. At this moment, Wu's mother came in from outside pushing 2 babies, and Wu Jiangtao also told her about buying a house. Wu's mother agreed and nodded, saying, "Although your father's martial arts school is not big, he has saved a little over the years. It should be no problem for him to get 1 million yuan. It will be enough for you to make a down payment in F City." Mom, I don't need your money. You kid. Mother Wu laughed, "You haven't graduated yet and don't have a job. If you don't use our money, whose money will you use? Do you want Xiao Jun to buy it? We in the Wu family would never do such a thing." Wu Jiangtao scratched his head, too lazy to talk anymore, so he took out his mobile phone, clicked on the account balance on the bank app, and placed it in front of her. Wu Ma was startled at first, then she stared at her son seriously and said calmly, "Tell me honestly, did you go to fight in a black boxing match?" Black boxing? How is that possible? He couldn't help but roll his eyes. With his previous skills, if he went to fight underground boxing, he would probably be beaten to death on the spot. Moreover, the martial arts world is no longer like it was a dozen or 20 years ago. Under the severe crackdown of the state apparatus, unless he fled to Southeast Asia, it would have disappeared in the country long ago. After another explanation, Wu Ma finally knew. It turned out that her son earned all this money by playing virtual currency and speculating in stocks. Although she didn't know much about these internet rankings, she was greatly shocked. "I want to use this money to buy a house directly, a fully furnished house that you can move into right away, with a good environment and not too far from M University." Hearing this, Chen Jun knew what he was planning. "You want to buy a house in Yunlu Community?" She currently lives in a rented single apartment in Yunlu Community. Yunlu Community is a very famous community in F City in recent years. It has a very classical and traditional character and is surrounded by mountains and water. It is a very livable place. It is very close to M University and can be reached in about 10 minutes on foot. Chen Jun nodded and said nothing more. Since Wu Jiangtao wants to buy it, then let him buy it. She won't look up to him for this, nor will she look down on him. It is easy to gain her respect, just be normal. However, it is quite difficult to gain the approval of a top student like her, and it is not something that can be achieved by just having money. At this moment, the system also had a prompt. Ding dong. The main quest has been triggered. As a wife and father, it is necessary to build a happy home for them. Find a good house suitable for mother and baby to live in. Reward for completing the mission, a cash bonus that can be used to buy a full purchase. Forehead. Wu Jiangtao was stunned. This is acceptable. With his current martial arts ability, as long as he completes his professional rating at the Security Bureau, it may not be possible to make a lot of money in a short period of time, but he can definitely give his children a comfortable enough life. After Wu Jiangtao discussed with his mother in Shenzhen, he left the hospital and went to Yunlu Garden. As the president of the M University Student Union, Chen Mei is not only good at managing people, but also a top student. Although she is only a junior, she has published several papers in many first-class journals at home and abroad. Although she cannot publish in top international journals like Shenzhen, she has reached a level that ordinary students cannot reach. On this day, Chen Mei, who had no classes, did not go to college early for the first time, but came to Yunlu Community. Well, he knew Chen Jun and some of her friends. Through them, he knew that Chen Jun rented a single apartment in Yunlu community, but he didn't know which building and what the number was. However, he naturally has his own way. Chen Mei's family is also wealthy. 3 years ago, when he was admitted to M University, his family bought him a villa in Xianyi Villa. Well, Xianyi Villa and Yunlu Garden are adjacent to each other. Compared with the two, the former is high-end, majestic, magnificent and extremely luxurious, while the latter's originally quiet and simple classical design seems dull in comparison. But what's interesting is that most of the teachers and professors at M University and nearby universities bought houses in Yunlu Garden, and few of them bought houses in Xianyi Villa. In the morning, Chen Mei and a classmate came out of Yunlu Garden and came to the security room at the garden gate. "I'm coming to pick up the package," his classmate said to the security guard shyly. "Oh, they are all here, you can look for them yourself." The security guard casually pointed to a table full of express deliveries. He recognized the young man, a student at M University who had been living in a rented apartment in the community for 2 years. As for Chen Mei, who followed him, he took a quick look at him. Seeing that he was well-mannered and well-dressed, he should also be a student of M University and from a wealthy family. The security guard is old and has seen a lot of people, so his eyes are very sharp. Crash! They came over and rummaged through the packages on the table. The security guard beside them didn't even look at them. He leisurely turned on the speaker next to him. Suddenly, a long, distant and pleasant flute sound rang out in this not-so-big security room. The uncle closed his eyes comfortably, listened, and sang along with his hoarse voice. "As the night gets colder, the flowers fall to the ground." As the music started, Chen Mei's hands paused slightly. "The cool night is filled with longing for you. It's easier to overcome the tribulation of life than the tribulation of love." As this very pleasant classical Chinese song continued, his face became more and more gloomy. The classmate standing next to him immediately sensed that something was wrong with the boss and quietly stepped a few steps away. After a while, Chen Mei finally got the information he wanted. When he turned around and was about to leave with an indifferent look, he saw the security guard chuckled at him. "The sound effect is pretty good. But this song is still the best. After a few years, I still can't get tired of listening to it. You are all young people, so you should like it too." Chapter 025 came to the door. "Please read and vote for me." Chen Mei glanced at the uncle indifferently and walked away. "Hey! This kid." The security guard suddenly looked unhappy and stood up. The student next to him hurriedly explained to him and apologized, then turned around and followed him. None of these express deliveries contained Chen Jun's information, but Chen Mei still got the information he wanted. Well, Chen Jun did not come to Yunlu Garden to rent a house alone, but came with several friends and her best friend Li Xiaoshan. He guessed that the single apartment they rented should be neighbors, so they could take care of each other and it would be much safer. In this way, he also knew the approximate location where Chen Jun lived in Yunlu Garden. "Brother Chen, how is it? Don't ask if you're not supposed to know." Chen Mei, who was in a bad mood, glanced at him and raised her chin. "Okay, go and do your thing." Oh. The classmate smiled awkwardly, but just as he turned around, his eyes suddenly widened and he quickly grabbed Chen Mei. "Brother Chen, look, that person, isn't that Wu Jiangtao?" Tread. Chen Mei turned around suddenly and swept over with a cold look. Wu Jiangtao, who had just walked into the garden community, immediately noticed their gazes. He glanced at them and thought, are they students from M University? There are many students from M University who rent houses in Yunlu Garden. He was mentally prepared for the current situation. Wu Jiangtao, carrying a bag of clothes, brushed past them and headed towards Chen Jun's residence in the community. Well, these clothes are what Chen Jun changed into these days. Soon, he arrived at building number 2, opened the security door with Chen Jun's door card, and just as he entered, the 2 boys he had just met followed him. Wu Jiangtao frowned slightly and looked back at them. Of the 2, the one who was dressed very elegantly had a calm expression and looked straight at him neither humbly nor arrogantly. As for the other guy wearing glasses, his eyes seemed wandering and a little uneasy. Ding, Chen Mei took the initiative and pressed 8. Wu Jiangtao's outstretched hand suddenly stopped. What a coincidence, they were also going to the 8th floor. He glanced at Chen Mei indifferently, and the other party looked normal. After reaching the 8th floor, he didn't care which apartment the 2 boys went to. He went to Chen Jun's apartment and put her clothes in the washing machine in the bathroom. Then Wu Jiangtao left to meet with the real estate agent he had contacted before coming. After looking at several houses, he chose the largest and best one without saying a word. Well, the decoration style of the house is simple. The furniture is all mahogany furniture, matched with the elegant moon-white walls, walking barefoot on the wooden floor into the house, the semicircular entrance, the hollow window lattice. The overall style is very Chinese, and Wu Jiangtao fell in love with it at first sight. On the surface, this house looks very simple, but in fact, the decoration is not simple at all. It is the low-key and implicit Chinese luxury style. I directly video called Chen Jun and her mother at the hospital, and they also said they liked it very much. After hearing the price offered by the sales agent, Wu Jiangtao immediately agreed to buy it. Ah, you can pay for the house in full? The real estate agent was stunned at first, then he was ecstatic. Although this house is not as good as the Qianyi villa next door, it is still several million more. But when Wu Jiangtao and he went to the sales office and paid the contract without hesitation, he suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute, brother, we have some matching high-end furniture for free. Okay. The house problem is solved. The next thing was moving. In order to allow Chen Jun to move in smoothly as soon as she was discharged from the hospital, some of her personal belongings in the apartment, such as computers, wardrobes, and even some green plants, had to be moved here. Fortunately, they are in the same residential area, and Wu Jiangtao can handle it by himself. Well, with his current skills, it will only take some effort. It happened that his strength had just been restored these 2 days, and he had been so busy in the hospital that he had not had much chance to practice his boxing and kicking. So Wu Jiangtao planned to practice the family's Xinyiquan moves while moving, so that he could exert his strength in his hands and feet and hone his body muscles at the same time. He hadn't practiced boxing for a few days and his bones felt a little itchy. Just when Wu Jiangtao stepped into Chen Jun's apartment again and started moving. A post titled "Shocked. WJT really showed up in Chen Jun's apartment." Appeared on the M University forum. Once it appeared, it caused a huge uproar. Fuck. I can't stand this anymore. Yunlu community, right? I'm going to go over and see what's going on. Count me in. I'm from the martial arts department, and I have a black belt in Taekwondo, so count me in. Are there any other martial arts students who want to go? M University was already in a state of excitement. The male students of M University who had no classes in the morning formed groups and swarmed towards Yunlu Garden and arrived at building number 2. The mighty noise frightened the security guard at the gate of the community and he immediately reported it. The security captain immediately summoned all his men to come over and keep an eye on it. Damn it, if a fight breaks out here in Yunlu community, he will definitely not be able to continue doing this. Well, the time to test the security team has come. Under the captain's life-threatening order, the team members assembled in a line at the fastest speed in their lives, and then rushed to the battlefield, the scene. When I arrived at the scene, I saw that it was eerily quiet. Team leader? What are these 50 or 60 people doing? The security guards and the M students stared at each other, and the atmosphere was a little weird. Finally, someone among the students who were in a weird mood spoke up. Who is that? Didn't you say you were from the martial arts department? Why don't you go up and take a look? Ha ha. The student, who was 1.9 meters tall, with a strong body and muscular body, smiled and said, "No, I'll wait here for him to come down." No one was willing to go up. After all, Wu Jiangtao entered Chen Jun's apartment as her boyfriend. With what identity could they ask about the matter? Chen Jun's pursuer? Or fan? Don't be ridiculous. We are all top students at M University. We are not stupid. If we really get here, no one will be willing to be the first to stand out. If we really go up, we will probably end up being slapped in the face instead of showing off. At this moment, Chen Mei winked at the man beside him. The man with glasses immediately understood and quickly stood up and coughed. Everyone's attention was immediately focused on him. Everyone. As a key figure in the M University Student Union, he organized many large and small events and was very familiar with dealing with such situations. The demeanor he displayed was completely different from that of ordinary students. Listen to me, Chen Jun's whereabouts are unknown, but someone in our college has been slandering and spreading rumors online that she is married and has a child. Our top priority now should be. Chapter 026. I'm here, come. Please read and vote for me. Just as the student union officer was speaking nonsense in an orderly and logical manner, suddenly, the security door of the building opened with a click. Whoosh! The next moment, a huge black shadow suddenly flew out from the door. Everyone was so scared that they subconsciously took a few steps back. When they looked again, they found that it was a wardrobe with 3 doors. Song. This huge wardrobe that was more than 2 meters high made a whistling sound in the air. When it was about to fall to the ground, a figure was seen walking out of the door quickly. Bang! The person who appeared in time stretched out one hand and grabbed the foot of the wardrobe in time, then pulled it back to neutralize the wardrobe's momentum, lowered his body, and then slowly stood up. He actually lifted up the solid wooden wardrobe by grabbing one of its legs with just one hand. Security guards? University classmates? Wu Jiantao. Seeing so many people around, he was a little confused. What was going on? When he went upstairs just now, wasn't there anyone? Why are there so many people suddenly? The man with glasses was completely speechless. The next moment, he couldn't help but look at several classmates from the martial arts department. Brush. Not only him, but all the students at the scene looked at them, as well as the security guards who were also at the scene. One of them looked at the captain and said, "Boss, this kid is quite powerful. No wonder he needs so many people." The security captain looked at Wu Jiangtao, who was carrying the wardrobe with one hand, with a serious look, and shook his head. This is no longer a force that can be defeated by a large number of people. This guy is just like me. He is also a professional master who has entered the whole strength realm. Zhengjin. These ordinary security guards looked horrified. Not far away, the students from the martial arts department were also stunned and completely speechless. After all, they are top students in the martial arts department of M University. Back then, they were specially recruited into M University because of their outstanding martial arts talents. Now, each of them has reached the level of full strength, and every punch and kick can make a crisp sound. Although they are still a bit far from the professional level, they are no longer comparable to ordinary people. Wu Jiangtao gently placed the cabinet in his hand on the ground without making any sound. This kind of control shocked the martial arts students, the security captain, and Chen Mei, who all looked a bit good. Are they all M-sized? Wu Jiangtao took a quick look around and immediately understood why they were here. He smiled faintly and said, "It seems you are here for me. Okay, I'm right here, come on." The whole scene was dead silent, no one moved. Who dares to come up? The other party doesn't even have to do anything. Just pick up the wardrobe and slap it, and they will be given the ability to fly at low altitude. It seems that no one wants to come up. He shook his head speechlessly. Just as he turned around and lifted the wardrobe, he heard a voice as loud as a bell. Etc. In the crowd, the martial arts student who was nearly 2 meters tall and quite burly stepped out, staring at him fiercely with eyes like copper bells. Good. Wu Jiangtao took a look at this guy and was about to put down the wardrobe, but he saw him waving his hands repeatedly. Wait a minute. No need to put it down, I'll leave after I say something. Is she okay? Everyone at the scene? Wu Jiangtao, who was holding the wardrobe with one hand, asked. Is this fucking insane? He was speechless for a while, and ignored the other party. He turned around and left with the wardrobe. He had to move and had no time to pay attention to this guy. At this time, the security captain of the garden finally stood up and said to the M University students at the scene with a dark face, "Get out of here. If you stay here, we will immediately report to the leaders of your college. I can tell you that there are surveillance cameras when you come in. If I hold you accountable for causing trouble here, none of you can escape." Wu Jiangtao is the owner, so the security captain must protect his interests. After hearing this, the boys at the scene didn't dare to stay any longer and left. However, some of Chen Mei's men were still walking in the direction Wu Jiangtao had left, but the security captain pointed at them and shouted, "You guys, don't think I don't know what you want to do. Get out of here, or I will really complain to your college leaders." Another day passed, and finally it was the day when Chen Jun was discharged from the hospital. Wu Jiangtao called a high-end business car, and placed the two babies in a brand new crib, which was pushed by Wu's mother, while Wu Jiangtao was responsible for supporting Chen Jun. It still hurts a little, but it's much better than before. Chen Jun frowned slightly, but her face was much rosier than when they first met, and even looked plumper, no longer that pale color. "I'll walk around the neighborhood with you more often from now on, and you'll recover faster." Her voice was calm and peaceful, without much emotion in it. Wu Ma, who was watching from behind, sighed slightly. Although this girl was very pretty, her temperament was, how should I put it? A little indifferent. "Son, you have to work harder." At this moment, the cell phone rang. She picked it up and looked at it. Wu Ma's beautiful eyebrows suddenly raised slightly and she answered the call. "Hello. What's going on? You've been in F City for a few days. No, tell me honestly, has something happened to that kid? Why do you need to stay for so long? A very annoyed deep voice came from the other end of the phone. It was Wu's father. Wu Jiangtao in front of him immediately pricked up his ears. Didn't I tell you that I had something important to do here? No, what's going on? What? Are you dissatisfied with me? Do you not know how to use the washing machine at home, or can't you lift the pots and pans? Come, tell me, I will go back and give you some guidance. Hang up. Wu's mother didn't say much and hung up the phone directly, but her brows were slightly frowned. She couldn't hide it anymore. She had to think carefully about how to tell this to his father. Mom, how about? I should just call my dad and tell him directly. Wu Jiangtao gritted his teeth. Don't be impatient, don't be impatient. You know your father's temper. Hearing their words, Chen Jun's heart was slightly moved, and he looked at Wu Jiangtao apologetically. I'm sorry, this matter has put you in a difficult position. If possible, I can also go and explain it to your father. No. Mother Wu waved her hands repeatedly. If she really let Chen Jun go and say that, Father Wu would probably directly destroy his son. At the same time, Wu Dad on the other end of the phone put down his phone in a rage in the restaurant. Well, he just came out of the kitchen, looking gray and black. The rice cooker, why did it explode? Wu's father felt depressed. I just stewed 2 chickens, did I put too much stuff in the chickens? Or what? It's over, that bitch will kill me when she comes back. Fortunately. Judging from what she said on the phone, she probably won't be back so soon. On the side, several martial arts disciples were holding a half-cooked chicken in each hand. One was splattered with soup and was wiping his greasy face with a tissue, and another had a black eye on his face, which was caused by the exhaust valve on the pressure cooker lid. Everyone was covered in dust and dirt. Well, they were asked to come and learn how to cook on site. The explosion just now. Is master training our reaction speed? Of course. It's hard to guard against. Chapter 027 Discharged from the hospital. Please read and vote for me. Walking into the newly bought house, the air that hit me was very fresh, without any formaldehyde or other new house smells. Chen Jun was supported and walked in first. Walking through the entrance hall, there is an antique window frame on the right, which is carved with classical patterns, separating it from the dining room on the other side. Inside is the kitchen, and on the left is a living room of about 60 to 70 square meters. Outside is a very spacious balcony, on which are placed green plants that Chen Jun is very familiar with. She looked at Wu Jiangtao with some surprise, and saw that he even brought these with him. Are you tired from the journey? Take a break first. I'll take care of the baby. As Wu Jiangtao was speaking, he was about to go to the master bedroom to push out the baby bed he had just bought, but he saw his mother coming out holding the baby bed made of solid wood. Chen Jun. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and walked forward. Mom, this bed can be pushed. The noise will wake up the babies. Mother Wu glared at her son. She knew this of course, but she was afraid that the noise of the wheels would wake up the 2 babies. Go, close the door a little. The baby can't be exposed to the wind, or he'll catch a cold easily. And Xiao Jun can't be exposed to the wind either. Her wounds haven't healed yet, so she must not catch a cold. Wu Jiangtao hurriedly did as he was told. Mother Wu sat down and took a look at the babies. They were all pretty stable and not sweating. She turned to Chen Jun and said, Xiao Jun, you must not wash your hair or take a bath during the confinement period. You can only move around in the room. I know you young people don't like us to be so nagging, but there are some things that we elders still have to say more. You must not get any postpartum diseases during the confinement period, otherwise you will suffer for the rest of your life. Chen Jun was stunned when he heard this, and nodded repeatedly in agreement. I don't know what your plans are going to be next, whether you want to get a marriage certificate or hold a wedding ceremony. You are not children anymore, make your own decisions. As for me, I only have one request for you, that you take good care of the baby together and give them a complete and healthy childhood. I have to say that what Wu Ma said was very well spoken. Chen Jun listened very carefully and agreed with it. Before this, what she feared the most was that Wu's mother would urge her and Wu Jiangtao to get married, but unexpectedly, this elder seemed very open-minded and did not urge her. In addition, she had taken care of her like a daughter in the past few days. Chen Jun couldn't help but feel moved. However, only Wu Jiangtao on the side saw through the power of this tactic of retreating to advance, and secretly praised our mother, saying, "Yes, this was a great assist." I understand. Chen Jun nodded, turned around and looked at Wu Jiangtao beside him calmly. "I will definitely work with Jiangtao to take good care of the babies." Looking at her appearance, Wu Ma knew that this girl was very independent-minded and calm. She was not the kind of girl who could be easily moved by a few words or some romantic gesture. Alas, although I am not very educated, I have met many people in the past few decades. You must not be an ordinary family. Our Wu family is a small family, not a wealthy family, and we cannot give you too much material help. However, we will do our best to help you. The family has just moved into their new home and there is still a lot to do. For example, there were many things to do, such as purchasing furniture, cleaning the new home, and buying some daily necessities. While Wu Jiangtao was busy, he also had to call his counselor to explain the situation and then ask for leave. Even though he was about to graduate and had no classes, he still had to ask for leave from the college. Fortunately, he had already completed his thesis in defense, otherwise he might have to worry about this matter now. Finally, the counselor on the other end of the phone coughed a few times and asked curiously, "Jiang Tao, are you really with Chen Jun now, and do you have a child?" Forehead. Wu Jiangtao was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect that the counselor would be so gossipy. "Well, because of this, I have to take care of her during her confinement period, so I may not be able to return to the academy so soon." "Oh, that's fine. As long as you can attend the graduation ceremony smoothly, I haven't even said congratulations to you yet. Other people get married right after graduation, but you have a son and a daughter right after graduation, huh?" Thank you. It's all right then. I'll hang up now. You can bring the baby to the academy later. You are a famous person in our academy now. Come on. After hanging up the phone, Wu Jiangtao went back to the kitchen. His mother had already cooked the dishes and was scolding her son while making soup. "I'll go back this afternoon and bring back some old ducks, local eggs, and some mountain delicacies. I should be back tomorrow. You must take good care of Xiaojun and the babies, okay?" Yeah, I know. Xiaojun has just been discharged from the hospital, and her wounds haven't healed completely yet. Don't eat too much, eat small meals frequently, and keep your diet as light as possible. Also, the soup will be ready soon, let her drink more. Wu Ma gave Chen Jun many instructions and even wrote down Chen Jun's diet plan for the past 2 days. After lunch, the elder left empty-handed. Well, he would come again the next day or the day after tomorrow, so he would naturally just leave the gifts here instead of taking them back. As soon as she left, the two people in the master bedroom of the new house stared at each other, and things suddenly became a little awkward. The two babies had just finished feeding. Wu Jiangtao burped them and put them in their beds, where they were sleeping soundly. Leaning on the bed, Chen Jun somewhat missed the time when Wu Mama was around. At least everyone got along very naturally, unlike now when he didn't know what to say or do. Suddenly, she frowned her beautiful eyebrows. "What's wrong?" Wu Jiangtao hurried over. "Milk is leaking again." "That won't work. It's such a waste. I think I should use a breast pump to suck it out, put it in a milk storage bag and store it in the refrigerator. This way, when you are out of confinement and don't have time to breastfeed, I can use the milk in the milk storage bag to feed the baby at home." "Huh?" Chen Jun was stunned. "That's fine, but how long can I keep this milk? Won't it go bad?" I asked the doctor on WeChat. "If it is kept in the refrigerator, it can be kept for 5 to 8 days. If it is frozen at low temperature, it can be kept for several months." "Oh." Wu Jiangtao took the manual breast pump and started pumping milk. She had used this breast pump when she was in the hospital. During those few days in the hospital, she could not finish all the food in the huge granary. Plus, her baby was too small to eat so much. Most of the time, she squeezed out the milk because it was painful and wasted it. Therefore, Wu Jiangtao prepared milk storage bags early, intending to squeeze out Chen Jun's excess milk and store it after returning. Chapter 028, My best friend is here, please read and vote for me. As for why this breast pump is manual and not electric. At the beginning, Wu Jiangtao bought an electric breast pump, but he found that the electric one was very difficult to use as soon as he used it. It was not that the suction was not strong enough, but that it was too strong and made Chen Jun, who was already very sensitive, unbearable pain. On the contrary, the manual one, although more troublesome, was easier to control the force. At the beginning, you can use a gentler force, and after it becomes smooth, you can use more force. The efficiency is much higher than the electric one, but it is also more laborious. And for Wu Jiangtao, I couldn't ask for more. Wow, that's a lot. Wu Jiangtao smacked his lips in amazement. This milk storage bag can store up to 200 cubic centimeters, but being careful, he did not store that much at once. Instead, he only stored 100 cubic centimeters in one bag. Well, if you store this kind of milk storage bag in the freezer, you have to drink it all right after taking it out, and it is impossible to put it back. Storing a small amount in a bag can avoid waste. 1 bag, 2 bags, 3 bags. After storing 5 bags with a total of 500 cubic centimeters, Chen Jun felt much more relaxed. This is not all. After all, the baby will also need milk later, and it cannot be squeezed out without any left. Chen Jun's body has not recovered yet and her hands have little strength, so Wu Jiangtao has to help her express milk using a manual breast pump. Ha! Suddenly, she noticed that Wu Jiangtao's posture when he sat down and stood up was a little wrong, so she asked with concern, "Are you feeling uncomfortable in your stomach?" Forehead. Wu Jiangtao couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. After all, he was a normal man. Facing this kind of situation, he couldn't help but have some reaction. Just like before, he didn't have any subjective thoughts, but this was his body's instinct and it was inevitable. "No, I'm not feeling uncomfortable." He turned around in a somewhat embarrassed manner, stood up straight at an angle where Chen Jun couldn't see him, and walked out of the room. "I'm going to put the milk in the freezer." Chen Jun. Coming to the kitchen, Wu Jiangtao took out an ink pen and wrote the date on the milk storage bag. Then he solemnly placed it in the freezer under the refrigerator. At this moment, 2 pleasant doorbell sounds came from the direction of the door. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ha! Wu Jiangtao was stunned in the kitchen and hurried back to the living room, but Chen Jun came out of the room and looked at him embarrassedly. "Well, I asked my best friend to bring me some project information. You know, I work at the research institute. Although the institute hasn't assigned me any specific work yet, I can't let it go. Don't worry, I'll just look through some information, do some auxiliary work, and follow up on the project so that I don't have to learn about the project again later." "Oh, I'll go open the door, you better go back inside, you can't be blown by the wind now." Outside the door, Li Xiaoshan was getting a little impatient, and just as she was about to continue ringing the doorbell, the door finally opened. "You damn bastard, eh?" As soon as the door opened, the girl started to talk, but when she found out that the person in front of her was not Chen Jun, she immediately shut her mouth in embarrassment. "Hello? You are Wu Jiangtao, right? Ah, hello, please come in." "Well, Xiaojun told you, I brought her some project information and papers," Li Xiaoshan said with a faint smile. She looked tall and thin, and was dressed very decently. If Wu Jiangtao had not seen the girl's exaggerated and distorted expression the moment he opened the door, he would have almost thought that she was a gentle, shy, and well-educated girl. "Oh, she's in that room." As Wu Jiangtao finished speaking, Chen Jun opened the door and stood at the door of the master bedroom, waving at her. "Then I'll go over first." The girl and Chen Jun went into the room and closed the door. Wu Jiangtao, who was watching outside, couldn't help but shook his head, then turned back to the kitchen to check the soup. It was almost done. Well, he wanted to pour some for Chen Jun to drink. "In the room. I didn't see that." Li Xiaoshan looked at Chen Jun up and down with a look of anger and grief. "Wow. I've only been studying abroad for how long, half a year? It's only been half a year and you couldn't stand the loneliness and bought such a high-end house and hit a handsome guy in it. Tell me the truth, when did it happen?" She is Chen Jun's college classmate and best friend. They both work in the University's Advanced Computer Materials Research Institute and are also colleagues. She just returned from studying abroad a few days ago. Chen Jun rolled his eyes and held out his hand with his palm facing up. "Stop talking nonsense and give me the information and thesis. Also, I didn't buy this house. You really don't love me anymore." Li Xiaoshan cried and threw the information into her hands. "What's going on with you? I read what was said on our college forum. It's bullshit. What about you giving birth to a child? How is that possible? Keep your voice down, there are 2 big babies over there by the bed. If you wake them up, you will be responsible for comforting them." Chen Jun glanced at her bestie, then carefully sat down and flipped through the documents, reading them intently. "Big treasure? Ha, besides the big treasure outside, what other big treasure do you have hidden in your room? As she spoke, Li Xiaoshan glanced inside casually, and then she was stunned instantly. No, this is. She couldn't help but move closer, rubbed her eyes, and stared blankly at the two real treasures. Among them, the brother in light blue clothes seemed to be dreaming. His little hands rubbed a few times very cutely, pursed his lips and continued to sleep. Chen Juana, am I still your dearest person? Chen Jun glanced at her and asked, why are you reciting the lyrics here? Can you tell me clearly, understandably, explicitly and comprehensibly what this is? The girl subconsciously lowered her voice. People. She said concisely without even looking up. Chen Jun, you have changed, you have really changed. Someone gritted his teeth. Where did it come from? It came from my stomach. Li Xiaoshan was going crazy. Whose belly is that? Explain clearly. It can't be yours, right? Chen Jun finally looked up and glanced at her, as if looking at a stick. The meaning in his eyes was, isn't everything clear enough? The next moment, the expression on his best friend's beautiful and elegant face was really wonderful, with surprise, doubt, disbelief, and helplessness and madness. There are many more. Hold the grass, hold the grass. Hold the grass. At this moment, of all the Chinese words that Li Xiaoshan has accumulated over the years, only these two words can most perfectly and appropriately express her current mood. You are so awesome. You actually have a child? She came closer, gnashing her teeth and lowering her voice. I've been away for half a year. No, why did you? Ha, didn't you laugh at me for being fat when you left? Here, this it is. Chen Jun lowered his head again and answered absent-mindedly while flipping through the documents on the desk. Chapter 029 Good Girlfriend, you are welcome to read and vote for me. But. Li Xiaoshan's eyes turned red. Do you still think I'm your best friend? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Chen Jun, wow. My years of affection have been wasted in the end. Woo. Having said that, at this moment the best friend felt full of guilt. Last year, the institute had a cooperation project with the University of the Beautiful Country, and needed to send a specialist for study, exchange, and follow-up. Initially, the institute planned to send Chen Jun, but she refused and recommended Li Xiaoshan to the institute. Before I left, I didn't tell her that I was pregnant because I was afraid she would refuse after I left. I didn't tell her because I was afraid she would rush back from the beautiful country and affect my project research and learning exchanges there. All right. Chen Jun pushed her away with a look of disgust. Keep your voice down. If you wake up these two darlings, I won't forgive you. Yes, I'll speak more quietly. Li Xiaoshan shut up, turned around, and looked at the two babies with a curious look on her face. So what was said on the forum is actually true. Is that a sister and a brother, or a brother and a sister? They are a brother and a sister. The one in light blue is the brother, Wu Chengqing. The one in light pink is the sister, Wu Pei. It's a nice name, and it looks cute, with a milky fragrance. Looking at the two big babies' pink little faces and tiny hands and feet, she couldn't help but reach out to touch the little guy's chubby pink hands. Swish, that cute little hand instinctively grabbed her fingers. Wow, she caught me, Chen Jun, look. This guy lowered his voice and kept shouting. His inexperienced look made Chen Jun feel helpless. Suddenly, Chen Jun sniffed the air and seemed to smell something. He turned around and looked over. Xiaoshan, do me a favor. Okay, what can I do for you? Help me take a look at the two babies' buttocks. Yes, that's it. Li Xiaoshan's eyes lit up immediately, and she went straight to her hands. Wow, my lovely baby, here I come. Wait, don't put your hand in. Chen Jun tried to stop him, but it was too late. Here, Li Xiaoshan had already stretched her little hand into her brother's trouser pocket behind his, but with a wicked smile, that is, into the diaper. The next moment, the wicked smile on her face froze. That wasn't the kind of bouncy little but feeling she wanted. Go! At this moment, Chen Jun finished speaking. She dazedly withdrew her paws that she had just maintained. They were greasy and earthy yellow, and exuded an indescribable faint smell. It tastes a bit sour, but not pungent or smelly. But the feeling on my fingertips and the feeling coming towards me. Ah! She opened her mouth and was about to scream, but everything went dark before her eyes, and a diaper was stuck directly on her face. Don't scream, you'll scare them. Chen Jun, who came over in time and was quick-witted, looked at her with a face full of reproach. Li Xiaoshan was already in tears, whimpering in her mouth. What did you put in my mouth? Oh. Chen Jun quickly pulled the diaper out of her mouth. Li Xiaoshan lowered her head. What is this? Diapers. Although she was not very familiar with the term, she had a bad feeling and turned around. She immediately saw that the so-called diapers were the trouser pockets of two big babies. When she realized what her best friend had stuffed into her mouth, she collapsed and turned around several times in a panic. Bathroom, bathroom, where is the bathroom? That. Swish. Li Xiaoshan turned around and ran to the bathroom in the master bedroom, lying in front of the toilet. Ugh. Ugh. Chen Jun, fuck you. I'm breaking up with you. What a fuss. It's not a used diaper. It's clean. What's the fuss? Chen Jun also came over, took out a basin and filled it with warm water very calmly, preparing to wash her sister's but then change her diaper, while mocking her in her usual tone. Ugh, you're still making sarcastic remarks, you've changed. You weren't like this before. Li Xiaoshan, who continued to vomit, cried. I haven't changed. She thought about it seriously, then carried the basin of warm water out. While walking, her movements were still not smooth and her brows were slightly furrowed. She still couldn't use too much force, as it would affect the wound on her lower abdomen. At this time, Wu Jiangtao came in from outside. Seeing this scene, he quickly came over and took the basin from her hand. Don't do this. I'll do it. You haven't fully recovered yet. It's okay. I feel fine actually. Let me do it. Wu Jiangtao was also somewhat helpless. After spending the past few days with her, he began to understand the personality of this senior sister. She was the type who was independent and rarely asked for help from others. Let me change the baby's diaper. After all, I'm a mother and I can't never change it. Otherwise, I'll be in a rush when you're not around. All right. He nodded, then come on, I'll tell you if there's anything wrong. Li Xiaoshan came out of the bathroom and looked at the scene with surprise. She had known Chen Jun for many years, but it was the first time she saw her best friend getting so close to a boy and communicating so naturally. After the Velcro is attached, you can put a finger in it and feel it. It should not be too tight or too loose. After sticking it on, make sure to turn out the folds of the diaper on both sides of the thighs. Otherwise, when the baby pees or poops, it will leak out from here. Wu Jiangtao stepped forward and taught Chen Jun what to do. The two were so close that they could feel each other's breath. The unintentional touching of their hands while changing diapers was also very natural and harmonious. This was a kind of tacit understanding formed after taking care of two babies together for a few days. Look, look. But Li Xiaoshan next to her suddenly had an inexplicable feeling of fullness, a very bloated feeling. Woof woof woof? What are you doing here to show off your love? Standing up, Chen Jun couldn't help rubbing her waist. This little bit of exercise was nothing before she had the baby, but now it was no longer possible. After bending over for a while, she felt a little sore in her lower back. Especially the point where the anesthesia was injected. She has been feeling very uncomfortable these past few days. Recalling the day of delivery when she was lying on her side on the hospital bed and the injection that the anesthesiologist gave her, which went deep into her bone marrow, she felt a chill. In the past, although she was not considered a sports expert, she often ran and practiced yoga. She had never had any health problems and even rarely caught a cold or had a fever. But now she has become so weak. As expected, giving birth is indeed a life and death crisis for women. Our ancestors were right. Thanks. She turned around and thanked Wu Jiangtao very seriously. Do you often say thank you to your parents at home? He couldn't help but complain. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 030 is recognized. Please read and vote for me. Li Xiaoshan, who was standing next to him, laughed out loud while revealing someone's secrets. You can't stand it either, right? Our Xiao Jun is such a serious person. She treats everyone the same. We have known each other for many years and she always says thank you to me no matter how big or small the matter is. Wu Jiangtao was stunned. Just shut up. Chen Jun blushed and glared at her best friend. Ah, hum. While they were playing, the little sister who had just pulled Daddy's hand opened her eyes, started looking for her mother, and made sounds for milk. Chen Jun quickly picked up the baby and unzipped her chest very naturally, revealing a very majestic breast. The little sister's humming sound suddenly disappeared and she began to suckle hard. Wu Jiangtao acted as if nothing had happened. He picked up the wash basin and the changed diaper and went to the bathroom. On the other side, Li Xiaoshan was stunned. She pointed at Chen Jun and couldn't help but look at Wu Jiangtao. He. What's wrong? Chen Jun looked at her with a strange look while feeding her sister. No. You. The best friend came close to her and glared at her. You are the most beautiful flower in our university, a fairy who is not in touch with the mundane world, the dream lover of countless boys, but you just breastfed in front of another man. Are you still that goddess? Chen Jun couldn't help but roll his eyes. When Wu Jiangtao left the room, Li Xiaoshan suddenly became a little unbridled. I got closer and looked at my bestie's food. It was really huge. She couldn't help but reach out. What are you doing? Moving aside, Chen Jun couldn't help blushing and gave her a reproachful look. I say, what have you been eating since you were a child? How did you grow up? As she spoke, Li Xiaoshan lowered her head to look at herself. It was still the same as before. There was no difference between lying down and lying prone. Puff. Chen Jun couldn't help but laugh. I didn't eat anything. This should be natural, right? After suffering another critical hit from her best friend, Li Xiaoshan felt terrible. At this moment, Wu Jiangtao in the restroom received a prompt from the system. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the Gaining the Approval of the Baby's Mother mission. Mission rewards: 1. Elite cooking skills. 2. Physical fitness plus 2-inch. Rewards are being distributed. The process of issuing physical fitness rewards has been optimized and will be completed within the next 7 days. The host will not feel any discomfort during this period. Almost at the same time, Wu Jiangtao's mind also flooded with local famous dishes and their cooking methods, as well as some cooking skills such as heat control, cooking techniques, and experience. He recalled the process of making soup under the guidance of his mother. Suddenly, he had an idea and hurried out of the room to the kitchen and turned off the gas stove under the slow cooker. When the lid of the pot was lifted, a rich aroma of black chicken soup rose up, instantly filling the entire kitchen and spreading to the hall. Wu Jiangtao quickly turned on the range hood to suck away the moisture in the kitchen. Otherwise, the fumes would stick to the walls, stoves, floors, and furniture, and if there was too much fumes, it would form grease stains that would be very difficult to clean. Not quite. He picked up a piece of meat and tasted it, feeling a little regretful. Recalling his previous soup-making process, he immediately discovered many things that were not done well. Otherwise, this soup would be more fragrant, sweeter, and more nutritious, and the meat would taste better, not a bit astringent like it is now. Sniff. In the master bedroom, Li Xiaoshan, who was watching Chen Jun feeding her baby, suddenly shrugged her erect nose and subconsciously turned her head to look in the direction of the door. What is this smell? It smells so good. As she smelled it, her mouth began to water. The next moment, she saw Wu Jiangtao cautiously push open the door with a small soup bowl in his hand. The extremely tempting aroma was wafting from the soup bowl. Li Xiaoshan's eyes widened. She saw that there were a lot of black bone chicken in the soup bowl, with a few plump wolfberries dotted at the bottom, as well as longans and red dates. The soup was a light bright yellow color. One look at it whets your appetite. Gurgle. Li Xiaoshan, who was a foodie to begin with, swallowed subconsciously and could not take her eyes off the soup bowl in Wu Jiangtao's hand. Wu Jiangtao took another bowl and a soup spoon, poured out a bowl, and scooped up a few pieces of black bone chicken. Come on, while it's hot. After pouring a bowl, he saw Chen Jun holding the baby in both hands and feeding him. Without saying anything, he just picked up the bowl and spoon, scooped up a piece of black bone chicken that was just the right size and handed it over. Chen Jun opened his mouth naturally and put the piece of meat into his mouth. The skin was very tender, and the meat inside was slightly bitter but very sweet. She was not picky about food, so her appetite was immediately whetted. She didn't even drink much of the soup and ate several pieces of meat. Here, eat some wolfberries, it will help the wound heal. In no time, Chen Jun finished the small bowl of black chicken soup. Ha! After finishing the meal, Chen Jun exhaled a breath of hot air with satisfaction. Delicious. It's delicious. Can you give me some more? Wu Jiangtao found it funny, while Li Xiaoshan next to him was upset. He was obviously starving when he saw the way he was eating the soup, but why was his stomach full at this moment? What kind of fullness did this give him? Why do the feeling of fullness and hunger exist at the same time? Woof. She had a kind of dog-like doubt. No, I feel like I've gained a lot of weight in the past few days. I'd better not eat too much. Just give me some millet porridge. At this time, Chen Jun noticed that Li Xiaoshan's tears were flowing from the corners of her mouth, and she couldn't help but chuckled. Do you want to eat some too? Want. The girl said this honestly and then immediately changed her words. Forget it, this is the soup your man made for you, I'd better forget it. It's okay, I can't finish it all by myself. Wu Jiangtao didn't think it was a big deal and advised, let's eat together. I can't finish this big pot even if I eat it. You should eat some too. Well, okay. I'll just help you out with the extra stuff with reluctance, don't thank me too much. Having said that, Li Xiaoshan turned around and left the room in a hurry. I won't be polite, I'll find the dishes and chopsticks myself. Coming to the kitchen, the aroma of the refreshing black chicken soup became stronger. Her stomach was rumbling. She opened the disinfection cabinet and picked up the dishes and chopsticks. He filled a bowl, sat in the restaurant, blew on it carefully and took a small sip. Ha! Li Xiaoshan squinted her eyes in satisfaction. It was so delicious. Compared with the soup in the big hotel, it was not much worse. This should be the real dog food, right? It smells so good. Chapter 031, Dog Skin Plaster. Please read and vote for me. Why don't you leave? In the afternoon, Chen Jun felt a little sleepy. She had just fed her brother again and changed the diaper for this big baby under the guidance of Wu Jiangtao. At this moment, she looked at Li Xiaoshan, who was lying on the recliner in front of her, with a look of disdain on her face. The recliner was used by Wu Jiangtao to keep watch at night. What are you talking about? The best friend was dissatisfied. I'm just worried that you don't have enough manpower. If I stay, at least I can have an extra pair of hands and feet. Even if I don't know much about taking care of children, I can still help run errands. Chen Jun pointed out one thing very calmly: if you stay, you'll have one more mouth to feed. Well, I am a complete person with hands, feet, and a mouth, so what? What's wrong? Wu Jiangtao, who had just changed her baby's diaper, couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth when she saw the two best friends bickering. She found it very interesting. Xiaoshan, if you want to stay, then stay. You can also help look after the baby. I'll go lie down on the sofa in the living room. Just call me if you need anything. He smiled. With Li Xiaoshan around, he and Chen Jun felt more natural together. Without her, they always felt uncomfortable when they were alone together. As soon as Wu Jiangtao left, Li Xiaoshan lay on the recliner and browsed her phone without any burden. After a while, she couldn't help but stretch and yawn. By the way, junior brother Chen Mei has been asking me about you these past 2 days, and he's been asking where you've moved to. You didn't tell him? Chen Jun frowned. TSK. How can I possibly tell him? Li Xiaoshan narrowed her eyes slightly. From the beginning I felt that this boy had bad intentions. Only someone like you who is neither salty nor indifferent would be willing to interact with him. Didn't you see that when he talked to me in the past, I didn't want to pay attention to him? What? He is still pestering you? Chen Jun didn't say anything more, but Li Xiaoshan understood immediately. She suddenly raised her eyebrows, her face full of anger. What a courageous dog. This bastard, wait and see how I'll punish him when I get back. Chen Jun didn't even tell Wu Jiangtao about this. Of course, the main reason she didn't tell him was because she was afraid of causing too much commotion, but Li Xiaoshan didn't have so many concerns. Please talk to him for me and ask him to stop texting me. In the past few days, even though she deleted Chen Mei's WeChat, the other party still had her phone number. Text messages came one after another. After blocking one person, another came. This kind of dogskin plaster-like entanglement made her extremely annoyed. Li Xiaoshan grabbed Chen Jun's phone and saw the text messages that Chen Mei had sent from different phone numbers, one after another. She was so angry that she laughed. Chen Mei looked very high-end and classy in the past, but she didn't expect him to be such a loser. This best friend was really loyal. She took out her cell phone and dialed the number on it. The call was picked up almost immediately after it was made. Senior Xiao Jun? On the other end of the phone, Chen Mei's very surprised voice came. You called me Xiao Jun? Li Xiaoshan started to criticize directly. I didn't realize, Chen Mei, that you actually have this side. You are Senior Li? Chen Mei's somewhat uncertain voice came, and Li Xiaoshan raised her eyebrows. Not bad, she had not been in the academy for the past 6 months, and after such a long time, this guy could still recognize her voice the first time. His memory was quite good. Chen Mei. I'm warning you, if you call or text to harass Chenjun again, I will make sure you don't become the president of the student union. Do you believe me? No, senior. I'm just worried about senior Xiaojun. There are rumors about her everywhere in the academy. I'm just worried that senior will be upset. There are so many rumors out there. He. Li Xiaoshan sneered, don't I know what you are thinking? Do you still need to ask about Chenjun's situation? Who do you think you are? I. Before he could continue speaking, she interrupted him and said, alright, I'm warning you now, Chen Mei, stop bothering our Xiaojun. If you harass her again, I won't let you go. Get out. Bang. After saying that, she hung up the phone. The other side. Chen Mei put down his phone, a cold look appeared in his eyes, and there was also a hint of helplessness. Li Xiaoshan. This senior was also a prominent figure in the college. She was a top-notch academic genius, and had served as the director of the External Relations Department of the M Student Union. She had a tough style, and even the president of the student union had to give her some face. In particular, she is currently working in the Institute of Advanced Computer Materials under M University, and has achieved outstanding results. Last year, she was sent to the United States to participate in the follow-up and study exchanges of a major project. At her level, she shouldn't have much in common with Chen Mei, but Chen Mei relied on her personal charm to become the president of the student union, and through this identity, she was able to get in touch with their circle. Sitting in the student union office, he frowned, not knowing what he was thinking. Suddenly, a WeChat message notification came, and I clicked it and saw. Boss, I found out. Wu Jiangtao bought a house in Yunlu Garden yesterday, and he paid in full. The person who handled it said that the house is the best in Yunlu Garden and cost several million. Full payment? Millions? Chen Mei narrowed her eyes slightly. How could a student have so much money? It seems that this Wu Jiangtao is not a simple family. We should not underestimate him. We should investigate him carefully first and not act rashly. What's the house number? That guy is very tight-lipped and didn't say anything. I don't care what method you use, just find out the house number for me. Yes. He sat calmly and began to review what he had done in the past few days. Suddenly, this guy reached out and slapped himself hard in the face, the first time, the second time, the third time, until the corner of his mouth was bleeding. Chen Mei calmed herself down. Idiot. I have done so much useless work these days. I shouldn't have approached Xiaojun in the first place. Not only did she delete me as a friend on WeChat, she even blocked several of my numbers. Until now, my impression score in her mind must be negative. It seems that I need to plan carefully what to do next, both to win her back and to defeat my rival. As for whether senior sister Xiaojun has given birth to a child, although it is unlikely, we need to confirm it quickly, but if I really had a child, how can I do this? This thought suddenly came to his mind, and Chen Mei felt a little uneasy. He immediately suppressed this emotion. No, it won't happen. It's impossible. The last time we met, she was fine, still so slim and pretty. How could she suddenly have a child? By the way, when was the last time I met senior sister Xiaojun? Chen Mei fell into deep thought. Chapter 032, How Unfair the World Is. Please read and vote for me. As the sun sets, Wu Jiangtao starts to work again. Well, he has to start preparing dinner now. At the same time, he has to keep an eye on Chenjun. The two babies take a long nap at noon, and after waking up, they need to feed, urinate, and poop. There are always many things to do. Chenjun's body is still very weak at this time, and he has no ability to take care of himself. Measure the rice and cook it, make the soup first, and stir-frying is easy and can be left to the end. Wu Jiangtao returned to the master bedroom and saw that his brother had also woken up. However, Chenjun, who was lying on the bed, could only hold her sister to feed her, and was unable to get up and hold another one. He quickly stepped forward and picked up his brother, placing him in front of the food and grass on the other side of Chenjun, then skillfully stuffed a tall pillow under her elbow to cushion her arms so that she would not be too tired. Call. He let out a sigh of relief. After the two babies finished feeding, they would probably poop again, so they would definitely need to be changed and washed again. In the room, the new parents were a little tired. They didn't sleep for long at noon because the two babies woke up once. As for that person, he was lying on the recliner in front of the bed, sleeping soundly with his legs spread out and snoring softly. That sleeping posture. It's a bit hard to describe. Puff. Chen Jun looked at her, then at Wu Jiangtao. The two looked at each other and couldn't help but burst out laughing at the same time. Forget it, don't bother her. She probably hasn't had a good rest in the past 6 months because of the project. You know we are all very busy in the institute. It's normal to have a reverse day and night schedule and not eat on time. Even though she looks fine, the dark circles under her eyes after removing her makeup will scare you. So that's how it is, Wu Jiangtao nodded. At this time, the two babies were full, so he picked them up and burped them, then put them on the bed to lie with their mother. The two babies stared with their big black eyes, looking at the two people in front of them with great curiosity. Wu Jiangtao discovered that both the brother and sister paid more attention to their mother and were not very interested in him. The two babies giggled, and their innocent smiles and eyes as pure as the starry sky instantly released all the fatigue accumulated in the bodies and minds of the two parents. Look at this, look at this. Wu Jiangtao picked up a small rattle and shook it on the left and right sides of the two babies, making a ding-dong sound. The two babies' big black eyes immediately followed the sound. This action may seem like playing with the baby, but it actually has its own rules. He is following the doctor's instructions to observe the baby's hearing. If he makes a sound but the baby's eyes don't follow, or there are other reactions, then you need to pay attention and take the baby to the hospital in time for further examination of the baby's hearing. Whether it is a congenital problem or an acquired one, intervention must be made as soon as possible. Another point is that the baby is still young and his eyes seem big and bright, but in fact his visual nerves are not fully developed. He can only see things close to him and is not sensitive to colors. Therefore, the rattle cannot be too far away, otherwise the baby's eyesight will not be able to capture the source of the sound. This was the first time that Wu Jiangtao observed the baby's hearing. When the rattle made sounds on the left and right sides of the two babies, they subconsciously turned their heads to catch the sound. This shows that their ears are currently healthy, their hearing is normal, and there are no problems. After playing with the two babies for a while, they pooped a lot, and Wu Jiangtao cleaned and changed their diapers as quickly as possible. Okay, the rice and soup should be almost ready. I'll go cook the vegetables now and we'll have dinner soon. Okay. Chen Jun was playing with the two babies, raised her head and smiled at him. Wu Jiangtao was slightly stunned. It looks really good. Seeing him staring at her, Chen Jun couldn't help blushing and lowered her head to look at the baby. Wu Jiangtao chuckled and turned to leave the room. Prick. The leaves, which were perfectly cut in size and shape, were put into the hot oil pan. A cloud of oil smoke rose instantly. The range hood, which was turned on at full power, instantly sucked away most of the oil smoke, but the aroma created by the wonderful encounter between the leaves and the hot oil was not completely sucked away. It still inevitably spread out, the faint aroma of cooking spread out and escaped through the gap in the door. Sniff, sniff. In the master bedroom, Li Xiaoshan, who was half asleep on the recliner, twitched her nose, closed her eyes, raised her head upwards, and then her body followed suit, and it looked as if her head was pulling her body. Good, smells good. Xiaojun, when did your cooking skills become so good? Ha! The foodie suddenly woke up and saw Chen Jun, who was playing with two big babies on the bed, looking at him speechlessly. To be honest, I envy your sleep quality. Ha ha! Don't be envious, don't be envious. You can't envy it. This is our talent. Li Xiaoshan immediately became proud. She took out a pack of wet wipes and wiped her face with one. She felt refreshed and smelled a light, fresh fragrance. It is said that the fragrance of a girl is pickled, that's how it comes from. Do you think I'm praising you? Chen Jun glanced at her unhappily. You sleep like a pig, and your sleeping posture. I don't even want to say anything to you. The baby woke up and made a fuss twice in the afternoon but didn't wake you up. Wait a minute? So? Wu Jiangtao came in. Nonsense. Ah. The fellow was stunned. Then, didn't he see me sleeping in the afternoon? It's over, my image as a lady is ruined. She has a clear understanding of herself and knows that her sleeping posture is not good. Hearing this, Chen Jun shook his head slightly and looked at her very seriously. Xiaoshan, I think you should have a clear understanding of yourself. You are not a lady, really not. On the contrary, a little funny. I understand. You want to call me funny, but since you've never used a bad word before, you can't say it, right? Thank you for your understanding. But I don't want to be a funny person. A funny woman. Don't you think it's lonely, empty, and cold? Only men can be funny. Chen Jun's train of thought couldn't keep up for a moment, and she couldn't understand how smelly the car exhaust fumes were in this sentence. Alas! TSK, she can't even drive, but she actually has a child. How unfair is this world? Li Xiaoshan stood up, took out a makeup mirror and tidied herself up. What a delicious smell of food. I envy you for having a husband who is such a good cook. Just a friendly reminder, he and I are not married yet. Li Xiaoshan stood up and said with a smile, I know, but this does not affect his image in my mind. Chapter 033 Not fat, please read and vote for me. Seeing the slightly unfriendly look in her best friend's eyes, she smiled indifferently and continued, that's the image of our Xiaojuan's good husband. Chen Jun couldn't help but roll her eyes at her. She didn't waste any more words with her. There was nothing to explain. In her mind, she didn't think much about Wu Jiangtao. Of course, if Li Xiaoshan knew about this idea, this best friend would probably sing in front of her, brother, hug me, tell me what's in your heart. Seeing Chen Jun's reaction, Li Xiaoshan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just now it was just a simple test. She wanted to know the general position of her best friend. Now it seems that the goddess is the goddess and she did not entrust herself to others easily. At this moment, Wu Jiangtao brought the steaming hot food to the dining room, walked over, opened the door and said to them, the food is ready, come out. Let's eat. Rumble. As the door opened, the aroma of food became more distinct. Li Xiaoshan's stomach immediately rumbled like thunder due to these words, while Chen Jun was better off and had a bowl of radish and minced meat porridge in the afternoon. She has been eating small meals frequently and has also specifically asked Wu Jiangtao not to put too much oil in the food he cooks for her. Wu Ma might not dare to ask for this request, but Wu Jiangtao would certainly satisfy it. He would try his best to make food with less oil, salt and MSG for 5 meals a day. The seasoning itself only enhances the flavor, saltiness and freshness, and increases appetite. It has no benefit for the body's absorption of nutrients. Wu Jiangtao naturally agrees with this. Wow, that looks really good. When she arrived at the restaurant and saw the food on the table, Li Xiaoshan's eyes suddenly lit up. As for the 3 aspects of color, aroma and taste, it's hard to say since I haven't tasted them yet, but in terms of color and aroma, this table of dishes is absolutely impeccable. Xiao Wu, your cooking skills seem to be pretty good. Is there an elder in your family who is a certified professional chef? Li Xiaoshan looked at Wu Jiangtao curiously. No, my family is an ordinary one and we don't have any certified chefs. Wu Jiangtao shook his head and helped Chen Jun sit down. Steamed spare ribs, fish head tofu soup, stir-fried vegetables, mushroom and lean meat with tofu, steamed radish and egg, let me taste them. Li Xiaoshan listed them all. She picked up the chopsticks and took the lead in working on the biggest dish on the table, steamed spare ribs. Chen Jun couldn't help but roll his eyes. Pick up a piece of pork ribs and put it in your mouth. The fragrance of the ribs will fill your lips and teeth as soon as you bite it. The meat will fall apart softly with a gentle bite. The bones are also very soft, but the flexible crispy bone in them adds a bit of flexibility to this piece of bone, just like the finishing touch. Tasty. Li Xiaoshan's eyes lit up. On the other side, with Wu Jiangtao's help, after drinking a mouthful of the milky fish head soup, Chen Jun was also slightly startled. Delicious. It looks thick and white, tastes extremely sweet and fresh, and has no fishy taste at all. She immediately turned her head to look at Wu Jiangtao who was smiling beside her, only to see him say with a smile, I didn't add too many seasonings to it, just some pepper and cooking wine to remove the fishy smell, and the rest is the taste of the fish meat and bones. Drink more if you like. Before this, he had asked a doctor. Although Chen Jun's wound was still a little painful, it had almost healed and he could drink fish soup. Chen Jun nodded and drank the bowl of fish soup in no time. He felt a warm air flowing into his arms and spreading out. He actually felt intoxicated. So delicious. At this moment, she instinctively wanted to serve white rice, but when the words came to mind, she changed her mind and said, Jiang Tao, give me a bowl of rice porridge. Wu Jiangtao took the bowl and served it a bowl of radish porridge, then picked up her chopsticks and put a few pieces of steamed pork ribs and vegetables into the porridge. I specially steamed these spare ribs to make them soft and tender. They are easy to chew and digest. They are perfect for you. If you can eat them, eat as many pieces as you can. Woo woo. Woo woo. Li Xiaoshan, with a mouthful of food, seemed to be saying something, which left Wu Jiangtao and Chen Jun speechless. After swallowing the food, he looked at Wu Jiangtao in amazement. The food you cook is so delicious, Xiao Jun. I envy you for being able to eat such delicious food every day in the future. Ah. No, can I come here often to eat for free in the future? I don't eat for free. No, you're quite an idiot. Chen Jun interjected calmly. You, get out of here. I can help take care of the baby. In addition to feeding, well, I can learn to change the baby's diapers. Li Xiaoshan counted on her fingers. I can also burp the baby and play with them. How about it? Not very good. Chen Jun glanced at her. Then you agree, huh? It's happily settled. Less than half an hour. The plates and soup bowls on the dining table were all clean and tidy. Li Xiaoshan, who was sitting at her seat, was holding her stomach and groaning. Chen Jun also felt a little bloated from eating, so she quickly stood up and walked around. Why didn't you stop me? She patted Wu Jiangtao in a reproachful manner and said, I can't eat too much. Question mark. Wu Jiangtao was speechless. No, you just drank 2 bowls of soup, ate some fish, a few pieces of pork ribs, some vegetables, and a bowl of porridge. That's not much. No, I need to walk around. If I keep eating like this, I seriously doubt whether I can lose weight again. Chen Jun muttered and began to walk in circles in the living room. Because the wound in his abdomen was still a little painful, he couldn't take big steps, and his body swayed from side to side when he walked like a penguin. Wu Jiangtao couldn't help laughing, and Li Xiaoshan, who was still slumped beside the dining table, directly mocked him. Wow, where did this emperor penguin come from? It's so cute. Get lost. You are not allowed to eat for free anymore. I was wrong. You don't look like an emperor penguin. Emperor penguins are much fatter than you. Yes, I'm not as fat as an emperor penguin, but I'm still fat. Chen Jun was not stupid, so she could naturally understand the meaning behind these words. She turned around and looked at her with a smile, as if to say, I'll give you another chance to reorganize your words. Not fat. I'll supervise you later. Our Xiaojun is a goddess, how could she be fat? Li Xiaoshan stood up with great difficulty, and her lower abdomen was visibly larger than before. It's over. She was suddenly stunned and counted on her fingers how much I had just eaten. I seem to have eaten about half a bowl of spare ribs and taro, half a plate of mushrooms, lean meat and tofu, and some vegetables. I drank 2 big bowls of fish head soup and ate the fish head. Finally, the porridge smelled delicious, so I drank half a bowl. At the end, he burped. Chapter 034 My heart is broken. Please read and vote for me. Why didn't you stop me? The best friend looked at Chen Jun with a sad and angry face. She blinked, wondering why this sentence sounded familiar. I tried to stop him, but failed. Aha! While screaming, Li Xiaoshan began to accurately calculate the calories of the food she had just eaten, and the corresponding amount of exercise, and calculated how far she would have to run in the mornings in the past 2 days to burn them off. Wu Jiangtao was playing with the 2 babies in the crib and entertaining them. Let's go downstairs and take a walk before it gets completely dark. Let's take a walk and help digest our food. Go. They set off right away. Wu Jiangtao picked up the 2 babies and put them in a stroller specially designed for twin babies. He pushed the stroller in front, while Li Xiaoshan walked behind holding the tightly wrapped Chen Jun. Well, windbreaker, scarf, mask, fully armed. AI, you are in confinement now, is it okay for you to just go out casually? Li Xiaoshan said in a low voice. You also know about confinement. It's a thing of the past if you don't go out. Wu Jiangtao smiled and said, as long as you don't go out in strong winds or hot weather, wear more clothes, and don't catch a cold, you'll be fine. I just checked, there's no wind outside, and the temperature outside is 23 or 24 degrees, just right. Oh. Seeing that what he said made sense, she nodded and felt relieved. That's right. Wu Jiangtao turned his head and whispered to Chen Jun, you must not tell my mother about this. People of her generation are very strict about confinement. Not to mention going out, you can't even leave the room. You can't even take a bath or wash your hair for a month. Not washing your hair for a month. Chen Jun shuddered at the thought. Would bugs grow on his head? That. She hesitated as she approached Wu Jiangtao and whispered, she will come while I am in confinement. Then, won't I be able to take a shower or wash my hair for a whole month? It's okay, I'll talk to my mom about it. Don't forget, strictly speaking, Chen Jun is not the daughter-in-law of their Wu family, so Mother Wu can't really do much. Wu Jiangtao already had a plan for how to deal with this, and he was pretty confident that he could convince his mother. On the contrary, Wu Jiangtao was a little worried about Chen Jun's family. Giving birth to a child was such a big deal, but she didn't even meet her family. This was a bit outrageous, but she had asked several times before, but she didn't say anything. Thinking of this, Wu Jiangtao's heart moved slightly, and he glanced at Li Xiaoshan beside him. The two had known each other for so many years, and he didn't know if she knew what the situation was at Chen Jun's home. Arriving at the garden downstairs, the group walked along the stone path, greeted by the faint scent of grass and trees, which was refreshing. As they walked, Chen Jun unconsciously came to Wu Jiangtao's side. The two pushed the crib side by side, occasionally bending down to tease the two babies, and sometimes whispering. Well, they were talking about some tedious matters of the upcoming confinement period. Li Xiaoshan watched from behind, and the more she watched, the more uncomfortable she felt. Woof woof woof? Not far away, a young man wearing glasses saw them from afar, was stunned at first, then pretended nothing had happened, picked up his mobile phone and made a call. Hello. Boss, I saw them. It's Wu Jiangtao and Chen Jun. Yeah, Li Xiaoshan is here too. Oh, right. I saw it. Wu Jiangtao and Chen Jun were pushing a baby carriage. That baby carriage was for twins. It's real. I saw it with my own eyes. What? Boss, you're coming over? This. Fine, I'll keep an eye on you. It's better not to go to the river. Wu Jiangtao advised softly, the wind is quite strong over there. Good. Chen Jun nodded, but there was some regret in his eyes. There was a small Tingzhou in the river. When Yunlu Garden was first developed, a very freehand landing was built on this Tingzhou, and several towering trees were moved there. It is said that when the Lanting Pavilion was first built here, it was seen by a professor from the Agricultural University in the nearby university town. He moved a few towering trees from somewhere, and added some trees planted by the developer, turning this small Tingzhou into a small forest in an instant. Families in this community like to walk there every day. There are children running around there every day, and it is quite lively. Forget it, don't go. Li Xiaoshan also said, I'd been there a few times. It's nice to look at, but there are a lot of naughty kids running around. Don't turn around to avoid being bumped into by them. That's right. As they talked, they walked slowly in the garden of the community. Suddenly, Chen Jun was slightly stunned, and Li Xiaoshan also saw a boy walking towards them. His hair was combed meticulously, his eyebrows were starry and his eyes were sharp. His appearance and demeanor gave people a very extraordinary feeling at first glance. Although Wu Jiangtao, who is wearing casual home clothes, looks a bit handsome, he gives people a much more ordinary feeling in comparison. Chen Mei? Chen Jun's eyebrows, as soft as distant mountains, were slightly frowned, and Li Xiaoshan's eyebrows were even more raised. Her originally smiling face suddenly turned cold, and she went straight to meet him. You don't understand what people say, do you? This best friend, with a cold face, blocked Chen Mei's way. Senior, I just want to talk to Sister Xiaojun. I'm not here to cause trouble. Chen Mei forced a smile, trying to maintain his persona. He didn't need to get too close, as he had already seen it. The scene in front of him broke his heart. The kind that is broken into pieces. In his mind, the goddess who had always belonged to him was now standing so close to another man, the two of them were almost touching each other. Of course, the most important thing was not this, but the fact that in the stroller that she and the man were pushing, there were two children lying very quietly. Sister Xiaojun. He called out from a distance. Although his facial expression was well controlled and relatively calm, his trembling voice had already betrayed him. Chen Mei. Chen Jun shook her head gently. Actually, we are not close enough for you to call me that. Please wake up and don't disturb my life and my work again. Thank you. Wu Jiangtao standing next to him felt that he looked familiar. Oh, right, he seemed to be there when he moved house before, but he was just sitting at the back. He suddenly thought that his memory seemed to have improved a lot. At that time, the boy was hiding in a corner far back in the crowd, very inconspicuous, and I just glanced at him. The expected conflict did not happen, and everything was calm. After saying all this, Chen Jun and Wu Jiangtao pushed the crib together, walked into Building 11, and returned to their home. The fragrance has faded and the person is gone. But Chen Mei still stood downstairs in silence, standing there quietly, not knowing what she was thinking. Chapter 035, Headache. Please read and vote for me. Boss. The bespectacled subordinate came over from not far away and looked at him with some concern. After working with Chen Mei for so long, this was the first time he saw his stern and domineering boss be so. How to describe it? Oh, right. Pretentious. Isn't that hypocritical? Everyone has left, but why are you still staying here? Waiting for her to suddenly run out of there like in the TV series, and look at him in tears in a desperate struggle? Or waiting for her to change her mind and say you are my April in the world? After standing there for an unknown amount of time, Chen Mei suddenly raised his head and looked back at the place where Chen Jun and the others had just disappeared. A hint of gloom flashed across his eyes. He didn't stay here any longer and turned and left. Q City. At Wu Jiangtao's home, at the dinner table. What kind of trouble did that kid get into? Why did you take so long? And you have to go again tomorrow? Dad Wu asked dissatisfiedly while eating. Wu Ma didn't know what to say for a moment, but she quickly reacted and said coldly, "Are you questioning me?" Dad Wu was in a terrible state. Why, did he inexplicably feel like he was suddenly not in the right? No, you were gone for so many days and you didn't tell me anything. What happened? In the past few days, he also called his son, but the boy said the same thing as his mother, and sometimes he even directly handed the phone to Wu Ma. This brat must have gotten into trouble in the academy. He was thinking whether he should call the school to ask. Yes, there is something. But I'll tell you after a while, when things are settled. It's not a big deal. That guy just bought a house these 2 days and asked me to go over and help. Puff. Father Wu almost spit out a mouthful of rice, but he swallowed it with all his strength and looked at his wife in astonishment. What did you just say? That kid bought a house? And he bought it himself? That brat hasn't even graduated yet. Where does he get the money? It seems to be some kind of virtual currency platform, some G-coin, BT coin, etc., and he also speculated in stocks. He made millions. I was afraid that his money came from illegal sources, so I went to keep an eye on him. Wu Ma was quick-witted and told part of the truth to smooth over the matter. Oh. So that's how it is. Wu's father nodded. This was indeed a big matter. No wonder his wife had to be gone for several days. Since we've confirmed that there's no problem with the source of his money, then why are you going there tomorrow? Dad Wu expressed his dissatisfaction. Mom Wu's originally orderly home suddenly became a bit messy, and it was a headache to prepare 3 meals a day. Why are you asking so many questions? Oh, I haven't asked you yet. Where is the rice cooker you used to have? Why did you replace it with a new one? Wu's father was dumbfounded and couldn't say a word. No way, I made it look old on purpose. It's no different from the previous one. How could you tell? I'm going to be gone for a few days. It seems that I was too nice to you in the past. You can even blow up the rice cooker when I cook a simple meal. Wu Zhanyong, you are really capable. Have you scrubbed the floor in the past few days? I'm afraid you haven't even swept it? Look, all this dust on the floor. Did I do too much housework in the past, so that you don't even know how to do housework? Ha! Wu Dad. After dinner, the couple started to clean the house. While enduring Mom's nagging, Dad Wu happily swept and mopped the floor. By the way, our son's strength has returned to normal. Oh. Wu Zhanyong nodded first, then immediately realized what was happening and looked up in astonishment. What? That kid's strength is in perfect condition? This is impossible. Although that kid's bones are not bad, they are not that good either, not to mention his comprehension. He is simply incomparable to his brothers and sisters, and he is already so old, his muscles and bones have long been stiff, and his strength cannot be harmonious. How is it possible for him to have perfect strength? Wu Ma then told the story of how her son had encountered human traffickers a few days ago, and how she chased them and rescued the child. Is it the outburst of energy and blood in a desperate situation? Wu Dad's frown relaxed and he nodded in approval. This kid seems to have a better talent in martial arts than we expected. This kind of outburst didn't leave any hidden injuries on his body, right? I checked, he's fine. His physique is better than I thought. I specially made soup for 2 people during those days, leaving 1 portion for him. Wu Ma suddenly shut up, realizing that she had let the cat out of the bag, and looked at her husband with some guilt. But Wu Dad was just mopping his feet as if nothing had happened. He said without even looking up, "You're going over there tomorrow. Do you want to guide him in his future training?" Seeing that Father Wu didn't show any strange expression, and was still careless as always, not realizing the problem with his previous words. Mother Wu also breathed a sigh of relief. Good. The next day, Mother Wu got up early in the morning, prepared breakfast but did not wake Father Wu up. She brought 2 old ducks that had been hungry all day, and a large bag of local specialties such as black fungus, shiitake mushrooms, bamboo fungus, etc. She also brought deer tendons and antlers that had been treasured at home for a long time. Not long after she walked out of the house, Wu's father, who was still sleeping soundly in the room, suddenly opened his eyes, listened to the noise outside, and then reached out to take the mobile phone. How's it going? Did you catch up? Be careful, don't use the dumbest tracking method, you will be discovered. Master, don't worry. We'll be using drones the whole time, so Master's wife won't notice. At this moment, his WeChat suddenly rang. Ding ding dong ding dong. Ding ding dong ding dong. The person displayed on it was his wife, and he was so scared that his hand trembled and the phone slipped and flew into the air. Fortunately, he was very skilled and caught it in a panic without letting it fall to the ground. After letting out a long breath, Dad Wu answered the phone. Hello? He lowered his voice deliberately, sounding as if he hadn't gotten up yet. You haven't woken up yet? Aren't you going to practice today? Well, take a rest today. I'm too old to practice every day like the young guys. What's the matter? Did you forget something and want me to bring it over? It's nothing. I just want you to get up. Breakfast will get cold if left out for too long. Father Wu secretly complained in his heart, thinking that he must have forgotten something, but didn't want me to know, so he gave up asking me to help bring it over. At the high-speed railway station, Wu Ma, who was in the waiting area, hung up the phone. A look of self-blame flashed across her face. How could she forget to bring the family heirloom jade bracelet? Forget it, just don't bring it. Anyway, the relationship between Xiao Tao and Xiao Jun is not confirmed yet. Let us wait until later. Oh, what is going on? They haven't gotten married yet, and their parents haven't met each other yet, but they already have a child. I heard from my son before that Xiao Jun hasn't even told her family yet, so I guess there are big problems over there, and I don't know how to tell him about it either. It's a headache. Chapter 036, Which Dad is Here? Please read and vote for me. Mom, you're here. Wu Jiangtao opened the door and saw his mother carrying large and small bags in both hands. One of the bags even made a duck sound. At the same time, a foul smell hit him in the face. He hurried forward to help his mother carry in the 2 old ducks, then turned around and walked through the living room to put them on the balcony outside. Mom, you don't have to mention the ducks at home. There are some very good ones in the vegetable market here. I don't trust the old ducks in the market. I don't know what kind of feed they are fed. The ones from the farms are very different from those in the fields in the countryside. Wu Ma walked in chattering and changed into a pair of slippers. Moreover, chickens and ducks in farms are said to be often fed antibiotics. Some time ago, the news reported that duck necks cannot be eaten. Don't underestimate this. Feeding chickens and ducks with these antibiotics is equivalent to us eating antibiotics. Wu Jiangtao remained silent, because what Wu Ma said was indeed true. In the past 2 years, there have been an endless stream of news reports on this aspect, which have attracted widespread attention from all walks of life. Nowadays, although calls for banning and reducing antibiotics have become a trend and a consensus has gradually been reached, and large-scale and responsible companies are ensuring food safety, the public is terrified by antibiotics and does not trust many chickens, ducks, and even pork from farms. Ha! A guest? After putting down her bags and washing her hands in the bathroom, Wu Ma immediately went straight to the master bedroom. As soon as she came in, she saw Li Xiaoshan, who was clumsily learning how to change diapers. This best friend just returned from her research institute after completing a major project. She has no assigned tasks at the moment and is still on vacation. She is now a free person. She came over early in the morning to eat and drink. Hello, Auntie. My name is Li Xiaoshan. This best friend greeted Wu Ma openly. Before coming, Chen Jun had told her that Wu Ma would come to take care of her during her confinement. Hello. I am Wu Jiangtao's mother. Wu's mother glanced at Li Xiaoshan, and when she saw that they were changing the baby's diaper, she hurried forward to help. The 3 women chatted while taking care of the baby, and soon. The auntie very kindly asked Li Xiaoshan where her hometown was, whether she had a boyfriend, where she worked, and other similar questions. Seeing this aunt start to ask these questions, Li Xiaoshan couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Jun, who was standing next to her, looked normal but was secretly laughing in her heart. Wu Ma had just arrived. In a pavilion in the garden downstairs of Building 11, a middle-aged man wearing an old-style martial arts uniform, with a strong build, looked to be in his 40s or 50s, with a slightly dignified look on his face, was sitting here. He kept glancing at Building 11, and the voice of the third disciple could be heard from the headphones in his hand. Master's wife is on the 9th floor of Building 11. I can't see the specific house number at the moment. Okay, I got it. You guys go first. The middle-aged man sitting here calmly was Wu Jiangtao's father, Wu Zhanyong. After hanging up the phone, he sat quietly with a frown on his face, occasionally looking up at the top of Building 11. Suddenly, his ears moved. Boss, I found out, the house number that Wu Jiangtao bought is 0903. Yes, I'm sure. I just confirmed it. I just saw Wu Jiangtao appear on the south balcony. That's right. He and I live in the same building. All houses in 03 of the entire building face south, so they have the best lighting. Father Wu remained calm, taking out his phone and swiping it, while glancing over there out of the corner of his eye. It turned out to be a young man wearing glasses, whose face could not be seen clearly because of the mask he was wearing. He was sitting on a stone table not far away. In front of him was a laptop computer that had not been touched for a long time and the screen was off. He was on the phone. Well, I won't fall behind in the work arrangements of the procuratorial committee. I'll be back soon, okay? Thank you, Chairman. I will definitely work hard. That stinky boy. Offended someone in school? In fact, Wu Dad and the bespectacled college student M were very far away from each other, about 40 to 50 meters away. It was impossible for ordinary people to hear each other's normal voice at such a long distance, not to mention that this was in an open area. Therefore, the bespectacled man did not lower his voice when speaking. But this amateur stalker didn't know what the upwind and downwind positions were, and he didn't know that the middle-aged man sitting in the Lanting pavilion in the distance was not an ordinary person and heard his words clearly. Brush. This guy got the information and completed the report. He folded his laptop and put it into his backpack. He stood up with a happy face. As soon as he turned around, he felt a black screen in front of his eyes. A very tall and burly figure appeared in front of him at some point, staring at him expressionlessly. Facing the other person's indifferent eyes, the man with glasses' heart skipped a beat. For some reason, he felt a little guilty. Are you a student at M University? No. I'm from the agricultural university next door. Sorry, please make way. The guy immediately felt guilty, made up an excuse, and walked away without paying any attention to the other party. But before he could walk away, he saw the middle-aged man in martial arts uniform flash and reappear in front of him, holding 2 stools in his hands, looking at him with a smile. Are you in such a hurry to leave? Can't you sit and chat with me, your elder? As he said this, he placed a stool on the grass with a bang. It made a dull sound and the ground seemed to shake. He sat on it and at the same time he placed another stool on the ground with a dull bang. He patted the stool and looked over at me warmly. Sit down. I'm best at communicating with young people like you. Come, talk to me. Faced with this scene, the man with glasses trembled all over and almost peed himself on the spot. This is not a stool at all. It is clearly the stone block next to the stone table that was cut into the shape of a stool for people to sit on. Another thing is, this round stone pillar has a handle that can be lifted up. The man with glasses trembled and sat down on the stone pillar in a somewhat limp manner. He clearly saw 5 finger-sized holes appearing on the side of the stone pillar. Well, before there was no place on this stone pillar where it could be lifted with one hand, but now there is. Not far away, several security guards from the Yunlu Garden community passed by. One of them had sharp eyes and was about to come over when he saw what was happening here. Don't go over there. The security captain held him down. Team leader? That person just greeted me on purpose, you just need to pretend you didn't see it. But it's nothing, you'll know in a moment. Chapter 037 Li Xiaoshan's thoughts. Please read and vote for me. Near noon, Li Xiaoshan, who had originally wanted to stay for lunch, left as if escaping. Yes, that's right, when our Wuma found out that this lively and good-looking girl in front of her was still single, she couldn't bear it, so she immediately started to introduce her nephew, Wu Jiangtao's eldest cousin, to Chen Jun's best friend. Oh, you left in such a hurry. Stay for dinner. I will cook for you myself. No. I have something urgent to deal with at the research institute, so I won't stay any longer. Aunt, please stay, please stay. I'm leaving first, I'm leaving first. Having said that, Li Xiaoshan turned around and left in a hurry as if her butt was on fire. Chen Jun at the back couldn't help laughing, while Wu Jiangtao felt helpless. My mother is really. Her embarrassment isn't obvious yet, and you're still promoting my cousin. His eldest cousin learned kung fu from his father Wu. At a young age, he has reached a high level of strength. Not only is he a starfighter, he also holds an important position in the Q City Police Department. Unfortunately, my cousin who works in the security bureau is so busy that he has almost no time to date a girlfriend. He is over 30 years old and still has no plans for marriage. This made Wu Jiangtao's aunt and uncle extremely anxious. His grandparents, who were still alive, also kept urging them to get married, but it was clear that the object could not be found by urging, especially in the current environment. More and more young people are unwilling to compromise, let alone a martial arts master and member of the security corps like my cousin. It is very difficult for ordinary women to be with him. It's not that his vision is very high, but that the level is different. His current level and status are not the key. The key is that a martial arts master like him is not only physically strong, but also has a spiritual realm and mental will that are beyond ordinary people. It is difficult for an ordinary woman to be on the same level as him, and Wu's mother, who can be with Wu's father, is naturally not simple either. She immediately saw that this woman with extraordinary achievements in the academic world could stand shoulder to shoulder with her eldest nephew on this level, so she respected him very much. But unfortunately, when they first met, Li Xiaoshan obviously didn't know enough about Wu Ma. She didn't know that she was not an ordinary aunt at all. She subconsciously thought that the person she recommended was just a frustrated single guy who had a hard time finding a partner. And her positioning of herself. Even if I am a single dog, I am still an aristocrat among dogs. How can I marry someone so easily? Besides, the reason why she kept running to Chenjun these 2 days was, firstly, because she cared about Chenjun and was afraid that she would be bullied, so she came to help her, and secondly, she wanted to see whether Wu Jiangtao was a man worthy of her trust. After 2 days of observation, she came to a general conclusion. In general, Wu Jiangtao was just an ordinary college student. Without sufficient academic performance, he was destined to work hard for a job as soon as he graduated. Cooking delicious food is a plus, but it is not irreplaceable. What future can a boy like this have? To work, to strive, to struggle? 10 years, 20 years. This so-called effort is nothing more than a wedding dress for those high-ranking capitals and bosses. The real struggle should be like her in Chenjun, who have strong enough scientific research capabilities and technology. Even if they are willing, they can transform some of the research projects in their hands into commercial projects worth hundreds of billions. In addition, after seeing Wu's mother this morning, Li Xiaoshan felt completely sorry for Chenjun and decided to persuade her not to be with Wu Jiangtao in the future. Even if you have children, it won't work. What era is this? Staying together for the sake of children will only cast a shadow on their childhood and is not complete happiness at all. In her opinion, whether it is love or marriage, it should be equal, otherwise it will only lay a huge hidden danger to the future of this marriage. Naturally, she didn't tell Chenjun what she was thinking. What? You're going to cook? After sending Li Xiaoshan away, Wu Ma returned to the kitchen and was about to start making lunch, but her son showed up unexpectedly. Yes, Mom, I can actually cook now. I've also learned how to make all those soups you taught me. Let me give it a try. Can you? Wu Ma's face was full of suspicion. What are you talking about? Wu Jiangtao was very dissatisfied and said angrily, You are looking down on me, right? Maybe the food I cook is even better than yours? Oh, huh? Wu Ma laughed out of anger and stepped aside. Come on, I want to see how much your cooking skills have improved. Just wait, I'm sure I'm no worse than you. Joke. The elite cooking skills taught by our system are not to be underestimated. They are not inferior to those chefs in star-rated hotels, and may even be stronger. However, they are not as good as those grandmaster chefs above the legendary level. According to the system's prompts, elite-level abilities are the highest level of abilities it can impart. Going beyond that requires personal talent, aptitude, and understanding. Breakthroughs at this level are like the so-called artistic conception in many professional fields, which is so mysterious that it can only be understood but not expressed in words. Those who understand will naturally understand, and those who don't understand will still not understand no matter how much you explain. Aggressive. The sound of the kitchen knife hitting the chopping board when cutting vegetables was rhythmic and very compact. The movement, the speed, and the unique rhythm and beauty in the movement made my mother stunned. Sure, this guy seems to have something. Prick. When he estimated that the oil in the wok was hot enough, Wu Jiangtao immediately poured all the vegetables in. When the hot oil and vegetables met in the wok, a burst of thick white smoke burst out immediately. The white smoke was quickly sucked away by the range hood, but the aroma of the cooking could not stop escaping. This asparagus fried chicken fillet was quickly prepared. The speed and efficiency, as well as the way Wu Jiangtao casually scooped up the vegetables and put them on the plate, shocked Wu Ma. When did this kid secretly learn such good cooking skills? Wu Ma had good eyesight and could naturally see the unique charm of her son's cooking. This was clearly something that could only be achieved when one's skills were extremely advanced. This unique charm is like the martial arts she has practiced for most of her life. When her body shape, skills and strength are at the right level, her mind will naturally be there, and every punch and kick will have a unique personal charm. When did you learn such good cooking skills? Do you want to be a professional chef after graduation? No, I just looked at some tutorials on the internet and learned it naturally. Wu Jiangtao grinned. Maybe it's because I'd gained some enlightenment after my martial arts breakthrough. I feel like I can learn anything very quickly. Chapter 038. A foodie is a foodie. Please read on and give me a monthly ticket. Isn't it an enlightenment? As the system progresses with his primary genetic modification, he not only feels that his body is getting stronger little by little, but he also feels that his vision and thinking ability have improved a lot. It seems that the whole person has become much more transparent. Even the difficult problems he encountered in studying in the past have now become very easy and simple, and he has the answer after a little thought. Soon, lunch was ready. Stir-fried chicken fillet with asparagus, stir-fried water spinach, sweet and sour pork ribs, pig's trotter milk-inducing soup, and egg milk pudding. In addition, Wu Jiangtao also used a wall-breaking machine to make some soy milk. Well, I didn't make porridge today, but instead made soy milk. Wu Jiangtao is now an elite chef above the professional level. He doesn't just cook for the sake of deliciousness. He considers the nutrition and changing tastes of the diners more. He changes the diet and taste more often so that Chen Jun won't get tired of it. Soybeans in particular are rich in plant protein, calcium, vitamin A, B vitamins, etc. If you eat 2 meals a day containing foods containing soybeans, such as tofu, soy milk, etc., it will be very helpful for the health of pregnant mothers' diet, and it is very suitable for mothers like Chen Jun who have just been discharged from the hospital. After preparing these dishes, Wu Jiangtao seemed to have thought of something, turned back to the kitchen and made another dish of kung pao chicken. Seeing the dish that the boy brought up, the mother immediately laughed in anger. You boy, you're so proud of yourself just because I praised you a few words. Is this something Chen Jun can eat? She hasn't recovered yet, so she can't eat such a heavy-tasting dish. Do you want to be beaten? No. Wu Jiangtao was about to explain when he heard the doorbell ring from the direction of the front door. Ding dong, ding dong. Coming. He chuckled, motioned to his mother to wait and she would understand, then turned and walked over to open the door. But then a slender figure appeared, and someone's greedy and somewhat embarrassed face appeared in front of him. Well, the person who came was Li Shaoshan. Ha! Wu Ma, who also walked into the living room, saw her immediately, and a look of joy suddenly appeared on her face. Hey, Shaoshan is here? Come on, come in. Wu Jiangtao couldn't help laughing when he saw her struggling face but unable to resist her greed. Well, Li Shaoshan specifically told him about the kung pao chicken that was made for lunch yesterday. She said she wanted to taste the flavor of her hometown, so she made a reservation yesterday. When he was cooking at noon, he was thinking that this foodie would not let it go. Sure enough, she came over on time as soon as lunch was ready. Come on, it's time to eat. You can try the dish you told me about yesterday and see if it tastes like your hometown. Walking into the restaurant, Wu Jiangtao pointed at the plate of kung pao chicken, and Li Shaoshan looked at this hometown dish and smelled the long-lost familiar aroma from afar. Wu Jiangtao went to the master bedroom and helped Chen Jun out. At this time, the two babies were sleeping peacefully. Well, babies sleep a lot in the newborn stage, about 18 hours a day on average. Newborns spend most of their time sleeping, going from one sleep cycle to another, waking up every 2 to 4 hours to feed, and opening their eyes to stay awake for a few minutes to an hour. The circadian rhythm has not yet been established. However, as they grow rapidly, their appetite is no longer as small as at the beginning. They can eat more, and their sleeping time has gradually increased. Unlike at the beginning, they have to wake up for feeding once every hour, not even 2 hours. Well, because the two babies are twins, a boy and a girl, they are smaller than ordinary babies, so they naturally eat less and consume more quickly. When I first started taking care of them, they would even wake up every hour or so to feed, and they basically woke up together and made a fuss together. It's better now. I can even sleep for 3 or 4 hours after eating in the afternoon. But I'm still very hungry when I wake up, and I look very fierce when I eat. I'll do it myself, you eat yours. After Qinjun sat down, she did not let Wu Jiangtao continue to serve her. Instead, she served herself rice and picked up dishes. Wu Jiangtao sat down next to her and very naturally took a small bowl and served her a bowl of pig's trotter soup. Drink some soup first. This soup can help you to get your milk. You can drink more. The witch mother on the opposite side looked at this scene with a touch of relief in her eyes. Seeing that Qinjun was still a little unaccustomed to being taken care of by others, she quickly supported him. Xiaojun, don't be too polite to this kid. This brat is also fulfilling his duty as a father to take good care of you. This is as it should be. If you don't let him do more work now, there will be no chance in the future. Li Xiaoshan's heart moved slightly. This won't do. Since I have decided to persuade my best friend not to be with Wu Jiangtao, I can't let things develop like this. My thoughts stopped here. Well, the moment she picked up a piece of diced chicken with chopsticks and put it in her mouth, she felt a slight numbness on the tip of her tongue, and a light spicy taste began to spread. Then a sweet taste hit her tongue. She moved her lips and tongue slightly, and bit her teeth lightly, and felt a perfect sour feeling. The 4 flavors of numbness, spiciness, sourness, and sweetness emerged at different times and exploded in her mouth in a 3-dimensional way. Isn't this delicious? This was not just the taste of hometown in her memory, but a further improvement on the taste of hometown. The taste that touched the softest part of her heart made her completely stunned. At the side, Wu Ma saw Li Xiaoshan eating with a dazed look on her face. She picked up a piece of diced chicken with some confusion and put it in her mouth. She was also stunned. This is so delicious. Li Xiaoshan immediately started to move, eating the dish of kung pao chicken with big mouthfuls of rice. Wu Ma was not to be outdone and was immediately attracted by the dish. Wu Jiangtao and Qinjun were stunned when they saw the way they ate, but when Qinjun started eating, his attention was immediately focused on the food in front of him. Tasty. So delicious. Swish, swish, swish. Not only them, but Wu Jiangtao was also conquered by his own food and ate it with great relish. In less than 10 minutes, the plate of kung pao chicken was finished by Wu Ma and Li Xiaoshan. Seeing that the two of them were about to start eating other dishes, Wu Jiangtao quickly stopped them and said, wait a minute. Ha! He poured them each a small cup of hot soy milk. Drink some soy milk first to get rid of the taste of the dish you just had. Otherwise, you won't be able to enjoy the other dishes. Well, that was a natural reaction to his elite culinary skills. Among all the dishes on the table, kung pao chicken was the most flavorful. Wu Jiangtao had never expected that Wu Ma and Li Xiaoshan would eat this dish right away and finish it in no time. Chapter 039 I am his father. Please read and vote for me. Oh. Wu Ma and Li Xiaoshan quickly followed suit and took a sip of the warm and refreshing soy milk. They were both stunned. This is. Between my lips and teeth, the spicy and crispy taste of the kung pao chicken meets the warm and refreshing soy milk, just like the hot June day meeting the extremely refreshing ice cream, creating a very wonderful chemical reaction. How does it feel? Wu Jiangtao, who had expected this, smiled and asked. What a wonderful taste! Not only Li Xiaoshan, but even Wu Ma was amazed at this moment. This kind of wonderful taste was the first time she encountered it, even though she was knowledgeable. The next moment, they couldn't help but raise their hands to wipe the sweat from their foreheads. Li Xiaoshan drank the cup of soy milk in one gulp, exhaled without caring about her image, and looked very satisfied. Ha, delicious! Even Wu's mother couldn't help but give her son a thumbs up in her heart. Good, our son's performance today was very outstanding, especially the food on the table, which was impeccable and absolutely beyond reproach. When he was almost done eating, Wu Jiangtao's cell phone suddenly rang. Ha! The caller was actually Fat Dragon. Wu Jiangtao drank pig's trotter soup while picking up his phone and answering the call. He even started a video call. Maybe he wanted to see the two big babies? However, when the video call was opened, he almost sprayed a mouthful of soup all over everyone with a poof. Fortunately, he is now a martial arts master with amazing reaction speed. He turned to the side in time, thus avoiding a tragic car accident. I just praised you a few words, and you. Wuma was very dissatisfied and couldn't help scolding him. You are such a grown-up, but you can still eat so much that it turns into a flower. Shaking her head, she stood up with her stomach filled to the brim and cleaned up the dishes and bowls on the table. Wu Jiangtao was choked and could not help but bend down and cough. Chen Jun next to him subconsciously reached out and patted his back to help him breathe. What happened? Wu Jiangtao was coughing badly, but Fat Long on the other side ignored his reaction and said excitedly in the video call, Zhangjian, look. Our college's most pretentious taekwondo club has met a real master. Holy shit. I didn't have time to take a picture just now, but it was so cool. But it's not too late now. Look, Chen Mei is here in person. Cough 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 cough, Mom, cough cough. Mom, look at this. Wu Jiangtao quickly handed the phone over. Wu's mother, who was cleaning the table, took it unhappily. When she saw the tall figure standing on the arena on the phone screen, she grunted and almost choked. Fat Long on the opposite side looked puzzled, not understanding why Wu Jiangtao would hand the phone to Wu Ma. He quickly waved to Wu Ma, who appeared in front of him. Hello, Auntie. I'm Fat Long, Jiangtao's roommate and best friend. Oh, hello. Although she was used to many storms, Wu Ma was still dumbfounded at this moment. Because the person standing on the martial arts arena on the mobile phone screen was her husband, Wu Jiangtao's father Wu Zhanyong. Why did he appear at Am University, and why did he appear inexplicably at the Taekwondo club's competition? Wu Ma and Wu Jiangtao looked at each other in bewilderment. Chen Jun and Li Xiaoshan, who were standing nearby, were confused when they saw how they reacted. What happened? Mom, that. Wu Jiangtao looked at his mother in confusion. My dad is here today too? No, when I went out this morning. After answering casually, Wu Ma was suddenly stunned. The next moment, she suddenly thought of the scene where I let the cat out of the bag yesterday, but my husband had no reaction at all. Of course, a half smile appeared on her face. The old witch has improved a lot. She can even play tricks in front of me and sneak behind me. No, if he was following behind me, there would be no way I didn't notice it, at least not when I went out. Wu Ma was still very confident in her perception. A warrior at her level would be able to keenly sense any slight movement around him. In other words, there must be someone helping him so that he could follow all the way here. Thinking of this, Wu Ma picked up the phone, pressed a button, and made a call. The phone rang for a long time before the other party finally picked up. Hello, Master's wife? Wu Ma sneered and said indifferently, Seventh brother, you guys are really good. You actually have a tracking skill that I can't detect. Not bad, not bad. I'll ask you for advice some other day. Otherwise, we old people are out of touch with the times, which is not acceptable. Ha. The young man on the other side laughed and said awkwardly, Master's wife, what you said, I don't quite understand it. Keep pretending. Wu Ma sneered, you decide for yourself, or wait until I get back to talk to you. I say. The seventh player on the opposite side immediately gave in. The time goes back more than half an hour. You mean, your student union president asked you to come here to investigate Wu Jiangtao's address? Why? Well, in the very smooth communication, the man with glasses who was blocked by Wu Dad told everything, from his identity to the identity of the person behind him, and then to why he came here this time and what his purpose was. Our chairman did this for Chen Jun. No, our chairman just cares about Chen Jun and Wu Jiangtao. Yes, he cares about them, so he asked me to come over and take a look. Really, just to take a look? The man with glasses looked embarrassed and tried to make excuses. Wu's father watched this guy's performance, acting like if you say anything, I believe you and I am your second uncle. Well, may I ask who you are? At this point, the man with glasses plucked up the courage to ask back. I'm his father. You are Chen Jun's father? The man with glasses was shocked and stood up and bowed to him repeatedly, hello uncle, that, misunderstanding. Our boss actually asked us to come here to protect Chen Jun. This guy mistook him for her. Wu Dad was a little confused, but he quickly reacted. He remained calm and didn't explain, letting this guy spill the beans about what happened. Soon, after hearing this guy's description, Wu Dad became even more confused. Wait a minute. Isn't that guy's girlfriend called Lu Warner? What's going on with that school beauty goddess Chen Jun? Chapter 040, The Surprise of Witch Dad. Please read and vote for me. Besides, that brat is still with that girl named Chinjun. A girl gave birth to a child? What the hell? Which urban emotional TV series is being filmed here? Right. Well. Finally, the man with glasses shook his head inside and said to the father of Chinjun, the situation is like this. It was obviously our boss who pursued Chinjun first, and Chinjun also loved our boss. As a result, now that bastard surnamed Wu has stolen the love and even used some despicable and shameless means to make Chinjun give birth to his child, so that the two people who were obviously in love can't be together. Oh. Dad Wu was still a little confused. He roughly understood what had happened, but the internal logic of these things was scattered and could not be connected at all. What a despicable trick. My son also asked that person to give birth to a child? And that so-and-so and that so-and-so, two people who love each other can't be together? Is it because my brain nerves are not in tune with the trend and the imaginative ideas of these young people? Shaking his head, he didn't want to bother with these bullshit. He turned around and went upstairs to ask his wife and son about it face to face. Maybe he had met a psychopath, so he should ask clearly what kind of person his son was and what his character was like. He was still very sure. Having a child with a girl out of wedlock during college, this kind of thing, is impossible, absolutely impossible. But the man with glasses pulled him back enthusiastically. Wait, uncle. Don't rush up. I'll take you to see our chairman. Our chairman Chen Mei is a handsome man. He is the best in both academic performance and interpersonal relationships. I think you must have a lot to talk about with him, and we can rescue your daughter from Wu Jiangtao together. It might be because Wu's father behaved very kindly during the conversation, which made this guy forget the terrifying appearance of the other party at the beginning, and he even insisted on introducing Chen Mei to him. It's not that Wu's father is incapable of getting rid of the problem, but he suddenly has an idea and decides to go meet the student union president named Chen Mei, which may just help his son solve his problem. Well, although he had not walked the streets of the martial arts world for many years, and even the younger generation in the martial arts world now had few people who knew his name, Wu Zhanyong had seen all kinds of people in the martial arts world for half his life, including chivalrous and upright heroes, as well as sinister and vicious villains who schemed against others. For young people like Chen Mei, he planned to go over and take a look and give him a good lesson to prevent him from going astray. Following the bespectacled man's wishes, Wu Dad followed him to M University, and soon, the two arrived at the college's gymnasium. As he stepped into the gym, Wu Ba's eyes were filled with surprise. He looked here and there, and his eyes were not enough. On the first floor, in the huge dojo, there were people practicing street dance, skateboarding, and dancing. Going up to the second floor, he also saw many people practicing swordsmanship on the field, but when he looked closely, he found that they were not holding the swords of Chinese martial arts, but the cross swords of the West, and they were practicing the simple and plain thrusting and chopping. This made him frown slightly. Has your uncle never seen it? The man with glasses smiled and said, Our M University's fencing club is one of the best in the F-City University Town Circle. We have won 3 consecutive championships in the F-City College fencing competition. Several presidents have obtained professional certification from the International Fencing Federation and have very strong practical skills. It's just a flower stand. Father Wu snorted in dissatisfaction, but did not say this directly. By the way, why didn't we see any Chinese martial arts clubs along the way? After taking a final look at the swordplay practice of the M University Swordplay Club, Father Wu asked calmly. You mean the martial arts club? That's a small club with not many people. They couldn't even make it to the main competition in the Southeast Free Fighting Open competition several times. But our M University's Taekwondo Club and Infinite Flow Club made it to the main competition, and our Taekwondo Club president even made it into the top 10. The man with glasses knew the terrifying side of the middle-aged man in front of him, and he introduced him carefully. The president of the Taekwondo Club is Chen Mei, the chairman of our student union. He has obtained the professional certification of the International Taekwondo Federation established by Dahan Country, and is a professional black belt 5th degree master. Yeah? As he spoke, he had no idea that Wu Dad, who had no expression on his face, was already feeling an irrepressible sense of dissatisfaction. Is this what young people learn nowadays? Who would have thought that over the past decade or two, as the legal system has improved, the Chinese martial arts world that was created by several generations has begun to adapt to the trend of the times and move towards the so-called marketization and internationalization. Now, it actually caused such a weather. Perhaps the phenomenon at M University does not represent the current situation of the Chinese martial arts world, and it may be just an isolated phenomenon, but Wu Dad really can't stand it. What's wrong with these young people now? Why do they all learn and even worship Taekwondo, infinite flow, and Western swordsmanship? Ridiculous. China's martial arts heritage of thousands of years has a long history, and has gone through the baptism of modern struggles. Now it has long been refined and the essence remains. Whether it is fists or weapons, they are no worse than those foreign monks, and some even have a more profound foundation and are more advanced. But what is happening now? Arriving at the third floor of the M University Gymnasium, Wu's father's eyebrows moved slightly. This place is different from the first and second floors that I passed by before. The wooden floor is smooth and bright, and the venue is clean and tidy. All the young people who are exercising are wearing Taekwondo uniforms. Every punch and kick is uniform, and the movements are crisp and sharp. As soon as you arrive here, you are greeted by various Taekwondo cultural symbols and posters. The posters show various fierce leaps and kicks. The whole atmosphere is high-spirited and enthusiastic, and the atmosphere is very different. Uncle, look. This is our Taekwondo club. Yeah, not bad. Wu Ba nodded. Even though he was unhappy, as a warrior he could naturally see that the leg techniques taught here were quite good and there was something real. At this time, Chen Mei, the president of the club, also saw them, but did not come over immediately. Instead, he continued to teach the members to practice Taekwondo. Pay attention to your breathing. Pay attention to the rhythm. Keep your steps and maintain the rhythm of your breathing. The Taekwondo we practice focuses on explosiveness. Its lethality is unique in the world. The fundamental reason lies in breathing and rhythm. If your breathing is disordered, your kicking will lose its rhythm, and it will be impossible to have an explosive blow that will kill. Chen Mei, wearing a Taekwondo robe and a black belt around his waist, had a stern expression. He was obviously just standing there, but the aura he exuded was very powerful. Chapter 041. If you have something to say, please read it and give me a monthly ticket. It's interesting, but it's too young. Father Wu looked at him for a few times and found that he was far inferior to the Taekwondo master from Han Country whom he met when he was young. He stood quietly at the sidelines and watched, while the man with glasses had already trotted over. When he was about to introduce Chen Jun's father to his boss, he saw Chen Mei staring at him coldly. Did you forget something? Forehead. Only then did he remember that even when members entered the dojo, they could not wear casual clothes but had to wear dojo uniforms. I'm sorry, I'll go change it right away. Hello uncle, I'm Chen Mei. Soon, Chen Mei put down the coaching training at the Taekwondo club and turned to come in front of Wu Ba. However, after walking closer and seeing the other person's appearance clearly, he frowned slightly. I just heard from Xiao Lu that you are Chen Jun's father? No. Wu's father stopped pretending and said calmly, I am Wu Jiantao's father. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly froze. Chen Mei immediately turned around and glanced coldly at the man with glasses beside him. Idiot, he didn't even make it clear what the identity of the person he brought here was. No, uncle, didn't you just say? That's enough. Chen Mei looked up and down at Wu's father, with a look of relief in her eyes. She chuckled and said, so it's Senior Wu. I heard that you are also from a martial arts family. I wonder what advice you have for me today. The last time, when he witnessed Wu Jiangtao's absolutely professional level burst of power in Yunlu Garden, he specially investigated the boy's family background and found out that he actually came from a family of martial artists and his family ran a small martial arts school. At this time, he examined Wu Jiangtao's father face to face. Judging from Chen Mei's many years of Taekwondo practice, although he seemed to have a good physique, his body was loose and his footsteps were no different from those of ordinary people. He didn't look like a martial artist at all. What do you want to teach me? Wu Ba was happy. The bespectacled man next to him, Xiao Lu, was immediately shocked. Boss Xiao Sak. Let's talk it over nicely. Almost at the same time, at Yunlu Garden. Boss, this. A security guard stared at the stone pillar on the grass with wide eyes, and saw clearly the 5-finger-sized holes on the upper side of the stone pillar. The security captain had a solemn expression on his face. He stepped forward, bent over, and stretched out his hand. His 5 fingers naturally penetrated into it. Very strong. This kind of finger skills and power. Thinking of this, he roared angrily and lifted up the stone pillar with one hand. Almost at the same time, his face turned slightly red. Oh my God! The 2 men standing nearby were stunned. This stone pillar weighing several hundred kilograms was actually lifted up with one hand. Drink! The security captain picked up another stone pillar and walked forward with one in each hand, stepping heavily on the ground with each step. Dong dong. With two muffled sounds, the two stone pillars were put back far away. The captain's face was now flushed and his breathing was a little rapid. Captain! You are amazing. You are indeed worthy of being a professional level certified warrior. Captain, you said that expert is stronger than you. I think you are about the same as him. You can both carry these two stone pillars and walk. Hearing his men's exclamations, the security captain shook his head and said self-deprecatingly, "No, the gap between him and me is huge, so huge that you can't imagine. This. You have also watched the surveillance here just now. That man was holding these two stone pillars as if he was holding a small object weighing several kilograms. It was very natural, as if he didn't put any effort. Do you know what this is called? This is called lifting a heavy object with ease. Compared with him, the difference between me and him is like the difference between a 3-year-old child and an adult." An hour later. The video of Chen Mei attacking Wu Ba from the surveillance camera of M University's gymnasium was edited by a busybody and uploaded directly to the Academy's forum, instantly igniting the entire Academy's martial arts department and other sports departments. Well, some people in the college have been unhappy with the Taekwondo club and Chen Mei for a long time. As soon as the incident happened here, an expert from the computer department took action and made a video of the good things happening on the 3rd floor of the gymnasium and released it. This led to the video call between Pang Long and Wu Jiangtao. It feels so good. I've been fed up with the Taekwondo club and the academy that pretends to be so arrogant all the time. Ha 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 ha. This time Chen Mei failed to show off and was pinned to the ground and rubbed. But now that the younger one has been beaten, the older one is out. I don't know what to do. Well, this guy has been doing nothing these days, so he just holds his phone and chats with those sauerkraut fans who criticize Wu Jiangtao on the college forum. After seeing the video sent by the Taekwondo club, he came here immediately. Wu Jiangtao also saw the video post on the college forum. In the video, Dad Wu didn't seem to have any intention of fighting with the other party. He waved his hand and turned around to leave. At this moment, Chen Mei behind him suddenly took a step into the air and kicked him directly behind the head. Seeing this scene, Chen Jun and Li Shaoshan beside them both cried out in surprise. They almost thought that their uncle was going to be kicked over, but they saw him reaching back without even turning his head. Grab the opponent's ankle with incredible precision and pull him forward. The next moment, they saw Chen Mei flying directly out of the video range. Then, the video switched to another surveillance camera, which was a picture of the corridor. A figure appeared as if riding on clouds, and then it flew across the screen again. The funniest thing is that the editor deliberately slowed down the video 8 times and played it again so that people who watch the video can clearly see that it is Chen Mei. Immediately, the video switched to the surveillance camera at the corner of the staircase. In the video, Chen Mei finally reacted and did a beautiful somersault in mid-air. His feet were about to land steadily on the ground. However, he did not seem to realize that this was not flat ground but stairs, and one of his feet accidentally stepped on empty space. In the video, this guy waved his hands helplessly in the air for several times, and then he fell down because his center of gravity was unstable. Plop. Bang. Ping. Boom. Ouch. Ouch. This guy turned into a rolling gourd, rolling down the stairs, and finally lying at the corner of the stairs, unable to get up. It looked like he had fallen hard. Ha 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 ha. That scene just now. Li Shaoshan covered her stomach and laughed so hard that she shook with laughter. She collapsed on Wu Ma's shoulder, laughing uncontrollably. Chen Jun, who was standing next to her, also laughed out loud, but the pain caused by the transverse incision in her lower abdomen made her gasp. Hiss. Wu Jiangtao noticed it immediately and hurried over to support her. Are you okay? Don't laugh. Wu. Chapter 042, Son, There is a Way. Please read and vote for me. Chen Jun, who was in pain from extreme joy, took a while to calm down. The laughter just now affected the transverse incision in her abdomen, which made her feel a little depressed. What a trouble. I don't even have the freedom to smile happily. What happened in the video happened more than 20 minutes ago. As the saying goes, beating the younger one will alarm the older one. At this time, in the video call between Pang Long and Wu Jiangtao, the coach hired by the Taekwondo club, who is also Chen Mei's master, appeared and stood opposite Wu's father with a gloomy face. Seeing that a very exciting duel was about to break out, Pang Long, who was on a video call with Wu Jiangtao at the sidelines, was very excited and looked forward to the next duel. Unfortunately, at the critical moment, the members of the Taekwondo club suddenly came over with cold faces and drove him and all the students who came to watch the excitement out. Our club is temporarily closed, please leave first. Get out, everyone get out. Stop filming, there's nothing to film. Beep. During the scuffle, the video call was closed amidst Fatty Loan's curses. Wu Jiangtao frowned slightly and turned to look at his mother. Mom, is my dad in danger? Don't worry, he's just a low-ranking professional warrior from Han Country. Wu Ma waved her hand nonchalantly. No. Wu Jiangtao winked at his mother. Mom, why don't you go over and take a look? Mom, go take a look and chase Dad back. I believe you can do it. How could Wu Ma not understand her son's thoughts? She rolled her eyes at him and said, No need. You little bastard, clean up your own shit yourself. I have done my best. At this time, Chen Jun beside him spoke up in time. Aunt, why don't you go over and take a look? The man who just appeared is called Li Yingtian. He is a master hired by the Taekwondo club from Hanwha High Tech. He once won the International Taekwondo Open Championship. Ordinary warriors are no match for him at all. Although the Open Championship is still mainly a professional Taekwondo sport, amateurs can also participate in the competition. Generally, real professional masters are unlikely to participate, but young professional athletes will choose to hone their skills in this kind of competition when they first debut. It's okay. Wu Ma didn't care at all. Jiang Tao's father is thick-skinned and tough, he will be fine even if he gets beaten up. Li Shaoshan and Chen Jun looked at each other in bewilderment. It was okay. He was thick-skinned and could take a beating without any problem. Are you really okay? After all, there are so many people in the Taekwondo club. What if they are unreasonable and start a fight? After saying that, Wu Ma turned around and left with a nonchalant look on her face. She cleaned up the dishes and put them in the dishwasher. She went to the kitchen to clean up other things and started preparing to slaughter the duck. She will slaughter the 2 old ducks today, and then stew soup with half a duck each time for her daughter-in-law to drink, once every 2 days. Well, that's about 2 ducks a week, and 8 ducks a month. If there are not enough at home, she can buy a few from neighbors and relatives in the village, so that there will be enough old duck soup for her daughter-in-law during her confinement. Hey, Jiang Tao. Why don't you go over and take a look? After Wu Ma left, Chen Jun quickly pulled Wu Jiangtao, and Li Shaoshan beside him also advised, yes, that Li Yingtian is not a good person. It's okay, don't worry. My dad will be fine. Wu Jiangtao smiled bitterly inwardly. Worried about my dad? You might as well worry about me. When he comes, he will definitely not let me off easily. After lunch, Li Shaoshan did not leave, but stayed in the room with Chen Jun. Wu Jiangtao was taking care of the 2 babies when suddenly his phone started to ring with WeChat messages. Speechless, he clicked on them, but they were several WeChat voice messages and a video from Panglong. Wow! That's awesome! Check out the video I sent you. Jiang. Hurry up and take a look. The guy who just came to challenge the Taekwondo club is definitely an expert among experts. Wu Jiangtao clicked on the video. The picture in the video was a little shaky. It was the rolling door of the Taekwondo club's main entrance being lowered. But when the video reached the 17th second, bang! Suddenly, the whole door made a loud noise, and the stainless steel and aluminum alloy rolling door shook violently, and a human figure popped out in an instant. The person who took the photo with this mobile phone obviously did not expect the scene, and was so scared that the phone screen suddenly shook. The video ends here. Chen Jun on the bed was unable to get up and didn't see it. Li Shaoshan heard Pang Long shouting and came over curiously. After seeing this video, she was instantly shocked. Oh my god! This... Jiang Tao, this can't be your dad? Li Shaoshan was anxious. She quickly snatched the phone and ran outside to hand it to Wu Ma. Aunt, please take a look at this. Oh, please stop bathing the duck. Go and take a look. Here, Wu Ma had just bled an old duck and was using boiling water to scald its feathers in preparation for plucking. Upon hearing this, she looked up, bewildered. Bathing the duck. What the hell? After watching the short video on her phone, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Really, his temper is still so bad, no wonder he is always scolded by his father, who always scolds him for not practicing meditation. Ha! At this moment, Wu Ma suddenly had an idea. Brush. She stood up suddenly, wiped her wet hands on her chef's apron, and hurried to the master bedroom. She pushed the door open and said, "Son, there is a solution." Oh. After returning from M University, Wu Dad, who had just arrived at the gate of Yunlu Garden, suddenly felt an itch in his nose and couldn't help sneezing. He wiped his nose in a strange way and frowned. Walking into the community and passing through the pleasant garden, we soon arrived in front of Building 11 where Wu Jiangtao lived. As soon as he walked in, Wu's father saw two young men, one fat and one thin, waiting for the elevator in the corridor. When they saw Wu Ba coming in, the two young men were also stunned. "Isn't this the martial arts master from M University's taekwondo class?" Seeing that he pressed the 9th floor, the fat young man couldn't help but blurt out, "Uncle, are you going to the 9th floor too?" Hello? My name is Pang Inglong, and this is my roommate and brother Wu Feiyang. Uncle, are you a professional warrior? I guess so. Wu Dad nodded. Oh. We are from M University too. You just happen to be in our college's taekwondo club. You are so awesome. You made all the boys from M University feel relieved. Oh? Wu's father was surprised and looked at the two of them. Which department are you from at M University? We are students from the computer department, hee hee. Fat Dragon grinned. Yes, that's right. This time, the surveillance footage from the Taekwondo Club was edited and posted online at the first possible moment. It was a test run of the joint efforts of 405. Chapter 043 is coming. Please read and vote for me. Uncle, do you live here? Father Wu did not answer this question directly. Instead, he evaded the question and asked, "I heard that many students from M University rent houses here. Are you one of them too?" He was able to enter and exit the Yunlu Garden freely, which naturally showed that he had done his homework. Although he had just arrived, he chatted with the security captain here for a while, obtained some information and intelligence here, and casually gave him some pointers on his martial arts practice, which immediately intimidated the other party. Although he has not been in business for many years, this is an old skill and he has not forgotten it. Yes, we came here to find a classmate. He is now a celebrity in our college, huh? Wu Feiyang was getting a little carried away again. Our good buddy is called Wu Jiangtao. Uncle, you will never guess what kind of feat he has accomplished in our M University. Interesting. Wu Dad's expression changed slightly. Before Fatty Dragon at the side could stop him, the fellow had already proudly recounted Wu Jiangtao's glorious deeds. Let me put it this way. Most college couples get married right after graduation, but he already has a son and a daughter before he even graduates. Wu Dad. When I was chatting with the man with glasses downstairs before, I heard him talking about the child's problem. At that time, I thought he must have made a mistake, because Wu Dad knew what kind of character his son was. But at this moment, he was a little confused and asked subconsciously. Having both a son and a daughter, what does that mean? Ha ha ha. Seeing the surprise and astonishment on the master's face, Wu Feiyang was very proud. It means exactly what it says. Uncle, you can't imagine it, right? But this is the fact. My buddy hasn't even graduated yet, and he already has a child. Impossible, right? At this point, Wu's father's tone was no longer so certain, and his eyes were full of suspicion, considering that his wife had been here for so many days. Could it be that? Really? Really, this matter has spread throughout our college. Even our college goddess Chen Jun has admitted it herself. Xiao Wu said with a beaming smile, and Pang Long was too lazy to stop him. At this point, although most people in the college still don't believe it, the matter has already spread, so let us just say it. Don't disbelieve it. Seeing that Wu Dad was still full of doubt, Xiao Wu smiled and took out his phone to retrieve the photos he had taken before, and handed them to him. Take a look. When Wu Zhanyang saw the photo, he was shocked, angry and happy. What shocked him was that his son had caused such a big commotion this time. It was normal for a relationship to result in death, and he could still accept it, but how could this result in the death of two babies? Then there was anger. This guy didn't care and had a child with a girl. The most important thing was, how dare this brat keep hiding it from me? 10 months of pregnancy, plus hospitalization for delivery. He kept such a big thing a secret. Yes, this time his wife came in a hurry. I guess this guy finally felt that having a child was too big a thing to keep secret. Thinking of this, Wu Dad was so angry that he laughed. At the very end, there was a hint of joy in my heart. I never expected that our Wu family would grow so fast, and I would become a grandfather at such a young age. Now Wu Dad is just 50 years old, and his martial arts skills are still at the peak, and there is even potential for further improvement. Inside the elevator, the uncle's face became visibly gloomy, and in this small space, the air seemed to be stagnant. Bite. They arrived at the 9th floor, but Fat Dragon and Xiao Wu were unable to move. It was too scary. At this moment, they felt their entire bodies were cold, as if they were completely frozen. Call. After a while, Wu Ba finally restrained his dissipating aura, and the two of them finally relaxed. Tap, tap. The two of them hurriedly ran out of the elevator and headed towards room 0903. Just as they were about to press the doorbell, they heard steady footsteps behind them. Xiao Wu and Fat Long were horrified to see that the terrifying master had already come behind them, stretched out his hand and pressed the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong. Gurgle. The two guys were so scared that they didn't dare to breathe. Their minds were blank. At this moment, the sound of brisk footsteps was heard from behind the door. Who is it? At the same time as a pleasant and melodious young female voice was heard, the door opened. Eh? It was Li Xiaoshan who opened the door. She looked at the three strangers in front of the door with a puzzled look on her face. Who are you? These three men looked a bit strange. The older one, who was stronger and taller, stood at the back with a gloomy face. The two men in front, one fat and one thin, also looked strange. They were pale and sweat was pouring down their faces. If you didn't know, you would think that Li Xiaoshan had opened the door and poured a basin of foot-washing water on these two guys. We are Wu Jiangtao's, Xiao Wu's teeth were chattering and he couldn't even speak clearly. At this time, Wu Dad had already restrained his aura. The reason why they behaved like this was entirely due to their own psychological effects. Immediately, his deep voice also rang out at this time. I am Wu Jiangtao's father. Hearing this, Fat Dragon and Xiao Wu outside the door felt their bodies soften and they relaxed instantly. Turns out it was my uncle. Oh, you should have told me earlier. I scared him to death. It's Uncle Wu. Hello, my name is Li Xiaoshan. I'm Chen Jun's classmate and best friend. Come in, Auntie, and everyone is here. The girl inside the door was smiling, and the shallow dimples on her face stunned Fat Long and Xiao Wu outside the door. As she spoke, she moved her slender body aside, and the three of them walked in. After passing through the entrance hall, they were all stunned when they saw the whole picture of the house. This house. Although there is no luxurious decoration, no golden and magnificent dragons and phoenixes, but the simple wooden floor, the moon-white wall inlaid with mahogany cabinets, the elegant window lattice, the simple sofa. Everything seems casual and simple, yet it appears so natural and harmonious. It is obvious that the price of this house is definitely not low. You're here. At this time, everyone was in the living room. Mother Wu, who was sitting on the sofa, looked up at her husband, greeted him, and a hint of cunning appeared in her eyes. Chen Jun also hurriedly stood up, bowed slightly and nodded to him. Hello, uncle, I am Chen Jun. Only when he faced her did Wu's father force a smile on his face. Hello, Dad. Wu Jiangtao, who was supporting her, cried out, with a guilty look on his face. Chapter 044. Whose problem is it? Please read and vote for me. As soon as he came in, although Wu Dad's face was calm, the look he gave his wife was full of obvious warning, telling her that he was going to teach his son a lesson and she should not interfere. Wu Ma was helpless about this, but when it came to educating her son, she never interfered. This was a tacit understanding formed between the couple over the past few decades. If it was anything else, would he dare to look at me like this? Father Wu looked at his son steadily, his expression calm. You are fine. I was told that your mother had been gone for so many days without saying a word, and she didn't tell me anything after she came back. You have grown up, kid, and you actually caused such a big thing for me without saying a word. Come here. Uncle, no, listen to me. Chen Jun quickly stepped forward. Father Wu raised his hand and said, as an elder, I am too arrogant to call you Xiao Jun. You don't have to explain for him. No matter how the result today came about, he has an unshirkable responsibility. As he said this, he turned around and was about to walk towards the door, but suddenly an old voice came from behind him that made his heart skip a beat. Ahem, what's the matter that can't be said here? Why do you have to go away? Brush. Dad Wu turned his head suddenly, and was shocked to see two extremely familiar figures on a 70-inch TV. Among them, the familiar face was looking at him calmly. But this old man had black hair and not many wrinkles on his face. If it were not for the vicissitudes between his eyebrows and eyes, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. Dad? When he just came in, he really didn't notice that there was a video call going on the TV on the side. Humph, do you still have my father in your eyes? The old man snorted indifferently. You have been so arrogant since you came in. Who are you showing off to? No. Father Wu was a little embarrassed for a moment, but he still pointed at Wu Jiangtao beside him angrily. This kid has quietly made such a big scene for me, how can I not teach him a lesson? In the past, I admit that this kid has no talent in martial arts, but now he has made such a scene in such an important matter of life and right and wrong. This kid deserves a beating. Yeah? Old Master Wu snorted and said calmly, I already know the whole story. I've told Tao Tao everything I should have said and taught him a lesson. Since you happen to be here, I'll talk to you about your problem. My question? Wu Dad's eyes widened immediately. No, how did it become my problem? The old man on the TV screen couldn't help but move closer to the camera. His face instantly doubled in size, and he angrily shouted at him, You have a big problem. Father Wu covered his forehead with his hands, feeling extremely troubled. He couldn't help but turn around and glance at his wife. There was no doubt that the appearance of the old man must have something to do with her. Facing this glare, Wu Ma smiled at him slightly. What are you looking at? Try looking at another one? Wu Dad. The old man immediately defended his daughter-in-law. It has nothing to do with Xiaoqian. I will slowly settle your problems with you later, but you can't leave for Tao's problem right now. Let's talk about it here. Dad. Wu's father still looked a little angry. This kid. You dog, stop talking nonsense to me. Uncle Wu was also angry, and pointed a finger at him through the screen. Do you dare to beat my little grandson? Try it yourself? The grandparents are the grandparents, and they almost cursed back at them when they were in the army. Wu's father's face fell. Well, at least he couldn't deal with this kid now. You come here with a nose that's not a nose, and eyes that are not eyes. Sit down and listen to Tao Tao explain the cause and effect of the matter. Dad Wu had no choice but to follow the old man's instructions and sit on the sofa in the living room. Dad, listen to my explanation. Uncle, listen to me. At this time, Wu Jiangtao and Chen Jun said this almost at the same time, which made Grandpa Wu on the other side of the TV very happy. It was great, these two kids looked like a perfect match. As he said that, he said to Wu's father again, Listen to me carefully, kid. If you have any problems or want to be taught a lesson, just say it here. Is there anything that cannot be talked out? Do you have to use force to teach a lesson? Your ideological awareness is still far from enough. When we were in the army. At this point, Grandma Wu beside him patted him on the shoulder, and Grandpa Wu shut up angrily. Let's not talk about this. Xiao Tao and Xiao Jun, keep going. Keep going. Explain what you just said to us to your dad. I believe he is still very reasonable. At the end, he deliberately emphasized the word reasonable. Wu's father felt touched but could only bear it and glared at Wu Jiangtao. While the family was talking, Li Xiaoshan had already quietly left with Fatty Long and Xiao Wu. When Chen Jun subconsciously stepped forward to speak, Wu Jiangtao beside him gently pulled him back and smiled at her. Let me do it. Snort. Although Father Wu was very unhappy, when he saw his son take the initiative to stand up, he nodded slightly in his heart. Next, Wu Jiangtao recounted everything that had happened in the past few days, without exaggerating or evading the important points. This is the whole process. He looked embarrassed and said, I'm sorry for causing trouble to everyone. It's my fault that I didn't explain it clearly to you, Dad, right away. Dad Wu groaned and was about to speak when Grandpa Wu, who was looking at his two little great-grandchildren happily on TV, came over without any courtesy. What are you humming about here, old man? Don't you understand that if a son fails to teach his parents well, it is the fault of his parents? I think you are also half responsible for this matter. Why didn't Tao Tao tell you at the beginning, but told Xiaoqian instead? And, he has entered the whole strength stage now. Is this what you told me before, that his martial arts talent is mediocre and he has no hope in martial arts in this life? Grandpa Wu sneered, don't be unconvinced, kid. Tao Tao has handled the situation very well from the beginning until now. He also took the initiative to take care of his great-grandson and even learned how to cook. Just him? And learned to cook? Dad Wu didn't show any dissatisfaction on his face, but he was disdainful in his heart. I could easily blow up the electric pressure cooker by accident. This kid's cooking skills are probably only at the level of frying an egg, measuring water, and cooking rice. Here is where the story ends. After all, Shenjun didn't seem to have been wronged. She spoke appropriately, she was pretty, and she was doing well in her studies and work. She was definitely more than qualified to be a daughter-in-law to the Wu family. Okay, that's it for today. Although Grandpa Wu had seen his two lovely great-grandchildren before Dad Wu came here, at the end of the video call, the old man still looked at Wu Jiangtao and Shenjun with anticipation. Taotao, Xiaojun, please bring the baby to us when he is 1 month old. Chapter 045. Where is the little grandson? Please read and vote for me. Facing the old man's earnestness, Shenjun took the initiative to stand up and said generously, Grandpa, yes. We will definitely bring the baby to see you. Okay. The old man suddenly laughed happily. He was very satisfied with his granddaughter-in-law. Finally, he turned his head and looked at Wu Dad. Be quiet, kid. It's good like this now. Control your temper. Do you hear me? I see. Father Wu looked upset. It's hard to guard against. I didn't expect that this brat and his mother would actually bring up the old man. What can I do? That's it. After hanging up the phone, Uncle Wu finally disappeared from the big screen, but Father Wu's face was still not looking good, and he was still staring at Wu Jiangtao in front of him, which made the boy feel uneasy. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke stiffly, Where is my little grandson? I want to see. Puff. Wu Ma burst out laughing. This is incredible. He is the same person as the old man. Oh, here. Wu Jiangtao hurriedly brought his father to the bedroom, where the two big babies were sleeping in a daze on the small bed. As soon as he saw the two adorable little grandchildren, the anger on Dad Wu's face immediately disappeared. He couldn't help but get closer to look at the two little babies, his eyes curved with smiles. Little baby, Grandpa is coming. I called out softly, and my sister seemed to be disturbed. She instinctively raised her hands and waved them in the air, but she was still sleeping soundly and did not wake up. Oh my! Dad Wu's heart almost melted. He couldn't help but reach out and carefully touch the cute little hand. Almost instinctively, the little sister's hand immediately grabbed his. Be careful, if you wake up the baby I'll show you how I'll deal with you. Mother Wu beside him couldn't help but whispered to him. I'll be careful. My brother's name is Wu Chengqing, and my sister's name is Wu Pei. Xiaojun came up with these names. Chengqing, Pei. Father Wu repeated it and nodded. It sounds good. It echoes his father's name and has a profound meaning. At this moment, he was extremely happy. He never expected that he would become a grandfather so soon. There were so many single men and women now, and his own son looked like a loser with neither literary nor martial arts skills. He thought he would probably have to wait for several more years, or even 10 years. I didn't expect that I would have a grandson so soon. However, there were some questions he still wanted to ask Shenjun specifically. In her explanation just now, she didn't introduce her family. No, she didn't even mention it. This is not okay. But before asking her, it's better to discuss with my wife how to tell her. When it comes to this, it was only after the old man's reminder that he realized this problem, otherwise he would have directly asked Shenjun about her family situation on the spot. Okay, the child is sleeping, so stop making noise. Let's go out first. Mother Wu pulled Father Wu and tiptoed out. At this moment, Shenjun, who was in the living room, suddenly heard a ding on his phone. He picked it up and saw that it was a WeChat message from Li Xiaoshan. Shanshan came to eat. My intuition tells me that you seem to need my company now. She was stunned. Before she could reply to the WeChat message, she heard the doorbell ringing. She immediately got up and opened the door, only to see her best friend standing there, looking at her with a smile. Do you welcome me back? Dislike. Seeing this guy's smug look, Shenjun couldn't help but roll his eyes, but his heart felt warm. That's right, if she was just facing Wu Jiangtao's mother, she actually felt okay and the pressure was not that great. Of course, the key point is that in the past few days, this elder has taken good care of her emotions and her health. Therefore, even though her relationship with Wu Jiangtao was still in a delicate stage, Shenjun didn't feel anything. But now there is another witch father. That's completely different. It seemed like there was only one more person, but as soon as Wu Dad arrived, he put a lot of pressure on everyone present, even though he was heading for Wu Jiangtao. Now, she was alone, facing Wu Jiangtao, Wu's mother and Wu's father. Originally, they should have been a happy family, but now the situation was. Chen Jun did not marry Wu Jiangtao. This puts a lot of psychological pressure on her. From the first contact, she felt that Father Wu was a strong person. Although this elder had not said anything yet, but this kind of pressure did exist. If you dislike it, then I'm leaving. As she spoke, Li Xiaoshan smiled wickedly, turned around and made to leave, but suddenly Chen Jun reached out his hand from behind her and pulled her, causing her to stagger. Oops. Just try one. Under the care of Wu Jiangtao and Wu's mother in the past few days, Chen Jun's body has recovered a lot. The wound is almost not painful anymore. He can walk normally again and can use some strength in his hands. While the two best friends were playing around, Wu's mom, Wu's dad, and Wu Jiangtao finished looking after the baby and walked out of the bedroom. Ha! Seeing Li Xiaoshan, Wu Ma immediately smiled like an auntie. Xiaoshan, you're here? Just now I thought you had gone home. No, I just went out to answer a phone call. Thinking about this aunt introducing her nephews and nieces to her later, Li Xiaoshan felt a little nervous, but for the sake of her best friend, she was willing to give it a try. Xiaojun is so weak now, I have to keep an eye on Jiangtao to prevent him from bullying our Xiaojun. He dares. Mother Wu was furious, and glanced at her son with a dangerous look. Even if I gave them the courage, they wouldn't dare. Then she turned to look at Chen Jun. Xiaojun, if this brat dares to bully you in the future, just tell me. I can deal with him without his father. She was talking to Wu Jiangtao and Chen Jun, but in the end, she rolled her eyes at her husband. Wu Dad. What do these mean? If you're talking about your son, just say he is your son. Why are you giving me that look again? What is going on? Mom Wu never expected Dad Wu to understand the subtle change in the atmosphere in the room, but when she heard Li Xiaoshan say for no reason, I'm afraid Wu Jiangtao will bully our Chen Jun, she immediately realized the problem. When Wu Ma, Wu Jiangtao, Chen Jun, and their two babies lived in this house, they managed to maintain a delicate balance. This was a balance she achieved by being considerate and empathetic towards Chen Jun. When Li Xiaoshan appeared, this balance was undoubtedly more stable. This was why Li Xiaoshan came over despite being very uncomfortable under the control of Aunt Wu Ma. Chen Jun feels most comfortable when she is around. And now, the appearance of Father Wu, especially his menacing aura, completely broke this balance. From this perspective, what Father Wu said to him was absolutely correct. Of course, this is also the difference between men and women. Women are always thoughtful, able to take care of the emotions of the young and old, and always able to coordinate all parties. At home, if the mother is suddenly absent for a while, the atmosphere at home will definitely become very different. Chapter 046, A Family, please read and vote for me. Although Li Xiaoshan is careless most of the time, she is absolutely attentive when it comes to her studies and towards her best friends. You little brat, why don't you go cook? I'm here to help take care of the kids, not to be your babysitter. The father is a cause of worry, and the son has prepared such a shocking surprise before he even graduated. Mother Wu was very unhappy and drove her son into the kitchen. I'll go. Wu Jiangtao hurried to the kitchen. Let this kid cook? Father Wu frowned immediately and looked at Mother Wu. Can he do it? Don't let this kid blow up the voltage cooker later. Oh, I was wondering why I got a new electric pressure cooker when I got home yesterday. Wu Ma immediately seized his flaw and looked at him with a smile. So that's how it happened. Cough, where is my son? What do you want me to do? Father Wu winked, indicating that there were guests present, and asked him to give me some face. But Wu Ma would not indulge him this time. Moreover, Chen Jun and Li Xiaoshan who were present were not outsiders in her eyes. She said very bluntly, Wu Zhanyong, you are good. It seems that I really took care of you too much in the past. I should let you practice well in the future. Wu Dad was immediately depressed. First he was stabbed by his father, and now he was stabbed by his wife. Damn it, if I had known I shouldn't have followed. Well, okay, I'll go to the kitchen and take a look. I have to keep an eye on this kid, otherwise he might make some noise later. He was so upset that he turned around and left. Wu Ma continued to taunt Ping A in the living room, you might as well go and study. Read more and learn more. Don't light the gas tank when you cook next time. Wu's father felt very upset when he heard this, but he had no way to refute it. As soon as he walked into the kitchen, he saw Wu Jiangtao cutting meat and his eyes narrowed slightly. This kid. Although he didn't know how to cook, he saw at a glance the unique beauty that Wu Jiangtao displayed when cooking. The meat and vegetables went from the chopping board to the pot and then to the pot. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water, revealing a very unique rhythm. Wu Dad examined it for a long time. It's very good, but if you look closely, you can see that this kid's cooking skills are still at the stage of craftsmanship, lacking the effort of heart. In terms of this level of insight, Wu Ma is not as good as Wu Ba. I didn't expect that my son could even master this kind of cooking skills. The father was immediately surprised. It was already very good for such a young man to be able to achieve this level. In his past career, he also met a master chef. Although they only had a meal together, the taste was still deeply impressed. Dad? After finishing a dish, Wu Jiangtao noticed that there was another person beside him. When he was about to serve it out, he saw Wu's father coming over and taking it. You kid, when did you learn such good cooking skills? Not long, just the past 6 months. As he was speaking, Father Wu had already brought the dish and placed it on the dining table. Wow, it smells so good. Li Xiaoshan's voice was heard during the conversation in the living room, and he couldn't help but smile. Now it seems that there is no need to worry about this kid not being able to take care of others. His cooking skills are good, and he has also reached the level of whole strength in martial arts. His future life will definitely not be too bad. At least he will have no problem supporting his wife and children. Thinking of this, he, as a father, felt a lot more at ease. After dinner, I'll test your current boxing skills. Ah? Oh, okay. Wu Jiangtao still felt a little guilty. It was really his father's disappointed look when he was a child that left a huge psychological shadow on him. Wu Ba glanced at him. Don't worry, the matter between you and Xiao Jun is over from my side. I am just testing and guiding you. At the dinner table, in front of the relatively unfamiliar Wu Dad, Li Xiaoshan was a little bit hesitant at first. At first glance, she looked like a lady from a wealthy family. However, after a few minutes, she could no longer control herself. It's delicious, really delicious. Don't look at me, just eat. You're making me feel embarrassed. The girl devoured the twice-cooked pork and cabbage in front of her with relish. The pork belly was cut thinly and had a soft texture. When she put it in her mouth and bit it together with the cabbage, the salty and spicy taste was just right, and paired with the sweet taste of hand-torn cabbage, it was really appetizing. This is even better than what the chef in my hometown makes. Uncle, you should try it too. Try this dish, it's the taste of my hometown. The way this girl eats can only be described as, she doesn't consider herself an outsider at all, which made Wu's father stunned. Curiously, he picked up the serving chopsticks and picked up some twice-cooked pork and cabbage. He used his own chopsticks to put a thin slice of twice-cooked pork into his mouth. The salty and spicy taste with a hint of sweetness from the cabbage instantly spread between his lips and teeth. It's really delicious. He quickly finished the twice-cooked pork and cabbage in the bowl. When he reached for the serving chopsticks, he was shocked to find that the dish of twice-cooked pork with stir-fried cabbage was gone. Even the soup was poured into the white rice by Li Xiaoshan, mixed with the rice, and eaten with other dishes. Compared to this dish, the other dishes are either steamed or mixed, and are much lighter. Well, these dishes have less oil and salt, and even no MSG. At the dinner table, dishes like old duck stewed with motherwort and black fungus, steamed egg with minced meat, steamed pork liver, etc., are all specially made for Qin Jun. Of course, there are several other dishes that take Qin Jun and others into consideration. For example, there is also a dish of stewed beef with radish, which combines taste and nutrition. Qin Jun can eat more of the radish in this dish, while others can eat the beef. Brush. It was a rare opportunity to have such a delicious meal, so Dad Wu had a big appetite and even ate several bowls of rice. That appetite! Li Xiaoshan was dumbfounded. She only ate 2 bowls. Wait a minute? How much did I eat in this meal? Thinking about how much she had just eaten, Li Xiaoshan couldn't help but cover her face with her hands. It's over. I ate so much again. I have to run a few more kilometers tomorrow. Ah. The girl tearfully pulled her best friend and said, "Why didn't you stop me from ordering?" Qin Jun glanced at her and said, "You can't control yourself, who can you blame?" This is the difference between Qin Jun and her. The food cooked by Wu Jiangtao is delicious, but except for the first few meals when she couldn't help herself, she can now control her food intake well. Eat small meals frequently, eat less rice, eat more vegetables and drink more soup to ensure you have enough nutrition for milk production and body recovery, while controlling your weight and body shape. She is such a serious and responsible person, not only in her studies and interpersonal relationships, but also to herself. Chapter 047 Little Dowdu is good, please read and vote for me. After dinner, Wu's mother unceremoniously sent Wu's father to wash the pots and dishes, saying that it was a practice so that he wouldn't burst the pot again when he came back home. After hearing this, Wu's father was furious, but he had no choice but to accept it. In the short term, it seems that the fact that I caused the rice cooker to explode will become a handle for my wife to use against me, and it will not be so easy to let it go. He could even imagine that whenever there was any problem at home, she would naturally involve this matter and then let him do this and that smoothly. After washing the dishes, Wu Jiangtao went to the master bedroom and stayed with Chen Jun for a while. The two babies woke up one after another. As soon as they woke up, the whole family gathered around them, happily teasing the two cute little angels. I feel like my sister's eyes are bigger. Yeah, but my sister is more noisy and has a bad temper. She also sucks very hard when she's breastfeeding. I think my brother is more obedient, but he can be very annoying when he gets noisy. However, both babies look more like their mother, and their eyes are very pretty. Just follow mommy, just follow mommy. One of them will grow up to be tall and handsome, and the other will be beautiful. But his body shape is more like his father's. Look at this, TSK, I guess he will have long legs in the future. The whole family gathered around the baby's bed and talked about everything from the two babies' appearance to their personality and height and body shape. Soon, the younger sister was very unhappy and gave a stinky evaluation in front of everyone. Oh my sister has poop. Li Xiaoshan was deeply traumatized by this and quickly moved away. Our little Dowdu is good and wants to take a bath. Dowdu is the nickname of the younger sister, and the nickname of the older brother is Miao Miao. The nicknames of the two cute babies combined are Do Miao. Wu Jiangtao came over, picked up his sister and walked to the bathroom in the master bedroom, where Wu's mother had already started running warm water. The belly button hasn't fallen off yet. Let me take a look first. Mom, give me the cotton swab first. I'll disinfect my sister first. Wu Jiangtao took the cotton swab, dipped it in alcohol, and disinfected the baby's belly button and the surrounding area. At this moment, he saw his sister's belly button naturally fall out. Ha! It fell off. Wu Ma came over nervously, and Wu Jiangtao quickly bent down to take a look. It was dark inside, so he carefully rubbed it with an alcohol swab and immediately scraped off some blood scabs. It's okay, it's dry here, no signs of redness or inflammation, but the blood scab here needs to be cleaned. Wu Jiangtao carefully used several alcohol cotton swabs to clean Xiao Daoda's belly button. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief and began to change his sister's diaper, wash her butt, and wipe her body. Well, during the period before and after the baby's umbilical cord falls off, the belly button has not healed completely. Therefore, the baby can only be bathed by scrubbing, and cannot be put in the bathtub to bathe, and the belly button must not be wet, otherwise the little guy's belly button will easily become infected and inflamed, or even fester. If it accidentally gets inflamed, it will be quite troublesome, and the couple will have to take the baby back to the hospital for treatment, and even have to give anti-inflammatory shots before the baby is full term, which is very harmful to the child's body. Therefore, the care of the belly button must be very, very, very careful. It must be observed carefully every day, cleaned and cared for carefully, without any carelessness. While washing his body, Zaya Dudu started to make a fuss. He had just pooped and was feeling hungry. But there is nothing we can do about it. We have to give her a bath before we can feed her. If we feed her first, the little one's belly will be full, so we can't give her a bath right away and we have to wait. From waking up, pooping, feeding, and finally coaxing the two babies to sleep. Wu Jiangtao has begun to form a fixed rhythm for this. They now bathe their two babies every 2 days. Babies' bodies do not secrete a lot of oil and dirt like adults, so they don't need to be bathed every day. After washing the younger sister, he took her back to her mother to feed her, and then it was the brother's turn. My brother didn't poop, so he took a shower directly. His belly button hasn't fallen off yet, but it's okay. It usually falls off naturally around 7 to 10 days after being discharged from the hospital, so there is no need to rush. As time went by, although the two babies' eating and sleeping schedules were still roughly the same, differences had begun to appear, especially in their feeding times, which had begun to occasionally overlap. However, they still ate together most of the time, only their poop had started to become inconsistent. For example, now, my brother pooped after taking a bath and drinking milk. This made Wu Jiangtao busy again. Father Wu, who was outside the bedroom, peeked in and was slightly stunned. This kid seems to be doing quite well. He couldn't help but think back to the time when he and Wu Ma were married and had this kid. It seemed like he was busy practicing boxing. He only stayed at home for a few days when his wife gave birth to Wu Jiangtao. Afterwards, he left his wife and child to his mother to take care of them and went out to make a living again. In his era, men were supposed to go out and earn money to support the family. The complicated household affairs such as socializing, customary rituals, and raising children were all handled by women, and men basically did not ask about them. Each era is different. Compared with now, that era was much poorer, money was harder to earn, and materials were far less abundant than they are now. Fortunately, Wu Ma was not a weak woman back then, which is why she was able to support their small family. After a while, the two big babies, who had eaten their fill and taken a bath, felt relaxed and soon fell asleep. Babies who take a bath fall asleep faster and sleep longer than at other times. Having just waited for the two little ancestors to fall asleep, Wu Jiangtao nodded to Chen Jun, who stayed in the room, turned around and tiptoed out of the room. He couldn't help but looked up and yawned. It was easy to feel sleepy in the afternoon after eating and drinking too much. Is the baby asleep? Father Wu and Mother Wu in the living room turned around to look. Li Xiaoshan was there too, but she had just listened to Wu Ma's introduction of her nephew, and she felt a little shaken, but she still did not agree to the aunt's enthusiasm. Blind dates are impossible. I will never have blind dates in this life. It's not like I haven't been in love before. Although it ended tragically, I still have a bottom line. It is because of this bottom line that my life can be so colorful and I can enjoy the eager gazes of those suitors and their nice words. I really like my current state. Okay, come over here and let me test your current boxing skills. Father Wu stood up and said calmly, "Go downstairs." Eh? Li Xiaoshan was stunned and looked at Wu Ma in confusion. "Auntie, are you going to?" Wu Ma also stood up. "It's like checking homework." "Oh, can I go over and take a look?" Li Xiaoshan was very curious. Although there were various professional martial arts competitions on sports channels and short videos, she had always seen them through the screen, and she had mostly seen the ones in TV dramas and movies where the fighters flew all over the place with overwhelming power. In reality, she had never seen a real martial arts master. "All right," Wu Ma said indifferently. Chapter 048, Examination, please read and vote for me. While Father Wu was testing Wu Jiangtao's current kung fu, Mother Wu and Li Xiaoshan were watching with great interest. On the busiest East Street in F City, in the Taekwondo Hall of the F City branch of the International Taekwondo Federation, a middle-aged man with bandages on his body and gloomy eyes was sitting with many middle-aged men with long breaths and slender bodies. They all looked at the big screen in front of the conference room with serious faces. A video is playing above. The video is not very clear, but it is roughly clear that one of the people is the middle-aged man with bandages on his body at the scene, and the other person is Wu Dad. The confrontation between the two in the video did not last long. The middle-aged man walked around the other man twice, while the other man stood there with a calm expression, without even putting up his fists. At first glance, he seemed to be full of flaws. Suddenly, the middle-aged man took a sudden step forward and kicked towards the other party with an extremely ferocious kick. At this moment, the opponent did not retreat but advanced, calmly dodged the kick and rushed forward, hitting him heavily in the chest and abdomen with a shoulder strike. The next moment, the middle-aged man turned into a black shadow and flew out of the video screen. Beep. The video ends here. The people at the scene looked at each other solemnly, and the middle-aged man with the bandages tied around his body said in a low voice, "Before coming here, I watched this video over and over again for no less than 100 times, and every time I could clearly recall the fight with this person. I really can't tell which Chinese boxing style he used. It can't be just a simple shoulder collision, right? Definitely not. This shoulder attack is definitely not as simple as it looks. A normal shoulder attack can knock you away and cause you such serious injuries. This is the first time I've seen it. I have never seen this before. Perhaps, this is just a simple shoulder strike. But this person's martial arts must have reached an incredible level to be able to easily unleash such terrifying power." The group of people discussed this with heavy expressions and watched the video over and over again, but no one could tell where the other party came from, nor could they understand the other party's way of exerting force through the video. From China to the southern continent and then to the Western world, martial arts did not regress with the advancement of human technology, but flourished instead. In China alone, there is the national martial arts that developed from ancient martial arts, with a wide range of traditions and a long history. There are many martial arts such as Southern Fist and Northern Leg, internal and external fighting, sword and grappling, etc., which are as numerous as stars and have a long history. The reason why martial arts are booming around the world today is closely related to its professionalization, commercialization, and marketization. Although being a professional warrior is a relatively high-risk profession in the sports world right now, talented young people are still flocking to it. As long as you are strong enough, you can achieve good results in major professional competitions. As long as you have outstanding enough results, the fame and fortune brought by it will be much greater than that of the top stars in the entertainment industry. It is not a problem to compare with the top football and basketball superstars around the world. However, with the changing times, as domestic and foreign martial arts competitions have become more professional, commercialized, and have some rules on the field, they are not popular with some real martial arts masters in China. Many masters who are unwilling to go on stage to perform have chosen to remain anonymous or actively wander in special circles. That's right, nowadays, whether it's domestic or international, whether it's an open tournament or a professional tournament, in the eyes of some martial artists who believe that Kung Fu is a killing skill, and one should cultivate righteousness through martial arts and practice it in their bodies, this so-called competition is more like a performance, a show, which is meaningless from beginning to end. Today, there is a gap between the professional martial arts circle and the martial arts world that many people are unaware of and are not aware of. Just like now, it is obvious that the professional taekwondo masters present are quite strong and are all professionally certified fighters, but none of the people in discussion can recognize each other's origins. After much discussion, the group of people still couldn't figure out the other party's approach, but there was a basic consensus, without a doubt. This person is definitely an existence that has surpassed the professional level in the martial arts world. If nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely be a star-level martial artist, or even a master at the grandmaster level. Otherwise, how could the opponent be so light and easy to knock Li Yingtian several meters away with just a shoulder? Well, the man with bandages on his body, Li Yingtian, is the 5th-degree black belt master of Taekwondo who was hired by M University Taekwondo Club. He was one of the only 3 masters in their F-City branch who were attempting to enter a star-level certification competition, yet he was defeated so easily by the opponent. However, a group of people were discussing this and that, but no one spoke up for Li Yingtian and said they wanted to seek justice. Everyone talks a lot, but they are also really timid. Damn it, the other party is a master above the professional level, and judging from his posture, he may be a grandmaster. Looking for trouble? Stop kidding. President, what do you think? In the conference room, Li Yingtian turned around unwillingly and looked at the branch president who had remained silent. The branch president is an old man who looks about 60 years old, with black and white hair, serious brows and deep demeanor. This senior is the only master among them who has obtained a star certification. When he was young, he represented the International Taekwondo Federation and competed in major martial arts open tournaments and even international professional tournaments. He won countless honors and is a respectable senior master. Hearing Li Yingtian's words, the old senior raised his eyebrows slightly and said lightly. Shoulders and hips work together, elbows and knees work together, hands and feet work together. Capturing is static, grabbing is dynamic. Use fists first, then kicks. Once you have successfully captured, you can use weapons. Almost at the same time, in Yunlu Garden, Wu Dad was also saying this. Weapons are extensions of the hands and feet, the so-called unity of man and weapon. The so-called fist intention, sword intention, and spear intention are the unity of man and weapon. The heart and intention are united, the intention and chi are united, the chi and strength are united, the inside is yin, the outside is yang, the inside and the outside are connected as one chi. If one form is not smooth, it is difficult to practice other forms. Wu's father said calmly, how much do you think you understand about this sentence now? Shoulders and hips are aligned, elbows and knees are aligned, hands and feet are aligned. Wu Jiangtao said respectfully. Very good. Wu's father said in a deep voice, although the professional martial arts nowadays use whole strength as a realm to define professional martial artists, it is actually just a kind of strength. The so-called release of strength means that the strength comes from the bones and the strength is stored in the tendons. The storage of strength is like drawing a bow, and the release of strength is like releasing an arrow. Seek straightness in the curve. The storage of strength requires the control of the body shape and mind at all times. When walking, sitting or lying down, the mind is focused on the body shape. You can focus on one side, or you can disperse it into the body instinct. Chapter 049 What did you eat? Please read and vote for me. Wu Jiangtao seemed to understand his father's instructions. But Wu Ba did not explain further. He left it to the boy to slowly understand these words as he continued to practice. What is the foundation building power of our Wu family's Yin Yiquan? Sinking force. How do you achieve the sinking force? Father Wu asked in a deep voice. The mind is as clear as a mirror, the qi flows smoothly and the body is steady. Sinking and falling do not depend on opening and closing, but on the coordination of inside and outside, on the contraction and expansion, and on the rise and fall. Almost without thinking, Wu Jiangtao recited this family secret. The sinking of the body is not difficult. He can now display the sinking force by just making a boxing stance. He can use this body force to burst out various forces such as tension force, inch force, spiral force, etc. And this is the strongest point of the whole strength, which can burst out strength far beyond what ordinary people can achieve, and can even break gold and stone, with amazing power. It is not without reason that the martial arts professional rating uses it as the career threshold. After entering this level, a martial artist can fully mobilize the strength throughout his body, and his body reaction, strength, and explosive power will increase exponentially. His punches and kicks will naturally be powerful, and it is normal for ordinary people to be injured or die from a single hit. However, even so, a professional warrior with great strength would definitely die miserably in front of a true master. This is because professional warriors at this stage still need to coordinate their body movements in order to store energy and burst out various forces instantly. As for the real masters, they are accumulating strength while walking, sitting, or lying down, because at their stage, the accumulation of strength has become the instinct of the heart. There is no need to think about it or do it deliberately, it will naturally become the instinct of the body. The strength at this stage is meant to be invisible and unrestrained, no longer restricted by the external form of the boxing stance. This is what is meant by being carried away by success, and this is called the transformation of strength. In this test, Wu's father gave Wu Jiangtao a failing grade. There are 3 reasons. First, he didn't know how to restrain his strength, and his power was rough. Second, his strength was complete but not round. Third, this was the point that made Wu Ba speechless the most. This kid's strength and power are not in line with each other. It's not that the force is not enough, but that the force is too strong and too stretched. This is why this kid can't restrain his force and his force is rough. Seeing this situation, both Wu's father and Wu's mother beside him were a little confused. It was Qin Jun who gave birth to the child, not this boy. She is already in her 20s, can her body still grow again? In response to this, the couple worked together to check the boy's body and bones, and found that he had indeed grown taller and his physical strength had increased a lot. His basic physical strength is even stronger than that of ordinary professional warriors, which means that even without using any strength, this kid can fight against professional warriors with just his lateral force. After a thorough examination, Mr. and Mrs. Wu looked at their son as if he were an alien. What was going on? Did you eat any rare treasures, kid? Wu Dad couldn't help but complain, and at the same time he secretly complained in his heart. If this happened when he was in his teens, this kid would have to accept his devilish teachings no matter how reluctant he was. He must make him practice. With such a good physical foundation, it would be a pity not to practice martial arts. This I don't have it. Wu Jiangtao scratched his head. It was obvious that the basic genetic results of the system had begun to show up gradually. This transformation was subtle and he himself didn't feel anything. By the way, the transformation is still ongoing, and his body will be even stronger when it is completed. This is just basic genetic modification, what if it is more advanced? It was when Father Wu was testing him that he keenly noticed that there was something wrong with his power generation, and after checking, he discovered the source of the problem. Real? Wu Dad looked at him in confusion, feeling that this kid wasn't telling the truth, but what else could one eat in today's world to make the body grow so fast? Anyway, he has been in the world for decades and has never heard of or seen such a thing. The situation happening to his son is probably the only one of its kind in the world. I'm also very surprised. In fact, if you hadn't tested me today, I wouldn't have realized it myself. This was true. Wu Jiangtao knew that his parents would see through his lie, so he just told the truth. However, his parents could not find any flaws and could only attribute it to coincidence or some unknown adventure. Father Wu pointed to a stone chair next to a stone table and said, "Try to lift this stone." Wu Jiangtao stepped forward, but was shocked to see that there were 5 finger-sized holes on the side of the stone pier, which were just big enough to lift it up by reaching in. He reached in and grabbed it, and with a little force, he lifted the stone pillar. This? Is it so light? Li Xiaoshan, who was standing next to him, was completely stunned. She had just watched the entire test from beginning to end. She understood every word that Wu's father had said, but she couldn't understand the combination of the two. What was this strength and that strength? Was there a difference between strength and force? Aren't they the same? She walked over and kicked one of the stone chairs. It was very hard. Like Wu Jiangtao, she tried to lift it up, but she was unable to move the 200 or 300 kilograms of stone. Is this something a human can do? If people knew that I advised Xiao Jun not to be with him, would he beat the shit out of me? Li Xiaoshan suddenly felt a little panicked. On the other side, the International Taekwondo Federation F-City branch has a gym. After listening to what the president said just now, everyone present was confused, but there was no doubt that he was talking about the internal martial arts that are still popular in China. As soon as he finished speaking, the branch president reached out and took the mouse and clicked it. The image on the big screen also stayed at the moment when the opponent knocked Li Yingtian away with a shoulder. Look at his body shape at this moment. Are his shoulders, elbows, and knees all in one line? Ha! The Taekwondo masters present at the scene only then discovered this unusual point. President, do you mean that the opponent is from China's internal martial arts? The branch president nodded and said in a concentrated voice, very strong. This person is very strong, at least I am ashamed of myself. What? Everyone at the scene was stunned, and Li Yingtian's face fell. Where could he find a place to beat up a master who was stronger than the president? The old man also looked at him and said, Yingtian, since this person can fight against you, you should know some information about his identity. He is the father of a student at N University. I had to confront him because of Chen Mei. Li Yingtian recounted the whole incident in detail. Oh? The branch president frowned immediately. Chen Mei seemed quite reliable in the past. Not only was he good at studying, he also showed extraordinary talent in Taekwondo. Who would have thought that he had this side? Chapter 050 We are just ordinary people. Please read and vote for me. President, this is not Xiao Chen's fault. At that time, even I didn't realize that he possessed such martial arts skills. Forget it, the old man shook his head and said calmly, if I'm not mistaken, this should be Chinese Xingyiquan. Xingyiquan? Is this Xingyiquan? Some of these Taekwondo masters couldn't believe it. After all, they are also in the professional martial arts circle in the martial arts world, so they naturally know this famous one of the pillars of China's internal martial arts. Even in the professional arena, there are Xingyiquan masters whose movements are swift and sudden, they are courageous and have amazing explosive power. Their record in the professional arena is pretty good, but just good. In their impression, there are no masters in China's Xingyiquan or even internal martial arts, because they do not have any dazzling results in international professional competitions, which is nothing compared to their impressive achievements in Taekwondo and major international open competitions. Moreover, over the past 10 or 20 years, through the operation of the Great Han Kingdom, Taekwondo has been included in the Olympic Games for many years, and its influence worldwide is profound. Look at the country next door, Japan. After years of efforts, they have not made karate an Olympic event. However, they don't know that the Chinese professional martial arts circle is only a small part of the Chinese martial arts world. There are more masters who have achieved success in martial arts, but are arrogant and unwilling to adapt to the so-called marketization and internationalization, and are unwilling to participate in such professional competitions with too many restrictions. Among them, most of them went to the military and the security bureau, while some liked to compete without any restrictions and went to the southern continent to risk their lives. Li Yingtian, I advise you not to provoke the other party again. Although the branch president had always been a professional martial artist when he was young, he was fortunate enough to meet real martial artists in the southern continent. Although their strength levels were similar, the ruthlessness and ferocity of the opponent's first attack was too terrifying. He was defeated in just 2 or 3 rounds. In the world's professional martial arts competitions, although Chinese martial artists do not show their prowess, he knows that professional martial arts is just the iceberg above the water in the martial arts world. Under the water is the truly cruel martial arts world with countless masters and hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Hearing the branch president's words, Li Yingtian's face changed slightly, but he didn't say much. Yunlu Garden. Xiao Jun, what on earth are you thinking? Li Xiaoshan, who had just entered the room, came up to Chen Jun and closed the information she was reading without saying anything. Tell me why you want to be with Wu Jiangtao, their family is not simple. I'm worried that you will suffer a loss. Chen Jun looked puzzled. What on earth do you want to say? You did this to get away from your family. I can't imagine what would happen if my uncle and aunt knew about it. Chen Jun's lips curled up slightly, and he said calmly, I let them hold their grandchildren at such a young age, they should be happy. Li Xiaoshan covered her face, forget it, let's not talk about this. What about the future, what are your plans next? Taking care of the baby and working. She was as concise as ever. Li Xiaoshan? No? Yeah, that's it. Chen Jun pulled her claws away and wanted to continue reading the information, but Li Xiaoshan covered them with her hands again. But what about your relationship with him? Is it so unclear? You didn't get a marriage certificate, and there is no guarantee. What if he doesn't want to take responsibility in the future? Whether he is responsible or not is his business. I never intended to count on him from the beginning. It is enough for me to do my job well. Get out of here. Chen Jun chased the guy away and continued to look through the documents. That won't work. You'll suffer a great loss. Li Xiaoshan was gesticulating in front of her in an exaggerated manner. Just now downstairs, such a big stone pillar must weigh at least 200 pounds, but Wu Jiangtao and his father just picked it up and carried it with no effort. It was so scary. Just now in the elevator, I asked Uncle Wu if they were a martial arts family. Guess what he said? Chen Jun ignored her. He actually said we are just an ordinary family. Li Xiaoshan was a little mad after being stimulated. How can an ordinary person have such power? It's unbelievable. Hey, Xiao Jun, are you listening to me? I know he is very strong in martial arts. Then why don't you tell me? You didn't ask. Li Xiaoshan? I might have misjudged such an important parameter without knowing it, sister. Forget it. Anyway, I, with my insignificant arms and legs, dare not get involved in your and Wu Jiangtao's affairs. Chen Jun recalled the past. Ever since Wu Jiangtao rushed out and risked his life to bring the child back last time, she knew that Wu Jiangtao was not a simple person, and the Wu family was not a simple person either, but she had never felt the kind of worry her best friend mentioned. Excessive force is certainly a potential threat and deterrent, but it is more likely to be a powerful protection. That day, when Wu Jiangtao came back with a faint smell of blood and two babies in her arms, her heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of security. Later, she used her mobile phone to search for the hot news in F-City, and indeed saw the video of Wu Jiangtao's pursuit with the traffickers on the road. Seeing him almost being thrown off the roof of the van, Chen Jun's heart tightened for some reason. At that moment, she didn't know whether she was worried that Wu Jiangtao would be thrown off and injured, or she was worried that he would be thrown off and not be able to grab the other person to save the baby. After returning home, Wu Jiangtao first went to the kitchen to check on the soup that was cooking. Seeing that nothing was wrong, he turned around and went to the master bedroom. As soon as he entered the room, he felt something was odd between the two best friends. Of course, Chen Jun was still looking through the project materials she brought back from the research institute with a calm face. The odd one was naturally Li Xiaoshan, who was sitting in front of the baby's bed with a sullen look on her face. Are these two best friends having a quarrel? It was fine before. He was a little confused. Naturally, he didn't know that it was the first time that Li Xiaoshan advised Chen Jun not to be with him that caused the trouble. Speaking of emotional fluctuations, Chen Jun certainly had them too, especially when she got up at night. She was in a very bad mood and even spoke rudely to Wu Jiangtao several times. Wu Jiangtao can understand this. After giving birth, the mother's body hormones will drop sharply in a very short period of time, which will cause endocrine disorders. Therefore, the endocrine system cannot return to normal in a short period of time. In the case of endocrine disorders, women's emotions can become difficult to control and their mood swings can often be dramatic. But Wu Jiangtao discovered that. Ever since Li Xiaoshan brought her the project information from the research institute, her emotions have miraculously stabilized, just like a magic needle that stabilizes the stormy sea. He shook his head gently, and did not rashly intervene between the two best friends. Instead, he came to the two babies and saw at a glance that the color of the stripes on the front of the two babies' diapers had completely changed from blue to green. This is because the babies have peed a lot and it's time to change into dry diapers. Chapter 051. It looks simple to me. Please read it and give me a monthly ticket. He bent down and sniffed, but didn't smell any foul smell, so he probably didn't poop. However, Wu Jiangtao still stretched out a finger and scratched the back of his butt to take a look, and only then finally confirmed that there was no poop. Come, Daddy will change your diapers. Come, brother will go first. Wu Jiangtao had just untied his brother's warm and thick diaper, and before he could take it away, Li Xiaoshan, who was standing next to him, looked eager to try. Jiangtao, how about letting me change it and give it a try? Ha! It looks very simple to me. I also watched you when you were teaching Xiao Jun before. I also watched you guys change several times. I am very familiar with the steps. That's okay too. Wu Jiangtao moved aside, and Li Xiaoshan came over with great interest, carefully took off the diaper, grabbed her brother's ankles with one hand, and gently lifted them up. When the baby's buttocks slightly left the mattress, she immediately put a new diaper in with quick eyes and hands, just right between the baby's back and hips. Good. Wu Jiangtao was a little surprised that this girl learned it very well the first time she tried it. Of course, changing diapers doesn't require much technical skills. Hey! Li Xiaoshan was very proud. It's that simple. You'd better move faster, otherwise Miao Miao might. Wu Jiangtao just gave a reminder, and when Li Xiaoshan was about to start sticking the Velcro, she saw her brother's small water gun slightly raised. Not good. Careful. Wu Jiangtao immediately noticed something was wrong, and Li Xiaoshan was actually changing her diaper while turning around and winking at Chen Jun. Look, I can change diapers too. Put. Sizzle. Wu Jiangtao covered his face. Chen Jun, who was sitting at the desk, looked up and immediately leaned back instinctively. He subconsciously raised his hands to block in front of him, with a look of astonishment and lingering fear. Speaking of which, last night at midnight, Chen Jun, a new mother, also encountered this situation. Yes, that's right. At that time, the new mother's instinct was to stretch out her hands to block it in vain. The mother collapsed on the spot, threw the diaper in her hand aside, left her two babies behind, and staggered to the bathroom. Later, it was only with Wu Jiangtao's mediation that she regained her normal state of mind. Well, Chen Jun could only give herself self-suggestion and comfort. This is my son's urine. It doesn't have any smell and is not dirty at all. It's not dirty at all. At this moment, in front of the baby's bed, Li Xiaoshan, who suffered the same treatment, was confused. Where does the water come from? It can't be. She turned back with a dull look on her face and wiped the water. The next moment, Li Xiaoshan jumped up and just started to scream, but she saw Chen Jun put his index finger in front of his mouth, signaling her not to make a sound. Only then did he suppress his urge to scream. Wha? The guy whimpered and turned left, then right, before suddenly rushing towards the bathroom. Wu Jiangtao walked forward wordlessly and began to clean up the mess in front of him. Well, just now this brat not only peed all over his aunt, but also soaked the blanket and the bedsheet. Wow. Unfortunately, although Li Xiaoshan suppressed her scream, the first scream still scared her sister so much that she shivered and then started crying. As for her brother, he happened to be in his father's arms. Although his little hands trembled with fear, he grabbed the familiar arms and calmed down immediately. Chen Jun reluctantly put down the project information on the table, hurried over to pick up his sister, skillfully unzipped his chest, opened the warehouse and put out food to relieve his crying sister. The baby held the granary in his mouth and immediately sucked it instinctively, calming down. It has been proven that this method is the most effective way to soothe a crying baby, and it can also resolve the baby's fear and anxiety. At the same time, it can also easily make the baby dependent. Xiao Jun, don't let her drink too much milk, otherwise it will disrupt her eating habits. On the side, after putting her brother in a dry position on the baby's bed, Wu Jiangtao hurried over. Oh. Chen Jun realized this problem, but his sister sucked so hard that he couldn't withdraw for a while. Let me do it. Wu Jiangtao was well prepared. He reached out and carefully put his fingers into the baby's mouth. Wu. Chen Jun was stunned at first, and then her face, which looked like an orchid in the valley, turned red instantly, while Wu Jiangtao turned around and walked away as if nothing had happened. In an instant, the whole room fell into an eerie silence. Chen Jun was really feeling shy and awkward, her face was flushed as she stood there, while someone else was feeling so guilty that he didn't even have the courage to look at her. He turned around and concentrated on coaxing the baby to sleep. On the other side, Li Xiaoshan walked out of the bathroom feeling uncomfortable. Her face was washed clean, but her body was also covered with a lot of urine. She felt a little broken. As soon as she came out, she was surprised to find Chen Jun standing by the bed, his face flushed and even with wisps of white smoke coming out of his head. What is going on? Li Xiaoshan came over and kept looking at Chen Jun. No, I was just away for a while. You just got steamed from the steamer or something. It's already red, and it's smoking. What's the matter? That. Wu Jiangtao changed his sister's diaper again and finally looked back at Li Xiaoshan. Xiaoshan, can you go out for a while? I have something to say to Xiao Jun. Hey, you're still whispering. Li Xiaoshan looked at Chen Jun and Wu Jiangtao back and forth, a sly smile appeared on her face, but she felt a little uneasy in her heart. Is my best friend going to fall for her? No way. It's only been a few days, is it so fast? Okay, I'll go out. Wu Jiangtao, I know you are a kung fu master, but you are not allowed to bully our Xiao Jun. Do you hear me? Otherwise, I will not forgive you. Li Xiaoshan waved her fist at him fiercely, but was thinking about what to do. In her opinion, the man who could be a good match for our Xiao Jun should be the kind of person who is gentle, considerate, tall, and handsome. The most important point is that they should be promising young people who are willing to devote themselves to science like them. Two people in love belong to the same field, so they have common topics. Even if life occasionally has some bumps, as long as they have the same spiritual ideals, their souls will be extremely close, and even resonate with each other, and their lives will be harmonious, peaceful, and quiet. As Li Xiaoshan walked out of the door, something seemed wrong on her face, and she revealed a somewhat silly smile. Chapter 052 Who Arranges Who? Please read and vote for me. Outside in the living room, Wu Ma, who was practicing martial arts, caught a glimpse of the silly smile on the girl's face. Look at the way she smiles. Is Xiaoshan a fangirl? No, I have to call Xiao Wang and ask him to come over, otherwise such good cabbage, bah, if it's a girl, it will end up in someone else's pot. Although she thought so, Wu Ma still stood steadily on the balcony. She was standing motionless, but with her breathing, her waist, abdomen, and back floated gently, as if the undercurrent was surging in the deep of a great river. In the room, Wu Jiangtao carefully sat down in front of Chen Jun, thought for a moment, and said very sincerely, just now. I was a little abrupt. Sorry, there won't be a next time. If you want to hit me or scold me, I will accept it. At this moment, Chen Jun, who had calmed down, looked at him indifferently. That look made Wu Jiangtao inexplicably uneasy. After a long time, she finally spoke very calmly. If there is a similar situation next time, please tell me in advance. ? Wu Jiangtao was stunned. This answer was different from what he had imagined. And? There will be a next time? If I were to apologize? Chen Jun hesitated for a moment, but continued, I should be the one to apologize. It was my willfulness that led to today's situation. Now that everything was said and done, Chen Jun decided to start telling Wu Jiangtao about her family background and the reasons for the current situation. Well, Li Xiaoshan had already told her several times in secret, and Wu's mother had asked about it several times, so she had been looking for an opportunity to tell Wu Jiangtao. Anyway, it will be revealed sooner or later. Even if I don't, the Wu family will find out sooner or later. Instead of that, it is better for me to announce it honestly first. Now is the right time. As Chen Jun continued to tell the story, Wu Jiangtao also got to know more about what kind of person this university goddess in front of him was. To be able to raise such an outstanding girl, her family must be quite extraordinary. Her father, Chen Shu, worked in a confidential scientific research unit in Kyoto, and from her description, he seemed to have a very high status. Her mother, Mo Wanha, was the chairman of a listed group company and a well-known entrepreneur in China. Oh, then why did you come to me? Wu Jiangtao asked, secretly recalling in his heart whether he had ever met her when he got up early in the morning to go to the gym to run and practice boxing. It seemed that he had not met her. Then how did she see his agile figure and 8-pack abs? Because. Chen Jun blushed, the others are too familiar with me, it's hard to start with. That's right, it was really the male friends around Chen Jun. She was too familiar with them, which allowed Wu Jiangtao to take advantage of the opportunity. And from the beginning, she had no intention of telling the person who did it to her. She planned to give birth to the child by herself, raise the child by herself, and be a single mother. However, an accident happened during the journey and I didn't plan to tell my family, so I had to contact Wu Jiangtao again. Actually, you should remember that day at Hall's Hotel, right? I just calculated my ovulation date, took some of that from you, and then originally the probability of pregnancy was very, very low, but I didn't expect to actually get pregnant. No wonder, I said it was so big. How come I don't have any impression at all? No wonder, I searched my whole brain, but I can only remember this, and there is no follow-up. Wu Jiangtao was speechless for a while. As the saying goes, boys should be careful to protect themselves when they go out. Then, why did you fall out with your family? Actually, if you talk it out as a family, everything will be fine. After all, having a child is such a big deal. Wu Jiangtao had a headache. Although she had anticipated that she might have some conflicts with her family, in the current situation, there was no doubt that her family was a huge thunderbolt that could explode at any time. It's not like she didn't protest and tried to talk it out with her parents, but Chen's mother first said, "We're doing this for your own good," and then said, "It's not like we didn't give you the opportunity to choose. We've arranged several options for you. You pick and choose. It's your own decision. We won't interfere. You're free. They want to arrange my marriage," Chen Jun said calmly, "then I will arrange a grandchild for them." Wu Jiangtao. Okay. They arranged a marriage for me and I arranged grandchildren for them. These words sounded quite domineering. Anyway, he was stunned after hearing them. Then he couldn't help but cover his face. He had always thought that he was the one in the wrong, but it turned out that Wu Jiangtao almost shed tears when he learned the truth. That Chen Jun blushed and looked at him with some shame. "I'm sorry. I was just impulsive at that time. But later I found out that I was really pregnant. I wanted to have an abortion, but the doctor advised me that the baby's heartbeat was almost there, and they were twins. If I had an abortion this time, I would have a chance to get pregnant again in the future, but there would be risks. Originally, it would be fine for Wu Jiangtao to just say it's okay and comfort her in return, but at this critical moment, for some unknown reason, he suddenly blurted out, 'Your apology is insincere.' Chen Jun?" She was a little surprised. In her impression, Wu Jiangtao seemed to be easy to talk to, very kind, and easy to get along with. Well, he was a good person in every aspect. It was a bit surprising to hear such a sentence suddenly. But Chen Jun didn't realize that by being honest and open, someone's true nature began to be exposed. "Then, what kind of sincerity do you want?" she asked seriously and responsibly as always. "Then I have to think about it." Wu Jiangtao looked straight at him, which made Chen Jun feel uneasy. His face turned slightly red, and he quickly said, "You can't make excessive demands. You have to say what I can do. My request is..." More than half an hour passed. Knock, knock, knock. Outside the master bedroom, Li Xiaoshan knocked on the door. "Are you guys done whispering? Can I come in?" In her definition, although this room has two big treasures, it is still Chen Jun's boudoir. Since it is a boudoir, as a best friend, she can enter and leave the room freely. "Come in." Chen Jun's low voice came from the room. Li Xiaoshan immediately knew something was wrong and pushed the door open. She saw Chen Jun sitting at the desk, looking down at the research project materials. The frightening blush on her face had not yet faded. At the same time, white smoke rose from her head. "Oh, there's smoke again?" Li Xiaoshan looked at her best friend, feeling a little anxious. She then looked at Wu Jiangtao, who was taking care of two babies on the other side, and found that he was changing the mattress of the babies' beds calmly. Just now, her brother Miao Miao's pee not only peed on someone, but also wet the mattress, which needed to be changed and washed. Well, he just received compensation that was reasonable, legal, reasonable, beneficial and appropriate, and he was very happy. Chapter 053, The Origin. Please read and vote for me. What did you just say? Li Xiaoshan glanced at Wu Jiangtao warily, then approached her best friend and asked her a direct question. "Hey, isn't it a bit inappropriate to ask me this directly in front of me?" Wu Jiangtao felt a little guilty, but when he thought about what Chen Jun had said before, he suddenly felt confident again. Ahem, after all, we suffered a great loss in this matter. The request just now was so simple, just asking for some compensation, which is not excessive at all. The blush on her face slowly faded away. Chen Jun was still Chen Jun after all, and she had calmed down. Fine. The M-sized goddess didn't even bother to look at the project documents. She just talked about some things about my family. Oh my. Aunt, you finally said it. You don't know, your mother called me several times to ask if you have returned to China. I have been trying to smooth things over for you. It made me panic. When are you going to tell your family? I can't hold on any longer. When talking about this, Li Xiaoshan suddenly felt very upset. That's right. The reason why Chen Jun's family had been kept in the dark until now was because her family had always believed that it was Chen Jun who went to the United States for exchange and study. Being in a foreign country, she naturally has less contact with her family. Her parents would at most call her a few times to ask about her work and life. Taking advantage of this incident, Chen Jun made clear arrangements for their grandchildren. Of course, her best friend Li Xiaoshan provided cover. For example, you can log into Chen Jun's WeChat account in the United States and post something to your moments. While doing these things, Chen Jun was afraid of affecting her best friend's research, study and project exchanges, so she did not tell her the real reason. It was not until she returned to China that she stopped hiding the truth. Explain? Chen Jun didn't even raise his head. Why should I say it? You haven't said anything yet? Li Xiaoshan was stunned. Chen Jun smiled and said, believe it or not, if I bring these two babies home now and stay for a few days before coming back, my parents may not even know. Forehead. Li Xiaoshan was stunned, but still advised, don't be like this, they are just too busy with work, but they still care about you. Aunt Mo often calls me to ask about your recent situation. In response, Chen Jun smiled and didn't say much. Even if her mother called Li Xiaoshan to ask about her situation, she would probably just ask her if any boys approached her, whether she was in a relationship, and what the other person's name was. Her mother would definitely find out about any male friends she had contact with through Li Xiaoshan or her tutor, and then conduct various investigations, and finally call her. What are you talking about? First, tell yourself the family background, assets, etc. of the boy who is closest to you. And this is just the beginning. Next, there is a sufficiently objective and rational analysis of his original family, which then leads to the argument of the good or bad character and personality. These are not nonsense, but the analysis results of the top-notch psychological masters. In Chen Jun's opinion, whether the president of this listed group company is busy or not is a bit like Schrodinger's cat. She was clearly so busy that she could only go home once every few days, and the mother and daughter could only talk on the phone once a week. But as long as a boy appeared in front of her, she would find time to call him, and then talk for half an hour, or even an hour without stopping. But in the end, these boys are all unqualified, unable to give themselves a perfect love, unable to give themselves a happy marriage and so on. Romance was not allowed in junior high and high school, and all kinds of prohibitions were strictly enforced. Although Chen Jun felt resentful at the time, it seems understandable now. However, her mother's actions in the past few years have annoyed her. During the past few years of studying at M University and even working at the graduate school, Chen Jun had met outstanding boys who moved her heart. However, before anything even began, she gave up halfway because of her mother's intervention. She even lost many normal friends. For example, my junior classmate Chen Mei. When the student union president appeared in front of her for the first time and talked with her about academic and learning experiences, she received a call from her mother the next day. Well, Mr. Mo's final evaluation of him is, he is scheming and has some means, but no wisdom. He may have a sweet love, but he will definitely not have a happy marriage. Chen Mei didn't know that even if this incident hadn't happened, he and Chen Jun wouldn't be able to. Except for this guy, all the boys who got close to Chen Jun ended up like this. Among them, there was even a boy that Chen Jun had a good impression of. The comments given by the so-called professional psychologist hired by Mo Wanha rarely include positive words such as sincere, but the next sentence is too naive, too trusting, and unwilling to adapt. Li Xiaoshan, her best friend, also knew all of this. It can be said that a large part of the credit for Chen Jun remaining single from college to when she started working can be attributed to her mother Mo Wanha. This is why Chen Jun chose a stranger to help him arrange a grandchild for his parents. She didn't like to lie, and it was just that she was too familiar with him to be taken advantage of. Chen Jun knew too much about a man's family background, academic performance, character, and so on, so she didn't even have a boy around her who was suitable, so she had to look far away. It just so happened that day, she went to Hall's bar and picked and chose. Well, this boy is tall and looks pretty good, so I'll pick him. Anyway, I just want to arrange for a good grandson for my parents. I don't plan to get married, so it's enough if he looks handsome and the baby isn't too ugly. Originally, this would be a perfect plan, however, she made a big mistake, that is, when entering the delivery room, a direct relative or the father of the child needs to sign. As the sun sets, Dad Wu finally embarks on his journey home, and Mom Wu personally escorts him downstairs. Wife, Xiaojuan's family. It's not a good idea to keep it to ourselves. I think it's best to discuss it with her and her family. Then we can sit down and have a good discussion with her family. That's what I said, but Wu Ma was somewhat helpless. It might be hard to communicate with her family. Not really. Father Wu's brows darkened slightly. Now that we have a child, I think that Brat and Xiao Jun get along well. Even if Xiao Jun doesn't want to marry Xiao Tao for the time being, we won't say much. These can be discussed, but the two children, at least they have to be together so that we can take care of them, okay? Chapter 054 post, please read and vote for me. As for her family, I used some connections and found out some information. Wu Ma said calmly, her father's name is Chun Chu, and he is the vice president of a research institute in Kyoto, and her mother's name is Mo Wanha. Wu's father frowned slightly. This name sounds familiar. Well, she is the chairman of Feiyin Group. The couple talked all the way and communicated their views on this major event that their son encountered. They reached a consensus on the general direction, which was to let their son fulfill his duties as a father and de facto husband and take good care of his wife and children. As for other things, they should just watch from the sidelines for now and not intervene too much. All right. Before leaving, Father Wu wanted to say something, but Mother Wu stuffed him into the taxi unhappily. I know everything. You should take care of the martial arts gym first. You don't have to worry about this. I'll take care of it. In fact, Dad Wu really wanted to stay. He had only hugged his little grandson twice, and he still hadn't had enough. But his appearance has brought a lot of pressure to Qin. Wu's mother specifically told him about this in the afternoon, and Wu's father also understood it, so he could only go home alone in disappointment. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for changing the baby's diaper 100 times. Reward, 100,000 renminbi. Reward distribution instructions. The operation process for receiving rewarded stocks has been issued. Please check it in time and strictly follow the system instructions. In a blink of an eye, it has been a week since she was discharged from the hospital. Chen Jun's body has recovered well. She no longer feels the pain from the abdominal wound when walking, sitting, or lying down. Wu Jiangtao has earned more than 500,000 yuan through virtual currency and stocks by taking care of her and her two babies and receiving rewards from the system. Ding dong, the primary transformation of the host's body genes has been completed. Please experience the specific optimization effects yourself. Hearing this, Wu Jiangtao, who was quietly practicing martial arts in the living room, slowly opened his eyes and exhaled. The breath was so strong that it made the green plants outside rustle. Standing up straight, a look of joy appeared on Wu Jiangtao's face. Very good. Next, I can start to practice my skills further. Your breath is very long. I will guide you in your subsequent practice. Wu's mother came back just in time and was a little surprised to see her son exhaling. Well, thanks, Mom. Wu Jiangtao grinned. Mother Wu was speechless. Although she didn't know why this brat's physical condition had improved so amazingly, after a careful examination, she and Father Wu didn't find anything wrong. On the contrary, the strength of his body, bones, and internal organs exceeded the imagination of the couple, and the potential he possessed was absolutely the most amazing they had ever seen, without a doubt. The disturbance caused by Qin Jun at M University has gradually subsided, and now few people on the forum are paying attention to this matter. Yes, as she and Wu Jiangtao appeared in Yunlu Garden and were seen by more and more M University students, those so-called rumors on the internet gradually became true. The truth is the truth, and it is not subject to human will. Therefore, the M University forum has become a sad place for many boys, and this has even led to a sharp drop in the number of active users on the forum. The original monthly active users, which were 2,000 to 3,000, suddenly dropped to only a few hundred. The college's operations manager almost cried along with the fans of the M Goddess. To this end, the forum operators also try their best to discover and plan various interesting stories and gossips in the college. Of course, these gossips cannot involve personal privacy or cause bad public impact, otherwise they will not only not get to eat the mutton but also get into trouble. In order to restore the activity of the forum, the operator tried every possible means and even launched a selection campaign for M University's new generation goddess. However, this grand event received few responses, and the place was still filled with sadness. There is no way. Although Qin Jun is gone and has become a memory, the beautiful impression she left on M University is so profound that it is a peak that other girls cannot surpass. It was at this time that a stir arose again on the M University forum. A post titled Qin Jun is a mistress? Wu Jiangtao's ex-girlfriend Lu Wanner was stolen away. Let me tell you about the past that you don't know. Suddenly appeared on the college forum. As soon as this post appeared, the originally peaceful night suddenly became a huge sensation. The entire M University was in an uproar after it spread 10 to 10 and 100 times. Even students from other colleges in the university town came to join in the fun. How good is Qin Jun's talent and appearance? It's not just at M University. It can be said that there is almost no young man in the entire university town of F City who doesn't know her. The content disclosed in this post not only pushed Wu Jiangtao to the forefront again, but also made Lu Wanner famous. The post was illustrated with pictures and text, revealing that just over half a month ago, Wu Jiangtao's ex-girlfriend Lu Wanner appeared at Qingqiao Maternal and Child Health Hospital, suspected of being pregnant. Suspected? That's it. At the end of the post, the poster asked a final question: if Lu Wanner is pregnant, whose child is it? He also appealed that if in the whole incident, some people did things that were deceitful and beastly in human clothing, some people were abandoned and suffered injustice, and some people were kept in the dark, then we should stand up, uphold justice, and restore peace to the world. In this post, the poster was just short of scolding Wu Jiangtao by name for abandoning his lover in order to be with Chen Jun and for being fickle. It has to be said that this post was very inflammatory. After reading this post, all the boys in M University were shocked. Oh my god. Lu Wanner is pregnant too. Is this true? Fuck you. Wu Jiangtao is such a scumbag, and he actually has another one. Damn it, I can't understand why Chen Jun wants to be with such a scumbag. What are his strengths? What the hell? For a time, the M University forum was abuzz with emotions, and thousands of people flocked in instantly. Some doubted the authenticity of the post, some directly scolded Wu Jiangtao, and some spoke up for the goddess in their hearts, grieving for her misfortune and being angry at her for not considering themselves. There are many, many more. Regardless, Wu Jiangtao once again sparked public outrage and was once again criticized online, but this time was different from the last time. It exploded. Although the post was deleted the next day due to violation of personal privacy, the content of the post had already spread and began to spread like a virus in WeChat groups in moments. From last night to today, Wu Jiangtao's cell phone number has been receiving WeChat messages, text messages, and even phone calls from unknown sources. As soon as he picked up the phone, he would start asking all kinds of friendly questions about the women in his family and even his ancestors, and even threaten him physically. Chapter 055 Fermentation. Please read and vote for me. There is no doubt that he suffered cyber violence. Wu Jiangtao found it quite novel at first, but as more and more insults came through the internet, the scope of their attacks began to expand. He really didn't care about those sharp words directed at him personally, such as calling him a scumbag, a man without humanity, or even a bastard. However, as these moralists opened fire, they gradually began to cover his parents, and even called Chen Jun a bitch, and even called him and Chen Jun's two babies bastards who should be wiped out from this world. He couldn't stand it. In just 2 or 3 hours, this online storm began to deviate in an uncontrollable direction. Even the instigator hiding in M University did not anticipate it. When the storm spread to the entire internet, netizens who transformed themselves into moralists not only rushed towards Wu Jiangtao, but also attacked Chen Jun and the two babies. Public opinion was distorted and fermented, and the entire situation was changing rapidly. That night, Wu Jiangtao was furious and hardly slept. When he woke up the next day, he first gave Chen Jun full psychological preparation and then told her, Chen Jun will know about such a big thing sooner or later. There is no need and no way to hide it from her. If we talk about it openly, the two of us can discuss together how to deal with it. While they were discussing this, Li Xiaoshan also came over early in the morning. She received a reminder from her colleagues at the research institute last night and barely slept the entire night, constantly refuting those vicious remarks directed at Chen Jun on the M University forum and Weibo. These bastards. After seeing the comments of those trolls on the internet on her phone, Li Xiaoshan was so angry that she was shaking all over, and she comforted her bestie, "It's okay, don't get angry. Just treat these people as barking dogs, don't look at them or pay any attention to them. You are still in confinement after childbirth, don't get angry and hurt yourself. Don't worry, I'm fine. Wu Jiangtao and I have already called the police." Chen Jun smiled, his expression calm as usual. She has always been independent and calm, and did not take the vicious comments directed at her by those trolls on the internet seriously. She never cared about what others thought of her, nor would she change herself easily because of others' views of her. Don't forget, even her mother's interference in her love and marriage, she just went her own way, not to mention these strangers who had never met her before, could not shake her mind at all. However, she couldn't stand some of the vicious comments attacking the baby. Not to mention her, Wu Jiangtao was so angry that he practiced several rounds of boxing downstairs in the community before he suppressed the surging anger in his heart. When they woke up in the morning, the two of them discussed it and decided to call the police. Wu Ma naturally knew about this, and was equally furious. Originally, the two were going to mobilize the connections and power of the martial arts school and the martial arts world to find the culprit, but were persuaded by Wu Jiangtao and Chen Jun. No need. If it were a few years ago, there might be no way to hold the other party accountable, but now, as the Chinese government continues to improve its regulations on internet governance, the internet is no longer a lawless place. After receiving the report, the F City Police Department took prompt action. They first issued a notice, saying that they had accepted the case and started investigating the matter. They also warned those unscrupulous netizens that the internet is not a place for external communication and that anyone will be held accountable for their remarks posted on the internet. Immediately afterwards, the National Security Agency dispatched an investigation team directly to M University, found the operation team of the M University Forum, and began to investigate the source of all this. Not only that, Lai Shan had already taken screenshots of those people who cursed the most on the internet as evidence. While calling the police, she also contacted a lawyer friend who was pursuing her, and prepared to sue these internet celebrities directly in court. However, the impact of this internet storm did not stop on the internet, but spread to reality. Kyoto. At the Feiyin Group headquarters, Mo Wanha had just finished a morning group meeting. After not getting much rest the previous night, she had a rare moment of rest. She had just laid down her office chair and was about to take a rest. Suddenly, there was a hurried knock at the office door. Mr. Mo, Mr. Mo. Mo Wanha frowned immediately, sat up, pulled up the backrest of the office chair, and said in a deep voice, "Come in." "Boss Missouri, something happened to the young lady." When Mo Wanha heard the first words from the secretary who hurried in, her face suddenly turned cold and she said in a deep voice, "Xiao Jun? What's wrong? What happened to her?" She was cyberbullied." "What?" Mo Wanha stood up suddenly and asked coldly, "What's going on?" The life assistant came forward and handed the content of the post intercepted from the M University forum to Mr. Mo. The moment her phone was taken away, she stood very stiffly, with her face lowered, and her heart was worried. Sure enough, the next moment. "You bastard!" Mo Wanha suddenly slammed her desk, her face turning blue with anger, and the life assistant was so frightened that he was secretly shocked. At the shareholders' meeting this morning, Mo Wanha did not lose her temper in the face of the chairman who was being harassed by everyone. She just glanced around at everyone present and said casually, 5 years. In these 5 years? I know how much I have distributed to you, and each of you knows it too. I now declare that there will be no dividends this year. The subtext of this sentence is, what can you do to me? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire meeting place fell into silence. No one dared to respond or answer. I remember that we have always had cooperative projects with M University in talent training and scientific research, right? Yes, Mr. Mo. The assistant stepped forward and handed over a business card very respectfully. This is the contact information of the dean of M University. Mo Wanha immediately answered the call, picked up the phone, and dialed directly. As a listed company, Feiyin Group has cooperated with many research institutes of domestic universities on scientific research projects, and M University is just a very inconspicuous one among them. At this time, in the dean's office in the administrative building of M University. Why didn't the forum operator delete the post immediately last night? Also, why is it that in our college, there are cases of unmarried births? Have you investigated the whole story? Immediately find the 3 parties involved and investigate what happened. Dean M sat behind his desk with a grim look on his face. Anyone who encountered such a thing would be very unhappy. Being famous is a good thing, but if you become infamous, that is definitely another matter. Chapter 056, Actions of All Parties. Please read and vote for me. Yes, we will investigate it thoroughly. In front of him, the middle-aged man bowed slightly and nodded, also, Dean. Now the people from the security department have come to our college's internet cafe and the private internet cafes near the college to conduct investigations. Our people from the political and educational department are cooperating with them. The old dean calmed down and said in a deep voice, let the administrative staff cooperate with the comrades in the security department. This matter is the most critical. We must find out who is behind the scenes. Even if he is a student of our college, we will never tolerate him. Now your work will be divided into 3 aspects. First, we need to find out the whole story and remain restrained. We cannot let our personal emotions be swayed by what has been exposed. We must treat and examine this matter objectively and calmly. Secondly, cooperate with the Security Bureau to find the person behind this incident and hold him accountable. Third, immediately start public relations work to calm down the negative influence and comments on the internet. Use all official channels of M University to immediately issue an announcement, detailing the current progress of the investigation and the known objective facts. We must not be led by the nose by others. We must restore the truth, maintain fairness and justice, and safeguard the image of our M University. Any bad behavior that damages the image of our M University must be investigated and dealt with. Yes. The middle-aged man was about to say something else when he heard the cell phone on the desk suddenly rang rapidly. Ha! The old dean looked down and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Mr. M.O. Wanha from Feiyun Group? Why would she call at this time? Of course he knew about this female legend in the contemporary business world, not to mention that the Feiyun Group she led had scientific research project cooperation with several major research institutes under M University, as well as talent training programs. Hello, I'm M.O. Wanha. Hello, Mr. M.O. I'm Chen Wei, the Dean of M University. I wonder who you're looking for. I am Chen Jun's mother. Chen Jun, this name sounds so familiar. Suddenly, Dean Chen immediately remembered that he had just mentioned this name. Suddenly, he stood up quickly, realizing that the other party was here to question him. Dean Chen, although my daughter has graduated from M University, she is a researcher at your college's Advanced Computer Materials Research Institute. I would like to know, what is going on with this incident on the internet? My daughter gave birth to twins. This is simply fabricated nonsense. How could I not know that my daughter gave birth to a child? This is a rumor, insult, and slander. I am leaving for F City now. I hope that M University can properly handle this matter and give me an explanation. And, my daughter. I will never allow anyone to hurt her, no matter who the other party is. I will definitely sue him until he goes to jail. Mr. M.O., please don't worry. Our M University has already sent a special administrative staff to handle this matter. As for your daughter, she did give birth to twins, a boy and a girl. Dean Chen was a little puzzled, but as an old fox, he keenly sensed that something must have gone wrong, so he did not say this out loud, but said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, Mr. M.O., your request is also what our M University immediately launched an emergency investigation. Even the F City Security Department has sent an investigation team to our college. I believe that the truth will soon be revealed and your daughter will be cleared of all charges. I estimate that at the latest." On the other side, M.O. Wanha glanced at the life assistant beside her, and she immediately handed over the booked plane ticket. We can arrive at M University around 4 p.m. Okay, on behalf of M University, I welcome Mr. M.O. Beep. After hanging up the phone, Chen Wei frowned with a slightly pale brow. The heroine of the incident that caused a storm on the internet this time turned out to be Mr. Mo's daughter. This is a bit tricky. In this massive online violence, if Chen Jun gets into trouble, immediately arrange for someone to go to the Institute of Advanced Research to find Chen Jun's advisor. Find Chen Jun as quickly as possible and make sure nothing happens to her. Also, immediately issue a notice to warn any netizens who participate in the cyberbullying. We reserve the right to take legal action against any irresponsible rumors, slander, or malicious defamation of the talented students who represent the image of our M University. Yes. The middle-aged man who received the order hurried away. At the same time, in the dormitory of the School of Computer Science at K University next to M University, a boy wearing glasses, with messy hair and looking a bit sloppy was talking on the phone with someone. Walk? His eyes widened. Are you kidding me? You provided the photos and text, and I was just responsible for processing them and sending them out. Also, you asked me to post this. Where's the evidence? You. The boy suddenly widened his eyes. Yes, the other party had asked him to delete the chat history before, otherwise the subsequent money would not be credited to the account. You bastard, you started to scheme against me from the beginning. But don't forget, there is also the bank card transfer record. Do you think I would be stupid enough to transfer money to you using my bank card? You'd better go abroad honestly. I will help you with the process and arrange for you to take a 1-year leave of absence from K University. If you don't do it, I'm sure it will be fine, but you will definitely have a criminal record and your future will be completely ruined. Ding dong. The text message alert sounded, and the student subconsciously picked up his phone and saw a message about booking a flight ticket. Did you receive the text message? A cold voice came from the other end of the phone. In another hour, the flight to the United States will arrive. You'd better pack some clothes and leave immediately. Wait a minute, The sloppy boy was still a little hesitant, but the other party didn't give him time to think and hung up the phone directly. Beep beep. Hearing the sound of the phone being hung up, he sat there in a daze for a while, and then suddenly seemed to think of something, and turned on the computer to search the internet for a while. In response to the current online violence against M University has issued a warning and does not rule out suing those who slandered and defamed the parties involved and smeared M University. The F City Police Department has moved into M University and has begun investigating internet cafes around the F City University town. Informed sources revealed. It turns out that the person who cheated in the M incident was not WJT, but Lou. After a quick search on the internet, he found the latest developments of the incident. For a moment, this sloppy boy was confused and sat there at a loss, looking dazed. At the same time, in a room in the boys' dormitory building opposite, another boy was looking over here with a telescope, while talking on a cell phone in his hand. Chapter 057, Master Comes to Visit. Please read and vote for me. He hasn't moved yet. Brother Chen, do you want me to call him again to scare him? This kid is very timid. Hey, he's moving. He's starting to pack his clothes. Call. On the other end of the phone, no matter how calm Chen Mei was, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief at this moment. Very good, as long as he leaves, there will be no problem. Xiao Hong, you did a great job this time. Hey. Xiao Hong chuckled. Brother Chen, you don't have to worry too much. Even if he didn't leave, we didn't leave any evidence. The Security Bureau can't do anything to us. Even if WeChat restores the chat history, they will only find that there is nothing on that WeChat number, and the bound mobile phone number is an old number from more than 10 or 20 years ago, leaving no trace. As for the transfer records, they are a professional team that operates from overseas accounts. They do it perfectly, so there won't be any problems. I don't think this guy can get away that easily, but I have another plan, don't worry. Well, okay. Write the application to me later and I'll be your club introducer. Thank you, Brother Chen. No need to thank me, we are brothers. You helped me a lot this time, I will definitely help you. Let's find a time to get together later. Ha ha. Good. After hanging up the phone, the young man named Xiao Hong threw the high-powered telescope aside and walked to the balcony. He saw the sloppy boy carrying a backpack and hurriedly walked out of the door downstairs. Boy, you're on your own. Who made you so greedy and blinded by money? Suddenly, his face moved slightly, and he returned to the dormitory. The dormitory door opened, and a sweaty, steaming boy walked in holding a basketball. I was slightly stunned when I saw him. Who are you? Student Union Supervisor. He smiled lightly, took out his work ID, waved it in front of the other person's eyes, and then picked up the high-powered telescope in his hand. Someone reported that there are prohibited high-powered telescopes in your dormitory these days. You. The boy was shocked and angry. You can't just barge in and search like this, right? You're invading my privacy, don't you know that? Click. He tapped the camera on his chest, which was not turned on, and chuckled, Don't worry, although this is my personal action, I still have to wear a recorder according to the rules. This telescope. Explain to me, what do you use this high-powered telescope for? Ha? I. The boy suddenly became very panicked, hesitating, and not daring to say anything. Although the telescope was not his, he also used it to do some unspeakable things. If it was just a prohibited electrical appliance like an induction cooker, it would be fine if it was taken away. But for something like a high-powered telescope, it would not be that simple. The 4 boys in their dormitory would most likely be punished for this. He. The young man named Xiao Hong came over and said with a smile, Relax. How about this, you pretend I have never been here, and I pretend I have never seen you. This. No? Yes. Hey. Xiao Hong smiled, brushed past the other person, and walked straight out of the dormitory. By the way, our student union has confiscated this thing, tell your roommate. Seeing the other person leave, the boy finally breathed a sigh of relief and slumped down at his desk. Damn, he was almost scared to death just now. If he really got punished, his studies would be over. Yunlu Garden. A middle-aged woman who looked to be in her 50s, accompanied by several men and women, came to Building 11. The address and location she sent me back are right here. Let's go up. They walked into the building and soon took the elevator to 0903. Ding dong, ding dong. The pleasant doorbell rang, and footsteps were heard from inside the room immediately. Here you go. Hearing this pleasant female voice, the middle-aged woman outside the door couldn't help but let out a happy smile. This girl is here too. The door opened, and a girl with a sweet face and a slender and graceful body appeared in front of them. Master? Li Xiaoshan was stunned when she saw the person in front. Then she took a step forward with a look of surprise and took the middle-aged woman's arm. Master, why are you here? You didn't even tell me when you came. This middle-aged woman is Lu Huixin, the professor and mentor of Li Xiaoshan and Chen Jun at the Institute of Advanced Computer Materials of M University. Have you had a good rest these days after returning home? Lu Huixin patted her shoulder and said, everyone in the institute is very busy right now. Xiao Zhou and the others have told me several times why you haven't gone back yet. Oh. Let's not talk about this. Master, come in quickly. Master. As soon as they walked in, the group was slightly stunned when they saw the unique and ancient decorative style inside. Wu Jiangtao, Chen Jun, and Wu Ma, who were in the living room, also stood up to greet them. Master. Seeing the loving look in his master's eyes as he looked at him, Chen Jun couldn't help but have tears in his eyes. He took a few steps forward and came to his master. Let me see you. The professor from M University seemed no different from an ordinary woman at this moment. She took Chen Jun's hand and sat down with her, looking her up and down. Well, his beloved disciple seemed to have become a lot fuller and her complexion had changed a lot. It was different from the pale complexion in the past. It was now rosy and she seemed to be in good spirits. It's okay, it seems like you've recovered well. Chen Jun was touched. His master's health had not been very good to begin with, and he had been busy with all the affairs of the institute. Coming here in person this time would definitely delay his work. I'm sorry, Master. Because I asked you to make this special trip. It's okay. You didn't do anything wrong. It's only natural to have a child. Lu Huixin comforted her. I am no longer responsible for specific work matters in the institute. I just need to control the general direction. You should take good care of your health. I am still waiting for you to become my great general. After a while of greetings, Chen Jun began to introduce Wu Jiangtao. Master, he is Wu Jiangtao, he is the children's father. The professor turned around and looked at Wu Jiangtao, with a warm smile on his face. Well, the young man is quite energetic. Although she was devoted to academics, she could sense something was wrong with Chen Jun's introduction. Normally, even if we are not married, I should say that this is my boyfriend. It seems that the relationship between my beloved disciple and the other party is not that simple. Chapter 058. Half of my family is asking for more reading in monthly tickets. When Wu Ma was introduced, Lu Huixin was slightly stunned to see that she was very graceful and spoke to her very appropriately, as it seemed that she was not an ordinary person. Even those so-called socialites from big families would find it difficult to look at themselves with equal dignity and neither humble nor overbearing in front of her. After all, she was a top figure in the scientific community in southeastern China and even at home and abroad. The political bigwigs in City F had to call themselves juniors in front of her. Over the years, the demeanor that Professor Lu had developed was not something that ordinary people could look up to. During the conversation, Professor Lu also introduced these people from M University to them. Among them, the middle-aged man was Wang Yu, director of the Political and Educational Department of M University, and the other young men and women were not college teachers, but members of the student union. We came here today to express the Academy's attitude. Regarding this incident, the leadership has specifically instructed that the Academy will fully cooperate with the Security Department and investigate it thoroughly. No matter who the other party is, we will hold them accountable for their legal responsibilities. Also, look at classmate Chen. I hope you don't care too much about the malicious rumors and slanders spread by those people on the internet. Relax your mind. We will definitely give you justice. Thank you for the concern of the college leaders. I am fine and I don't take what others say to heart. Well. Wang Yu laughed. As expected, she is the goddess and academic master of RM University. Her demeanor is really extraordinary. Judging from the situation, there will be no unexpected situations on her side. That is good. By the way, classmate Chen Jun. Before we came, your mother even called the college to inquire about the details. Oh. Chen Jun responded indifferently. Forehead. Seeing her reaction, the director was stunned. Although he was scratching his head, he didn't say anything more. It seems that this academic goddess has some conflicts with her family? But this was someone else's family matter, so he shouldn't interfere too much. During this condolence talk, Wang Yu certainly did not only ask Chen Jun. After all, Wu Jiangtao was also one of the parties involved. Regarding the post at the source of this incident, the director had a detailed chat with him to confirm what was going on. Although it was inconvenient to talk about many details, Wu Jiangtao still said clearly, Lu Wanner and I have broken up. As for whether she is pregnant, I am not sure. Even if she is pregnant, it can't be mine. Regarding this question, Director Wang, you can ask Lu Wanner or classmate Wang Yuan. I think they should be able to give you an answer. Wang Yuan? Wang Yu was stunned for a moment, then confirmed, is it Wang Yuan Wang from the finance department? Wu Jiangtao said in a calm tone, yes, it's him. Wang Yuan. The Wang family in F City. Wang Yu couldn't help but frown slightly and asked tentatively, Student Wu, there is no conflict between you and him, right? This Wang Yuan is a transfer student. In F City, he attended several famous key universities in the university town. Every time he enrolled, he would cause trouble soon after enrollment. It was only with the influence of the Wang family that the negative impact was suppressed. The last time, the commotion happened at Cust, and this time, it happened at M University. Director Wang prayed in his heart, hoping that this incident and the cyberbullying had nothing to do with him, otherwise, it would be difficult to explain to President Mo and the Mo family. After sitting and chatting for a while, Director Wang left with a few of his subordinates. As soon as they left, Professor Lu in the living room immediately took his beloved disciple's hand affectionately and said, Xiaojun, where are the two babies? I want to see them. Forehead. Seeing their master's face full of expectation, his eyes shining, Chenjun, Li Xiaoshan and everyone else were stunned at first, and then they couldn't help laughing. Master, wait a minute, I'll go push them out. Li Xiaoshan quickly got up, turned around, and went to the bedroom, and pushed the two big babies who were sleeping soundly from the bedroom to the living room. Oh my! The professor couldn't help but look closely at the two babies, smiling so hard that his eyes narrowed. Both babies look very much like their mothers, so pretty and cute. As she spoke, she took out 2 red envelopes from her bosom and said, come on, Grandma will give each of you a red envelope. Little Yair, grow taller and bigger quickly. Master, there's no need for the red envelope. This is for the child, don't refuse. Chenjun next to him subconsciously wanted to refuse, but saw his master waving his hand nonchalantly and looking at him reproachfully, you. It's okay to hide such a big thing from your family, but why did you hide it from me? Giving birth is such a big thing, you should have told me first. Chenjun was embarrassed for a moment and didn't know what to say. There was no other way. If he had told his master at that time, his family would definitely not be able to hide it. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Professor Lu also knew her difficulties. He turned to look at Wu Jiangtao and said earnestly, Xiao Wu, although Xiaojun usually looks serious and calm, she sometimes gets impulsive and does unexpected things. You have to understand her, tolerate her, and take good care of her. I will. Wu Jiangtao nodded quickly. Speaking of which, as Xiaojun's master, I am also half of her family. If you encounter any troubles in the future, don't be like Xiaojun and say nothing. You must come to me as soon as possible. Professor Lu took Wu Jiangtao by the hand and said, although I am old, I still have a say in some areas and can still help. Okay, we will. Wu Jiangtao said quickly. Hey, it's almost noon, Xiaodao, go and cook first, don't just sit there. Wu Ma suddenly said. It's already noon? Professor Lu was stunned at first, then he quickly stood up, holding his waist, oh, so much time has passed without me noticing. I have to go back first. Don't leave, dear. Stay and have dinner with us. Wu Ma quickly grabbed her. Well, this Master Chenjun just called himself her mother's family member, so she immediately changed the title and the distance between them was shortened. No, Professor Lu said quickly, there is a project seminar at the institute this afternoon. Stay. It's been a long time since you and Xiaojun have seen each other. It's a rare gathering today. Stay and have a home-cooked meal together. By the way, do you have any dietary restrictions, dear relative? Unable to refuse, Professor Lu did not insist on leaving and stayed. On second thought, it has been a long time since I sat down to have dinner with Xiaojun, so I decided to stay. The key is that I also want to know more about this young man named Wu Jiangtao and his mother, and most importantly, how do they treat Xiaojun? Chapter 059, Caught, please read and vote for me. Soon, the rich aroma of food wafted out from the kitchen. Ha! It smells so good. Professor Lu in the living room was slightly stunned and could not help but turn his head to look at the dining room, only to see Wu Ma carrying a pot of soup from the kitchen and placing it on the dining table. It's time to eat. Wow! Li Xiaoshan, whose stomach had been growling with hunger for a long time, was the first to move. She hurried to the kitchen to help, brought out her favorite hometown dishes. Today's dish is shredded pork with fish flavor. Looking at this dish that was rosy in color and filled with the aroma of fish, Li Xiaoshan felt her stomach become even emptier and her cries became louder. "Master, let's go over there." In the living room, Chen Jun also stood up and went to the dining room with his master. "Dear relatives, please take a seat." Wu Ma had just set the table and greeted her happily. As soon as he sat down, Professor Lu saw that most of the dishes on the table were obviously prepared for Xiao Jun. Among them, only 2 dishes were relatively different, obviously prepared to cater to the tastes of others. Come and try our Jiang Tao's cooking." He just happened to have more time in the past 6 months, so he taught himself to cook. Wu Ma helped her serve the soup very enthusiastically. "Great." Professor Lu was very happy. Judging from the dishes on the table, the young man was at least very good at cooking, and at least he could take good care of Xiaojun's nutrition. Just as we started eating, we suddenly heard the sound of 2 babies crying from the master bedroom. "Everyone eat first, I'll go take a look." Wu Jiangtao quickly stood up and went to the master bedroom. After a very warm and lively lunch, Professor Lu praised Wu Jiangtao's cooking skills. "It looks like our little June will have a good time in the future." Sitting back in the living room, Professor Lu watched Wu Jiangtao busy taking care of the 2 babies, a gratified smile appearing on his face. Nowadays, let alone boys, there are very few girls who can cook and are willing to cook. For example, someone next to me went out for a dinner party with her colleagues, but she was so clumsy that she couldn't even grill and could only eat. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but glance with disdain at Li Xiaoshan, who was holding her belly and screaming, "I ate too much again." The girl had a sad face and was muttering to herself, "I still have a running schedule to burn off the calories I ate yesterday. I guess I can't sleep in this afternoon. I need to go out for a run." Professor Lu. Suddenly, her cell phone rang. She picked it up and saw Mo Wanha, Feiyan Group written on it. "Hey, Xiao Mo. And Lu, long time no see. Have you seen Xiao Jun recently? She ran into some trouble these days." "Oh, I know what you said. I'm at her place now. She's fine. She's doing well." "Ha." Mo Wanha was obviously relieved when she heard this on the other end of the phone. "I feel relieved that you are with her, Aunt Lu. I was worried that she would be upset." "It's okay, I'm here." "Thank you, Aunt Lu. I just boarded the plane and will arrive in City F at around 3 p.m. Well, we haven't seen each other for a long time." As soon as the call ended, Wu Ma came over from the restaurant with a bowl of sliced apples and oranges. "My dear relatives. Come, have some fruit to help digest your food." I have to say that Wu Ma is very good at getting along with people. Although she has not known Chen Jun's master for a long time, the way they address each other and communicate with each other has become close. On the way to F City International Airport, Yang Yuan was fidgeting in the passenger seat. Having stayed up all night for several days, his body exuded a kind of indescribable and very touching smell. The driver next to him was really upset and couldn't help but ask, "Are you a student at M University?" "Oh, yes, I'm from M University," he replied absent-mindedly. Forehead. The driver rubbed his nose and couldn't help but asked, "Well, how many days have you not showered?" "Damn, I still have to prepare some masks in the future. I can't stand it anymore." "No, I just washed it on Wednesday." The driver was stunned. If he remembered correctly, today is Saturday, right? What's wrong? Yang Yuan calmed himself down and then noticed that the driver next to him looked constipated, which was a bit strange. "Don't you smell it yourself?" The driver was too tired to complain. "You smell so bad, cough cough, it's just very strong." "Very heavy?" Yang Yuan smelled himself. "Yes, there is a little bit, but it's not very strong. I feel it's okay." This guy didn't know it himself. He hadn't washed for 3 days and stayed up late every day. A layer of dirt had accumulated on his body. When he went out, the smell on his body was naturally quite touching. "Okay. I feel okay?" This made him so moved that he almost doubted his life. He couldn't help it, so the driver opened the window to get rid of the indescribable smell in the car. Whoosh! The heat wave suddenly poured in from outside. It's almost June, and we're entering midsummer. The weather is getting hotter and hotter. as soon as the car window was opened. Yang Yuan had just gotten into the car and immediately broke out in a sweat before he could even feel the cool breeze. He felt very uncomfortable. "It's so hot, sir, can you please not open the window?" Driver: "Well, you are my ancestor today, so he could only close the window again and turn the air conditioner to the maximum, hoping to dry out the stinky sweat on this guy's body, just like that. As long as it's not piping hot, the taste doesn't seem to be that strong." Boom. The veteran driver stepped on the accelerator and the car sped through the traffic, heading towards the airport quickly to get the old man away. The smell was really unbearable for most people. As the airport got closer, Yang Yuan in the co-pilot seat calmed down a lot. "It's okay, they probably won't find me that quickly." As long as he could get on the plane and reach the beautiful country smoothly, and then change his appearance and identity according to Hongshao's arrangement, he could come back openly. He was looking forward to the future happily, but the driver next to him was looking more and more pale. He shortened the original 40-minute driving time to more than 20 minutes. After taking the fare and watching the boy get off his car, the driver took a long breath and exhaled a long breath. "Damn it, this journey just now was so torturous that I almost died." Just as he was about to start the car and leave, suddenly, someone knocked on his car window. "Get out of the car, police!" Driver? In front, when a plainclothes policeman came to Yang Yuan, he couldn't help but bend down as soon as he took out his police officer ID and said, "I am a policeman, you are Yang O." Fuck. The two plainclothes policemen who were surrounding him almost suffocated. They couldn't help but bend over slightly, but they still grabbed Yang Yuan to prevent him from running away. Chapter 060, Mr. M.O. is coming. Please read and vote for me. Fuck. This smell is too spicy. Captain, this guy stinks, it's like he's carrying a poison gas bomb. Even though they felt uncomfortable, they still grabbed Yang Yuan. However, they couldn't help but feel a surge in their waist and abdomen, and almost vomited. Nonsense, how could a child carry a poison gas bomb? Let me take a look. A captain from the security office who was directing the scene came over in person, but when he walked in front of Yang Yuan, he couldn't help but have the same reaction as the team members. Several people gathered together, standing side by side, and bending slightly in unison. Ugh, what the hell is this? What's that smell? Yang Yuan. Smell? What smell could I have? Why can't I smell it? Next, their team took some effort to borrow a set of chemical protective suits from the airport security post, put them on Yang Yuan, who had turned himself into a walking biological weapon, and took him away. So far. Although the suspect who posted the goddess collapse gate incident on the M University forum almost boarded a plane to leave F City, at the critical moment, a team from the F City Police Department arrived in time and captured him. Almost as soon as Yang Yuan was arrested by the security bureau, M University got the news. They immediately released the authoritative news through M University's Weibo, Sina, TikTok, and other major media platforms, announcing the latest progress of the investigation into the incident. At the same time, the announcement also specifically stated that a lawyer's letter had been sent to those big verses on the internet who were the most smearing and promoting Chenjun, and the procedure for suing them had been initiated. For a moment, those people who had transformed themselves into saints and wantonly judged others morally became quiet, and the surging waves of cyber violence on the internet naturally came to an abrupt end. As a student of computer science, Wu Jiangtao once attended a symposium in the department, where he and his classmates systematically discussed with a professor why there are so many trolls on the internet. Nowadays, there are a lot of slanderous words on the internet, such as a walking 500,000, sitting on a crooked butt, or doing side jobs. During the discussion, they first explored why these remarks appeared. What aspect of human nature is the starting point of these remarks? In essence, these remarks put themselves in a moral upper hand and conduct trials, or even criticisms, openly and aboveboard. Then why don't they conduct a logical and methodical debate with the parties concerned on an equal basis? Why should they be condemned if something does not meet their wishes? A classmate asked the instructor. Inability, or unwillingness to think, or lack of ability. All three of these reasons may apply, but I think the most fundamental reason is that moral judgment requires the least brainpower and has the lowest threshold. This is essentially the instinctive expression of organisms that consumes the least energy. Oh, I see. The students all nodded. This was easy to understand. Simply put, it was. If you can lie down comfortably, then you definitely won't stand. If you can stand instead of running, then you definitely won't run. If you can be choked to death with one sentence, then you definitely won't bother engaging in a logical debate with you. In summary, these verbal attacks can be regarded as moral judgments, the cheapest way of debate, and the ultimate weapon that most people can easily use. For example, in the comments section of a book on Shidian, a book friend nicknamed Nan Shufang saw a book written by a certain author titled "The Goddess Gave Me Twins" and immediately blurted out, "How shameless must a person be to write a book like this?" This kind of speech is a typical example of taking normal debate to the vulgar level of moral judgment. "It's okay to YY a goddess, but you even YY twins, bah, you are so shameless. I don't need to read your book, nor do I know what you wrote. I don't even need to spend time to pick out the details and loopholes in your book. With just a few words from me, I can easily put you in an absolute moral disadvantage." This is the absolute advantage brought about by the low intelligence and low energy consumption of moral judgment, as well as its inherent dimensionality reduction attack attribute. During this seminar, the instructor also summarized other characteristics of internet trolls, such as the expansion of personal subjectivity when picking up the keyboard, the protection of personal subjectivity by online virtual identities, the reduction of the cost of moral judgment, the lack of equal rights and responsibilities for personal speech, and many other aspects. Regardless, the online storm caused by a post on the M University forum has finally subsided. Even the instigator was found out and admitted that he fabricated facts and framed others. The trolls no longer have a moral high ground. What's more, the ones who jumped the most among them were also picked out to make an example of them. At this time, the rights and responsibilities are clear and equal. These moral guardians suddenly became depressed and stopped talking. They acted like spectators and quietly moved their mouse to delete some of the short essays they had written on Weibo. However, the internet has memory, and some of the comments posted by several of them were still clearly captured in screenshots. The person who did this was not only Qin Jun's best friend Li Xiaoshan, but also Mr. Mo, who had just got off the plane and walked into F-City International Airport at around 3 p.m. Have you compiled a list of those who spread rumors and slandered my daughter? Ms. Mo, the Information and Media Department has intercepted and preserved the remarks made by those people, and the legal department has already begun to take action. The life assistant who was following her said as she trotted behind Mo Wanha. "Okay, I will tell the Ministry of Justice in my personal name that no matter how much it costs, we must bring all these people to court, without missing a single one." Yes. He took out a pair of sunglasses from his bag and put them on. The strong aura that Mr. Mo had exuded along the way finally dissipated a lot. As soon as they walked out of the airport passage, they saw someone in the group in front of them holding a huge sign with a few large characters written in a flamboyant style. Feiyun Group, Mr. Mo. They were naturally the staff of the Foreign Affairs Office of M University. The middle-aged man in the middle of the crowd saw the distinguished guests coming and hurriedly came forward to greet them with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Mo. I'm Yan Fei, the director of the Foreign Affairs Office of M University. We've met before." "Hello." Mo Wanha took off her sunglasses and nodded at him calmly. "Boss Missouri, our M University, in cooperation with the security department, has already captured the suspect who posted the message and is currently interrogating him." "What's the name of the person who posted this?" "Yang Yuan. He is not a student of our M University, but a sophomore of the Southeast University of Science and Technology next door." Chapter 061 Two Babies? Please read and vote for me. Yang Yuan? Mo Wanha frowned slightly and immediately recalled the boys who had contact with her daughter in the past. Among them, there was no one named Yang Yuan. But soon, she immediately realized something. This person named Yang Yuan is definitely not the real person behind the scenes. That's right. According to what we have learned from the Security Bureau, this student named Yang Yuan is not very good at academics. He was once asked to drop out of the university because he was too obsessed with playing online games. However, he later took the college entrance examination again and was admitted to the university. Get to the point. Forehead. Yan Fei's face suddenly became a little embarrassed. The Security Bureau checked Yang Yuan's bank card and found that he received transfers of 50,000 yuan and 100,000 yuan before and after he posted the message. However, these remittances were transferred from overseas accounts. Currently, the Economic Investigation Division of the Security Bureau is trying its best to track down the two accounts where the remittances were made. Oh? Mo Wanha narrowed her eyes slightly. Sure enough, the cyberbullying against her own daughter was not that simple. As they were talking, they had already passed through the airport hall and arrived at the exit gate. When they were about to get into the car, Mr. Mo suddenly asked Yan Fei a question. How is my daughter now? Ah, RM University specially sent the director of the political education department and Professor Liu Huixin to visit Chenjun. Student Chenjun was not affected by the online violence and seemed to be in good spirits. Mo Wanha nodded. She has always been very confident in Chenjun. She has carefully nurtured her daughter since she was young, not only in terms of study, but also in character formation and spiritual will. It can be said that except for no specific requirements for her daughter to go into the kitchen to cook, she has not let go of almost any other aspect. Chenjun can even do very well in surviving in the wild. Also, Chenjun's 2 babies are doing well, healthy and cute. Yeah, okay, wait, what did you say? Here, the chairman of Feiyin Group, who had just turned around to get in the car, stopped. The next moment, he slowly turned his head in surprise and looked at Director Yen, who had just turned around and got in the car. She wasn't the only one who looked stunned. The staff of M University at the scene were also puzzled. What's wrong? Suddenly, Director Yen got out of the car again with some embarrassment and looked at Mo Wanha with a worried heart, wondering if I had said something wrong just now. Every word he just said quickly flowed through his mind, and he quickly stood up again. Sorry, if I said anything wrong just now, please forgive me, Mr. Mo. What did you just say? Mo Wanha looked at him steadily, her phoenix eyes flashing with a frightening and fierce look. Well, I mean, if I said something wrong. No, the previous sentence. Oh, I mean classmate Chenjun and her 2 babies are all fine. They have not been affected by this cyberbullying. 2 babies? Mo Wanha turned around in astonishment and looked at the assistant beside her, only to see that she was also puzzled. She looked at Yen Fei and said, Our lady's name is Chenjun, the Jun next to the character Wang? Are you sure? That's right. Yen Fei was even more puzzled, and quickly said, Your daughter Chenjun has always been very famous in RM University. Even after graduation, she is still very popular in the college and even in the entire F-City University town. The assistant standing next to Mo Wanha said with a helpless look on her face, Our lady hasn't given birth to any children. She's not married, and she doesn't even have a boyfriend. Where did the baby come from? The staff of M University looked at each other in confusion. Could it be that they had made a mistake in identifying the person? Only Yen Fei seemed to understand something, and hesitantly said to Mo Wanha, Mr. Mo, how long has it been since you last met your daughter? This strong woman, who was famous both at home and abroad, was slightly startled. For a moment, she couldn't remember how long it had been since she last saw her daughter. Last August, she told me that the institute would send her to the United States to participate in a project in the second half of the year. Since then, I have only had video calls with her on the phone at most. It can be said that every video call or voice phone chat between the mother and daughter almost always ends unpleasantly. Because, no matter whether her daughter called her or she called her daughter, the final outcome was basically the same. Because every time, the content of their conversation could not avoid the boys who appeared around her daughter. Over the past few years, there have been several times when my daughter simply didn't want to listen to her talk about so-and-so's personality, how the family was run, etc. But Mo Wanha can also contact Li Xiaoshan and let this good friend take action personally to easily expose the true colors of those boys who approached Chenjun. On this point, Li Xiaoshan can form an alliance with her and also believes that those boys with bad intentions or poor character are not good matches for Chenjun. Last August, it's almost been a year now. Yen Fei became more and more certain of his inner guess, and kindly reminded, Boss Missouri, how about, you make a video call to your daughter in person? Taking a deep breath, Mo Wanha suppressed the anxiety and anger in her heart with her utmost willpower, and looked at Director Yen with an unmoved expression. No need, let's deal with this cyberbullying first, and we'll go to the F-City Security Department. Good. As Mo Wanha got into the business car sent by the F-City branch, the staff of M University also got into the cars. The convoy started and sped towards the F-City Police Department. Shawan. Mo Wanha's calm voice sounded in the car. The life assistant sitting next to him felt a little nervous and quickly responded, Mr. Mo. Do you think Xiao Jun will really? The assistant opened his mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. After a moment's hesitation, he said carefully, that shouldn't be the case. The young lady. The young lady has been busy with her research at the institute and doesn't have a boyfriend. How could she have a child? Yes. Mo Wanha said in a gloomy tone, Shawan, how long have you been with me? Hearing this, Shawan's heart suddenly tightened, and she said with some panic on her face, Mr. Mo, I have been with you for 3 years, I'm sorry. Where did you go? Mo Wanha smiled, reached out and patted her shoulder, if this is true, it's not your fault. Xiao Jun is my daughter. If she really wants to do something, I can't stop her, and you can't stop her either. I want to ask you, you've known Xiao Jun for so many years, why do you think she doesn't like the person I arranged for her? Chapter 062, Mr. Mo's Anxiety. Please read and vote for me. Speaking of the young talents she recommended, which one is not better than the boys who appeared around her? Whether it is character or family affairs, one is better than the other, and they are humble and low-key, focusing on their careers and making great plans. Why doesn't Xiao Jun understand her own painstaking efforts? Xiao Wan didn't know how to answer Mr. Mo's question, so she could only answer irrelevantly. Miss is really outstanding. She has many advantages that I cannot have, especially her calmness and independence. Mr. Mo, there must be something wrong. Miss can't have a child so soon. She is so strong-willed, how could she just find a... At the critical moment, she stopped talking and finally didn't say the words find a man to have children before marriage. It's impossible. Maybe those two babies are someone else's. They are just temporarily with the lady. Especially her calmness and independence? So strong? Hearing these words, Mo Wanha was stunned for a moment. As a mother, she had never doubted that her daughter was independent. Since she was young, she and her husband had not been able to accompany their daughter all the time due to their careers. This led to her learning to be alone at a very young age, thus forming this independent and strong personality. But to say how calm my daughter is. But she knew very well that Chen Jun was not a calm person at heart, and once he became impulsive, he would do something extremely outrageous and irresistible. Mo Wanha sat in the car, becoming more and more uneasy the more she thought about it. Yes. At the end of August last year, Xiao Jun took the initiative to call her. She had forgotten what they talked about, but during the call, the mother told her about the latest background information and character analysis of a boy around her. During that phone call, my daughter, for the first time, did not interrupt me, nor did she quarrel with me again. She just listened to me calmly and said at the end, "Are you done?" "Okay, I understand." After saying that, she hung up the phone. As the saying goes, no one knows a daughter better than her mother. As soon as the phone call ended, she immediately felt something was wrong and felt inexplicably uneasy. Her daughter's calm reaction when she spoke was a little abnormal. Mo Wanha had originally been thinking about whether she should go to F City to see her. However, the busy work that followed left her no time to care about the slight uneasiness in her heart. Mo Wanha just sat there quietly, thinking back to the several times she had communicated with her daughter from last year to now, and the bad feeling in her heart became stronger and stronger. No. Xiao Jun wouldn't do that. She must have made a mistake. She must have made a mistake. Maybe she just deliberately created the illusion that she was pregnant to make me angry. Yes, that should be the case. Thinking of this, Mo Wanha felt a little relieved. This should be the case. Her daughter is such a proud and strong-willed person, how could she just find a boy and have a child out of wedlock? Impossible, impossible. Mo Wanha calmed down and forced herself to turn her attention to this cyberbullying incident. She turned her head and glanced at the assistant beside her. "Xiao Wan, before I came here, I asked you to organize the information of those people. Have you done it?" "Boss Missouri, it's all sorted." The young assistant immediately took a Huawei tablet from his side and handed it over. Looking at the photos on the tablet, it seems that they were taken recently. In addition, the character information from family background, academic performance to conduct and personality analysis, all aspects are clearly written. "You did this?" "Yes, Mr. Mo. That's thoughtful." Mo Wanha nodded with satisfaction and gave the young assistant a look of approval. He thought she would just print out the information he gave her, but he didn't expect her to reorganize it and make it in this way. She also specially collected recent life photos of the characters and put them on it, with both pictures and texts, which was clear at a glance. "It's nothing, I just sorted out the information," the assistant said with a smile. Nodding, Mr. Mo began to look through the person's profile on the Huawei tablet, with a sharp light flashing in his eyes. That's right, before she boarded the plane to come here, she thought that the target of this cyberbullying incident was too clear and too targeted. Although before coming here, the F City Police Department and M University sent information saying that the person who posted the message had been caught. But Mo Wanha thought for a moment and concluded that this science student named Yang Yuan must be a pawn. The person hiding behind the scenes must have cut off all the evidence chains long ago. In fact, he was commissioned to do this. In other words, even if the people in the security bureau are powerful enough to follow the clues and catch the manipulator behind Yang Yuan, they will not be able to find out the real culprit. As soon as the plane landed, Mr. Mo's confidant sent a message saying that he had checked Fei Group's competitors and confirmed that it was not their work. In this way, the person who took action must be around Chenjun and must have a vested interest in her or an emotional entanglement with her. Coincidentally, she has information and analysis on every boy who had appeared next to Chenjun before, from their family background, academic performance to character and personality. Of course, the person who attacked her might not be a man, but a girl. In this regard, one of Mo Wanha's trusted confidants has already begun collecting information and conducting investigations, and he believes that a satisfactory result will be given to him soon. This limited edition luxury car was driving on the extremely smooth asphalt road. Mo Wanha quietly held the Huawei tablet and wrote and drew on the screen. After about 20 minutes, she finished reading the information of these 20 young people, and finally handed the tablet back to the assistant. Everyone listed here needs to be investigated, but the 2 people I circled, find someone to focus on investigating. Okay, I'll send a message right away. The life assistant immediately took the computer and began to contact an information consulting company under the group. The moment the Huawei tablet was handed over, one of the 2 names circled on the screen was Chen Mei. Ding dong! A WeChat reminder came. Hong Ying, who was lying comfortably and enjoying the service, turned his head slightly, glanced at the mobile phone screen, his expression changed slightly and he immediately took the phone to take a look. Her mother is here, you better be careful, do it cleanly, and don't leave any traces behind. Okay, don't worry, brother Chen. Whether it's WeChat chat records or bank transfers, those people have done a very clean job. They are all professionals. There will be no problem. But you still have to be careful. Mo Wanha from Fei Group is not an ordinary person. Yeah, I'll be careful. Young Master Hong shook his head slightly, with a relaxed look in his eyes. In his opinion, the most the security bureau could do was to find those people, and he had already cleared himself of all charges. Even if they came looking for him, it would be useless. Chapter 063 Something is wrong. Please read and vote for me. In just over half an hour, Mo Wanha and his group arrived at M University. As soon as he got off the car, Chen Wei, the old dean of M University, came over and shook hands with Mo Wanha. Mr. Mo, I'm sorry to see you in this way today. Dean Chen, you know me. There's no need to say polite words. I'm only here to protect my daughter. Mo Wanha smiled gently. We are very sorry for this incident. We at M University will do our best to get to the bottom of it. The old dean breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the other party didn't come to accuse him, it would be fine. As he said this, he turned around and glanced at Wang Yu, the director of the political and educational department beside him. Director Wang quickly stepped forward and said to Mo Wanha, "Please come this way, Mr. Mo. I will introduce to you the current situation of the interrogation of Yang Yuan by the Security Bureau and RM University." Okay. They walked out of the college gate again and headed towards the police station on College Road in a mighty procession. Yang Yuan's interrogation took place here. After all, it involved 2 universities, M University and Southeast University of Science and Technology. Interrogating here would also make it convenient for the leaders of the 2 university colleges to come and check on the interrogation and the progress of the case. As soon as she arrived at the guard post, Mo Wanha saw a familiar face among the staff of M University, whom she had just examined. She was slightly stunned and looked at it a few more times. Mr. Mo, this is Chen Mei, the current president of the Student Union of RM University. Wang Yu, who was following her, noticed her gaze and quickly introduced her. Oh. Mr. Mo nodded without denying it, his eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Chen Mei, and an indescribable intuition emerged in his heart. In the crowd, Chen Mei felt the gaze of this important person early on. Even though he had a strong mind and psychological quality, and his expression was very natural when facing Mr. Mo's gaze, he couldn't help feeling weak in his heart. That's right, this time he did post such a post on the M University forum, but his target of attack was not Chen Jun, but Wu Jiangtao. In his estimation, even if Chen Jun was affected, Xiao Hong could use his water army to adjust public opinion and control it to the extent of precisely striking Wu Jiangtao. Even if Chen Jun was slightly affected, it would not be a big deal. However, this time the internet storm was beyond his expectations. Such a big deviation had occurred. Who could he blame? Can we blame Chen Jun for being too outstanding and too beautiful, and for diverting the direction of this public opinion storm? Chen Mei was pretending not to notice their gazes, but the next moment, out of the corner of her eye she saw that Mr. Mo turned around and said something to his immediate superior. Immediately, Wang Yu turned around and looked over and called her. Xiao Chen, Xiao Chen? At this moment, Chen Mei, who turned around and chatted with a classmate beside him, seemed to be very impressive. He was shocked and turned around quickly. At this moment, his acting skills burst out. He turned around in surprise and said, "Ah. Director, you are looking for me? Come here for a moment." Wang Yu waved at him. Oh. Chen Mei walked over quickly. Director Wang, you're looking for me? Haha, no. Director Wang Yu smiled and quickly introduced, it's President Mo. She wants to ask you about Chen Jun's situation in our college. Ah, hello, Mr. Mo. I'm Chen Mei. If you have anything you want to know, feel free to ask me. I'm also a friend of senior sister Xiao Jun. Our student union is also filled with indignation about her experience this time. Chen Mei, who walked over, behaved very normally. The admiration in her eyes when she looked at him, and the awkwardness when she spoke, gave people the feeling that this was how an ordinary college student should be. But at this time, not only Mo Wanha felt something was wrong, but Wang Yu also looked at Chen Mei with some doubts, muttering to himself. That's not right. This kid has always been very calm in the past. Even when facing the city leaders, his attitude is calm and steady, and his words are clear and loud. How can he be so excited like now? But Director Wang immediately changed his mind and thought that maybe this guy admired CEO Mo. CEO Mo had been in the business world for more than 30 years and founded Feiyan Group. He was also the #1 in the domestic automobile manufacturing industry. Anyone would show this attitude when facing the person they admire the most. Wang Yu didn't think much about it, but before coming here, Mo Wanha had carefully reviewed the information about Chen Mei's family background and character analysis. From the beginning, she had a 100% scrutiny of Chen Mei. Something is wrong. Yunlu Garden, Building 11, Residence 0903. My mother is here? Chen Jun, who was breastfeeding in the room, looked up and saw Li Xiaoshan, who was yelling in front of her, with some surprise. Yes, Master just sent me a WeChat message saying that Aunt Mo has arrived at M University and, under the leadership of the college leaders, she went to the police station on Shuiyuan Road to learn about the case. Chen Jun fell silent for a moment, and her slender eyebrows couldn't help but frown slightly. At the side, Wu Jiangtao, who was holding Daodu, was also silent. Although he had anticipated this situation, he couldn't help but feel nervous at this moment. After the first heart-to-heart chat with Chen Jun, he not only understood the family background of this M University goddess, but also knew why she came to him. It's our ancestors who have given us this blessing. Thank you, ancestors. However, whether this was a lucky thing or not, the dust has not yet settled. From Chen Jun's words, his impression of Mr. Mo can be summed up in 2 words. Overbearing. What she calls freedom is giving you options, and you have complete freedom to choose. Don't like them all? That's okay, just change another batch. Want to choose not to choose? That's fine, then I will help you choose the boys around you, and use a magnifying glass to pick out every pore on them, from family background to personal ability, to character and temperament. The result is that Mr. Mo's daughter has no way of making normal male friends, let alone a boyfriend. As for his actions over the years, Mr. Mo did not feel that he had to impose his own ideas on his daughter, or force her to do anything. Because, it's not that she didn't give her daughter the freedom to choose. Since her daughter wants to do what she wants to do, that's okay. I can also do what I want to do and help her daughter investigate and analyze every boy who appears around her. To sum up, this motheress and her thoughts are: what I find for you is the best, those around you are not good enough at all. It doesn't matter if you don't understand or object now, one day you will understand my painstaking efforts. Chapter 064-3 Requests Part 1. Please read and vote for me. The friend was a little anxious. Xiao Jun, now that Aunt Mo is here, have you thought about how to tell her about this? Chen Jun said calmly. Come on, I'll talk to her in person. The new mother carefully put Miao Miao, who was well fed and soundly asleep, into the baby's crib, and then took her younger sister Daodu from Wu Jiangtao and breastfed on the other side. Forehead. Li Xiaoshan covered her face. Say it in person? Are you sure that wasn't Mars hitting the Earth? There's really no need. The best friend stepped forward and said, Aunt Mo did that in the past because she was worried that you would put your trust in the wrong person. She still cares about you very much. As soon as something happened to you, she immediately put aside her business at the group company and rushed here as soon as possible. Then she should have come to see my daughter first instead of going to the police station. I never care who did this. But Aunt Mo cares. Li Xiaoshan advised Xiao Jun, there's no need to make things so awkward. Chen Jun remained silent. It wasn't that she was ignorant, nor that she didn't trust her mother. She knew that her mother had always been doing it for her own good. But the things she had done and her attitude all along. It's really unacceptable. It's okay, let my mother come, let her see that I'm in good condition now. Li Xiaoshan. There was no other way, so the friend could only turn around and leave the room. When she came to the living room, she saw Wu Ma holding her cell phone and making a call. No time again? Let me tell you, Yuan Huang, if you dare not show up again this time, your uncle and I will go to your bureau and give you some guidance on your martial arts training. Do you believe me? There is such a good thing? Then I would definitely welcome it. I have invited my uncle to come to our Tiger Roar team several times to guide our martial arts training, but he always declined. Wu Ma. She couldn't understand what the young people of today were thinking. If they really beat you up in front of your teammates, would you still have prestige? Your aunt, not your aunt, I'm threatening you. You don't understand what I'm saying, right? Second aunt, I really can't leave here. Why don't you bring her to Q City? I will definitely treat you well. By the way, I called my uncle yesterday and heard him say that Zhang Tao has regained his strength. That's great. I want him to come to my police force and learn from the other members. Let these bastards see what they are like, so that they don't get carried away all day long. Ouch, stop talking. You even asked me to bring a girl to see you, why don't you go to heaven? He. Yuan Huang on the opposite side laughed awkwardly. I just want to ask you one question. When are you free to come? Yuan Qian laughed angrily. Hey, kid, don't blame me for not reminding you. If you miss it again this time, you will definitely regret it. Forehead. On the other end of the phone, Yuan Huang was about to say something to fool around when another person's voice suddenly came from the side. Captain Huang, the director wants to see you. Oh, okay, I'll be right there. Yuan Huang on the other side said something to the man, then turned back and said on the phone, Second aunt, let's talk about it later. I'm busy now. After saying that, he hung up the phone and went about his business. Beep. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Wu Ma didn't seem angry at all. She was well prepared this time. Tomorrow, this kid has to come to City F. Little guy, this time, you have to come even if you don't want to. After hanging up the phone, she saw Li Xiaoshan coming to the living room. Seeing her looking at her awkwardly, she immediately smiled like an auntie. Xiaoshan, come here, sit down. The boy that auntie told you about before will be here tomorrow. But you promised auntie that you would definitely come. Forehead. Li Xiaoshan smiled reluctantly. I will, auntie. But if he's not free, then I can do it too. I'm not free, how dare he? Don't worry, I must be free. Ahem. She was speechless and sorted out her thoughts. What did she want to say to Wu Ma just now? Yes, it was about Xiao Jun and Aunt Mo. Aunt Wu. Has Zhang Tao ever told you about Xia Juan's family? Well. Wu Ma's face turned serious. Yes, Xiao Tao told me about it. You want to tell me about Xiao Jun's mother coming to F City, right? Well, I want to go find Aunt Mo before she shows up and explain things to her. Oh, will this help? Hearing this, Li Xiaoshan also sighed deeply and said with a wry smile, whether it is useful or not, at least let's give them a shot of prevention. I hope they won't be in big trouble when they meet. Hearing this, Wu Ma frowned deeply. It seemed that the problem between Xiao Jun and her mother was really big. As they were talking, Wu Jiangtao suddenly walked out of the bedroom and came to the living room. I'm going too. Ah? Li Xiaoshan was stunned. Wu Jiangtao still couldn't go. Well, it was Chen Jun who came out and called him. In her opinion, Wu Jiangtao has done enough. He has done very well for both herself and the two babies. She cannot let him face his mother again. She knew her mother well growing up, which only made the problem worse. On the surface, the current problem is the future of her, Wu Jiangtao, and their two babies, a family of 4. But if you peel off the surface and look inside, you will find that today's situation is essentially caused by the problems between Chen Jun and her mother Mo Wanha. At this point, Chen Jun was extremely calm. She felt a sense of liberation that was hard to describe. Because, for so many years, whether in study or work, she had always followed the path arranged by her mother. She had always felt like a puppet. From junior high school to a key high school, and then to a key university through the college entrance examination. When she filled out the application form that year, she, a good girl since childhood, made a choice that went against her mother's wishes for the first time, and the conflict between the two broke out completely at that time. Her mother wanted her to choose finance or business-related subjects, but Chen-jun didn't even think about it and directly applied for the computer materials major in the nationally renowned Department of Physics at M University. After filling it out, this strong mother had to compromise for the first time. Later, when Chen-jun thought that she could understand and recognize herself with her excellent grades, the biggest conflict between mother and daughter came. Not only did Mo Wanha fail to realize the root of the conflicts and problems between herself and her daughter, but she also intensified her interference in her daughter's emotional life. Last August, Chen-jun originally wanted to follow the work arrangements of her master Liu Huixin and go abroad to hide away, but after a phone call with her mother Mo Wanha that night, she was impulsive. That night, Chen-jun went to Hall's bar, where he met Wu Jiangtao, who was drinking alone. Afterwards, she actually regretted it, but later on, because of the busy work at the research institute, coupled with her work often reversing day and night, her menstrual period was not very regular. It wasn't until more than 3 months later that she realized her good friend hadn't come for a long time, so she went to the hospital for a checkup, and the result was as expected. I got pregnant, and right off the bat, it was twins. Originally, it was the result of an impulse. At that time, her first reaction was to abort the baby. However, when the female doctor said, "Congratulations, you will be able to hear the baby's heartbeat soon," Chen-jun's heart was pounding, and at that moment, she completely gave up the idea of aborting the baby. Chapter 065-3 requests Part 2. Please read and vote for me. During the 10 months of pregnancy, she went through a lot, but she persevered. Chen-jun, who is strong and independent by nature, understands that this is all her own fault and she cannot blame anyone else. Therefore, she did not disturb Wu Jiangtao. During the days from her hospitalization to her confinement after being discharged, she deeply felt that this guy is unexpectedly good. Perhaps, I can't say that I like him, but as a father of my baby, and even as a husband who takes care of his wife, he is definitely qualified. Looking back on these days, the little things we did together, and the subtle tacit understanding in taking care of the baby, Chen-jun felt a little warm in his heart. That's why she agreed to 3 requests made to her yesterday. Time goes back to yesterday. The two of them finally talked it out, and Wu Jiangtao began to make further demands. You can't ask for too much. You have to say that I can do it within my ability. Looking at the look in Wu Jiangtao's eyes staring at him, her face turned red again. Well, my request is to give me 3 requests that are within your ability and will not be too difficult for you. Seeing that this guy was getting more and more aggressive, Chen-jun's beautiful eyebrows suddenly stood up slightly, and he immediately made an equal counterattack. Okay, then I have the right to stop at any time. Of course. Wu Jiangtao came closer and said, then let me make my first request. You can say whatever you want, but don't get too close. If you do that, I'll stop you. Chen-jun felt his face getting a little hot. Okay. This guy sat on the bed, tilted his head back and closed his eyes. My first request is very simple, kiss me. Kiss me anywhere, I'll suffer a loss, even a kiss on the lips is fine. Suffer a loss? She was stunned, and only then realized that this guy was a bit shameless. Who was at a disadvantage in this? Why? Is this too much to ask? No. If not, then you should kiss me. You close your eyes, otherwise I can't eat it. Wu Jiangtao. You treat me like a dish, and you still want to eat me? In the end, Chen-jun still kissed him, but of course not on the mouth. Instead, he kissed him on the forehead. Okay, my second and third requests will have to wait until later. Faced with this result, Wu Jiangtao was a little disappointed even though he had expected it. However, he also knew that his relationship with Chen-jun could not be rushed. Judging from Chen-jun's reaction right now, obviously, they are still far from being emotionally compatible with each other. Moreover, their current relationship is hard to describe. It is completely different from that of ordinary lovers. He needs to care and wait more carefully and patiently. He must not be reckless and must strike a balance between urgency and slowness in order to make it last. Therefore, Wu Jiangtao did not plan to use up the remaining 2 requirements, but wanted to wait until later. But at this moment, a voice message suddenly popped up from the super dad system in my mind. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task of having the first substantial intimate contact with the baby's mother. You will be rewarded with the elite level GOGO massage skill. Please check it. The next moment, he was slightly stunned, and then a variety of pedicure techniques emerged in his mind. Pedicure has a long history in China and is an integral part of external treatment in traditional Chinese medicine. It combines traditional Chinese medical techniques with knife skills to treat various foot diseases. It is known as one of China's 3 major national arts, along with acupuncture and massage. At this moment, Wu Jiangtao thought of the pedicure technique, which really covers all aspects. There are 3 ways to hold a knife: pinching the knife, forcing the knife, and holding the knife long. There are 8 methods for holding the feet: supporting, picking, pinching, locking, gathering, grasping, struggling, and pushing. There are 8 methods of repair: grabbing, breaking, splitting, slicing, digging, tearing, dividing, and scraping. There are various pedicure methods, which are tailored to the disease and usually cure the disease. Pedicure can cure some foot diseases that are difficult to treat in hospitals. Pedicure is known as carving flowers on flesh. Wu Jiangtao was amazed. The next moment, this elite skill made him instinctively lower his head and look at Chen Jun's feet. He immediately changed his mind. Wait. I have a second request. Ha? Let me give you a pedicure. Chen Jun. Looking down at her feet, she agreed without much thought, and then stared blankly. Someone took out a nail clipper from the locker, the kind with a small file, carefully held up his feet, and started trimming the nail on his thumb. Well, Chen Jun hadn't trimmed her toenails for a while, and the nail on her thumb had grown longer without her noticing, with the edges already a little embedded in the flesh. Watching Wu Jiangtao holding her feet, he first trimmed her nails very delicately, and then carefully removed the excess dead skin between her fingers bit by bit, until the tender pink flesh was exposed. As Chen Jun felt it, his face turned red again. This. How do I feel in my heart? Is it itchy? The dead skin here cannot be removed too cleanly. A layer must be left, otherwise it will be easy to get hurt. Wu Jiangtao stared intently at the big toe in his hand, whose skin had become pink and tender and whose nails were crystal clear. While his hands kept moving, he kept explaining. Well, at first, when Chen Jun watched him remove the nails and fat from his toes, he really felt relieved and comfortable. But when Wu Jiangtao finished trimming all 10 toes and started massaging them bit by bit from the toes, it felt even more wrong. The toes are farthest from the heart and have poor peripheral circulation. Kneading the toes can help promote blood circulation in the feet, which helps to promote the smooth flow of qi throughout the body and ensure smooth flow of qi. Chen Jun, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, let him play with her feet. Slowly, her face, which was originally just a little red, became hot again. Next, there is acupoint massage and acupressure on the feet. Before the massage, you need to open up the qi and blood in her feet. Simply put, this means encouraging the blood in the feet to flow back to the heart. Therefore, several joints from the knees to the feet are very important and must be activated, especially the ankle joints. After the meridians were activated, Wu Jiangtao started from the Yongquan point on the sole of the foot, then the Taichung point behind the first and second toe joints, then the Taishi point in the depression between the highest point of the inner ankle and the Achilles tendon. Next, Wu Jiangtao used his palms rubbed with tea oil to flatten, knead, rub, and press along the Qiushu point, Shinmai point, Kunlun point, and Juegu point along the 6 meridians of the foot. Chen Jun didn't know that Wu Jiangtao's massage skills were at the professional elite level. He only knew that after the massage, he was clearly stepping on the floor with slippers on, and the floor was not soft. But she just felt like her feet were stepping on a ball of cotton. Of course, this is not the key point. The key point is, this girl looked like she was on fire, her face turned red all the way to her ears, and white smoke was rising from her head uncontrollably. No wonder Li Xiaoshan mocked her when she saw her look like that again when she came in later. Over there, Chen Jun seemed to be furious, and here, Wu Jiangtao was also questioning the super dad system in his mind. System, you are shameless. Tell me. Did you spy on my inner preferences? System. I don't take the blame for this. This is the initial design given by the designer of another future world in time and space. If you have the guts, go cross the barrier of time and space and confront him face to face. Chapter 066 Investigate Chen Mei. Please read and vote for me. I have to come back for dinner, don't forget to cook my portion. I'll go see Aunt Mo and then I'll be back. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Jun watched Li Xiaoshan put on her backpack, turned around and left 0903, closed the door and went back to her room to continue organizing and collecting project work materials for the institute. On the other side, Wu's mother returned to the living room and saw Wu Jiangtao opening a package. Well, only one nail clipper was not enough to trim Xiaojun's feet yesterday. After the first pedicure and massage, he ordered a professional pedicure set online. Seeing the set of tools in his hands, Wu Ma was a little confused. "Xiao Tao, what are you doing?" "Oh, it's okay, this is to increase the affection." "Oh, no, this is a set of tools for trimming toenails." The boy almost let the cat out of the bag on the spot. Wu Ma. She always felt something was wrong, but she couldn't tell what it was. Giving the boy a sidelong glance, the mother angrily sent him to the kitchen. Go make dinner. Remember to make more for Xiaoshan. By the way, your cousin Da Huang is coming tomorrow, so you don't need to buy too many vegetables tomorrow morning. Xiaoshan and I are going out to eat at noon tomorrow." "Ha?" Wu Jiangtao was stunned. "My cousin is coming? Why do you and Xiaoshan have to go out to eat when he comes? You can eat together at home. Why do you care so much? Just go and cook." Wu's mother rolled her eyes at her son in annoyance. "For blind dates, don't bring them to our house. It will only make people more restrained. It's better to go out. Especially since yesterday till today, we have had guests coming to our house constantly. Don't forget that Wu Jiangtao was also one of the parties involved in the M University goddess collapse incident." In addition to Chen Jun's colleagues and friends, his classmates also came to visit him. Fat Long, Xiao Wu, Nong Yi and other close friends who lived in the same dormitory, as well as the class monitor, the league secretary and even the counselor came to visit. In fact, except for a few close friends, others did not necessarily have to come. They just wanted to see the goddess Chen Jun, who was famous in the university town of F City, and especially wanted to see her two babies with Wu Jiangtao. Unfortunately, except for Pang Long and the other three, the other guests who came only met Chen Jun and sat and chatted for a while, but did not get to see the baby. It's not that Chen Jun and Wu Jiangtao were unwilling, but Wu's mother Wen Ti let them. Well, elders are elders after all, and they have to consider a lot. After all, the baby is not even a month old yet, still too young. With so many people here, the noise is very loud, and some even like to reach out and touch the baby, pinching their faces. Such actions can easily scare the baby, and it is hard for Wu Jiangtao or Chen Jun to say anything at this time. It's not right to say it, and it's not right not to say it. You are neither here nor there. If the baby gets frightened, he will not be able to sleep well at night and will cry easily. This is not only bad for the baby, but also for the parents. Chen Jun and Wu Jiangtao really understand this. There were several nights when the two babies woke up alternately. When one woke up, Chen Jun would feed it, and when the other woke up, he also wanted to eat and she couldn't hold him, so Wu Jiangtao had to move quickly. But sometimes, this guy was sleeping so soundly that Chen Jun reached out and shook him several times, but he didn't wake up. It was not until the child started crying very loudly that he woke him up. On the other side, in the security hall on College Road in University Town, City F. Now, Yang Yuan has confessed that he posted this post because someone found him through a WeChat group and asked him to post it with a deposit of 50,000 yuan. After he posted it, he was paid a subsequent reward of 100,000 yuan. The other party was very cunning. Before the second transfer, the condition he gave him was to delete the chat records on WeChat. However, our colleagues in the Information Technology Department of the Security Bureau have restored the chat records. As he spoke, a WeChat chat window appeared on the PPT screen in the front of the conference room, showing the chat history between Yang Yuan and the person behind the scenes. At the front of the conference room, the captain of the security department who was in charge of explaining the matter said in a serious tone, "Based on the chat evidence, transfer records, and Yang Yuan's statement at this stage, we suspect that the person who contacted Yang Yuan was not the real instigator. In all likelihood, the person who found Yang Yuan and asked him to post the message was also commissioned." Oh? Based on the evidence and case details we have, it is clear that the other party is a very professional team and even has a certain network of economic relations in the southern mainland, which is why they can transfer money from overseas accounts. After listening to the report on the case from the security department, everyone subconsciously looked at Imo Wanha. But this well-known domestic entrepreneur was sitting there with a calm face. It was unknown what she was thinking. After a while, she looked up at the criminal investigation team leader of the security department, frowning slightly. "Captain Yang, I want to know. Can you find the real person behind the scenes? Can you successfully convict him?" This. Captain Yang paused for a moment and said, "It is possible to find it, but to convict him, we need to form a very complete chain of evidence." That's right, the security department is not just investigating Yang Yuan, but is considering the case from many aspects and angles. They are now also investigating Chen Jun's social network one by one, and have achieved certain results. Unfortunately, most of the results obtained here are based on logical inferences, and there is no conclusive evidence for the time being. Okay, I understand. Mo Wanha nodded and stood up. The young assistant beside her and a tall young man in casual clothes also stood up and stood behind her. She bowed slightly to the people present. Thanks to Captain Yang for reacting so quickly and calming down the online violence against my daughter. Thank you, Captain Yang, and everyone at M University for your hard work on this case these past 2 days. Thank you. As for the real person behind the scenes, I just want a fair and just result. Next, Captain Yang, if you need anything from me, please feel free to contact me. I still have to go see my daughter, so I'll take my leave now. After saying that, she did not stay here any longer. Instead, she nodded to everyone and turned to leave the meeting room. The others quickly stood up and escorted this business lady out. Just as they walked out of the security hall and there was no one else around them, and Mo Wanha suddenly spoke indifferently, "Xiao Yi. Boss Missouri." Behind him, the tall and strong young man with a solemn temperament was slightly stunned and quickly bowed in response. "In my personal name, contact the team you were with before and help me investigate someone." When investigating a case, the security department needs to sort out the case, find out the suspect's motives, collect evidence, and form a complete chain of evidence and a network of case relationships. But for Mo Wanha, she only needs to find out the truth. Whether there is evidence or not is insignificant. Her own suspicion is the most important. Chapter 067 is terrible. Please read and vote for me. The young bodyguard named Xiao Yi looked surprised. Unexpectedly, his boss would suddenly make such a request. Before he could reply, he heard Mo Wanha continue, "I know something about the team you were in before." Upon hearing this, his expression became slightly more serious. He didn't expect that Mr. Mo actually knew something about his background. I guess investigating a person should be a very simple thing for them. Okay, Mr. Mo, who do you want to investigate? After all, she had survived a hail of bullets. The surprise on Xiaoya's face soon disappeared, but looking at this CEO Mo, she felt deeply moved. It was indeed not easy for a strong woman to get to where she is today. Although she was not in the same field as herself, her decisiveness and courage. There is really nothing to say. You know, the team he was in before even traveled in the chaotic southern continent for several years, and if he was not about to break through in his martial arts state of mind and needed a relatively peaceful environment, he would not have left temporarily. That person is in the security office. You have seen him. Can you guess who he is? Mo Wanha did not give a direct answer, but asked a question in return. Xiao Yi frowned slightly, and began to recall the time from entering the security hall to now. Soon, a young and handsome face appeared in his mind. M University Student Union President, Chen Mei. Yes, it's him. Mo Wanha narrowed her eyes slightly, with a sharp light flashing inside. You may not believe it, but from the first time I saw him, his reaction was not right. My intuition tells me that Xiaojuan's incident is probably related to this person. Intuition? This. The young assistant next to him was confused and could not understand. However, there was no surprise on the face of the bodyguard named Xiao Yi. In a sense, he was the same person as Mr. Mo, both of them had some strange intuition. However, his intuition came from the gunfire and hail of bullets in the past, while Mr. Mo's intuition came from the tempering of people's hearts in the business world over the past 2 or 3 decades. I understand, I will do it well. I know your rules. I'll have Xiaowan send you the 500,000 yuan deposit later. Good. Xiao Yi grinned, revealing 2 rows of neat white teeth. He didn't expect that his short period of dormancy would bring him unexpected gains. Not bad. Boss Missouri, where are we going next? As the assistant arrived at the parking lot, he started to speak. At this time, a slender girl who was painting on her face with a makeup mirror came towards them. When she came in front of the 3 of them, the girl suddenly put down the mirror and jumped in front of Mo Wanha with a smile. Ding ding ding. Long time no see, Aunt Mo. Xiao Shan? Mo Wanha looked at the girl, with a look of surprise on her face at first, and then a doting smile appeared on her face, allowing her to throw herself into his arms. Ha ha. Are you surprised or not? you guys really know how to surprise me," she said with a double meaning while looking the girl up and down, and immediately frowned. "You. Why have you become thinner again?" The girl, of course, is Li Shushan. "How is it? Have you adapted to the work and study in the United States for nearly a year?" Mo Wanha asked. Hearing this, the girl was stunned at first and then felt guilty. She looked at the elder hesitantly. "I'm fine. Aunt Mo, you know everything?" Unexpectedly, after just a simple probing question, Xiaoshan did not give another answer, but directly admitted that it was her, not her daughter Xiaojun, who went on a business trip to the United States last year. At this moment, Mo Wanha used all her might to calm herself down, but the expression on her face was almost out of control. "Tell me, what is Xiaojun's current situation?" "Aunt Mo, let's find a place to sit down and I'll talk to you properly." Li Xiaoshan looked at her aunt who had doted on her since she was a child with some trepidation. As the sun sets, an intoxicating sunset dyes the western sky red. This dazzling scene attracts the attention of people under the sky. They can't help but stop and look up, feeling inexplicably moved. At the intersection of M University Street, Li Xiaoshan and Mr. Mo were sitting on the open-air balcony of a coffee bar, their cheeks dyed red by the sunset. In just a few minutes, Li Xiaoshan explained everything about Qinjun in detail. At the end, she looked at the business legend across from her carefully. "Aunt Mo. I didn't expect Xiaojun to do this. But after she came back, she told me that when she found out she was pregnant, she regretted it and wanted to abort the child, but it was only when she heard the doctor say that she was pregnant with twins and that she would soon be able to hear the baby's heartbeat that she chose to give birth to the baby instead of having an abortion." Mo Wanha had a blank expression on her face, but the veins on her palms that were bulging from holding the armrest with too much force showed that this mother's heart was not at peace. No, it was terribly terrible and chilling to the bone. "You just said that the boy's name is." "His last name is Wu Jiangtao. He is tall and handsome, has good character, and is very caring. He even bought a house in Yunlu Garden with full payment recently. He has been taking care of Xiaojun and the two babies wholeheartedly. He can even cook." Mo Wanha looked at her quietly, watching her voice gradually become lower, and then she was speechless. "Do you know this boy named Wu Jiangtao very well?" It's okay." "Oh. How is his academic performance? What's his family background like? Who are his parents? Do you know all this?" Mo Wanha asked these questions calmly, then reached out and picked up the coffee on the table in front of her. Just as she took a sip, she saw the girl in front of her nodded seriously. "I know. Phew." Mr. Mo, the president of Feiyan Group, almost choked on the coffee. He quickly took a piece of paper to cover his mouth and looked at Li Xiaoshan in astonishment. His mother is at home now, helping to take care of Xiaojun during her confinement. Even his father has come to visit. Mo Wanha? Wu Jiangtao's hometown is in Q City. His family runs a martial arts school. I heard that his family is a martial arts family and they practice Xinyiquan. I saw his and his father's skills before, they were amazing." As she continued to talk, she didn't notice that Mo Wanha's face became even uglier. Her daughter had given birth to a child out of wedlock with a strange boy whom she had never seen or even heard of. This was already unbearable for her, and now even his family knew about it and had even come. As a mother, but still kept in the dark. Chapter 68. I won't go. Whoever wants to go can go. Please read and vote for me. Aunt Mo, are you okay? Taking a deep breath, at this moment, Mo Wanha almost couldn't help but jump up and rush directly to Yunlu Garden to question her daughter face to face. "Why do you do such a shameless thing? Why do you treat yourself like this? All this? What is it for?" She gritted her teeth and her whole body trembled. She was so angry that she didn't know what to say. "Xiaowan, come up here." Soon, the life assistant came up and asked, "Mr. Mo, are you looking for me?" Mo Wanha tapped and drew on her phone expressionlessly, as if she was editing some information. Soon, Xiaowan received a WeChat message from Mr. Mo. "Wu Jiangtao, a student of computer science at M University, from Q City, his family is suspected to be a martial arts family. Immediately get someone to look up this person's information for me." The assistant hurried away after receiving the order. On the other side, Li Xiaoshan had a bad look on her face. "Aunt Mo, are you going to?" Mo Wanha did not answer what she wanted to do, and stood up. "Xiaoshan, it's been a while since we last got together. I have been to F City many times and I know a very authentic Sichuan restaurant. Aunt Mo will treat us and we can have dinner together later. No need, no need. The foodie stood up and waved his hands. Aunt Mo, Jiang Tao has prepared my dinner. I have to go back first, or you can come with me now. After all, in this situation, why don't you sit down with Jiang Tao's mother and have a good discussion? There's no rush for this. Mo Wanha smiled reluctantly. I want you to introduce this boy named Wu Jiangtao and his mother to me. Don't go back, Aunt Mo will treat you to a delicious meal. That's really not necessary, Aunt Mo. By the way, Wu Jiangtao's cooking is really, really, really delicious. Are you really not going? Mo Wanha? That's a pity. I've been in F City for so many years, and I've never eaten a Sichuan restaurant that cooks more authentic food than this one. No, he must have already prepared the food, Aunt Mo. Then I'll go over first. Having said that, the big foodie waved his hands, turned around and walked away. Mo Wanha was left standing here alone, her hair disheveled in the wind. Wait, did I say I wasn't going? As night fell, it was time for dinner in this unique family room 0903, Building 11, Yunlu Garden, and Li Xiaoshan arrived on time. After putting down the bag and walking into the restaurant, the first thing he saw was the twice-cooked pork and mapo tofu he had ordered on the table. This foodie was so greedy that his mouth was watering. On this side, Chen Jun, also supported by Wu Jiangtao, sat down at the dining table. Let's eat. Li Xiaoshan quickly served rice to everyone and even personally served a bowl of steaming millet porridge to her best friend. How about it? Just as the family was about to start eating, Chen Jun glanced at her best friend and asked casually. Immediately, Wu Jiangtao and Wu Ma also looked over, wanting to know what was going on with Chen Jun's mother. Forehead. Seeing everyone's expectant eyes, Li Xiaoshan had no choice but to put down her chopsticks and said helplessly, "Can't you let me have a good meal first? Do we have to talk about this now?" Facing Chen Jun's reproachful eyes, the big foodie then told Mo Wanha the entire conversation that had just taken place. Wu Jiangtao was a little surprised when he heard Li Xiaoshan say that his future mother-in-law was investigating him. Wu's mother frowned and Li Xiaoshan looked helpless. As for Chen Jun, he looked calm, as if he had expected this. She's always like this. Never mind, let's eat first. Xiaojun, why don't you call your mother and ask her to come over for dinner? Wu Ma looked at the calm girl and suggested something. Although she didn't reserve an extra seat, if Chen Jun's mother really came, she would just need to add a pair of bowls and chopsticks and a chair. No matter what, she still hopes that Chen Jun's mother can come and the two families can sit down together to discuss what the two young people should do next, solving problems if there are any, and resolving conflicts if there are any. Wu Ma always thought that she was a very easygoing person. What problems and conflicts could she not overcome? If there was a conflict that could not be resolved, then she would solve the person who created the conflict. Ahem, this method was fine for solving Wu Ba's problem. She should still talk and communicate well with her in-laws. Oh. At the same time, in Q City, hundreds of kilometers away, Wu Dad sneezed violently. Chen Jun turned around and glanced at Wu Ma, forcing a smile. "Aunt, my mother is a domineering person. I'm afraid that if she comes, it will embarrass you and Jiang Tao." It's okay, it's okay. You don't have to worry about us. No matter what, no matter how big the problem or conflict is, she is your mother after all. We are all family. What can't we do if we sit down and talk it out? Even if we have a fight, we can communicate and exchange our ideas. If we don't communicate, the problem will always be there. Hearing Wu Ma's kind words of advice, Chen Jun felt a little warmed in the heart and began to seriously consider this proposal. However, Wu Jiangtao beside her had a strange look on his face after hearing these words, and couldn't help but look up at his mother. "Mom, it seems that you and Dad never sit down and talk properly in our family. Isn't the way you are best at communicating physically?" Facing her son's puzzled expression, Wu Ma smiled warmly. "What are you looking at?" Wu Jiangtao. It's okay, I'll eat." After being silent for a while, Chen Jun finally picked up the phone and called his mother. Beep beep. Obviously she didn't turn on the speakerphone, but at this extremely quiet table, everyone could clearly hear the sound coming out of the microphone after the call was made. Suddenly, the sound stopped and a female voice came from the other side. "Xiao Jun." Mo Wanha's voice came. "Mom." The mother's voice was a little low, as if she was trying hard to suppress something. "Mom, have you eaten yet? If not, would you like to come over?" I live over here in Yunlu Garden. Xiaoshan told me where you live. Imo Wanha said in a faint voice, I'm just wondering, did you prepare a seat for me at the table over there? Mom, I. Chen Jun was choking for a moment, and subconsciously glanced at the seats on the table. There were indeed not many seats left. This situation. She definitely couldn't answer truthfully, and she didn't like lying, so she had to shut up. Facing her mother since she was young, she was not very good at speaking, especially when it came to talking. She had never quarreled with her mother. Of course, this was only in words, and her actions were naturally. No one knows a girl better than her mother. At this moment, Mo Wanha on the other side was furious. Originally, she just said this casually after receiving the call, but after hearing her daughter's reaction. And, you really didn't leave any room for yourself. Not going. Whoever wants to go can go. The mother was so angry that she said in a stern tone, pack up your and the baby's luggage tonight. I'll come early tomorrow morning. She was going to say in the morning, but suddenly remembered that she had an important meeting tomorrow morning, so she immediately changed her mind, tomorrow at noon. I'll be there to pick you and the babies up. Chapter 069, Leftovers, please read and vote for me. Mom, I'm not going back. I have always given you choices since you were little, but you have no choice this time. You are my daughter, and you must come home with me. I will give you one night to prepare, until tomorrow at noon. I will come to see you at noon tomorrow. Mom! Can you please respect my wishes? Chen Jun frowned her beautiful eyebrows and wanted to argue, but Mo Wanha on the other end of the phone hung up without saying a word, leaving only a blank tone. In silence, she put away her phone, looked up at Wu Ma, and forced a smile. Sorry, Auntie, my mom won't come, let's eat by ourselves. It's okay. Isn't she coming tomorrow? When she comes, we can always talk and communicate. It's okay. Come on, let's eat. While Wu Ma felt sorry for her daughter, she also felt helpless. It seemed that the conflict between her and her mother was much greater than she had imagined. While Mo Wanha was talking on the phone with her daughter Chen Jun, the bodyguard named Xiao Yi just returned to his room in the hotel. He first glanced around the room warily, and then checked whether there were any listening or surveillance devices in the room. After confirming that there was nothing unusual, he finally picked up the phone and dialed a number. Scorpio. Hey. Ayo ba. If I'm not mistaken, you should have returned to your country during this period, right? He said lightly. Yes, I'm back to my sect. Aren't you on vacation? How did you find time to look for me? I received a small mission in the country with a good reward. Are you interested? We will split the reward 50-50. Now that I'm back, I want to show my respect to my master and mistress. I don't want to take any missions anymore. You can find someone else. The man opposite, code-named Scorpio, spoke lazily, and it seemed that he had no interest. The mission reward is 5 million, and the other party has already paid 10% as a deposit. Well, I suddenly feel a little lazy these days, and I want to go out for a walk. Didn't you say that you wanted to honor your master and mistress and didn't want to take the mission? Xingye said lightly, full of sarcasm. Ahem. With money, I can better honor my parents. Come on, tell me what mission you want to accomplish. In China, as long as it's not a crime like murder or arson, I can complete it beautifully for you. Investigate a person. Xingye is concise and to the point. Oh, investigating a person? So simple? A target with such a high reward should not be a nobody, right? Let me make it clear in advance that if it is someone from the official or related background, I will not take the job. I want to return to China to retire in the future. He's not a big shot. Xingye shook his head. He's a junior student at N University in F City. His name is Chen Mei. He's the president of the student union. His family is a merchant family. He may have official connections, but they're just personal connections. The Scorpio on the other side was immediately confused. No, you have investigated it very clearly. Don't worry, I'll organize the details of the investigation mission and send it to you later. Okay. Then let's do this first. At the same time, in Q City. In a quiet Chinese courtyard, a man with a fashionable beard and avant-garde hairstyle was leaning lazily on a chair and hanging up the phone leisurely. On the ground, another middle-aged man who looked older than him and was making tea could not help but frowned. What's the matter? Is there something wrong with you? If so, don't get involved in Tao's affairs. The middle-aged man opposite wearing a long gown and training clothes was actually Wu Dad. It's okay. We're just investigating the son of an ordinary merchant family. Xiao Tao's matter is more important. After all, I'm his uncle. The older young man with a beard looked to be in his 40s, but from the way he was dressed and the smirk on his face, he gave people a very young feeling. By the way, brother-in-law, how did you offend Master again? I just came back and heard Master talking about you. Oh, stop talking. That little bastard did such a good thing. Oh? That's rare. What good news could make you so unhappy? Come on, tell me and make me happy. Wu Dad. This junior fellow has been used to wandering around in the southern continent and has become more and more disrespectful. After giving this fellow a blank look, he then told him about the good things that had happened to Wu Jiangtao recently, which made the brother-in-law stare in amazement. Fuck. My unicorn arm hasn't even grown yet, and my nephew already has a son and a daughter? Hearing this, Wu Dad held his forehead in silence. Oh, I almost forgot. The most important event in my brother-in-law's life has not yet been settled. Of course, this is also related to the fact that after he became successful in martial arts, he went to the southern continent with his senior master to pursue martial arts. If he could develop safely in China, the son of this brother-in-law would at least be able to play a supporting role now. To be honest, if he had not been chosen by his father to stay as a disciple to carry on the family martial arts, he would most likely have gone to the southern continent when he was young. Thinking of this, Wu Dad's eyes also revealed a trace of regret. If he could have gone to the southern continent when he was young, his martial arts would have reached the pinnacle by now. Then I have to go and see this kid. Yuan Long stroked his bearded chin, feeling surprised and moved at the same time. Your uncle has 5 girlfriends, and you even have a son and a daughter. Suddenly, the text message alert on his cell phone on the tea table rang. Dad, that little bitch texted me. Wu Dad. Yuan Long picked up the teacup and took a sip without caring. He opened the screen of his mobile phone and looked at the email message sent by Qingye. The next moment. Puff. The guy turned around and bent over and sprayed a mouthful of tea directly out, almost choking himself. Wu Dad. He looked at the guy unhappily. I say, can you be a little more steady? After so many years, why are you still so jumpy? No. Yuan Long coughed repeatedly. When he recovered, he picked up the phone and handed it over. When Wu's father saw the content above, his face couldn't help but frown slightly. The other side. In the presidential suite of a very luxurious 5-star hotel, Mo Wanha hung up the phone with a grim face. On the table in front of her was the dinner sent by the hotel. It had been there for a while, and she hadn't touched a single bite. The food that just now had an enticing aroma has now gone cold. After sitting quietly for a long time, Mr. Mo finally made up his mind and picked up the phone. Xiao Yi. Mr. Mo, please go ahead. Use your connections to help me gather warriors. At least those at the professional level, preferably star warriors. Try to find as many as possible. They need to be in place tomorrow morning. Remuneration is not a problem. Okay. Xingya on the phone hesitated for a moment and reminded, Boss Missouri, the time is too short. I can only summon 1 or 2 star-level warriors at most, but it should be no problem to summon more than 5 professional-level warriors. Okay, I get it, just do your best. There's another problem. Most of them are in City X in the south. They may not arrive that early. Just make sure you arrive before noon tomorrow. Okay, I understand. Mo Wanha sat quietly and let out a long breath. There was a stack of documents on the dining table, and on top was Wu Jiangtao's resume. My academic performance has never been outstanding since I was a child, and my academic performance after entering M University is even more average. I can't do literature. Even though his family ran a small martial arts school, it did not allow him to pursue a career in martial arts. He could not become a martial artist. Thinking back to the information she had just seen, her face became uglier and uglier, and she became more determined that her daughter's second half of her life must not be entrusted to such a mediocre boy. Yunlu Garden, Building 11, number 0903. The dinner was still steaming hot, delicious, and tasty, but for the first time ever, there were leftovers. Before this, stimulated by the meals prepared by Wu Jiangtao's elite cooking skills, not to mention Li Xiaoshan and Wu's mother, even Chen Jun had a very good appetite. She could eat 2 small bowls of millet porridge or a bowl of white rice, and there was never any leftovers. But this time, No matter how delicious the food on the table was, it couldn't dispel the depression and worries in everyone's hearts. After dinner, Wu Ma and Li Xiaoshan looked at each other, stood up in tacit understanding, and took Chen Jun to help her resolve her worries and depression. Xiao Jun, don't worry too much. I think your mother is just saying that out of anger. You are still breastfeeding, so don't be too depressed, otherwise it will be bad for the baby. Yes, Aunt Mo will come tomorrow for the sake of the two babies. Even if she is angry, she will definitely be willing to sit down and talk properly. Don't think too much. Aha! They were talking in the living room, while Wu Jiangtao was consciously cleaning up the leftovers and the dishes and bowls. There was a bit of leftover food tonight, so I poured the meat and vegetables into separate plates, placed them on the dining table, and wrapped them with plastic wrap when they were cool. Then I put them in the refrigerator's fresh-keeping compartment when they were cool. He turned around and went to the sink to wash the dishes and put them away. Then Wu Jiangtao took off his chef's apron and walked out. Spring has hundreds of flowers and autumn has the moon. There is cool breeze in summer and snow in winter. If you have nothing to worry about, it's a good time for the world. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. He picked it up and was stunned. He quickly answered the call, only to hear a long-lost voice. Tao Tao, long time no see. Uncle? Hey! I heard from your dad that you have a son and a daughter now. TSK, your uncle is still single. By the way, what is your mom doing? I called her and she hung up on me. She's busy. Okay, tell her later that I have taken care of the matter and will be there on time for the appointment tomorrow at noon. Ha? Uncle, you're back home? Well, I just came back yesterday, and I heard about your good deeds as soon as I arrived at the martial arts gym today. Wu Jiangtao. Chapter 070 Where are the people? Please read and vote for me. Wu Jiangtao didn't take his uncle's visit seriously. He waited until his mother had comforted Chen Jun and then said something to her. That night, everyone was silent and not in the mood to talk. Although she couldn't be happy, Chen Jun still tried her best to relax herself and not think about what happened between herself and her mother. Instead, she focused more on her babies and healed herself with their angelic sleeping faces. Miao Miao and Daodu have been out of the hospital for more than 3 weeks now. They are plump and white under the care of Wu Jiangtao and Chen Jun, with their hands and feet chubby, as if they were wearing little swimming rings. Their sleep in the middle of the night has also started to last longer, and they no longer wake up every 2 hours. After falling asleep after feeding at around 10 p.m., they now wake up twice a night, occasionally waking up once more, and it is becoming more and more regular. Now, these two new parents have also begun to adapt and form habits. There have even been several nights when the baby woke up, Chen Jun just turned over in a daze and opened the warehouse to put the food in. Even Wu Jiangtao did not wake him up. Before I knew it, it was less than a week until the full moon. In fact, even if Chen Jun's mother didn't come this time, Wu Ma also planned to find the chairman of Feiyan Group in her own way and discuss with her how to arrange the full moon banquet for the two babies. Of course, the more important thing is how to deal with the future of her son and Chen Jun. From the root cause, the fact that things have come to this point today has little to do with Wu Jiangtao. Of course, if being tall and a bit handsome is a sin, then he deserves to be unlucky. Whether it was Li Xiaoshan who was sleeping in the guest room, or Chen Jun who was sleeping on the bed in the master bedroom, or Wu Jiangtao who was lying on the recliner, none of them slept well. After all, tomorrow at noon, Chen Jun's mother is coming. Can the conflict between her and her family be properly resolved? After seeing how strong Mr. Mo was, the three young men were all unsure, except for Mother Wu, who was much calmer. The night gradually deepened. This ordinary night passed quickly. In the early morning light, Mo Wanha, who had not slept well the whole night, got up early and pushed open the floor-length curtains of the presidential suite. She could see a faint mist hanging over the sky above this southern coastal city. She stood there quietly for a while, and then thousands of rays of light came from the east, blowing away the faint morning mist. This is not a foggy day, but the result of the hot mist in the city overnight. Mr. Mo, your breakfast is ready. Do you want it delivered to your room now? The assistant sent a WeChat message. Okay. After washing with cold water, Mo Wanha regained her spirits. Immediately, Xiaowan pushed the dining cart into the living room of the suite, and then came to the bedroom and put some light makeup on her. Although she had no appetite, Mo Wanha still ate up all the nutritious breakfast. Today, she had to keep her physical and mental state at peak condition. The warriors summoned by her bodyguard Xiaoyu did not arrive so quickly, but Ms. Mo was neither arrogant nor impatient. She began to carry out various tasks from the group company in the suite, including contract signing, project approval, etc. Although as the chairman of the board of directors, she no longer asked about the specific details and only controlled the general direction of the company, there were still many things that needed her to handle personally. In a blink of an eye, it was already past 10 o'clock. Shawan, is Mr. Mo still busy? Xingye, who was wearing a neat suit, came into the living room from outside. He looked at the assistant who was sitting in the living room and typing on the laptop and asked a question. Boss Missouri is holding a remote meeting. She was originally going to be there in person, but because of things here, she changed it to a remote meeting. It might last until around 11 o'clock. Oh? Xingye frowned slightly, then tell Mr. Mo that all the people I have gathered are here. Ah, okay. At the same time, a young man who was dressed very fashionably but looked to be only about 30 years old walked out of the F-City North Railway Station with a smile on his face. Behind him followed a young man who looked younger, with a helpless look on his face. Uncle, it's not necessary, is it? You just came back from the south, why are you worrying about my life events instead of taking a good rest at home? The younger one is naturally Yuan Huang. In the front, the one who looks a little older is Yuan Long, who looks much younger after shaving his full beard. Well, he is obviously in his 40s, but with his youthful appearance and his achievements in martial arts, he looks like a promising young man in his 30s. In addition, the two men have similar eyebrows and eyes, so when they stand together, they don't look like uncle and nephew, but more like brothers. You kid, just go away. This is the order from my elder sister, your aunt, who said that she would take you to F-City for a blind date even if she had to tie you up. Do you think I really want to control you? Yuan Huang couldn't help but roll his eyes. But aren't you still single? Oh, now you've learned to talk back. Yuan Long smiled happily, not bad, not bad. Let's practice together later. I will loosen up your muscles and bones and help you improve your martial arts. This is not necessary, right? The nephew suddenly felt unwell. I think it's necessary. On the other side, Yunlu Garden. When everyone woke up in the morning, they were on high alert. The atmosphere at home was extremely tense. Even the nutritious and delicious breakfast that Wu Jiangtao personally prepared was tasteless. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, Wu Jiangtao was busy giving baths to the two babies, while Chen Jun was in charge of opening the warehouse and releasing the grain. After feeding, the two little guys did not fall asleep again as sleepily as they did at the beginning. Instead, they were pushed to the balcony outside the living room to bask in the sun, and were amused by their mother Wu and laughed. After feeding the baby and sitting in the sun for a while, Chen Jun felt a little hungry. However, she saw Wu Jiangtao was still playing with the two babies and had no intention of getting up to prepare lunch. Chen Jun looked at the time and it was already 12:30. He looked at him in confusion. Jiangtao, aren't you going to prepare lunch yet? Wu Jiangtao was stunned when he heard this, but isn't your mother coming soon? Don't worry, it looks like she won't be here so soon, she said lightly. Wu Jiangtao. Wu Ma. Li Xiaoshan. No, your mother told you on the phone yesterday that we must arrive before noon and asked you to pack your luggage? That tone and momentum. The mother and son really listened to what was said, so they wanted to wait for Mr. Mo from Feiyin Group to come, solve the problem first, and then prepare lunch. In their opinion, for such an important matter, Mr. Mo must have arrived before noon, at least before 11 o'clock, but now. It's almost 1 o'clock. Where are the people? Fortunately, Chen Jun, who was in confinement after giving birth, had her own meals. Wu Jiangtao had already cooked a pot of radish and lean meat porridge and prepared a large bottle of warm and delicious soy milk in the morning, so she would not go hungry. Chapter 071 Collision. Please read and vote for me. Not coming so soon? Wu Jiangtao was a little stunned. I didn't expect that even for such an important matter, she would still be late as usual. Chen Jun shook his head. Li Xiaoshan beside him couldn't help but cover her face, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Well, this is Ms. Mo who was never late in the group company, but at home, she is a mother who is habitually late. Watching her son go into the kitchen to prepare lunch, Wu Ma suddenly remembered something and couldn't help patting her forehead. She quickly took out her cell phone and called her brother. Because she was worried about Chen Jun, she forgot about the blind date she had arranged yesterday and only just remembered it. On the other side, in a high-end restaurant, the uncle and nephew, whose stomachs were rumbling with hunger due to the food on the table in front of them, waited patiently, staring at each other. Uncle, your sister called. Uncle, your sister is calling. As soon as the phone rang, Yuan Long immediately picked up the phone. Sister, you're finally here. What? In the afternoon, around 1 o'clock and almost 2 o'clock, Yunlu Garden 0903. Ding dong, ding dong. Suddenly, a pleasant doorbell rang, and several drowsy people in the living room perked up. Among them, Wu Jiangtao stood up immediately. When he was about to open the door, Chen Jun beside him stopped him. I'll go open the door. Wu Jiangtao wanted to say something, but she just smiled and said, It's okay, I'll do it. Tap tap tap. With soft footsteps, Chen Jun walked through the entrance and corridor, came to the door and opened it. Immediately, a familiar face that he had not seen for a long time appeared in front of him. Mom! Mo Wanha looked at her daughter with a sullen face. Although she was very angry, she felt a little relieved when she saw her daughter's face was rosy and her body was plump. You want to piss me off to death. The mother said this almost with gritted teeth, and Chen Jun lowered his head slightly, did not respond, but moved away slightly. Mom, please come in first. Snort. Mo Wanha walked in, followed closely by her daughter Chen Jun, and behind them were her assistant Xiao Wan and bodyguard Xiao Ye. As for the warriors summoned by Xiao Ye, they all stood outside and did not come in. As soon as she came in, Mo Wanha took a look at the house and was slightly stunned. With her vision, she could naturally tell that although the house looked simple, it was actually not simple at all and could definitely be called a high-end residence. Mom, this is Wu Jiangtao, and this is Wu Jiangtao's mother. Chen Jun hurriedly introduced them, and Wu Jiangtao and Wu's mother also stood up with smiles on their faces. Hello, Auntie. I'm Wu Jiangtao. Unfortunately, Mo Wanha looked at them expressionlessly without even saying a word to Wu Jiangtao. She turned to look at her daughter Chen Jun. Where's the baby? In the room. I want to see. Chen Jun and Wu Jiangtao hurriedly led the way, and Mo Wanha followed, but inadvertently glanced at Xiao Yi who was standing at the edge of the living room. The bodyguard nodded slightly to show that he understood. In the living room, Wu Ma originally wanted to follow, but when she saw the scene, her heart was moved and she stopped. As expected, as soon as Mr. Mo walked into the bedroom, the bodyguard Xiao Yi immediately turned around and opened the door. Hulala! Immediately, 6 or 7 burly men in black rushed in from outside. They were over 1.9 meters tall, with amazing physiques, cold eyes and long breaths. It was obvious that they were all extraordinary people. Wu Ma was surprised. This future mother-in-law is planning to. In the master bedroom, Mo Wanha picked up Daodu and Miao Miao in each hand, looking at the 2 cute little angels with a face full of doting, while saying words that were completely inconsistent with her expression. Are you ready to perform your ceremony? If you are, come home with me. Mom, didn't I tell you? I won't go home. Chen Jun frowned and said patiently, I know it's wrong for me to do this. I want to have a good talk with you. Let's go outside and sit down and talk it over, okay? Talk? Mo Wanha's face darkened. If she hadn't been holding 2 cute little angels who were half asleep in her arms, she would have lost her temper. Didn't you hear clearly what I said to you last night? As she spoke, she actually turned around and walked out holding the 2 babies. Forget about the things that are not packed, it's okay to stay here as a reminder, come back with me. Mom? Chen Jun was stunned, and hurriedly chased after them with Wu Jiangtao, only to see the mother holding the 2 babies outside and saying to the tall and imposing young man, Xiao Yi, take the young lady away. Yes. Xing Ye took a step forward and stretched out his hand to Chen Jun who was chasing him. At the critical moment, Wu Jiangtao reached out from the side and grabbed the opponent's wrist. Ha! Feeling that the other party was not simple, a hint of interest flashed in Xing Ye's eyes, but he had no intention of competing with the other party. He changed his grab into a cut and chopped at the other party's wrist. Almost at the same time, Wu Jiangtao's dunk also changed, changing the claw into a cut, and also cut diagonally with a palm. Bang! The palms of both parties changed several times in the air in an instant, and Wu Jiangtao's face changed fiercely. He couldn't help but take a half step back, protecting Chen Jun as he retreated. The other party's attack was more experienced and he had the upper hand. Xing Ye, who had originally looked relaxed, changed his expression. He was actually unable to withstand the powerful force in the opponent's hand. He could not help but retreat 3 steps backwards. Ha! As soon as this happened, the other martial arts masters in the living room noticed something was wrong and immediately dispersed, surrounding Wu Jiangtao in the middle. As long as the employer gives the order, they will act together. There is no morality or martial ethics in the martial arts world of the new era. There was no such thing in the martial arts world in the 1990s, and there was no such thing when Chinese martial arts were popular 100 years ago, unless we go back several hundred years. Therefore, they will not have any psychological burden about joining forces to take down this young master with full strength. Wait, mother-in-law. There's no need to go this far. Wu Ma suddenly came out and walked to the entrance, standing in front of Mo Wanha. Mother-in-law? Mo Wanha finally looked at Wu Ma and said calmly, Madam, I don't know you and have nothing to do with you. I'm just here to take my daughter and my 2 grandchildren away. Please don't make trouble for yourself. AI, can't we just sit down and have a good chat? Wu Ma shook her head helplessly and gave some advice patiently. Xiaoshan should have made it very clear to you that it was not my son who caused today's situation, but your daughter. Moreover, your daughter also made it very clear that she was not willing to go with you. She hoped that we could sit down and talk. Get out of the way. Chapter 072 Super Impact. Please read and vote for me. Mo Wanha didn't want to say any more nonsense to this old lady. She just made a gesture with her hand, and a star warrior beside her immediately came over like a dragon and a tiger, stretched out his hand, and wanted to push this old lady away directly. The next moment, no one at the scene could see clearly what happened. They only saw this 1.9 meter tall, strong, and agile man suddenly leap forward, flying directly through the entrance, along the corridor, and out of the door. Boom! There was a muffled sound, and everyone in 0903 clearly felt the entire ground shaking. It can be imagined that the contact between this thing and the corridor outside was definitely a huge collision. Mo Wanha was stunned, but the hired warriors around her reacted immediately. Several of them gathered in an instant to stand in front of her, staring at Wu Ma with serious faces. I misjudged. This unremarkable old lady is actually a martial arts master who has surpassed the star level. Damn, no wonder Qingye invited so many people this time. These warriors secretly groaned in their hearts. Another star warrior among them looked even more solemn and said in a deep voice, Mr. Yi, you didn't say before that we would encounter masters of this level in this mission. Qingye was also shocked at this time. It would be fine if he encountered a young master who was obviously stronger than him. It would be easy to deal with him with the help of others, but now such a great master suddenly appeared. No. How is this possible? Mo Wanha was so frightened by the scene that she took several steps back while holding her 2 babies. However, when she saw the star-level masters and professional warriors crowding around her, she immediately calmed down and said in a cold voice, Humph. I didn't expect that your Wu family, who keeps a low profile, could actually have a martial arts master like you. Go ahead. I don't believe she alone can stop all of you. Hearing this, the warriors employed by her were speechless. They all looked at Qingye, who was confronting Wu Jiangtao at the side. That's right, in most cases, when warriors fight in a group, having more people is an advantage. However, in front of a great master with superb strength, no matter how many star masters and professional warriors there are, they can only give away their heads, or turn around and run away. Perhaps because they run a few more steps, the opponent may spend a few more seconds to knock them down, making it impossible for them to even escape. And the woman in front of me. He killed one of the 2-star masters among them in just one encounter. What the hell? The more I look at him, the more he looks like a master with superb strength. What are you waiting for? Mo Wanha was not a martial artist, so she didn't understand the huge gap between them, and she didn't know the concerns in their hearts, so she shouted again in a stern voice. Well, the one who pays the money is the boss, so no matter whether you can complete the task or not, just try your best. These warriors shouted angrily and surrounded Wu Ma. Qingye, who was confronting Wu Jiangtao on the other side, shook his head helplessly when he saw their attack. Well, what's the point of fighting? This group fight has turned into a tacit exchange of opinions. If they really did attack, they would definitely go for the opponent's vital points, rather than attacking fiercely but aiming at the opponent's innocuous parts. Shaking his head imperceptibly, Qingye also retracted his fist, clearly expressing his attitude towards the young master in front of him. I give up. Wu Jiangtao didn't understand much because he had never been in the underworld, but soon, he understood. Bang! Bang! Ping pong! Bang! In less than 10 seconds, all 7 warriors who rushed forward fell to the ground. The 6 professional warriors, along with the Star Master, covered their bodies with their hands, sweating profusely from the pain. They all lost their fighting power and could not get up. Lin Liankai is thick. These warriors were also secretly cursing in their hearts. The economy has been in recession in recent years, and I finally found a job with high pay. I thought it would just be a simple guard-like mission, but I didn't expect to meet such a master with great strength. They want to cry but have no tears, these days. It's really hard for a man to make a living outside. These warriors who came here for the high commissions were really upset. Failure to complete the mission meant that their commissions would be cut by most of the money. Even if they managed to get up and fight again, they would surely fail again. Therefore, although they still had the strength to fight, no one was willing to get up from the ground and they all lay on the ground pretending to be dead. Xingye was naturally very clear about their physical condition and their thoughts, but he could not force them to stand up again. After all, the mission reward is just the mission reward, not the money for selling one's life. Mo Wanha stepped back with a look of horror and stood next to Xingye. Then she calmed down a little and turned to look at her bodyguard. What's going on? Xingye had a bitter look on his face. He approached her and whispered, Boss Missouri, the other party is a master with superb strength. Give up. Even if I call 10 top masters, they will definitely not be able to defeat her. Strength into the state of transformation? Great master? Mo Wanha calmed herself down. Although she didn't know what the two words meant, she soon realized that the warriors she invited must be encountering strong men who could launch a dimensionality reduction attack on them. Otherwise, it would be impossible for such a situation where numbers could not form an advantage. Now, can we sit down and have a good chat? What do you want to talk to me about? At this moment, Mo Wanha's heart raced, his mind was clear, and he was extremely calm. Well, she chickened out. On the side, Li Xiaoshan, who had been stunned for a while, quietly reached out her hand, poked Chen Jun, who was also a little stunned, and asked in a low voice. AI, what will you do if you quarrel with your mother-in-law in the future? Chen Jun thought calmly and replied, she can't argue with me. This bestie? What I mean is, you can't beat her, girl. You actually. Do you still dare to quarrel with this mother-in-law who has extremely high fighting power? Is there something wrong with your brain? You guys go out first. As soon as Xingye finished speaking, he saw the warriors who had just been lying on the ground twitching, quickly got up from the ground, rolling and crawling, and scrambled to get out of here. For a moment, the whole living room was quiet. Among the people who finally sat down calmly and prepared to talk and communicate. Mo Wanha? Li Xiaoshan and Chen Jun, After all, they were not professionals and had not received relevant training, so they couldn't help but burst out laughing. Li Xiaoshan, who had no burden, cried ouch, and threw herself into Wu Ma's arms, her shoulders shaking with laughter. Chen Jun leaned against Wu Jiangtao and also burst into laughter. The domineering mother failed to succeed. This girl is the happiest now. She is relaxed and laughs most freely, and Wu's mother can't help laughing. Chapter 073. Come on. Fall out. Please read and vote for me. Looking at everyone in the living room who were laughing happily, Mo Wanha felt a little embarrassed. She couldn't help turning her head and glaring at Xingye beside her. Her bodyguard, who was hired through a special channel, also smiled bitterly and indicated that he would explain to her later. Have you laughed enough? Mr. Mo had a fierce look on his face and snorted coldly. Stop laughing, stop laughing. Li Xiaoshan got up from Wu Ma's arms, stretched out her hand and patted Chen Jun. Hey, your mom is calling you. You're still laughing. The two girls stood up and took a deep breath at the same time. Originally, this was not a very funny thing, but Li Xiaoshan made a face at Chen Jun again. Chen Jun tried her best to hold it back, held it back. However, the best friend opposite her rolled her eyes, came up with a plan, and suddenly scratched her best friend's waist, which was covered with a lot of fat. Chen Jun screamed, oh my, ha 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 ha. The two best friends hugged each other and laughed together. The laughter at this moment made the joy in the living room increase exponentially. I have to say, these two girls are so cute. Seeing this, Xiaowan, the personal assistant of Mo Wanha's camp, couldn't help but turn her head away, covering her mouth and laughing. Even Xingye, who had a helpless look on his face just now, couldn't help but slightly curl up the corners of his mouth. Everyone in the living room was infected by their laughter, except Mo Wanha, who was sitting alone. Although she was still upset, the expression on her face softened inexplicably. At this moment, Li Xiaoshan suddenly turned around, pounced over, and scratched the waist of the listed company president with her claws. Pot, stop it! She was shocked at first, then she scolded them, and then she couldn't help laughing because of the tickling. In between her unstoppable laughter, she scolded the two girls, stop it. Li Xiaoshan, you girl, ha ha ha. If you tickle me again, ha ha ha. I'm going to get angry. It seems as if you were very friendly when you come. How could Li Xiaoshan, who deliberately makes trouble, let her go easily? Not only did she do it alone, she also dragged Chen Jun and her best friend to join the battle and make a mess with this Mr. Mo. Falling out. Ha 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 ha. You had a stern face when you first arrived, but you were so arrogant, why don't you turn your face around and show us? After a while, the noise in the living room finally died down. Well, after such a commotion, the tense atmosphere just now disappeared, and the aggressive aura of the president of the listed group company collapsed all at once. Even her face was flushed like the two girls. This was because she was tickled by her two besties and laughed hard. Fortunately, the assistant came over today and put some light makeup on her, otherwise, her face would have been painted by now. Li Xiaoshan is not just a close friend of Chen Jun. Her mother is also a member of the Mo family. Because of this kinship, the two families are very close. Mo Wanha has treated Li Xiaoshan as a half-daughter since she was a child. If there are any delicious food, beautiful clothes, or fun toys that Xiao Jun has a share, Xiaoshan will definitely have a share. He. Xiaoshan got into Mo Wanha's arms and said, "Mama Mo, don't be so stern again. How about we smile again?" The nickname Mo Mama was given by her when she was acting coquettishly to Mo Wanha when she was a child. Today, in order to resolve the conflict between Aunt Mo and her best friend, this girl has used all her tricks. Hearing this, Mo Wanha couldn't help but look disgusted, and angrily pulled away the girl's claws that were on her body. "You little girl, get out of the way. I don't want it." Li Xiaoshan showed a wicked smile on her face, raised her right hand and clenched it into a claw shape, pretending to tickle the boss again, which frightened the boss so much that his body shrank slightly. Alright, I'm afraid of you. You get up first. Then you have to promise me not to get angry, then I'll get up. Mo Wanha was slightly startled when she heard this, but she still went along with it and said unhappily, Okay, I promise you, get up. I don't want to get up. The most I can promise you is not to scratch you. Li Xiaoshan snuggled in Mo Wanha's arms, rubbing her head inside. "I haven't let Mommy Mo hug me for a long time. I want a hug, baby." Hearing this, Chen Jun beside him trembled inexplicably. Mo Wanha laughed angrily, and could only pinch the girl in his arms and scolded her with a smile. "How old are you? What's wrong? Who is not a baby? Just like your mother, you know how to act like a spoiled child. What's wrong with being a spoiled child? I'm proud of being a spoiled child. My mother said that women who act like spoiled children have the best life." While quarreling, Li Xiaoshan pulled Chen Jun, who was a little dazed beside her, over and hugged her into her warm arms. At this moment, Mo Wanha couldn't help but be startled. She couldn't help but think of what these two babies looked like when they were little. And she was like this. How long ago was it that I held them together? 10 years ago, there was no such thing, maybe more than 20 years ago. As she was thinking blankly, her hand involuntarily stroked her daughter's back. Then, the mother clearly felt her daughter's body stiffen at first, but then softened and buried her head in her mother's arms. Slowly, the whole living room fell silent, and everyone looked at this scene in a daze. At the critical moment, it was Wu's mother who reacted the fastest. She stood up quietly and patted her son. Wu Jiangtao looked up with some confusion. But he saw his mother nodded at him and pointed outside. He immediately reacted and stood up and walked out quietly, pulling the assistant and bodyguard Xingye who were standing beside him. The group quietly left the living room and came outside, leaving the entire space to them. Forehead. The warriors standing outside were standing in 2s and 3s. Some of them were thick-skinned and seemed to have not been hit hard. They were smoking cigarettes and looking at each other, while others were grimacing as they massaged the places where they had just been beaten. When they saw Wu Ma and her group suddenly come out, they were so scared that they immediately retreated and walked a few steps away. Seeing that Wu Ma had no intention of attacking again, the warriors calmed down a little. Puff. Seeing this scene, life assistant Xiaowan couldn't help laughing out loud. Forehead. These warriors suddenly felt awkward. Although they were a little unhappy, they did not dare to act rashly as this great master with superb strength was around. They could only pretend not to see it. Wu Ma ignored them and turned to look at her life assistant Xiaowan. She enthusiastically pulled her to get close to her, asking questions like, "Where are you from? What skin care products do you use? Your skin is so good, or do you have a boyfriend? If not, I'll introduce you to one." This enthusiasm immediately made the young assistant feel flattered. Chapter 074, Fear. Please read and vote for me. Is this the martial arts master? It's not quite the same as I imagined. From childhood to adulthood, all the real martial arts masters I've seen on TV are extraordinary and majestic. When they appear on stage, they are full of special effects, and their exclusive BGM is full of all-round and no dead angles. But this kind of caring, talking to me about family matters. This is a martial arts master? The assistant didn't have time to notice how other people reacted. She was just confused. At this time, in the living room at 0903. Lying in this long-lost warm embrace, Chenjun finally couldn't hold back, and her tears, as big as beans, flowed down and wet her mother's arms. Imo Wanha had never seen her daughter cry like this since she started junior high school and high school. She was suddenly at a loss and didn't know how to comfort her. Instinctively, I reached out and gently stroked her back. Okay, Mom is here. Chenjun trembled all over and cried even harder. It wasn't because of the hardship she had to study and work so hard in the past few years, but because of the pain she had to endure physically and mentally during the 10 months of pregnancy, and the grievances she had to endure alone. All vented out. Slurp. Chenjun cried for who knows how long. Tired of crying, she couldn't help but sniff. Li Xiaoshan, who had just been lying in Imo Wanha's arms, immediately jumped up, took the tissue on the table and handed it to her, with a smirk on her face. Wait, wipe it, your snot, don't rub it on Mommy Imo. Alas! Imo Wanha suddenly felt sick. With a look of disgust, she pulled her daughter up, took a tissue and smeared it on her daughter's tear-stained face, while wiping it on the clothes in her arms. I say, you guys, you're really good. She was both angry and amused, and she really didn't know what to say. This laughter, noise, and crying, it just made her feel helpless. He. Li Xiaoshan laughed happily. In fact, when she laughed like that in the living room just now, she had a flash of inspiration and came up with this method. However, the source of the laughter was still these warriors that Mr. Mo had hired at a high price. They really played a crucial role. If it weren't for their embarrassed appearance when they escaped, there would be no origin of this laughter. Tell me about it. Imo Wanha tried hard to put on a stern face, but when she saw her daughter crying, she couldn't help but soften her heart. Sigh. What a sin she had committed. She must have owed her something in her previous life, which was why she tortured her like this. Xiaoshan told me before, but I still want to hear you say it yourself. By the way, her daughter had just cried so aggrievely in her arms. She suddenly raised her eyebrows and said, "Did that kid Wu Jiantao bully you? I'll skin him alive." No. He didn't bully me, he treated me very well. Chenjun waved her hands quickly, and couldn't help but recall the feeling of someone biting her toes yesterday. Her face couldn't help but blush. Real? Imo Wanha frowned slightly. Oh my. Mother Mo, this is really. Li Xiaoshan came over and helped. I've been here almost every day since Xiaojun was discharged from the hospital. Wu Jiangtao did a great job. It was thanks to his martial arts skills that we were in the hospital. Otherwise, those human traffickers might have taken Daodu and Niaomiu away. What? When he heard that his two cute grandchildren were almost taken away, Mr. Mo immediately got furious. What happened? Chenjun quickly recounted the thrilling accident that had occurred at the hospital. As he was talking, Li Xiaoshan cooperated tacitly and took out her mobile phone to search for the video of Wu Jiangtao chasing human traffickers on the road, which had become a hot topic. Mother Mo, look. After watching the video carefully, Mo Wanha fell silent. She really didn't know this. Last night, Shawan was asked to collect Wu Jiangtao's personal family background and information. It was probably because of the tight time that the assistant failed to collect all the information and missed this key information. It seems that he has a good talent for martial arts. She nodded. Yeah, when Wu Jiangtao's father came to guide him, he seemed to say that he had reached professional level, called. By the way, Zheng Jin Yucheng. Oh. The whole effort is successful. Upon hearing this, Mo Wanha raised her eyebrows. As far as she knew, those who could reach this level in martial arts were far superior to ordinary people. Due to their strong personal destructive power, regardless of whether they had passed professional certification or not, they had to register with the Security Bureau and might even be temporarily recruited by the Security Bureau for assistance. But at the same time, because personal strength is too strong, one cannot resort to violence lightly, even within the family. For example, domestic violence is just domestic violence for ordinary people. Even if the Security Bureau investigates, it is mostly just civil intervention. But if a warrior is suspected of domestic violence, it will at least be a criminal intervention. Regardless of the reason, the warrior involved must be subject to force supervision first. If he has very obvious faults, he can even be directly controlled. There is no way around it. The destructive power of a martial artist is too strong. Once they lose their mind, the damage they cause can be quite severe. There have been countless precedents of this in the past. The martial arts detectives in the Security Bureau are specially set up for this purpose. Next, Mo Wanha listened to her daughter recounting her experiences from last August to now. Sometimes her brows were furrowed, sometimes her face was calm, and sometimes she felt distressed. In particular, the mother's eyes turned red when she heard that her daughter had survived 10 months of pregnancy all by herself. She was so angry that she reached out for him, but when she thought about how her daughter had only been out of the hospital for 2 or 3 weeks, she could only let go. You really want to piss me off. Why didn't you tell me? If I had known that you would have such a hard time, why are you so stupid? Hearing this, Mo Wanha couldn't hold back her anger. At the same time, she felt extremely distressed. This was her own daughter, the apple of her eye since she was little. Yes, she has always imposed her own ideas on her daughter and has always tried to interfere in her daughter's emotional life, even though her way of loving is not quite right. But there is no doubt that Mo Wanha, as a mother, is definitely one of the only 2 people in the world who loves her the most. Well, the other person is naturally her father Chen Shu. I'm sorry, Mom. Chen Jun lowered her head and apologized sincerely. Although Mom was wrong in the past, she did do something wrong on impulse that time. Seeing her daughter apologize, Mo Wanha's anger finally turned into heartache. No wonder she cried so aggrievedly in my arms just now. My daughter must have had a very hard time during her 10 months of pregnancy. Especially in the last few months, she must have had trouble eating and sleeping, moving around, sitting or lying down. If she had accidentally fallen or bumped into something. Just thinking about it, the mother felt as if her heart was being tightly gripped with fear. Chapter 075 Something is wrong, please read and vote. Next time this happens, I will. She was so angry that she wanted to scold her daughter again, but then she remembered that it was because of her past attitude that caused her daughter to do such a stupid thing, so she had to grab her daughter's hand and said, almost begging for mercy, I beg you, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, don't do something as stupid as this time, okay? Who hasn't been young? Even though she was the head of a listed group company, when she was raising Xiaojun alone in the early years, her husband Chen Shu had not been home for several years due to the nature of his work. Once, she had a breakdown and took her child to her husband's previous workplace, crying and making a scene, saying that she would ask the workplace leader to return her husband to her no matter what. That commotion back then was quite a big deal. Mom has encountered many obstacles in the past, but as long as I think of your dad and you, I still grit my teeth and persevere. Promise, Mom, that you will never be so stupid in the future. You now have 2 babies, a dad and a mom. No matter what happens, think more about the people around you. Mother Mo is right, there is also Wu Jiangtao. Li Xiaoshan added fuel to the fire, earning a roll of the eyes from Mo Wanha. Chen Jun nodded, well, I won't do that anymore. The communication between mother and daughter this time was completely different from the past few years. Although one of them went to extremes, resulting in today's irreversible situation, the other party finally realized the huge problems she had in communicating with her daughter in the past. Thinking of this, Mo Wanha couldn't help but glance at Li Xiaoshan, who was laughing heartily beside her. It was all thanks to this girl, otherwise the communication between her and her daughter would never have been able to thaw so quickly and they would have been relieved of each other. There is one more thing I want to ask you. Her face turned serious and she looked at her daughter seriously. I just heard you say that you've only been with him for less than a month. In other words, you don't have much emotional foundation with him right now. Forehead. Chen Jun was stunned, and turned to look at Li Xiaoshan beside him. It seemed wrong to say that there was no such thing at all, but it also seemed that it was not the case. Subconsciously, she recalled the moment yesterday when Wu Jiangtao held her feet, carefully trimmed her nails, and massaged the soles and tops of her feet with great concentration. Originally, Chen Jun thought that pedicure and massage were nothing special, but when she met him, she found that someone seemed to have a special liking and enthusiasm for her feet. This guy. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel shy. She wondered if she would agree to this guy's request for a pedicure or massage next time, or if she would agree to it, As he thought about it, there was something wrong with the expression on Chen Jun's face. My best friend and mother were watching. Something is wrong. Mo Wanha leaned close to Li Xiaoshan's ear and asked her in an inaudible voice, are you sure that Xiaojun and Wu Jiangtao have been together for less than a month? I'm sure. Then this. Mr. Mo almost thought his daughter had been swapped. Why did he look at her expression? A bit silly? The independent, strong, and intelligent daughter of his past was replaced? Not to mention her, even her best friend Li Xiaoshan felt puzzled. Why did it suddenly become like this? When exactly? She thought carefully about the past few days. That's right. Could it be that Wu Jiantao did something unspeakable to our little June yesterday? Hey! Thinking of this, she couldn't help but stretched out her hand and waved it in front of Chen Jun. Wake up, answer our questions. Coming back to her senses, Chen Jun realized her own misconduct. Her orchid-like cheeks couldn't help but blush slightly. Then she answered her mother's question. It seems, yes, there shouldn't be any, right? Seems? Should? Mo Wanha. How could she not know about her daughter's condition? Although she might not have fallen in love with Wu Jiantao in such a short period of time, it was obvious that their relationship was no longer that simple. At this moment, the feeling in her heart was really. It's beyond words. For more than 20 years, I have carefully nurtured and cultivated this cabbage with all my heart, and it has finally grown into a rare treasure. But now? Sent it out? Or the kind that offers half price, and buy one get two free. As she thought about it, Mo Wanha felt unwell again and felt extremely depressed. Who can I blame? It's Wu Jiantao who's weird, it's unreasonable. After all, it was his daughter who took the initiative, otherwise it wouldn't have happened. The key is that if he hadn't been interfering in her love life in the past few years, this girl wouldn't have endured to the limit and impulsively caused such a bitter fruit for herself. But I still have to pinch my nose and eat it. Who can I blame? Mo Wanha sighed and shook her head. She could only suppress the discomfort in her heart and looked at her daughter seriously and said, So what are your plans next? Do you plan to get a marriage certificate with him? I haven't thought that far. Chen Jun blushed. Mr. Mo couldn't help but hold his forehead, trying to suppress his urge to lose his temper, and repeatedly hypnotized himself in his heart. This is my own child, born after 10 months of pregnancy, a piece of my beloved flesh and blood. Li Xiaoshan was so shocked that she quickly came over to grab Chen Jun and rolled her eyes at her. Are you stupid? How can you talk like that? Well, Mama Mo, you can't blame Xiao Jun for this. After all, she has never been in a relationship before, let alone getting married and having children. It's normal that she doesn't know how to deal with this situation now. She rolled her eyes. Mother Mo, how about this? You take out a check for 100 million yuan, throw it in front of Wu Jiantao and say, I'll give you 100 million yuan, and you leave my daughter. Let's see if he is the kind of person who is greedy for money. Mr. Mo? She slapped the girl who was making a joke in annoyance. Have you watched too many TV dramas? And 100 million? That. Li Xiaoshan's mind suddenly changed, and she pulled Chen Jun and laughed. Then Mom Mo must want Xiao Jun and Jiang Tao to get a marriage certificate. After all, they already have a baby, so they can't be without a legitimate status. This will also protect you legally. This statement was quite reliable, but Mo Wanha still rolled her eyes when she heard it. In this situation, if getting the marriage certificate could solve the problem of her daughter's lifelong happiness, she would immediately ask for it without hesitation, but the key is, getting a marriage certificate and having a happy marriage are definitely not the same thing. Otherwise, why would this chairman of a listed group company, no matter how busy he was, have been trying so hard to find young talents suitable for his daughter during the years when she was in college and working? Are you disliked by your daughter? Chapter 076, What a Big Tone. Please read and vote for me. Being well matched is just the basis. The most important thing is character. As long as the person has good character, she can even lower the standard of being well matched. That's right, in the eyes of this mother, no matter how rich the man is, he is not as rich as she is. To be able to give her daughter happiness. This is what she cares about most, everything else comes second. What is protected by the marriage certificate at the legal level is actually the economic interests of both parties. As for the emotional aspects, a perfect marriage law cannot and will not interfere with them. Otherwise, in this society with information explosion and rapid development, the divorce rate would not have reached new highs year after year. As for the economic benefits, don't be ridiculous. Does Mo Wanha's daughter still need to rely on that one document for protection? What's more, if the two of them really get married now, the one who will actually benefit will definitely be Wu Jiangtao rather than her daughter Chen Jun. Because the most crucial point is, Shin Jun married, as the head of Feiyan Group and the actual person in charge of the Mo family, and her husband Chen Chu's status in the academic world. Even if the couple did not give their daughter any dowry or assets, Wu Jiangtao's gains were considerable just by being the son-in-law of the Chen family. Not to mention other things. If this were true, wouldn't the people in her circle laugh their heads off? During the long silence, this legendary businesswoman thought about it and decided that it would be best to let her daughter and Wu Jiangtao maintain their current status for the time being. But, this without any name or status will have a very bad influence on my daughter, especially now that there is such a commotion on the internet. The grandfathers of both the Mo and Chen families are asking about it. She shook her head a little helplessly. The Chen family is easy to deal with, but the Mo family is large and powerful, and the relationships within the family are relatively complicated and very difficult to deal with. Just like at the last shareholders meeting, those major shareholders who were confronted by President Mo and didn't dare to say a word, most of them were from the Mo family. Well, those different voices against her at the last shareholders meeting were made up by people from other factions in the Mo family. After listening to Mo Wanha's story about the Mo and Chen families, Li Xiaoshan was a little dumbfounded. Is it so troublesome? Mother Mo, this will work, and that won't work either. That? Okay, let me think about this. Having worked her way up from the bottom of Feiyan Group to where she is today, Ms. Mo has seen all kinds of storms. The difficulties her daughter's current situation has brought her are far less than those in the past, so she quickly adjusted her mood and looked at the two big babies in front of her with a bad temper. Mom, I'm sorry. Chen Jun looked at her and realized that the troubles her mother encountered at home were no less than her own. Okay, I also bear half of the responsibility, Mo Wanha said unhappily. As a female legend in the business world, she is naturally not an ordinary woman, and she also realizes that she is wrong. If she makes a mistake, she should admit it, instead of admitting it and refusing to change. If she is really that twisted, it is impossible for her to turn Feiyan into a listed group company step by step. Mother Mo, what should we do with Xiao Jun in Jiangtao now? Li Xiaoshan asked again. You get out and let them in. This time, Mo Wanha did not express her opinion easily, but asked the girl to go outside and call Wu Jiangtao and Wu Ma in. As soon as the two families sat down, Mr. Mo's first words made the atmosphere, which had been relaxed before, tense again. To be honest, you are far from the standard of a son-in-law in my mind. Upon hearing this, Chen Jun suddenly became anxious, fearing that she would say something extreme again. When she was about to say something, she saw her mother turned her head and glanced at her calmly. Only then did her daughter suppress the urge to speak. After the long talk, the mother and daughter had a rare tacit understanding that they had never had before. At the critical moment, Chen Jun finally did not break this newly established and fragile tacit understanding. If it weren't for my daughter's wishes, I wouldn't want her and the two babies to stay here any longer. Mo Wanha glanced at her daughter and said, whether it's the Chun family or the Mo family, we can provide her and her two babies with a very good life. But she wants to stay, just because you are the biological father of the babies, and she wants to give you a chance to fulfill your fatherly responsibilities. Mo Wanha paused here. This sentence actually has another meaning. Maybe Wu Jiangtao didn't hear it, but Wu's mother heard it very clearly. I won't ask you to get married, and I don't care where you will go in the future or how far you can go. I only care about the future of my daughter and two babies. I've read your information. Your experiences since childhood and your academic performance at M University are all very mediocre. Even when you were a child, your martial arts talent was not outstanding. Even though Li Xiaoshan just told me that you have achieved great success in your overall strength, this is still far from the standard in my mind. I want to know now, what plans do you have for the future? Looking at Wu Jiangtao, who was lost in thought, Mo Wanha added fuel to the fire and said calmly, or, do you want to prove to me that you have enough ability to stay with the two babies? Actually. After a long silence, Wu Jiangtao finally spoke, I am just an ordinary, inconspicuous person. I am not good at studying, and I have not had much talent in martial arts since I was a child. I have never had any goals. I just follow the crowd and go with the flow, until. At this point, he looked up at Chen Jun beside him and said, I unexpectedly met your daughter, and now we have two babies. To be honest, I don't know how far I can go in the future, but you just said that you want me to prove myself. I think it's useless to say it. Just like, I am saying now. I am sure I can become a star warrior within 2 years. You will definitely think I am crazy. How? Listen to what this means. Mo Wanha raised her eyebrows slightly. From being an ordinary martial artist to entering the professional level of whole strength, there is a threshold. This threshold can be reached with enough desperate efforts, but to go further, that is not something that can be achieved by desperate efforts. It requires sufficient physical talent and understanding. Nowadays, if a master who has reached the star level were placed in the martial arts world hundreds of years ago, he would definitely be considered a top-notch master in the world. As the world changes, martial arts are also developing. Nowadays, there are many more masters who have entered the star level. In China, there are at least several hundred of them, if not 1,000. Even though Wu Ma easily took care of one of them today, in fact, every star martial artist is still an invaluable talent to China. Such elites can play a very important or even core role whether they are placed in the military, security system, or other fields. What a pity! Nowadays, no matter how talented a martial arts genius is, he can only achieve full strength at the age of 14 or 15 at most and enter the professional level. Going a step further, he can achieve the transformation of light and dark strength, and the combination of hardness and softness to become a star-level martial artist. The current youngest age is 34. Wu Jiangtao's elder cousin Yuan Huang is 36 years old this year. He only reached this level when he was 35 years old. It is for this reason that he was able to become the captain of the criminal investigation team of the Q City Police Department. He is the youngest among the criminal investigation team leaders in the entire M province, whose average age is 42 years old. His future is limitless. Chapter 077, one word, fight. Please read and vote for me. Hearing this, Mo Wanha was a little speechless for a moment, and couldn't help but look at this boy again to see if he was bragging. Because the martial arts master she had met in the past gave her the impression that they were steady and calm, not happy with things or sad with themselves, and rarely showed such a sharp edge. There were those rare times when it happened, but most of the time it was because they were young and ignorant, arrogant, and had no idea of their own capabilities. Thinking of this, Mo Wanha couldn't help but turn her head to look at Wu Ma beside her, but saw her smiling slightly, as if she didn't care at all about her son's brilliance. Wu Jiangtao slowly stood up and looked at Qingye, who was standing behind Mo Wanha. He was wearing a neat suit and had a solemn look on his face. 100 years ago, a martial arts master went north to the Central Plains to compete with the masters of the martial arts world. He said something that has been passed down to this day. He said, "Effort. 2 words. 1 horizontal and 1 vertical. Yes, standing. Wrong, fall down. Only those who stand have the right to speak." In the past, Wu Jiangtao had no talent for muscles and bones, no path in martial arts, and no future. He was lost among the crowd. Now that he has great strength, he naturally wants to fight for it. Not only fight. He must strive to shine brightly. Mo Wanha couldn't help but follow his gaze and looked back at the bodyguard Xiao Yi beside her. Before she could ask, she saw Wu Jiangtao looking at him with a fierce fighting spirit. "We just fought to a draw. I wonder if you would be willing to teach me something?" Qingye did not answer this question, but turned to look at Mo Wanha. Seeing her nod, he slowly said, "Okay." Even though the two had only exchanged one move just now, Wu Jiangtao judged at that instant that the strength of this young man, who looked to be in his 30s, had almost completed the transformation from light to dark, and was about to enter the realm of perfect harmony where his muscles and bones were in unison. From whole to round, the strength is smooth, and hardness and softness can be transformed freely in an instant. Although the destructive power has not changed qualitatively, it has widened the gap. The more critical thing is the control of strength. A warrior who has reached this level has entered a state of meticulousness, able to release or retract, and hurt others without being seen. An ordinary warrior with full strength can never be a match for a star-level warrior. This time, Qingye temporarily left the brigade and returned to the country. His dark energy was already formed, and he was only one step away from reaching the state where light and dark were at his will and muscles and bones were in harmony, and becoming a star-level warrior. A few months ago, he broke through the bottleneck in a life and death situation and jumped over the dragon gate. Now he is in the stage of transforming into a dragon. The two of them were evenly matched just now, so they took this opportunity to determine who was better. Looking at this young man who was only 24 years old and his high-spirited attitude, Mo Wanha didn't feel contempt or absurdity, but an inexplicable sense of trembling emerged in his heart. She naturally didn't know that this was a battle and competition of momentum between warriors. At a time like this, being introverted and hiding one's shortcomings will only make oneself become the inferior one. This is not a momentary dispute of emotions, but a confrontation of momentum. It is naturally impossible for the two of them to compete against each other at home, even if the space is large enough. The destructive power of both Wu Jiangtao and Qingye is already amazing enough. If he chooses to start here, he will have to prepare to renovate the house. They went downstairs and came to a relatively remote open space at the innermost part of the garden community. I told you not to follow me, but you insisted on following me. Looking at her daughter who was dressed warmly, Mo Wanha was full of anger. In her opinion, women in confinement must not go out, but Chen Jun's firm attitude just now about coming over even forced her to compromise. Chen Jun opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Wuma came over to help. Xiao Jun is also worried about Jiang Tao. It's okay. There is no wind outside now and the temperature is suitable. Just dress warmly and avoid the wind. Mr. Mo glanced at her calmly. Am I familiar with you? Wuma pretended not to notice her gaze, and pulled Chen Jun to stand in the pavilion affectionately. Come, Xiao Jun, sit here with me, and you won't be hurt if anything unexpected happens. I am not familiar with you, but I am very familiar with your daughter. Mr. Mo. In the open space, Wu Jiangtao had already walked into the field, and his bodyguard Xiao Yi also took off his suit jacket and walked steadily in front of him. He slowly sank down and raised his hands. Wu Jiangtao also started his boxing stance. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Suddenly, Wu Jiangtao attacked without warning, and he took a step forward, punched the center line, and went towards Qingye's front with great swiftness. So fast. Qingye's pupils shrank instantly, and he raised his left hand to block. At the same time, his right fist passed under his left elbow and swung out suddenly, like a hammer. This is the hammer technique of Tai Chi. Bang bang bang. At this moment, the two men exchanged several moves with their hands, followed by a fight with their legs and feet. The movements were so swift and fierce that Mo Wanha, Li Xiaoshan, and the others could not see them clearly. Among the people watching the fight, only Wuma could see them, and she could even clearly see the flaws in the two people's attacks. As soon as the action started, Wuma knew the result in her mind, but she remained calm and watched with interest the worry on Chen Jun's face beside her. The two fought back and forth for several rounds, and Qingye suddenly performed the Yushin Baguazhang, and his body moved around Wu Jiangtao at an incredibly swift speed. His fists and feet instantly became like poisonous snakes, unexpected and very tricky. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. After several rounds of counterattacking moves, Wu Jiangtao adopted a steady and cautious tactic to respond to ever-changing situations with the unchanging one. Suddenly, he threw an elbow to block Qingye's sudden attack, turned around, took a half step forward with his left foot, stomped his right foot on the ground, and thrust his right fist forward through his dantian. Half-step collapse. With a teeth-grinding collision sound, Qingye's snow-white shirt burst apart, and the whole person retreated several steps backwards. On this side, Wu Jiangtao could not help but retreat 2 steps. The winner has been decided. Qingye, who was forced to retreat, showed no emotion on his face. He casually tore off the sleeve of his right arm, revealing a slightly reddish skin. Immediately, he turned around, put on his suit jacket again, and said slowly, "In martial arts, I am not as good as you. In life and death, you are not as good as me. A competition is just a competition. On the surface, there seems to be a difference in strength, but it is like an exam. The competition between the two sides mainly has 2 aspects. The two sides fought back and forth with each other, and more importantly, a confrontation of strength. During this fight, Qingye was very surprised to find that this guy named Wu Jiangtao had a domineering strength that was much stronger than himself. He had never seen or heard of this before, and he couldn't understand it. The opponent was obviously younger than him, so how did he cultivate such strength? Incredible! Is there anyone in this world whose physical talent is so strong? In the previous sparring, after the first few rounds of sharp confrontation, Qingye's hands and feet were sore that he could not resist. He had to use the body movements of the 8 diagrams palm and the hammer method of Tai Chi to fight back. The opponent's strength was so strong that he could not use the advantages of the light and dark transformation of strength and the combination of hardness and softness. He had to fight with hardness against hardness. At this moment, all the hidden power, hardness and softness are just a joke in the face of the absolute crushing force. Chapter 078, Genius. Please read and vote for me. Fortunately, the moves of this young man named Wu Jiangtao were too immature, and he obviously had not experienced the test of life and death. On the other hand, Qingye's moves were quite tricky and sharp, and every punch and kick made Wu Jiang's defense very uncomfortable. If the two were to fight a life and death duel this time, there was a high probability that Wu Jiangtao would be the one to fall. But during the fight, Wu Jiangtao quickly realized his problem. With the advantage of being stronger, he took a steady approach and didn't leave too many loopholes for his opponent. Until the end, when his opponent's strength was exhausted, he seized the opportunity to win with a half-step collapse punch. "Thank you for your advice." He looked at the bodyguard and thanked him sincerely. During this competition, he learned a lot of valuable experience in actual combat. In terms of actual combat, Wuma had not given him much guidance in recent days. Actual combat, the most crucial point is naturally to gain experience from actual combat. In fact, since she recently taught her son martial arts, Wuma had long realized that he should start practicing actual combat, otherwise it would be like sitting on a mountain of treasures but not knowing how to enter. However, with her son and Chenjun in this situation, and 2 babies to take care of, she had no time to do anything for the time being. Now it seems that this kid's practical training must be put on the agenda no matter what. In this competition, if Wu Jiangtao had more practical experience, he wouldn't have had to fight for so long before he defeated his opponent. You know, there is a saying among the strong and weak warriors that the one who is one step higher is infinitely stronger. Normally, Wu Jiangtao would be able to defeat his opponent in less than 3 moves with his obviously stronger strength, but judging from the result, he was only slightly better. After taking a glance at the daughter who followed Wu Ma to see Wu Jiangtao, Mo Wanha suppressed her unhappiness and asked a question to the bodyguard Xiao Yi who had returned to her. "How about it?" "A genius." After a moment of silence, the tall young man who looked to be in his early 30s had to give his own evaluation. "Like I just said, he lacks only practical experience. Apart from this, he is inferior to me in other aspects. I lose." Mo Wanha remained unmoved and continued to ask, "He just said that within 2 years, he can become a star warrior. Is that possible?" Feeling the doubt in her words, Xingye couldn't help but frowned, and after a moment of hesitation, he said, "Let me put it this way, I can become a star warrior within half a year," and he said 2 years. I think he is too modest. Hearing this, Mr. Mo was slightly startled. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Wu Jiangtao, who was obediently accepting Wu Ma's scolding. This kid. If he has such a talent, why has he never shown it in the past 10 years? It was no wonder that Mo Wanha was full of suspicion towards Wu Jiangtao at the beginning of the conversation. This kid's past resume was really too mediocre, but his performance today was really beyond her expectations. Next, in the communication between the two families, Mo Wanha was not as easy to talk to as imagined. Although the CEO Mo no longer had the tough and overbearing attitude she had at the beginning, that was only relative to Chenjun and Li Xiaoshan. Towards Wu Ma and Wu Jiangtao, she immediately became calm and rational. However, Wu Ma is not a vegetarian either. After all, she was a wandering warrior in the past, and gradually honed her skills to become a great master. Maybe she cannot win the argument with the group president in the negotiation, but her attitude is quite clear. Except for taking the 2 babies away, everything else is negotiable. After all, she is also a martial arts master who has seen a lot of ups and downs. She has seen a lot of what rich people are like. During this communication, what Wu Ma was most worried about was not that Chenjun would be taken away by Mo Wanha. As long as she was there and as long as Chenjun didn't want to, no one could forcibly take her daughter-in-law away. What she was most worried about was that Mo Wanha proposed to take the 2 babies away. Using the excuse that the Wu family did not have the ability and conditions to properly raise the 2 babies, the Chen family took the 2 babies away when they were 1 year old or even 1 month old, allowing them to enjoy a better material life and the best educational resources in the world. It's true that when it comes to children's education, whether it is Mo Wanha who is in charge of the Mo family or Chenjun of the Chen family, they can undoubtedly give the 2 little babies the best conditions in the world. Once Mo Wanha made this request, it would be difficult for the Wu family to refuse. After all, Mo Wanha was not determined to reject this marriage, but she was willing to relax and maintain the status quo for the time being to see what would happen next. She kept the status quo for the time being. In addition to seeing how Wu Jiangtao would perform next, she also wanted to see if Chenjun and Wu Jiangtao really got along and whether they could continue on smoothly. If not, Mo Wanha would definitely not allow Wu Jiangtao to bully her daughter and would definitely take her daughter back by force. By then, the Wu family would have no reason to stop her. But what surprised Wu Ma was that Mo Wanha did not raise the issue of the future education of the 2 babies right now, nor did she use this as an excuse to suggest that they go to the Chen family after the babies are 1 month old or 1 week old. Wu Ma didn't know whether Chenjun said anything in this or whether Mr. Mo had other considerations. Since the other party didn't say anything on this issue, she naturally wouldn't touch on it, but tacitly didn't mention it. Apart from this aspect, this communication can definitely be considered successful for the Wu family. On the balcony of Yunlu Garden 0903, there was no wind and the afternoon sun was warm. "Oh, Grandma, give me a hug." Daudu and Mo Wanha's arms opened his big, clean, and bright eyes and stared at her curiously, with an unstoppable curiosity on his face. At this moment, Mr. Mo, who was usually domineering and strong, couldn't help but feel his heart melt. He held the baby carefully, and couldn't let go of the baby, so lovingly that he couldn't help but lower his head and kiss the baby's cute face. Daudu subconsciously reached out his hand and scratched, then opened his mouth but no sound came out. Well, because they are twins, both babies are smaller than a single baby, so they naturally don't start vocalizing that early. However, even ordinary babies will only make some babbling sounds when they are 1 month old. On the other side, Wu Ma was holding Meow Meow, and the two of them were on the balcony, basking in the sun with their baby while chatting with each other. In the living room, Chen Jun watched this scene with some curiosity. Wu Zhongtao, who was sitting next to her, saw that she looked a little strange, so he asked again, "What's wrong?" She was stunned for a moment, then smiled softly, "It's okay. I never dared to imagine before that my mom could sit with your mom like this and chat together." "Oh?" Wu Zhongtao also turned around to look at his mother and Mr. Mo outside the balcony, and said with emotion, "I didn't expect that either." "Hey hey." Beside her, Li Xiaoshan put down her phone and said proudly, "Then you should thank me. If it weren't for my wit." As she spoke, she smiled evilly and stretched out her hand, clenching it into a claw-like shape. "Aunt Mo can't be so easy to talk to all of a sudden." Chapter 079 Two families. Please read and vote for me. Speaking of this, Shen Jun had to admit that if it weren't for Li Xiaoshan's magical intervention between her and her mother today, the mother and daughter would definitely not have been able to calm down like they did now. Also, Wu Ma played a crucial role in this. If she hadn't blocked those warriors, there would have been no room for maneuver. As for Wu Zhongtao, Chen Jun looked at him apologetically. During the conversation between the two families in the afternoon, the person in front of him could only accompany him, standing at attention and acting respectful. Stand at attention when you are beaten. Although he was quite innocent, he had to sacrifice his life before he could win the beauty. Wu Zhongtao was not stupid, so he naturally stood with Chen Jun and endured the criticism from the two mothers. After temporarily solving the major issues of their son Wu Zhongtao and daughter Chen Jun, both Yu Wenchen and Mo Wanha breathed a sigh of relief and settled their worries again. And in their subsequent communication, they perfectly demonstrated the saying that there is no acquaintance without fighting. When taking care of the babies, Wu Ma carefully taught Ms. Mo how to change the diapers of the two babies. She is indeed a strong woman. Although she was clumsy at the beginning, she soon became very skilled. "The last time I changed diapers was when Xiao Jun was a child." While changing Meow Meow's diaper, Mr. Mo said with emotion, "In those years, my husband's work at the research institute was a bit special. He didn't even come home for several years. I was alone with Xiao Jun, and that was how it was." 2. Speaking of this, Wu Ma also felt the same way and said, "It's better now. After getting married, even if the elderly don't help take care of the baby, you can still hire a confinement nanny. After all, no matter how difficult it is, it will only be a few months. Learn from the confinement nanny, and when the baby is older, it will be easier for them to take care of it. The young people around me are not like this. You might as well kill him if you let him raise the child by himself." Mo Wanha shook his head and laughed. Most of them only care about themselves and basically don't care about the family affairs. After giving birth to children, they always like to run away, leaving the children either to the nanny or to the grandparents. The social classes of the two were different, so naturally the young people around them were also different. For example, most of the people around Wu Ma were young men and women who were struggling. On the other hand, most of the people around Mo Wanha were from wealthy families, so their lifestyles and ways of dealing with marriage and raising children were naturally quite different. These two mothers have completely different life trajectories, and their ways of thinking and insights are also very different, but they have one thing in common, that is, they have both achieved a level in their respective fields that is difficult for ordinary people to achieve. One is the chairman of a company that has dominated China's business world and built a manufacturing company into an internationally renowned listed group company. One is a martial arts master who once traveled around the world and reached the level of Hua Jin in martial arts, with a strength that can almost be called inhuman. Based on this alone, both of them admired each other's achievements in their respective fields. However, at the beginning of the chat, they both communicated with the stereotypes they had seen on TV screens in the past, which led to many jokes. One thought that the food, clothing, and other necessities of a CEO of a listed company must be from international brands. The other thought that martial arts masters must be able to jump several stories high like they do on TV. However, no matter how awkward it was, when Wu Ma and Chen Ma started talking, they would definitely have no shortage of topics. Especially when it comes to stinky men, they have a lot to talk about. On this side, there are comments like your husband can actually cook. My husband even needs the maid to wash his underwear for him. He just runs to the research institute every day, often working overtime until 11 or 12 o'clock, and never spends time with me. While on the other side, there are comments like, cooking? It's just measuring water to cook white rice and frying an egg. My husband is the same, he just practices boxing all day long. So what if he is good at boxing? The house here is a mess, day after day, he doesn't even take the initiative to clean. Some time ago, he was cooking and even exploded the rice cooker. Yawn. Yawn. Dad Wu and Dad Chen in the other two places sneezed several times in succession. As the two families came into contact and got to know each other, they realized that neither of them was an immortal, but just an ordinary person in this mundane world. Life is full of bumps and quarrels, and well, they are all part of ordinary people. The two shared things that were new to each other. One talked about companies and the international situation, while the other talked about the martial arts that ordinary people can practice and how to strengthen their bodies and stay young. When it comes to this, Mo Wanha was no longer sleepy. She became more and more excited chatting with Wu Ma for the whole afternoon, as if they had met each other too late. Next, Wu Ma heard that this girl actually had insomnia, so she personally used her qi to massage her meridians, and also taught Mo Wanha how to sit in meditation to cultivate her body and mind. This scene surprised Wu Jiangtao and the others at first, and was beyond their expectations, but gradually, they got used to it. I can only say that the fate between women is incredibly wonderful, just like the relationship between Mo Wanha and her sister, Li Xiaoshan's mother, is not very good, even though they are sisters. That's right, Mo Wanha just couldn't stand her sister's weak and crybaby nature since she was a child, and her tendency to act like a spoiled brat whenever she grew up. However, facing Li Xiaoshan, who was also good at acting like a spoiled child and was even better than her attitude took a 180-degree turn. She had doted on this girl since she was a child, otherwise Li Xiaoshan would definitely not have dared to do that at noon. Before he knew it, the sun had slowly set down the mountain, night had begun to fall, and Wu Jiangtao walked into the kitchen and began to prepare dinner for today. Stay and sit at a table together. It will be more lively with more people. Looking at this cute assistant, Wu Ma smiled like an auntie. What a nice girl. Today, she learned from her chat that she is still single. What a pity. Think about it, most of the disciples in my own martial arts school are still single. If there is a chance, I can introduce them to each other. Even if it doesn't work out, it's good to be friends. No. No need to prepare my portion. Xiao Ye and I will go back to the hotel later. When Wu Ma invited her to stay for dinner, Assistant Xiao Wan was a little flattered and waved her hands repeatedly. Thank you, Auntie. We can just eat at the hotel. Since she didn't stay, Xingyan naturally didn't stay either. Well, Mr. Mo had previously asked him to be responsible for investigating Chen Mei, and now things have come to a head. Chapter 080, Come to the Door. Please read and vote for me. The time goes back to 2 or 3 hours ago, around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Uncle, I still have work to do in Q City. I've already missed a lot of things from yesterday until now. Can't you just be merciful and let me go? Walking on the pedestrian street of the university town in City F, Yuan Huang couldn't help but cover his face. The misery he felt was beyond words. No, you can't leave. Although he didn't know why his elder sister suddenly broke the appointment, he had promised her that he would bring his eldest nephew to the blind date, so Yuan Long certainly couldn't let him go easily. There was no other way. Yuan Huang could only treat this trip to City F as a vacation. Well, yesterday his good uncle went directly to the director and asked for leave for him in person. So where are you going now? Yuan Huang was a little curious as he looked at the youthful and energetic young people on the pedestrian street. Nothing, just making some extra money. Yuan Long smiled gently, walked along the pedestrian street, and soon arrived at the east gate of M University. Drop. Suddenly, he pressed the Bluetooth headset hanging on his ear, and it seemed that someone called him. He nodded immediately and said, Xiaoqi, you are good. You locked the target's location so quickly. I will reward you with a big chicken drumstick later. Uncle Master, you are joking. I heard that the reward for this mission is quite high. Just give some money as a token of your appreciation. Who said that? Who said that? Well, we are uncle and nephew, so why would it hurt our relationship to talk about money? Don't you agree? Then uncle, have you ever heard another sentence? What? Relationships cost money. The other meaning of this sentence is very clear. You are the uncle, is it really okay to be so stingy with your nephew? Yuan Long was speechless for a moment, and he chuckled. Sure, Xiaoqi, your talking skills have improved, but I don't know how your leg skills are. Okay, I'll give you 30% of it, okay? Hey, thank you so much, uncle. After registering at the guard post at the east gate of M University, the two of them entered the campus unimpeded. Yuan Huang, not knowing what mission his uncle had taken, frowned and reminded him, Uncle, this is a university, and there are students and teachers here. What mission do you have here? Hey, keep it a secret for now. The nephew was too lazy to say any more nonsense. He thought his uncle was always sensible. If he really did something inappropriate, he, the captain of the security bureau team, would be able to stop him and prevent him from doing anything excessive. By the way, you have a holographic law enforcement device with you, right? I brought it. Hearing this, Yuan Huang's heart sank. Uncle, what on earth are you going to do? Then turn on your body camera. Today, we need your help to solve a case. As he was talking here, he saw his uncle walking up to a tall, handsome, and elegant student named M from university. Looking at the two people who suddenly appeared in front of him, Chen Mei was stunned, and some doubts emerged on his face, but he saw that the man in front had a stern brow and a terrible pressure was crushing him. At the same time, he took out his ID from his arms and showed it directly in front of him. Chen Mei. I am a war police officer from the F-City Security Bureau. You are suspected of being involved in the crimes of a certain criminal group in the southern continent. Please come with us. Almost at the same time, two young men appeared in front of Hong Junhong, the eldest son of the university, who had just sat down and taken a few bites of food in the first cafeteria of the university. The Security Bureau is an organization that specifically governs the martial arts world. Unless martial artists in China do not seek fame or profit and always live in seclusion and independence, the personal information of martial artists above the whole strength level will eventually come here. Among them, those above the star level will have the affiliated identity of a Security Bureau war police as long as they have been recruited by any official agency for assistance and passed the Security Bureau. Moreover, this identity is not temporary. Both Chen Mei and Hong Jun who followed him had thought about the situation where people from the Security Bureau would come to their door, and they had even made relevant psychological assumptions for this. Therefore, when he saw Yuan Long and the others appear in front of him, although Chen Mei was shocked, he immediately calmed down. He went over what he had done before in his mind, and after making sure that he did not leave any traces, he immediately calmed down. Maybe you can find out who Hong Jun is, but Chen Mei is clean and did nothing. As for whether Hong Jun would bite him, he was not worried. This guy could not stand the interrogation and gave himself up, but where is the evidence? Without evidence, what can you do to me? Plus, my family will definitely take action. Although it will affect my future, the most I can do is leave M University. At worst, I can go to study in the United States, which is another way out. Unfortunately, it is not as good as before. In the past, only top students and excellent students chose to study abroad. After returning to China, with the blessing of high-level academic qualifications and the help of their families, they reached the peak of their lives. Now, only those who are not good at studying or have caused trouble in China will go to study in the United States, the Maple Leaf Country, or Austria, which is south of the southern continent. Now it is no longer a matter of exporting to domestic sales. With the rise of China's economy and the revival of ancient martial arts, the domestic environment and people's consciousness are further awakening, and the stereotypes of the past are disappearing rapidly. However, when Yuan Long showed his ID and revealed his identity, Chen Mei couldn't help but be stunned. Security Bureau? What is that? For a student union president as well informed as he is, this relevant department which rarely appears in the public eye was the first time he had heard of it. Chen Mei was still calm and asked tentatively, No, you got the wrong person, didn't you? Are you Chen Mei? Seeing that the boy looked calm, Yuan Long became interested and looked him up and down. I am. Oh, that's right. He subconsciously reached out to stroke his beard, but he only touched a smooth skin. You are involved with a dark brigade in the southern continent and are suspected of endangering national security. Now please come with us. Chen Mei? No, I have been living and studying in China since I was a child. I have only traveled to the United States and Europe during the winter and summer vacations. I have never been to the southern continent. How did I have any connection with a certain dark group? Dark troop? Although I don't know what this thing is, I know from the name that this brigade is not a good thing. Could it be that someone is framing me? After taking a deep breath, Chen Mei calmed down. Okay, I'll go with you, but you can't alarm the academy. Can. Chapter 081, Unexpected Gains. Please read and vote for me. From what this security officer said, it's clear that this incident has nothing to do with the cyber violence. If that's the case, then it's fine. As for the Southern Continent Brigade, I have never even heard of it. How can it be related to me? Thinking of this, Chen Mei immediately calmed down and began to think about what was going on. On the side, Yuan Huang, who had turned on the holographic law enforcement device, looked puzzled. What on earth is my uncle doing? Didn't he say he was going to help me solve a case? Why is the brigade from the Southern Continent involved again? The brigade is a new international organization that has emerged in the past 100 or 200 years with the continuous development of world economy and science and technology. At first, small teams of this type appeared on the international battlefield. As time went on, they gradually became scattered special organizations that roamed among the major forces of various countries. Today, these scattered organizations have begun to form a special alliance internationally. Naturally, there will be no ridiculous division into the evil camp or the righteous side in the alliance. The only thing that can bring them together to form a loose alliance is interest. Usually, the classification of these brigades is very simple. For a country, those who are beneficial are just, and those who are harmful are naturally dark. The dark brigade that Yuan Long mentioned was not something he made up. It was a dark brigade called Feiyue that had come into contact with his brigade in the Southern Continent and had committed many evil deeds. Yuan Long investigated Chen Mei through his own channels because of the commissions from Qingye and Wu Ba. Originally, his method of solving this investigation task was not to investigate Chen Mei and Hong Jun specifically for this cyber violence incident, but to raise it to the level of the Security Bureau, scare them, and make them confess themselves. ISNT there is saying that it is difficult to solve a problem in the same dimension, but it becomes much easier through a higher dimension? Well, it's commonly known as dimensionality reduction attack. Unexpectedly, during Yuan Long's investigation, he discovered something very interesting in this case. This Mr. Hong was actually able to contact a certain economic organization in the Southern Continent through a certain domestic line. That would be fine, but he was also able to conduct transactions? You know, these economic organizations have inextricable ties with the large and small brigades there. This is so interesting. I originally came back to my country to rest, enjoy a relaxing and happy holiday, and to show my filial piety to my family and master, but I accidentally discovered such an interesting secret channel. Yuan Long was immediately very interested. It is definitely not easy to establish such a channel. Regardless of whether the other party has violated the law or not, we should first follow these two young masters to find this big watermelon, and then take a good look at it after pulling it out. Relatively speaking, Chen Mei's matter was too small. It was really just a trivial matter and not worth mentioning. As night fell, it was 0903 in Yunlu Garden. Xiao Wu's cooking skills are really amazing, it's delicious. Although he had a big appetite and ate 2 bowls of rice, Mr. Mo still maintained a very good manner, looking at Wu Jiangtao and his daughter who were cleaning up the clean plates and bowls with admiration. At dinner today, everyone finally behaved normally and ate all the food Wu Jiangtao prepared. Hearing her mother-in-law's praise, Wu's mother couldn't stop smiling. This was Mr. Mo's approval, which showed that her son had given her a positive initial impression. Great, this is a very good start. Keep it up, keep going. This kid doesn't like being praised. He gets cocky when he's praised. Mother-in-law, how about we go downstairs and take a walk to digest the food? Okay. Mo Wanha readily agreed. As they spoke, the two mothers stood up and walked out. Mother Wu also pulled up Li Xiaoshan, who was groaning on the sofa while holding her belly, and took her away with her. As for Qin Jun, during the confinement period, neither he nor Mo Wanha would allow her to go out. In their inherent concept, during the confinement period, one must not go out. There are other things like not being able to take a bath, not being able to wash one's hair, and trying to leave the room as little as possible. Chen Jun's scalp tingled when he heard about these postpartum rules. Originally, she thought only Wu's mother would say this, but she didn't expect that her mother would say the same thing when she came today. At that time, the girl felt guilty, and after counting these rules with her fingers, she found that she had violated every one of them. She definitely took a bath, although it was just a sponge bath. A week after her wounds completely healed, that is, yesterday, she took a bath. Of course, she asked the doctor all these on WeChat, and only dared to do it after the doctor confirmed the condition of the wound. Also, the doctor specifically reminded her that she couldn't lie down in the bathtub to take a bath yet, and she also had to be careful with the healed wound and try not to touch it too much water. Shampoo? Not to mention, I have washed it more than once. As for going out, as long as the weather was sunny and there was no wind or waves, she would often go for a walk in the garden downstairs with Wu Jiangtao and Li Xiaoshan. After the two mothers left, Chen Jun came to the kitchen and looked at Wu Jiangtao, who was washing the pots and dishes. She looked at him anxiously. Jiangtao, you won't let me really follow the confinement rules that my mom and aunt talked about today, right? Forehead. Wu Jiangtao shook his head helplessly. It's okay. As for what can and cannot be done, we should follow the doctor's advice. As for what my mom and Aunt Mo said, just don't do it under their noses. In fact, Chen Jun didn't he know? People like Wu Ma and her mother are already considered open-minded. In some relatively traditional small towns in the south, there are more stringent rules for confinement, such as not opening windows, brushing teeth, watching TV, eating one duck every day, at least drinking the soup, etc. Compared to these two mothers couldn't be more open-minded. In just a few minutes, Wu Jiangtao washed the pots and pans and put them neatly into the sterilizer. He turned around and saw Chen Jun standing at the door waiting for him with a sleepy look on his face. Because her mother was coming today, she didn't sleep much last night. She breastfed two babies in the middle of the night and during the day, and she and Li Xiaoshan laughed and cried at noon. She is really exhausted now, both physically and mentally. You must be exhausted. Wu Jiangtao hurried over, subconsciously reached out and held her shoulders. I'm fine. Chen Jun smiled. Although she was very tired, she was very relaxed. She leaned lightly on Wu Jiangtao's hand and let him support her to the sofa in the living room. Unconsciously, she began to get used to Wu Jiangtao holding her hand or supporting her. Chen Jun felt a little uncomfortable when he did this during her previous hospitalization and confinement period when she was unable to move. But now she can move freely and it comes naturally. Lean on me, I'll heat your feet first, and then massage them, so you can sleep better at night. Wu Jiangtao asked her to half lying on the sofa. Chen Jun's bass voice sounded particularly nice. Chapter 082, that's how it is? Please read and vote for me. Chen Jun quickly pulled him back, a little embarrassed. No, I would be very embarrassed. Forehead. Originally, Wu Jiangtao didn't think much about it, but when the girl said like that, he immediately became excited and followed up on the topic. How is that? Chen Jun glared at the guy with some annoyance, and immediately stood up and pretended to go back to the room. I'm going back to the room first. Oh. Don't grab my feet. Okay, don't think too much. I just want to massage your feet to relax your meridians, activate your blood circulation and nourish your qi, so that you can sleep better at night. Wu Jiangtao pushed her back onto the sofa and said seriously, sit down first. I'll go get some hot water and soak your feet with mugwort first, then give you a massage. Ambiguous. Chen Jun's face turned slightly red. Well, it turned out that he was the one who had misjudged the person, not Wu Jiangtao. But it was true that when she was massaging her feet, she couldn't help but make that sound. The most important thing was Wu Jiangtao's last bite. Her current mood is as if she is afraid but can't help looking forward to it. She is afraid that he will come, but she is even more afraid that he will not come. Wu Jiangtao was not an expert in love, so he could not understand all of this. He only knew that she had been through a lot today and was exhausted both physically and mentally and really needed a massage. In fact, Chen Jun's interesting girlish heart is all thanks to her mother, Mo Wanha. You know, Chen Jun has been getting more and more beautiful since elementary school, and she started receiving love letters from boys since then. Although the words on those little love letters were written in crooked patterns, which made people laugh at the sight of them, Mo Wanha realized the seriousness of the problem from that moment on. So no matter how busy she was with her career, she always kept a close eye on her daughter, fearing that she would have problems with premature love. Therefore, although Chen Jun had developed an ignorant admiration for a few boys in junior high and high school, unfortunately she had never had a serious relationship, let alone college. Under the magnifying glass of Mo Wanha, the boys who approached her, although they continued to strive for her, could only end up in failure. This led to. Although Chen Jun was bold enough to go straight to the stage of getting married and having a son and a daughter, she had never had a serious relationship, which is why she had such complicated feelings. Unlike today's girls who are experienced in love, once they are on a date, their fluttering thoughts are mostly like this. Just hold hands? Who are you pretending to be innocent with? You are so slow. You big fool, if you don't take action, I will ignore you. Hug me, kiss me quickly, and act naughty with me. As for not being able to make a date, there are basically only two situations. One is that the timing is not right, and the other is, I'll treat you to a cup of fragrant green tea. Soon, Wu Jiangtao filled the bathroom with hot water, put in a bag of wormwood, and stirred it. The hot water immediately spread the medicinal properties, and the clear water turned black. There are many benefits to soaking your feet in mugwort. It can nourish the liver and detoxify, clear the mind and improve eyesight, detoxify and beautify the skin. It can also remove the cold in the body. The most important thing is that it can dredge the meridians and enhance the body's immunity. This, combined with Wu Jiangtao's current elite foot massage skills, will naturally be of many benefits to Chen Jun. He added some cold water to lower the temperature of the bucket of medicine to avoid burns to the skin. Wu Jiangtao then brought the bucket of medicine to the living room, placed it in front of Chen Jun, carefully picked up her feet, and put them into the mugwort soup. Will it be hot? Hiss, it's so hot. Chen Jun had just had her feet manicured yesterday. All the dead skin on the back of her feet and on her toes had been removed. Her delicate skin was so tender that she couldn't help but take a breath of cool air when it touched the slightly hot medicine. Oh, that I'll cool the medicine soup down, but it can't be too cold, otherwise it won't have much effect. Wu Jiangtao added some cold water. Immediately, he carefully put Chen Jun's feet into the medicine soup. How does it feel? It's still a little hot, but bearable, the temperature is just right. Well, okay, I'll give you a massage then. Just bear with it. As he spoke, Wu Jiangtao looked up and winked at her. Chen Jun's face immediately turned red, and she lowered her head and whispered something, but he didn't hear it clearly. Suddenly, she couldn't help but let out a soft cry. It was Wu Jiangtao's fingers that pressed on the painful spot on the sole of her foot. At the same time, at the gate of 0903. Just as Wu Ma put her hand on the door handle to push the door in, she moved her ears very sensitively and stopped subconsciously. As for Mo Wanha and Li Shaoshan beside her, they looked at each other in confusion. What was that sound just now? They subconsciously tilted their ears and clearly heard a very special cry of pain. This voice, which was gentle but also carried a hint of anger, and seemed to be a bit sour and refreshing in pain, passed through the door and gently tickled the ears of the three of them. TSK, TSK, TSK. Their ears were itchy, and the itchy feeling seemed to penetrate through their ears and into their hearts. This. Mo Wanha frowned immediately. What was going on between her daughter and Wu Jiangtao? Wu's mother also had a strange look on her face, not knowing what to say. Could it be? No, it shouldn't be. Their relationship hasn't reached that level yet. As for Li Shaoshan, she couldn't help but cover her ears. This kind of sound. Woof woof woof. Single people can't bear this kind of blow. At this moment, Wu Ma finally remembered that she saw her son bought some pedicure and massage tools yesterday. Immediately, she pushed the door open and walked in. Mo Wanha and Li Shaoshan next to them, exclamation point. Wait a minute. They couldn't help but turn their heads away, fearing that they would see some restricted scenes. The next moment, what appeared before their eyes in the living room at the other end of the entrance was the scene of Wu Jiangtao soaking Chen Jun's feet. Call. In the living room, Wu Jiangtao was calm and didn't react much. Instead, Chen Jun was startled by their sudden appearance. Well, she couldn't help but yelled once or twice, which immediately made the atmosphere between the two of them a little ambiguous. But when the door suddenly opened, she looked over and her face became nervous involuntarily. Mom, Aunt, and Li Shaoshan, they probably didn't hear it, right? However, when Chen Jun saw the strange expressions on the three of them, her face immediately turned red, directly to her ears, and she subconsciously twitched her feet. Don't move, the massage isn't over yet. Wu Jiangtao quickly whispered, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. I'm just massaging your feet. There's no need for you to react so strongly, right? Chen Jun. But at this moment, she was unwilling to let Wu Jiangtao manipulate her feet so casually, so she quickly broke free from his large palm, stood up in her slippers, lowered her head, turned around and fled back to the bedroom, leaving this large-scale social death scene. Chapter 083. The baby is about to be 1 month old. Please read and vote for me. Wu's mother also came in, staring at Wu Jiangtao with a half-smile. Mo Wanha didn't know what to say, and Li Shaoshan looked upset. You two are going too far. It's okay to just throw dog food at me, but you actually launched a sneak attack? How abominable. Mo Wanha decided to buy a house in Yunlu Garden. Well, it just so happened that 0902 on the ninth floor of Building 11 had not been bought yet. She had already asked her assistant Xiaowan to handle the specific matters. She didn't have a headache about how to tell her husband Chen Chu about her daughter's current situation, because she knew her husband very well and it was easy to deal with. However, it was a little difficult to deal with the elders and relatives of the Mo and Chen families. Of course I have to tell it. If I am just scolded by the elders of the two families, or laughed at by the aunts, it doesn't matter. I am just afraid that it will be involved in some open and secret struggles for interests. Although Chen Jun is a member of the Chen family, she has close ties with the Mo family because of her mother Mo Wanha. Her grandparents, who love her very much, also pooled some money together and gave her shares of the group. Regarding these, it was difficult for Mo Wanha to deal with them. To say that it gave her a headache was not an exaggeration. Now the problem with her daughter has been solved, but she doesn't know how Xiaoye is doing with the investigation of the cyberbullying incident at M University. Just when Mo Wanha was thinking about whether to send him a WeChat message to ask him. In the hotel where she was staying, Xingye was eating dinner leisurely in the restaurant on the second floor. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. When he opened the email sent by the other party, he was slightly stunned. The sender turned out to be the Scorpio whom he had just commissioned yesterday. Xingye opened the email and found a short video inside. He clicked on the video again with a flick of his finger. I'm Chen Mei, a junior at M University and the president of the student union. In the video, Chen Mei looked grim, as if he had experienced a lot. What role did you play in this cyberbullying incident that originated from the M University forum? I instructed Hong Jun to do this incident, but he was the one who planned it, because in addition to the things about Wu Jiangtao and Chen Jun, the things about Lu Wanner in this post were also investigated by him. Tell me how you did it. At first, Xingye was confused by this interrogation video. What was going on? Why did Scorpio use his identity in the security bureau? Is such a big deal necessary? Even when he returned to China this time, he kept his code name in the southern continent strictly confidential. He never mentioned it to Mr. Mo or his family. Even the identity and name he used were given by the security bureau, not his real one. He was a member of a brigade in the southern continent, so he was destined to turn his back on reality and not expose himself easily. But in order to investigate such a small case, Scorpio actually used his identity in the security bureau and exposed his identity, which is equivalent to everything that Scorpio has ever had in the southern continent will be wiped out. As a member of the brigade, he must start from scratch and change his appearance and identity before he can go back there, and this will involve considerable risks. Moreover, since he is now personally exposed in the country, their brigade's enemies in the southern continent are likely to take action. However, after the video was finished, Xingye quietly watched the video file being automatically destroyed, and he also understood why Scorpio was willing to take such a big risk. This secret line of communication could actually be used for transactions. Not only could it be used by their brigade, but also by the F-City Security Bureau and even the Southeast China Security Branch. The person who can build such a channel is not simple, but no matter how complex he is, they will not let him go this time and will definitely find him out. Scorpio is Scorpio, still so decisive and quick. Xingye sighed softly, then picked up his phone and called Mr. Mo. Xiaoye? Boss Missouri, Chen Mei confessed that the online violence against the young lady was done by him and a son of Hong Jun. Oh? Mo Wanha, who was at Yunlu Garden, was stunned. She didn't expect that the results of the investigation would be found out so quickly. As for the details of the case investigation, I think the Security Bureau will inform you soon. Okay, I got it. I'll have Xiaowan send you the subsequent remuneration immediately. It was around 8 o'clock in the evening, in a coffee bar on the pedestrian street of the university town in City F. Yuan Huang and his uncle Yuan Long were sitting by the window on the third floor. The two grown men had been sitting here for less than 10 minutes when they both felt a little uncomfortable. This is the golden time for young men and women to date. This coffee bar is full of couples, and they are naturally very conspicuous among them. While drinking coffee, the nephew looked helpless, even though he was indeed involved in a big case today, which even involved the brigade and economic forces in the southern continent. He just played the role of holographic recording of law enforcement. Afterwards, the uncle did not take any other unnecessary actions and directly handed Chen Mei and Hong Jun over to his colleagues from the Security Bureau who rushed over. The interrogation video just now was sent to him by the Security Bureau after the interrogation. As soon as he received it, Yuan Long directly transferred it to the Brigade S Group mailbox. Uncle, wouldn't Auntie forget again? After waiting for about 20 minutes, Yuan Huang couldn't help but ask. No, your aunt just sent me a WeChat message saying that they are almost here. Suddenly, Yuan looked in the direction of the stairs of the coffee bar and waved his hand. Then, he saw a tall and slender girl with delicate features walking towards him, accompanied by his elder sister. On the other side, Yunlu Garden. Mom! Imo Wanha was about to leave. Chen Jun looked at her and, for the first time in his life, felt a little reluctant to let her go. In all these years, today was definitely the happiest and most relaxing day she had spent with her mother. She had never even thought that such a day would come. Okay, I'll be back in 2 days. Chen Jun subconsciously muttered in his heart, is this true? Looking at her daughter in front of her, and thinking of the cute little grandson whom she had held a few times in the afternoon, Mo Wanha naturally felt reluctant to leave, but the work of the group company still needed her. Fortunately, the group has begun to promote online cloud office, and she can do a lot of work remotely, so there is no need to be on site. In a few days, the baby will be 1 month old. As she spoke, Mo Wanha looked at Wu Jiangtao. We must hold a full-month banquet for the baby. Jiangtao, your mother and I have discussed that we should not hold a grand banquet in Kyoto. We should choose the location in City F. You two can decide the details. When the time comes, all the guests will be our relatives, no outsiders. Oh well. Okay, since you have no objection, then it's decided. Mr. Mo unconsciously revealed the attitude of a CEO. He waved at them, turned around and left with Xiaowan and bodyguard Xiaoye. Chapter 084 Dad Chen is here. Please read and vote for me. Mo Wanha has already bought the house next door at 0902. The house is also finely decorated, but she doesn't like the furniture in it. She has asked someone to design the furniture specially. Someone will come to decorate it in the next 2 days, and Wu Jiangtao will also come to help take a look at it. After her mother left, Chen Jun, who was sitting in the living room, suddenly felt a little empty and uncomfortable. Wu Jiangtao, who was standing next to her, noticed something was wrong with her and came over quickly. What's wrong? Fine. Chen Jun smiled. The smile was a little forced, and Wu Jiangtao hurriedly comforted her. It's okay, your mother will be back in 2 days, didn't she say so? Now she is no longer responsible for specific work content within the group, and most of the work can be done online, so she can stay here and accompany you and the baby. I hope so. Chen Jun sighed. Her mother had said similar things countless times in the past, but almost never did she keep her promise. After getting in the car, Mo Wanha, who had just left Yunlu Garden, suddenly spoke indifferently. Xiaoya, let's go to Qingluo Coffee on the nearby pedestrian street. Okay, Mr. Mo. Hearing this, Xiaowan, the life assistant next to her, was hesitant to speak. If they went directly to the airport now, they would have more than enough time, but if they were delayed somewhere else and missed the plane, they would probably miss the group's schedule. It's okay, I'm just going to take a look, I won't stay too long. After all, she has treated Li Xiaoshan as her daughter since she was a child. Naturally, she is very concerned about her daughter's major life events and has even introduced several people to her in the past few years. Compared to Chen Jun's confrontation, Li Xiaoshan was much more obedient. She attended every blind date and really got to know those boys well, although none of them succeeded. In the next few days, Li Xiaoshan started to go back to the research institute and had less and less time to come to 0903. Sometimes she didn't come for the whole day. Even if she came, she would call Wu Jiangtao in advance to make a reservation for a big meal before coming. She would wolf down her dinner and leave in a hurry. The work at the research institute was very busy. Sometimes, even when this big foodie was eating, his mind was still full of various material parameter numbers. He even discussed them with Chen Jun at the dining table while eating. Before we knew it, it was the morning of the day before Daodu and Miaomia's full moon birthday. The weather was clear and the sun was shining. Mo Wanha and Chen's father finally arrived in City F from Kyoto and walked into Yunlu Garden. Along the way, Chen Chu's face was not very good. A few days ago, when he returned home for a rare time, his wife told him about their daughter at the dinner table. You've already given birth to a child? Oh, then give me some money as a gift. I won't go if I don't have time. Wait a minute. Chen Chu, who had just stuffed a mouthful of rice into his mouth and whose cheeks were still a little bulging, looked up and looked at his wife in astonishment. Who did you just say gave birth to twins? She's your daughter. Mo Wanha said again unhappily. Dad Chen was suddenly confused and subconsciously looked at the date. Today is June 2nd, not April 1st, April Fool's Day. No, not, what do you mean? What his wife Mo Wanha had just said to him was so confusing to him that even with Dad Chen's world-class brain, he was a little confused at this moment. That's what it means. Didn't Xiao Jun always dislike our introductions and is still single? How come she suddenly had a baby? I was thinking that if it doesn't work out, I'll transfer her to the research institute next year and pair her up with Xiaohu. I think Xiaohu is not bad, he's tall and handsome, but he's a little bald. Mo Wanha replied unhappily, every time I talk to you about my daughter's blind date, you keep talking nonsense. I'm tired of hearing you talk. Father Chen was immediately choked up. Okay, let's not talk about Xiaohu. What's going on? Mo Wanha then explained the whole story. After listening to the father who had not been with his daughter much since she was a child, his eyes became red, and he was filled with guilt and helplessness. At the same time, he was so distressed that he did not even have time to eat. He immediately made a few phone calls to arrange his work at the research institute and asked for leave from the institute. Dean Chen asked for leave? That day, when the staff of his National Research Institute heard this, they were all stunned. As far as they could remember, Director Chen had always been on the front line of the institute. For more than 10 or 20 years, he had always arrived early and left late at the institute. Except for holidays, he had never been late or asked for leave. The ants in charge of logistics at the institute were immediately curious and asked Dean Chen if anything had happened at home. Some people who frequently surfed the internet also gave some gossips. After asking the assistant and bodyguard to move the couple's luggage into room 0902, Mr. M.O., at the urging of Mr. Chen, went next door and rang the doorbell of room 0903. Ding dong, ding dong. A clear bell rang out, footsteps were heard behind the door, and then the door opened. But a boy wearing casual clothes and looking quite clean appeared in front of him. He had a slender body and clear and gentle eyebrows. He looked pretty good at first glance. The most important thing was, the first thing Father Chen looked at was his hair, which was neatly cut, black and thick. He nodded subconsciously. Not bad, not bad. Lots of hair, very black, pretty good. Ah, Auntie, this must be my uncle, come in, come in. Are you making lunch? Mo Wanha looked at the chef's skirt he was wearing and asked. Well, since you are here, let's eat together. Wu Jiangtao respectfully welcomed the two future mother-in-law and father-in-law and handed them slippers. On the other side, Chen Jun also came out of the bedroom. When he saw the two familiar figures, he hurriedly called out, Dad. Mom. You. Along the way, Chen's father was in a very bad mood. He kept thinking about how to scold his daughter and the boy when he saw them. But when they really met, he didn't know what to say. Scolding your daughter? The heartache is greater than the anger, and I can't bring myself to speak. Scold that boy? My wife told me that this guy comes from a martial arts family, and he himself is a rare martial arts genius. He looks so gentle and doesn't seem like a martial artist, so how can I scold him? Dad, sit down. Chen Jun came over very obediently and pulled his father to sit on the sofa. On the other side, Mo Wanha looked around, but did not see Wu's mother. She could not help but turn her head to look at Wu Jiangtao beside her. Jiangtao, where is your mother? Oh, my mother went back to her hometown to send out invitations and to do some family ceremonies. She will come back with my father in the evening. Mo Wanha nodded. So that's it. Chapter 085 feels okay. Please read it and give me a monthly ticket. Uncle and Aunt, please sit down first. I'll go prepare lunch. Fortunately, the rice had just been cooked. Wu Jiangtao returned to the kitchen and quickly turned off the rice cooker, washed some more rice, and measured water to cook again. He took some more vegetables and meat from the refrigerator. With 2 more people, he had to make 2 more plates of food. Apparently, Dad Chen was not good at speaking. After arriving at 0903, all he said to his daughter was dry, namely, how are you, and that boy's name is Wu Jiangtao, right? He didn't bully you, did he? As Wu Jiangtao improved in martial arts, his physical fitness improved day by day, and his 5 senses became more acute. Even though he was in the kitchen, he could keenly hear the conversation of the 3 of them in the living room. In response to her father's questioning, Chen Jun was a little embarrassed, but she still talked about her experiences in the past few days, especially pointing out Wu Jiangtao's care for herself and the babies. Although Father Chen was relieved to hear this, he also felt an indelible bitterness and a bad taste in his stomach. This is my own daughter. The juicy and delicious cabbage that I had raised for more than 20 years just took the initiative to go to someone else's vegetable garden. Not only did it run away, but it also gave away 2 more lovely cabbages. By the way, where's the baby? I need to check on him. After Wu Jiangtao finished cooking and brought it to the dining room, he took off his chef's apron and walked into the living room. What he saw was that Mr. Mo was holding one in his arms, and Dad Chen was holding another in his arms. He looked left and right, unable to let go of them. He was a little dazed and glanced at Chen Jun, but saw that she also looked up helplessly and gave him a helpless look. Uncle and Aunt, it's time to eat. Oh. The grandma and grandpa, who were happily holding their grandson, looked up then. It's already past 12 o'clock, why does it feel like it's just been a while? The 2 of them reluctantly put the 2 big babies in the baby bed. Finally, Mo Wanha also confirmed that the door to the balcony in the living room was closed properly, and the doors and windows in other places were also closed, so that no cool wind blew in. Let's eat first. When he came to the restaurant with his wife, he was slightly stunned when he saw the table full of delicious dishes of various styles. This looked very good. Uncle and Aunt, please take a seat. Most of the dishes are a bit bland. You can try these too. As he spoke, Wu Jiangtao pointed to 2 dishes that were far away from Chen Jun. One was steamed spare ribs with fermented black beans, and the other was spicy chicken. Seeing these 2 dishes, Mo Wanha frowned immediately. Xiao Wu, actually you don't have to cook extra dishes for us. We are old, especially your uncle, who often stays up late to work overtime. It's just right for us to eat something light. Forehead. Just as Wu Jiangtao was about to say something, the door was pushed open, and a slender figure quickly changed his shoes and rushed in. I'm here. Uncle? Mom Mo. You guys are here? Xiao Shan. Father Chen also looked at the girl who suddenly appeared in astonishment. Before he could say anything, he saw Li Xiaoshan pull a chair over and sit down. She picked up the prepared bowls and chopsticks very skillfully and started to eat the spicy chicken in front of her. Wow, here I come. As soon as a small piece of cute red chicken nugget entered her mouth, the spicy taste instantly spread along the tip of her tongue. At the same time, the skin was crispy, and the meat inside gave her a tender and refreshing feeling. The taste was a bit salty, but the mellow chicken flavor was slightly sweet afterward. Tasty. After taking a bite, Li Xiaoshan felt like she was back in her hometown, eating the most authentic Sichuan spicy chicken. Just as she was about to devour the meal, she realized that the table seemed unusually quiet today. Forehead. When she looked up, she saw that Dad Chen and Aunt Mo were looking at her speechlessly. The girl felt a little embarrassed and laughed it off. Ah ha ha ha. Mommy Mo, Uncle, what are you looking at me for? Come and eat, try Jiangtao's cooking, it's absolutely amazing. And paired with pure natural soy milk, it's just one word, amazing. Li Xiaoshan's introduction made Chen's father stunned, while Mo Wanha couldn't help shaking her head and laughing, patting her husband. Okay, let's eat. I understand. These 2 dishes are prepared for this girl. I thought Wu Jiangtao made them specially for them, but it turns out I was just being wishful thinking. But Wu Jiangtao stood up and served them a bowl of tremella and lotus seed soup. Uncle and Aunt, you are busy with work and often work overtime and stay up late. Drink more tremella and lotus seed soup. It is good for moistening the lungs. But when his father-in-law and mother-in-law came, he adjusted the menu according to the physical conditions of the 2 elders and specially made this soup. Well, the ingredients had been prepared long ago and he had originally planned to make it in the evening. Tremella and lotus seed soup is relatively cool. Chen Jun can't eat anything too cold now, otherwise it will affect milk production, so Wu Jiangtao put some more red dates and wolfberries in it to make up for the warm nature. By the way, Xiao Shan. How about the boy your Aunt Wu introduced to you a few days ago? Mo Wanha asked with great concern. Li Xiaoshan, who was wolfing down her food, was stunned and swallowed a mouthful of rice. It feels okay. 2 people came that day. When they first met, she almost thought that Wu Ma had made a mistake. Why did she arrange 2 people right away? Can a blind date be a 1-on-2 match? However, as Wu Ma introduced him, she realized that the other one, who looked only a few years older, was actually her uncle. After the introduction, Wu Ma swiftly took her brother Yuan Long away, leaving the space for her and her nephew. Is everything okay? Have you contacted me on WeChat? How was the chat? Well, a little dull, but very manly. By the way, he asked me to go out with him tonight. Oh, that's good, that's good. When can you bring it over for Aunt Mo to see? Forehead. Li Xiaoshan was at a loss for words. Mom Mo, he and I just met, we haven't even started dating yet. Then hurry up and put it on. Mo Wanha also learned Yuan Huang's basic information from Wu Ma, the captain of the Q City Police Department team and a star-level martial arts master. Young people like this definitely have a bright future. Although they are a bit older, that is only for ordinary people. As warriors, due to the training of martial arts, their bodies can maintain their youthful state even until they are 50 or 60 years old. This is the biggest difference between Chinese martial arts and Western martial arts. In addition to emphasizing the training of muscles, bones and skin to improve combat ability, Chinese martial arts also have the health-preserving method of internal breathing training. As long as they are not troubled by injuries, Chinese warriors can generally live over 120 years old. Some old monsters can even maintain quite terrifying lethality at the age of 100. A few years ago, a fat old man with white hair in China looked inconspicuous, but he was a purple star martial arts master who had retired from the Chinese Security Bureau for many years. He once went to the northern Dahan Kingdom for a trip and visited his granddaughter who had worked there for many years. Coincidentally, his granddaughter was harassed by a local gang. Chapter 086, Case Closed. Please read and vote for me. The old man attacked in anger, knocking down more than 20 strong young men on the spot, including several professional taekwondo masters from Dahan country. Looking at the old man's big belly, gray hair, and even the way he sways when he walks, he looks completely non-threatening. But once the fighting started, the hooligans who rushed forward either had their fingers twisted off, their arms torn off, or were knocked unconscious by a slap. Even if there were sneak attacks from behind, the old man's back seemed to have eyes, and he kicked them back, hitting them right in the balls. As luck would have it, this street fight was filmed and posted online, where it went viral and the whole world was in an uproar. Is Chinese martial arts, which is not very popular on the international stage of professional martial arts competitions, actually so strong? At that time, Taekwondo was at its peak in the world of martial arts competition, but the appearance of such a video almost ruined the reputation that Taekwondo had worked hard to build over the years. This is off topic, so let us not discuss it here. After dinner, Chen Jun did not turn around and sit down. Instead, she accompanied Wu Jiangtao to clean up the dishes and bowls on the table, and washed the pots and pans together with him in the sink. Although there was a dishwasher in the kitchen, the frying pan and rice cooker could not be put into the dishwasher, so they still had to wash them manually. In the living room, Dad Chen felt a little jealous when he saw his daughter helping in the kitchen, but he could also see that his daughter seemed to get along well with the young man. Okay, you go and accompany your uncle and aunt, I'll take care of this. It's okay. I don't want you to take care of me too well at home all day. I will be out of confinement after tomorrow. Can you teach me how to cook? Huh? Wu Jiangtao was a little surprised. He turned to look at Chen Jun, but she looked at him seriously as always. You will be away from home someday. If I can't even cook a meal, fry an egg or stir-fry vegetables, what will the two babies eat? That's right. Wu Jiangtao thought about it and agreed. The two worked together and quickly finished the housework. They came to the living room and just sat down when they heard Mo Wanha say, the results of the investigation on the post on the M University forum are out. Huh? Chen Jun was stunned when she heard this. She really didn't take this matter to heart. If her mother hadn't suddenly mentioned it at this time, she would have forgotten it completely. Wu Jiangtao's face darkened slightly, and his eyes immediately turned to his future mother-in-law. You should know the mastermind behind this. He is a junior student at M University, named Chen Mei. What? How could it be him? Chen Jun couldn't help but cover his mouth, looking stunned, while Wu Jiangtao frowned and immediately recalled this famous figure from M University. He didn't expect it to be this kid. In the past, Chen Mei, as the president of the student union, was definitely one of the top students among all the students at M University. Ordinary students like them, as soon as they graduate, are busy running around various talent markets, participating in campus recruitments of various companies, choosing to become reserve cadres of those so-called large companies, or working hard in small companies, or scrambling for a civil service position among thousands of people. This is the norm for most college students today. For a top student like Chen Mei, the future career development is bright. She can follow the academic path like Chen Jun, or apply for the civil service examination and follow the political career. At the very least, she can easily receive an offer from a first-class domestic or foreign company. A monthly income of over 10,000 is just the most basic. Imo Wan has said calmly, at this time, the F City Police Department and M University should have issued a notice about this case and announced the news. Although they were surprised that Chen Mei was the person behind the scenes, neither Chen Jun nor Wu Jiangtao felt angry. The former was more regretful and incomprehensible, while the latter was both amused and confused, not sure if this top student was missing a string in his brain or what. Why bother? However, when Wu Jiangtao received a call from his uncle Yuanlong and heard what he said about Chen Mei, he was stunned. It turned out that Chen Mei was not mentally retarded. He had cleared himself completely in this wave of operations. Unfortunately, he had inadvertently participated in the operation of channels of certain forces in the southern continent, and therefore, suffered a dimensionality reduction attack from the Security Bureau. Which of the two crimes is more serious, secretly organizing and planning a cyberstorm or suspected of endangering national security? During the interrogation by the Security Bureau, after learning why he was brought here, Chen Mei collapsed on the spot and said, "Uncle Police, Who are you calling uncle? Call him comrade." The young man opposite was unhappy and retorted, Police comrade, I really don't know how Hong Jun found this channel. I really don't know anything about this matter, and it has nothing to do with me. I just ordered him to cyberbully Wu Jiangtao. As for Chen Jun, it was really an accidental injury. From the very beginning of the interrogation, Chen Mei gave up cleanly and decisively, and at the same time completely distanced himself from the financial backer of this so-called brigade from the southern continent. Nonsense, if I can't clear myself of this, my fate will be extremely miserable. Not to mention that his family is a merchant family, even if he has an official background. Well, if he is involved in this matter with an official background, his end would seem to be even more miserable. Later, in order to clear herself, Chen Mei told everything she could think of and everything she remembered about her relationship with Hong Jun, including how many phone calls they made and how they met during that period, what they talked about, and how they planned this cyberbullying incident. When Wu Jiangtao received a call from his uncle Yuanlong, the F City Police Department and M University's official website, official Weibo, TikTok, public accounts and other official media channels immediately released announcements. The announcement disclosed the case in detail. The organizer and planner of this case is Chen, a junior student at M University. In this case, Chen's criminal facts are clear, the evidence is sufficient, the charges are appropriate, and he has been found guilty. The defendant Chen violated the personal rights of the victim in this case, which constituted the crime of provoking trouble, defamation, insult, false accusation, and framing. In the end, Chen Mei was sentenced to 1.5 years in prison and fined a little money. Well, this money is really just a little bit for his family and it is insignificant. The most important thing is that this guy has a criminal record because of this incident. In other words, he will never be able to enter politics, or work in a public institution or state-owned enterprise. Even because of his involvement with the economic forces of the southern mainland, his family was strictly investigated and his family business was greatly affected. Chapter 087 Full Moon Physical Examination. Please read and vote for me. At first, when Chen Mei's family learned about their son's experience, they were stunned for a while, and then burst into laughter. He had always been a genius since he was a child. Whether in study or life, he was impeccable and perfect. At M University, he was still outstanding in academics and became the president of the student union. How could such a genius do such an outrageous thing? Be it Chen Mei's parents, uncles, and elders, they didn't believe it at all. They just thought it was a misunderstanding and that there must be something wrong. However, as the director of the Political Education Department of M University continued to speak, the other end of the phone. Chen family? It's numb. Completely numb. This is what it means to use your strength to really screw your father over. Next, Mrs. Chen cried and asked her husband to contact someone and ask the F City Police Department to release the person. The old lady couldn't bear the bad news about her beloved grandson. Her blood pressure rose and she fell to the ground. The whole Chen family was in chaos and everyone was crying. By the way, the name Hong Jun did not appear in any of the announcements from either M University or the F City Police Department. Well, they didn't even mention it. As for the Southeast University of Science and Technology where he was studying, it was also very calm, as if this person had never appeared before. It's as if this guy has evaporated from the face of the earth. No one mentions him, and no one asks about him. He is like a pebble thrown into a pond, which creates ripples but then disappears without a single wave or disturbance. Fortunately, Wu Jiangtao is a martial artist who has just arrived at the security department and passed the professional certification and left a file in the security bureau. he is also a person involved in the case. He is barely qualified to know the deeper inside story behind the case of Chen Mei and Hong Junyue, and Long did not hide it from him, but explained it clearly to him. Of course, he couldn't tell him about the secret channel and how Hong Jun operated it. He only told his good nephew that these two guys were involved with the financial support of a brigade in the southern continent, which led to today's result. Wu Jiangtao was also speechless about this. As the saying goes, if you don't seek death, you won't die. What is the most important thing to do when the baby is 1 month old? Is it to hold a 1-month banquet for the baby and invite uncles, aunts, and cousins to come and have a party? No, after the mother leaves the confinement period, she needs to go to the hospital for a 1-month postpartum physical examination. This is the most important thing. Does the baby need a physical examination? Yes, but not when the baby is 1 month old. Instead, the baby should go for a physical examination around 42 days after birth. On the morning of the full moon day, Wu Jiangtao and Chen Jun settled the babies down and told Wu Ma that the milk they had squeezed out before was in the freezer of the refrigerator. If they did not come back on time, they should take out the stored milk in advance, dissolve it with warm water, adjust the temperature with a milk warmer, and then feed the two babies. There's no problem with Wu Ma at home, and Mr. Mo and Mr. Chen are also here. It's enough for 3 elders to take care of 2 babies. After settling down, the two went out. After getting off the special car and arriving at the gate of Qingqiao Maternal and Child Health Hospital again, Chen Jun suddenly felt as if she was in another world. It had been less than a month since she left here, but she had the illusion that a long time had passed. Perhaps it is because I have been taking care of the babies and feeding them almost day and night this month, and every day feels like a year, which gives me this illusion. On the contrary, Wu Ma, who was taking care of 2 cute babies at home, felt that time passed so quickly. How come it was already a full month in the blink of an eye? After a closer look, the baby has grown a lot. But when they arrived at the obstetrics and gynecology department, Wu Jiangtao was waiting in the corridor outside. When Chen Jun went to the examination room by herself, she saw the doctor looking at her in surprise. "You didn't bring the baby with you?" "Ah?" Chen Jun was confused. "No, the nurse told me before that the baby's physical examination is 42 days after birth." The female doctor was speechless and said with certainty, "That's right, but you brought your baby here not for a physical examination, but for vaccination. Babies need to get 2 vaccines after birth. One is the hepatitis B vaccine and the other is the BCG vaccine. When the baby is 1 month old, he or she will need to get a booster shot of the hepatitis B vaccine. This shot is the same as the one given at birth, and its purpose is to enhance the effect." Seeing Chen Jun's face startled at first, he immediately said anxiously, "How about I ask my family to bring the baby over?" The female doctor shook her head and said, "Forget it, it's okay. Vaccinations don't have to be strictly arranged according to age. You can wait for the 42-day physical examination before getting vaccinated." "Oh, okay then." Chen Jun breathed a sigh of relief. "By the way, you must pay attention to your baby's physical condition when giving vaccinations. If your baby has a cold, fever, or a rash on his body, he cannot be vaccinated." "Okay, I'll remember that." The female doctor began to check Chen Jun's postpartum recovery and told her some important precautions. She has seen many mothers who know nothing, and she always reminds them again and again about many important things. But even so, some mothers still forget, just because they are afraid that their babies will miss the vaccination process. As long as the time comes, no matter whether the baby's physical condition is suitable or not, they will take the baby to get vaccinated. They will even hide the baby's condition from medical staff, causing harm to the baby. Well, your wound has healed well, and your breasts are healthy. This is just a follow-up check. You will have another comprehensive physical examination 42 days after delivery. You need to make an appointment for an ultrasound in advance, and your baby should come with you. Remember that. Oh, okay. After taking the medical card handed over by the doctor, Chen Jun thanked the female doctor solemnly again. The middle-aged woman, who looked to be in her 40s, also smiled at her with a very good attitude. Well, that is the good thing about being good-looking, you can always gain people's favor quickly. As soon as she came out, Wu Jiangtao immediately stood up to greet her. "How is it? What did the doctor say?" "The doctor said that my body has recovered well, but I need to come back for a comprehensive physical examination in 12 days. The baby must also come with me and get vaccinations." "Oh, okay. Come over then. However, I found that there is more and more fat on my waist." Walking in the hospital corridor, Chen Jun, who had always lived a peaceful and calm life, looked down at her waist. Now she was worried. Well, when she was examined in the clinic just now, although the examiner didn't say anything, she felt uncomfortable all over. It's okay, it's okay. I will make you nutritious meals for weight loss and fat reduction. I guarantee that you will recover within a year. Wu Jiangtao comforted. But Chen Jun turned around and looked over. The sudden, sad look in his eyes made someone look stunned. I want to eat spicy chicken too. Chapter 088, Enemies on a Narrow Road, please read and vote for me. This. Chen Jun had always been very calm in front of him. Even when she was a little overwhelmed by the children at night, she never lost her composure in front of him, let alone joking with him now. Not to mention, the girl's joking look made Wu Jiangtao lose his focus for a moment, and he forgot about his surroundings for a moment, and almost collided head-on with a stranger who suddenly appeared at the corner. What the hell? You don't have eyes when you walk. It's you, Wu Jiangtao. A deep voice came, and Wu Jiangtao, who had been looking at Chen Jun beside him, just turned his head. But he saw a very tall and majestic figure, about 2 meters tall, standing in front of him, looking at him with a sneer on his face. When his eyes swept over Chen Jun beside him, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Chen Jun. This person was Lu Pengcheng, and the 2 women behind him, the younger one was Lu Wanner, who was lowering her head and her facial expression could not be seen clearly. The other woman, who looked to be in her 50s, was about 60% similar to her and seemed to be her mother. Great, it's just right that you two are here. Lu Pengcheng looked gloomy and stared at Wu Jiangtao and Chen Jun with a sneer. There is something we need to talk about. As they were talking, someone came over from the other side of the aisle. It was a middle-aged woman dressed very elegantly, followed by a classmate who Wu Jiangtao was also very familiar with. It was Wang Yuan. Hey, how was Xiao Wanner's first pregnancy checkup? What did the doctor say? Hey, who are these two? This middle-aged woman with an extraordinary temperament came over and smiled gently at Lu Wanner with a very cordial attitude, while Wang Yuan next to her had a sullen face and turned his head away without looking at the side, and it was unknown who he was angry with. Wu Jiangtao didn't want to pay attention to these two families. He glanced at them indifferently and turned to leave, but Lu Pengcheng stopped him again. Etc. Wu Jiangtao's face turned slightly cold, and he said impatiently, I'm busy. Then he took Chen Jun and was about to leave. Just try and walk away. Lu Pengcheng stood in front of them with a sneer. Wu Jiangtao, you abandoned my sister and got together with this woman, you have to compensate us at least. If it weren't for you, my sister and Wang Yuan would have been doxxed and cyberbullied by netizens this time? Compensate? Wu Jiangtao was startled, then turned around and looked at him as if he was mentally retarded, and glanced at the Lu and Wang family members behind him. How dare you come to me and ask for compensation? No. Lu Wanner was the first one who couldn't stand it. Although she was a green tea, she still had her dignity. She waved her hands repeatedly. No, it's not the compensation my brother was talking about. No, it's not that compensation. Lu's mother and Wang Yuan's mother beside her couldn't help but stand up and said, it's like this, Pengcheng just hopes that you can testify for us. Give evidence? Wu Jiangtao frowned. What does that mean? Lu's mother stood up, glared at her son, and told Wu Jiangtao the whole story with some embarrassment. It turns out that in this M University post-cyberbullying incident, it wasn't just Chen Jun and Wu Jiangtao who received the heat from netizens. Because of subsequent revelations from some classmates in the computer department, Lu Wanner and Wang Yuan were also cyberbullied by many netizens. Of course, they only received a dozen text messages and 1 or 2 phone calls. Compared with the overwhelming wave of Chen Jun and Wu Jiangtao, their side was at best a small splash. But no matter what, they were also being cyberbullied. Therefore, the Lu family and Wang Xing's mother discussed and decided to jointly sue the instigator Chen Mei and the subsequent M University students who broke the news, in order to get some revenge and also ask for some compensation for mental damages. But there was a factual deviation between the post that Chen Mei broke the news and the subsequent posts. The former accused Wu Jiangtao of being fickle and kicking Lu Wanner after hooking up with the school goddess, while the latter said that it was Lu Wanner who cheated, and Wu Jiangtao and the school goddess were an accident. The following posts are complete nonsense. Didn't Wanner break up with you before getting together with Wang Yuan? This is clearly a rumor and slander. We just need you to say that Wanner broke up with you first and then got together with Wang Yuan. Isn't this also true? At this point, Mother Lu forced a smile and looked at the expressionless Wu Jiangtao with some expectation. Jiangtao, I'm also very sorry that you couldn't end up with our Wanner, but seeing that you now have such an outstanding girl by your side, I'm also happy for you. After all, Warner and you have been together before, and this matter now concerns Warner's reputation. As long as you say one word, just one word, we can sue the other party for insult, slander, and rumor, and Warner can resume her normal study life and return to M University College. But if you don't say anything, the most we can do is sue the other party for infringing personal rights, just treat it as anti-begging you. This is just lying with open eyes. On the surface, Lu Warner did break up with Wu Jiangtao before getting together with Wang Yuan, but is it true that she would go to the Women's and Children's Hospital for a pregnancy checkup with another boy just 1 week after breaking up? Wu Jiangtao looked at Lu Warner's mother quietly, and glanced at Wang Yuan beside him, only to see that after hearing these words, this fellow couldn't help but roll his eyes, his face full of ridicule and impatience. Lu Pengcheng was very angry. In his opinion, Wu Jiangtao had always been the timid and submissive guy as before. Why should he try to please him? Wang Yuan's mother had a warm face and gave people the impression that she was a very gentle mother. There were clearly only 4 or 5 people in front of him, but Wu Jiangtao had the illusion that there were all kinds of living beings. I'm just telling the truth. After saying this, Wu Jiangtao shook his head. He really didn't feel like getting involved with these inexplicable people. He casually pulled Chen Jun up and turned to leave again. Brush! A hand came across from the side and blocked their way, but Lu Pengcheng turned around swiftly and blocked Wu Jiangtao again, sneering, I told you, some people are just like naughty kids. Most of the time, saying nice things doesn't work. You have to teach them a lesson. Otherwise, it will only make them even more naughty. As he spoke, he reached out and placed his hand on Wu Jiangtao's shoulder, holding it tightly. Wu Jiangtao, do you want to say this? Before he could finish his sentence, he saw the other party grab his claw with his backhand and flip it over. Forehead. This simple grab, the nearly 2-meter-tall, sturdy Lu Pengcheng was immediately taken down, and he couldn't help but kneel on the ground. He almost gritted his teeth and swallowed back the cry of pain in his mouth. In just a moment, the pain from the flipped palm was so severe that beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. At this moment, his intuition told him that as long as the other party exerted a little more force, the end of this hand of mine will definitely be broken bones. Chapter 089 The Wu family has arrived. Please read and vote. You. Lu Pengcheng widened his eyes and turned around reluctantly to look at Wu Jiangtao in astonishment. The Lu and Wang families behind him were also stunned, especially Wang Yuan, who looked even more surprised. I agree with what you just said. Wu Jiangtao pressed down again, and Lu Pengcheng couldn't help but lower himself further. But after all, he was also a professional warrior, and his whole body turned along with the force of his right hand being twisted, and he was about to break free. Step! Wu Jiangtao simply took a step forward, turned around, and continued to press his right hand, put it behind his back, and pressed it again. Duong. This time, Lu Pengcheng was even more helpless than last time. His 2 knees knelt neatly. The pain in his wrist, arm, and entire shoulder made his face, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, twisted into a knot. He was filled with shock, anger, and horror. He simply couldn't believe what he was going through. Impossible. In my impression, Wu Jiangtao is just an ordinary college student. Oh, my sister mentioned it, and it seems that his family runs a martial arts school. But the Wu family's martial arts school. It is not a national chain brand martial arts gym, nor is it a competitive club martial arts gym. It is a very remote and inconspicuous small martial arts gym that is not up to standard. But this? The extremely clear and severe pain in his brain from his twisted arm told him clearly that Wu Jiangtao and his family's martial arts school might not be simple at all. At this moment, the Lu and Wang families opposite were stunned. Among them, Lu Warner was even more stunned. In the past few years, she knew that Wu Jiangtao had been practicing martial arts since he was a child, but he was just a little stronger than ordinary people, had a better physique, and could last a little longer. But his martial arts skills were not even comparable to those semi-professional students in the martial arts department of M University, let alone professional martial artists. How could he possibly surpass his brother who was a professional martial artist? What happened here is a long story, but in fact it happened in just a few breaths. Before the passers-by and nurses nearby noticed, Wu Jiangtao let go of Lu Pengcheng and gently pushed. With a thud, the guy lost his balance and fell to the ground, but he stood up immediately after rolling. You. Ha? Wu Jiangtao narrowed his eyes and stared at him coldly. Lu Pengcheng, who was about to rush over in anger, suddenly came to his senses. Glancing at them coldly, Wu Jiangtao did not stay here any longer. Instead, he took Qin Jun's hand and walked away. How could he have such martial arts skills? Impossible, impossible. Looking at Wu Jiangtao's receding back, Lu Wanna was distraught, while her mother and Mrs. Wang beside her looked at each other in silence. Wu Jiangtao didn't want to know what Lu Wanna and her family did afterwards, nor did he have any interest in knowing. Time passed, and soon it was evening. The two families finally decided to hold the baby's full moon banquet at home. For this full moon banquet, Wu Jiangtao and Chen Jun originally wanted to hold it at a 5-star hotel on East Street in the city to make it more lively, but Mr. Mo told them to hold it directly at home and there was no need to go through the trouble of going outside. She also told the reason. It's not that she wants to keep a low profile on purpose, but as a celebrity entrepreneur, she is an absolute public figure. When she goes out, she will always attract the attention of many passers-by and fans. If they take pictures of her and her daughter's affairs are exposed, it will probably attract unnecessary attention and public opinion. This is also the case. The turmoil a while ago has just passed. Wu Jiangtao disgusted with his mom and dad again and decided to hold the banquet at home. He would just have to work hard and cook a few tables of feasts himself. Fortunately, Mr. Mo bought the next door 0902 and had the foresight to not crowd the hall, so 3 tables were more than enough. In 0903, because of the furniture in the living room, 2 tables were arranged, making a total of 5 tables. The guests invited were all relatives of the 2 families, no outsiders, and 5 tables were just enough. As for the 2 families and the baby, they just gathered at a table in the restaurant. Fortunately, the restaurant space and the dining table were quite large, so although it was a little crowded, there was enough space for everyone to sit. Cooking 5 tables of food, can you do it by yourself? Chen Jun looked at Wu Jiangtao with some worry, but he smiled and said, "It's okay. It's just that we need a lot of ingredients and dishes. My mother and my brothers are preparing them. I won't be the only one in the kitchen. If other people come to help, it will be done soon." As we were talking, the doorbell rang. Wu Jiangtao stood up and went to open the door, only to see his 7th senior brother carrying large and small bags, and behind him other senior brothers and sisters also holding things in their hands. As for his mother, she was at the back with nothing in her hands. It is naturally impossible for the disciples of the martial arts school to ask the master's wife to help them move things, but they still have the basic respect for their teachers. "Congratulations, junior brother." "Congratulations. Oh, this is your sister-in-law, right? Hello. You are so beautiful." A senior sister came over with a look of delight on her face and approached her intimately. The senior brothers and sisters from the martial arts school came in an orderly manner. They moved the fresh ingredients in their hands to the restaurant, congratulated Wu Jiangtao, and couldn't help looking at Chen Jun, who was a little embarrassed. Everyone's face was full of amazement. "This is so beautiful. Before coming here, I heard Master's wife say how beautiful my sister-in-law is, and I was a little skeptical. But now after seeing her in person, I realized that what Master's wife said was not an exaggeration at all, and it even exceeded their imagination. This is even more beautiful than those female stars on TV who look so photogenic after putting on makeup. Hey, all of you, go get busy. Don't you see that my sister-in-law is embarrassed because you guys are staring at her? Get out of here. If you don't get out of here, come practice with me, your sister." Seeing that Chen Jun couldn't stand everyone's scrutiny, the 2nd senior sister immediately stepped forward, stood in front of her, and asked the junior brothers to go and do their work. Just now everyone was just curious, no ill intentions. The 2nd senior sister is even half a head taller than Wu Jiangtao. She has a slender body and her features are not as gentle as those of other girls. Her long eyebrows are like swords, and she has a very attractive heroic air. Women are as good as men. When Chen Jun saw the 2nd senior sister, this sentence involuntarily emerged in his mind. "Where are the babies? Can I go see them?" When talking about babies, 2nd sister's eyes lit up and her face was full of anticipation. "Sure." Chen Jun smiled and took her to the master bedroom. After entering the room and closing the door, the noise in the living room and dining room outside suddenly disappeared. The sound insulation of this house is really good." The 2nd sister turned around in surprise and listened carefully. Only then did she hear some slight noises outside, but she couldn't hear clearly what everyone was saying. Chapter 90: The arrival of Chen and Mo's families. Please read and vote. On the Wu family's side, fellow disciples from the martial arts gym and the gym owner, Wu Dad, arrived first and immediately began to arrange tables, chairs, bowls and chopsticks on the scene, while Wu Jiangtao began to process the ingredients in the kitchen and prepare some dishes such as soups. The full moon banquet of this day was being prepared in an orderly manner. Mom, Over here. At the pickup area of F-City International Airport, Mr. Mo and Mr. Chan received people from the Chan and Mo families from Kyoto. Almost at the same time, the elders of the Wu family also walked out from the exit of the high-speed railway station a few kilometers away. He. I didn't expect that Tao Tao would make me the first great-grandfather among your generation. Old Master Wu was standing with his hands behind his back in a cheerful manner. He was wearing a very classic Zhongshan suit, with an upright posture and steady steps. His hair was pitch black and his face didn't have many wrinkles. If it weren't for the wrinkles between his eyebrows, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was a middle-aged man in his 50s. But at the exit, everyone who saw his appearance would find it hard to imagine that he was actually a man who was almost 80 years old. Upon hearing this, Yuan Huang, who was standing next to him, gave a wry smile. Yes, Xiao Huang. You have to work harder too. You can't always forget about life because of work. No matter how busy you are, you always have time to rest, right? Or are all the people in your security department men? Grandma Wu patted his shoulder. She also looked very young, with shiny black hair tied up in a bun, and a ruddy, clear face with a little makeup on, giving the impression of a woman in her 40s or 50s, but looking at her eyebrows, she looked like she was in her 60s. Who would have imagined that she was already a grandmother in her 70s? Martial arts practitioners appear younger, and this is not unique to Chinese martial arts. The Western world also has unique spiritual meditation and breathing techniques, which, when practiced to a high level, can prolong youth to varying degrees. Since the last century, countless scientists in the scientific biosphere have devoted themselves to studying this aspect, studying why these martial arts breathing techniques and internal training methods that have been passed down since ancient times have magical effects similar to immortality, and trying to crack them. Unfortunately, the human body has so many mysteries that this project of exploration is so huge. Until now, there has been no substantial research results in this area. Even if there are any, they are bound to be fake and misleading. Yeah, I'll speed up. Facing Grandma Wu's urging, Yuan Huang smiled bitterly and said repeatedly, but his mind emerged with the tall, thin, pretty girl that his second aunt introduced to him a few days ago. The girls I went on blind dates with before would tell me right away that my mom wanted such and such a house, and a car worth such and such a price, and that I would not be responsible for cooking or housework after marriage, and that I understood that you were busy, and that I would hire a maid, and so on. In fact, he can understand these things, and he knows that these are the realities that most of his peers will face now, and with his current job and income, it is not difficult to do these things. But the problem is that facing these things is one thing, and saying them directly is another thing. Yuan Huang did not think that he was noble or arrogant. In the past few years, the girls he had dated were all better than the other and pretty. There were even one or two who were prettier than Li Xiaoshan. However, what about a car or a house, or you don't like doing housework and want to hire a maid, or even more excessive conditions, in his opinion, are the prerequisites for discussing these things? It shouldn't be that we have feelings for each other, and we won't be too demanding about soulmates or anything like that, but at least we should spend some time together, to the point where we like each other and feel happy to see each other, right? As he got older, Yuan Huang's requirements for this major life event became lower and lower, and it has become so simple that only this one word remains. But over the years, whether Yuan Huang introduced a blind date or met a girl at a high-end blind date club, almost all of them started with this. Although Yuan Huang has no boyfriend yet, he gradually realizes that a girl like this is not suitable for him. To be more specific, these girls simply tolerate their partner's personality, busy career, inability to take care of themselves, and even lack of affection because of material conditions, and pursue certainty in the future of marriage to ensure that they can live a stable life in the second half of their lives. There is nothing wrong with this. But Yuan Huang's own pursuit of life and marriage is to tolerate because of love. As the saying goes, people with different ideals cannot work together, and this is the fundamental reason why he has remained single all these years. Li Xiaoshan, she should be here today. After the last blind date, Yuan Huang added her as a friend on WeChat and chatted with her, exchanging each other's preferences and personality traits, and even made an appointment to go for a walk in the park the next day. Although their first date had to end due to work and it was Li Xiaoshan who dropped him off at the railway station, it was still a good start. Because he was accompanied by two elders, Yuan Huang called a more comfortable DD business car, so that the two elderly people could sit comfortably and the experienced driver could drive steadily. Soon, they arrived at the main gate of Yunlu Garden. The environment here is nice. As soon as he got off the car, Mr. Wu looked at the seemingly plain and simple garden in front of him and nodded slightly. Well, it should be designed by the master. As he spoke, the old man turned his head and looked around. When he saw Chinny Villa diagonally opposite, he couldn't help but frown. The main building design over there is magnificent, with carved beams and painted buildings, and it is indeed not bad overall. At least it is on the same level as Yunlu Garden here, but the styles they follow are not of the same category. But I don't know whether it is the designer's own problem or the developer's inability to make demands, but the originally good luxury villa residential area is named Chinny Villa. Maybe the person who gave it such a name thought that only such a name could be worthy of such a majestic and beautiful villa community. However, the reality is that adding the best together will most likely result in a negative result. Originally, it was a very luxurious villa community, but the name gave it the air of nouveau riche. No wonder none of the high-end intellectuals in the university town came here to buy a house. It's not because they can't afford it, but they simply don't want to embarrass themselves. Led by Yuan Huang, Grandpa Wu and Grandma Wu walked through the gate of Yunlu Garden Community and entered Building 11. As soon as they clicked the elevator, Yuan Huang was stunned. "Hi, you're here too?" There were already people in the elevator. They were Li Xiaoshan, Mr. Mo, and Mr. Chen. There were also two elderly people who looked to be in their 60s, and a few young men and women who were chatting and laughing. Chapter 091 My grandfather Guan Yunchang. Please read and vote for me. The ones who greeted Yuan Huang were naturally Li Xiaoshan and Mr. Mo. "Hi, good evening." Yuan Huang's eyes lit up, he smiled at Li Xiaoshan, and greeted the elders from the Chun family. When the two sides met, they naturally greeted each other with smiles. There was no bloody scene of one looking down on the other and then slapping the other in the face. The two families came to the 9th floor in great harmony. Soon, the living room of 0903 was full of people. Most of the people present were elderly people chatting, while the young people didn't talk much. Some simply sat in the corner, holding their phones and playing TikTok. Of course, the volume of the phone was turned down very low, otherwise everyone present would have heard the iconic miserable laugh on TikTok, which was almost dying. Chen's father and mother were both experienced intellectuals from the last century. When they met Grandpa Wu and Grandma Wu, they were naturally warm and friendly, and began to talk about the passionate years of the past. People of that era were very similar in both ideals and sentiments. When they got together, they could always recall the struggles and hardships of those years. Oh, when it comes to getting married, it's not like now, where you need a car or a house. You just need to get the 4 major items together. For a poor family, a flashlight was a very good gift back then. There was no such thing as setting up a wedding banquet with 100 or 200 tables like now. The past was not like the present. But I just can't stand this kind of lavish waste. Such good food. Look, a table of dishes costs thousands of dollars, but more than half is left. Grandpa Chen shook his head. That's right. Mr. Wu agreed with his words very much. Young people nowadays have a bad habit. Even when they are eating together at the table, they still hold their phones. When you call them once, they will look up at you, but won't respond. When you call them again, they will realize, oh, the food is served, time to eat. Just eat, but you are still holding your phone while eating, talking about pushing towers, leading the line, jungle catching people, etc. Say something to him, he says you don't understand. As he said that, Grandpa Wu turned his head and looked at a young man in his 20s holding a mobile phone next to him. But I understand pesticides. I am the king of pesticides. But what about him? He hasn't even become the king yet, and he actually told me that he doesn't understand. He really underestimates me. Dad Chen? This I really don't understand. Upon hearing this, the young man who had put down his phone awkwardly became alert and looked at Grandpa Wu with shining eyes. Grandpa, are you really the king of pesticides? We old witches never say, ahem, how could it be false? As he spoke, Grandpa Wu took out the latest and most fashionable Huawei gaming phone, opened the game interface and handed it over, amidst Grandma Wu's reproachful gaze. Looking at the majestic and domineering dragon head on the screen, and the extremely eye-catching 141 below, this guy was immediately very excited. He ignored the frown on the uncle's face and looked at the old man with great admiration. Grandpa, can I add you as my game friend? I'm not bad. Although I'm only a diamond now, I've been to the first level of glory. Unfortunately, I always run into terrible teammates. I'm only one step away from becoming the strongest king. Master, please guide me. In the living room, the other elders looked stunned, while Grandma Wu looked helpless. Here it comes again. Yes, our Grandpa Wu is also a well-known figure in the pesticide circle. He even often broadcasts games live, but because he never shows his face, many fans think that he is just an old man who is very good at playing games. Because the old man loves the Three Kingdoms so much, he has played almost every hero of the Three Kingdoms in Nonyao to the national level. Among them, his favorite hero is Guan Yu, who he calls his own hero. Then there are Zhao Yun, Lu Bu, Zhuge Liang, Zhou Yu, Zhang Fei, Xiao Dun, Sun Shangshan, etc. Wu Jiangtao, who was busy in the kitchen, moved his ears slightly and heard the noise in the living room. He suddenly burst into laughter. He also loves to play this game, and he has been playing it since he was in the 3rd grade of junior high school. Once when he went to his grandfather's house to play this game, the old man looked at it with great interest and taught him how to play. After that, the old man, who only practiced boxing and took walks everywhere in his hometown every day, became addicted to the game, and later it became unstoppable. However, the old man controlled the time he spent playing games very well. He did not play all night long, but still practiced boxing and took walks to nourish his energy every day. He only played games when he had free time. Later, when Wu Jiangtao was in high school, he went to his grandfather's house again and was shocked to find that the old man's rank had actually dropped directly to the low rank of king. He stood by and watched for a while and found that the old man was the strategist of the 5 people in every game, wearing headphones and sending real-time voice, and his guidance was so good. When to capture people and when to push the tower are all arranged clearly, and the old man is particularly good at ambushing and capturing people. After every team victory, the old man would proudly instruct him that the tactic for invading the jungle in the early stage of development was if you were poor, use tactics to insert, and when the economy was crushed in the late stage and the team pushed forward, it would become if you were successful, blow it up for me. Later, Wu Jiangtao also joined the old man's team. Although he didn't play much due to his studies, he often played in a duo with the old man and his rank reached the king level. When he was in college, he posted a thread in the Nonyao forum with the title, "My grandfather is Guan Yu, Guan Yunchang." In the thread, he introduced his grandfather and then put on several short videos of the old man's classic charge scenes. One of them pushed 4 enemies into the tower in one breath, one pushed, picked, and stabbed the enemy's back row mage with unparalleled precision, and one rushed forward to kill 5 enemies. As soon as this post was published, it immediately exploded the forum, and many players questioned the content of the post, saying that this was something that a man in his 70s could have typed out? Impossible, absolutely impossible. But Wu Jiangtao did not respond to any comments in the post afterwards. He just looked at the netizens' exclamations and doubts with a happy smile. In fact, when Wu Jiangtao was a child, after knowing that he had no hope in martial arts, Grandpa Wu had always been concerned about his studies. He was worried that he would become depressed and addicted to online games or mobile games, so he wanted to play some himself to understand the young people's thoughts, and then communicate with him well, so that he could arrange the time for games and studies. Unexpectedly, he actually found the game interesting and even made quite a bit of money. Nowadays, the old man, who is a game anchor, earns a lot of money from a live broadcast. He has also been invited to participate in several online activities, where his appearance fees are even higher. He was even invited by well-known club teams to be a tactical instructor several times, but he refused. Players who have watched the old man's live broadcast know that in the game led by the old man, as long as his teammates don't cheat, he is basically a sure winner. He is respected as a tactical master in the circle. Chapter 092, Getting a Certificate? Please read and vote for me. In the living room, several young people who loved playing this game were even more astounded after seeing the old man's game ID Spring and Autumn War God. They bowed down to him and some even took out a signature board from somewhere to ask for his autograph. This scene made Chen Jun's grandparents very surprised. Old Chen looked on with envy as old man Wu mingled energetically with the young people. You guys are better off practicing martial arts. You still have the energy and spirit. Look at me. I work 2 or 3 hours a day at the research institute, and my waist can't take it. I often work until late. Look at my hair. It's not only bald, but also white. You look 20 years younger than me. Ha ha. Actually, keeping healthy is very simple. Let me take your pulse. Grandpa Wu felt the pulse of the father-in-law, asked about his eating, sleeping, and bowel movements, and wrote some dietary recipes for him. Then he stood up and gave him a massage. He also asked Dad Chen to take photos of the massage movements with his mobile phone, and then gave the old man a massage after returning. Finally, he specially designed a few simple movements similar to the 5 animal exercises, so that Mr. Chen could move more when he returned home. He assured him that as long as he went back to eat according to the diet, had more massages, exercised more, and paid attention to rest, at least he would not suffer from back and knee pain. Once when there was a harvest, Dad Chen was naturally very grateful and thanked him repeatedly, but the old man smiled and said it was just a small effort and nothing. During the conversation just now, Father Chen knew that this old man was a martial arts master. The diet, massage techniques, and health-preserving movements arranged by such a master for his father must be very effective. The body has great medicine. During the chat, the old man said solemnly, "Nowadays, most people go to the hospital for injections and antibiotics for minor illnesses and pains. This is actually not advisable. In fact, we Chinese have had many good ways to prevent and treat diseases for thousands of years. Take the common cold for example. Acupuncture points like Lianquan and Tiantu are in the front of the throat. Moxibustion can warm the meridians and is very effective in treating wind cold. If it is a wind heat type, moxibustion can be performed on the dasui point behind the throat to dispel wind heat and treat coughs. Acupuncture points can be used inside and outside, and moxibustion can be performed at the same time." The old man gave a live explanation and used a young man from the Chun family as an example to point out the acupoints. Everyone listened with great interest and took notes carefully. The effects of moxibustion are more than that. The old man smiled and looked at Mr. Chen opposite him. "Just like you said before, because of work, you often have back pain, you can moxibustion the painful area." As he spoke, he pointed to several acupuncture points on the young man's lower back and said, "Moxibustion Shinshu and Yayangguan." Usually, our lower back pain is actually here. In addition to here, you can also moxibustion here behind the knee, which is called Weizhong point. Chinese medicine says that the back and waist can be treated with Weizhong point. If you usually have back pain, you can rub this area with your hands more often, which can prevent and treat back pain. Hearing these words, the young man didn't react much, but the older man was slightly stunned and chewed on the words in his mouth. For back and waist problems, seek Weizhong acupoint. Wei means to be wronged. Wei means to bend, and what does it mean to bend the knees? It means to surrender. The naming of the acupuncture points and their miraculous therapeutic effects not only demonstrate the exploration and discovery of our ancestors in Chinese medicine, but also contain the unique humanistic culture of Chinese civilization for thousands of years. A temporary bending of the knees will bring future health and strength to the waist and back, just like Han Xian in ancient times, who was able to endure the humiliation under his crotch during the late Qin dynasty. A good man can bend and stretch himself, which is the wisdom of Chinese men in dealing with people. Everyone in the living room listened with great interest as the old man interpreted the cultural significance of this acupuncture point in greater depth. They had never expected that such a small acupuncture point could contain so much wisdom and truth from our ancestors. In the relaxed and pleasant chat, time unknowingly came to 7:30 in the evening. As Wu Ba's disciples brought out the prepared meals one by one from the kitchen and placed them on the table, today's full moon banquet began. Everyone was amazed at the dishes that were served one after another. Not only were the dishes beautifully presented, but each dish was also cooked very beautifully. The aroma of the dishes whetted people's appetites. It smells so good and looks so delicious. Several little friends who were sitting at the table were drooling and couldn't help but reach out to grab the crispy duck. The grandparents hurriedly stopped them and put some vegetables in their bowls. Suddenly, the naughty kids all looked miserable and reluctantly put the vegetables into their mouths with a spoon. It's delicious. As soon as I put it in my mouth, I thought that the green vegetables, which I thought were tasteless, had a completely different taste from before. It was salty and sweet, and it was soft and tough, but when I bit it, it had an inexplicable crispness. Grandma, I want this too. Delicious, delicious. Ha! The adults rarely saw this scene and were extremely surprised. Spiced crispy duck, baked lobster with fish flavor, braised seasonal vegetables with flower mushrooms, chicken soup stewed with cordyceps flowers. One dish was served every 10 minutes or so. At the banquet, no one spoke much, as everyone just focused on eating. Having eaten so many banquets since childhood, this was the first time for the children to eat such delicious food, and the adults were also very curious. Even Mr. Mo and Father Chen had only eaten such delicious food a few times. Not bad. Grandpa Wu was well informed and ate a little more this time. He nodded and said, "I thought Zhang Yong was exaggerating, but it seems he was just being modest. This level of food is better than many famous restaurants. I've only had such delicious food a few times in the past." Mr. Chen beside him was also surprised. "Well, it's really delicious. I didn't expect Xiao Tao to have such good cooking skills. It seems that Xiao Jun doesn't have to worry about eating this in the future." Yeah, that's right. Following such a great chef, even if Xiao Wu is not at home occasionally, she will definitely learn from him and learn how to cook. This way, the baby won't starve. Grandma Chen nodded, but suddenly she seemed to remember something and frowned. By the way, my son told me before that Xiao Jun and Xiao Tao haven't got their marriage certificate yet. Mr. Chen was stunned, but he heard his wife continue to say, I saw Xiao Tao today and I think he is a good kid. He looks like a good kid who knows how to live a good life. If you ask me, don't delay it and just get the marriage certificate. Ha ha. When Grandpa Wu heard Grandma Chen praising her little grandson, he immediately laughed happily. On the contrary, Grandma Wu reacted immediately and agreed with her. That's right, I think it's okay. Tell them to stop delaying and get the marriage certificate right away. This will be good for both of them and the baby. The child's household registration is still in Q City. Chapter 093, Hospitality. Please read and vote for me. When Wu Ma was discharged from the hospital, she went back to Q City the next day to register the two babies and pay for their medical insurance. The educational environment in F City is quite good. Once we get the marriage certificate, we will be married. The baby's household registration can also be smoothly transferred here. Then it will be convenient for him to go to kindergarten and elementary school in the university town. The learning environment here is very good. Yes, yes. While they were talking excitedly, Mr. Mo and Mr. Chen were looking at each other in bewilderment. Before coming here, we had a good discussion. Is it really okay for you two elders to change your mind so easily? As for Mother Wu and Father Wu, who were sitting next to Grandpa Wu at the table, they were watching with smiles on their faces. They were naturally happy to see this happen. They had nothing to say and just let Grandma Wu do what she wanted. Xiao Tao and Xiao Jun, what are you thinking now? Before Grandma Wu could say anything, Grandma Chen turned around and looked at the young men and women beside her. Well, when the elders here were discussing their major life events, they couldn't help but look at each other. Wu Jiangtao felt it was okay, but Chen Jun felt a little embarrassed. A blush appeared on her face, and the mentality of wanting to refuse but also to accept appeared again. Chen Jun didn't know what to say for a moment and subconsciously turned his head to look at Wu Jiangtao. He was also a little embarrassed here. After all, the two of them had not yet understood each other's personalities and preferences, so they chose their words carefully. Grandma, after all, we have only been together for a month, Xiao Jun may still have some. Hearing his ordinary answer, Chen Jun felt a little relieved, but his mind couldn't help but think of the time when this guy held his feet and bit them, and he felt a little unhappy. What did I do to you? It seems like you did something to me. She looked at her grandmother with a frown. Grandma, I just want to take good care of my body and the baby first. As for other things, I haven't thought about that yet. Forehead. Didn't you think that much? Hearing this, Wu Jiangtao felt a little disappointed, but he remembered her extremely cute reaction when he was giving her a foot massage for the second time and was caught by Mr. Mo and Li Xiaoshan, and ripples of emotion welled up in his heart. She is thin-skinned, sorry. But he didn't know that his response, which showed no attitude at all, calmed Chen Jun's pounding heart, which led to such a neither soft nor hard answer. How could a straight man like him with limited emotional experience sense this kind of mysterious and subtle emotional reaction? Only the witch mother was watching here, worrying about her son, and couldn't help but reach out and pinch him. Wu Jiangtao. The guy turned around with a puzzled look on his face and looked at his mother, only to see her suddenly pick up her phone and write something. Ding dong, a WeChat message was received on my phone. Mom, you are stupid, what about your attitude? What do you think? Show a clear and positive attitude. Why do you care what Xiao Jun thinks at this time? I am so angry. Shui Shou Wulian, black question mark face? Mom, forget it, I roughly know what your situation is now. I'll tell you what to do later. Really? Wu Jiangtao stopped looking down at the phone on the table with his peripheral vision and subconsciously turned his head to look at the girl next to him. She was drinking cordyceps flour stewed chicken soup in small sips. The food on their table was a little different from the other tables, with a few more dishes that were lighter, more nourishing, and more nutritious. It would be better for Chen Jun not to touch greasy food now, especially since she also had to start controlling her weight and lose the fat around her waist. Not only that, this girl started practicing yoga these days. It was also through this that Wu Jiangtao learned that this girl had learned a lot of arts when she was a child, including piano, violin, cello, and Chinese guzheng and pipa, but her favorite was dancing. No wonder my waist doesn't show much even after giving birth to two babies. She practiced yoga because she was too busy at the research institute and didn't have much time to practice dancing. That's why she learned yoga. She would practice it every day to keep in shape. Feeling Wu Jiangtao's gaze, Chen Jun ignored him. Humph, because of what someone said just now. She is currently charging up her mana, and will use her ultimate move when she has enough mana. The witch on the opposite side saw all this and felt helpless. As expected, regardless of their age, men are usually so rough and are always a step slow in following girls' thoughts. But this is just a minor problem. After all, it also shows that Wu Jiangtao is pure-minded. He doesn't have any complicated thoughts or schemes. As the saying goes, a journey of 1,000 miles tests a horse's strength, and time reveals a person's heart. These small setbacks in the early stage are also a little grinding for their emotional growth. When the relationship warms up in the future, I will naturally not procrastinate like this. When we get to the bottom of it later. This family of 4 is complete. Tonight, at this special full moon banquet, everyone had an especially good appetite. Every dish was immediately cleared as it made its way around the table. Even though Wu Jiangtao had specially estimated the number of people at each table and cooked according to the larger number of people, the guests had big appetites and even the children were eating with great pleasure. Not to mention the adults, because of this rare delicacy, not many people even chatted. As for 0902, several young people from the Wu and Chen families and their uncles had already started playing finger-guessing games and drinking. Today's full moon banquet was not only for the baby, but also for the marriage between the Wu and Chen families. The Chen family gave away their most precious cabbages, which made the elders from the Chun family feel unhappy, and they took the lead in attacking the Wu family. Soon, the sounds of drinking and finger-guessing began to emanate. The sound was so loud that it even reached 0903. Well, because they were hosting a banquet together, the doors of 0903 and 0902 were both open. When Wu's father heard the noise, he immediately called a disciple over to ask what was going on. When the apprentice said this, it turned out that it was an uncle of Qin Jun from the Chun family who took the initiative to attack the Wu family. Wu's father was stunned at first, but then he laughed. He thought it was a civil war between the Wu family's martial arts school and the elders of the family. After all, the relationship between the two families is a bit awkward now, but he didn't expect that it was the Chun family who took the initiative to attack. Originally. If it's the former, that's pretty much it. But if it is the latter. Ha ha ha. Of course, we must let them feel the hospitality of our Wu family. Well, we must personally carry them to the hotel to rest. Wait, they are relatives, just help them walk, sincerity and enthusiasm are in place. As for the wine. Moderation, just moderation is good. What is hospitality? That's it. Chapter 094, Quarrel. Please read and vote for me. Master, how should we arrange this? Wu Jiangtao's fourth senior brother looked at Wu's father, and saw him nod calmly. Well, tell the eldest senior brother, the second senior sister, and the seventh senior brother not to drink. Someone has to drive. Ha! The fourth brother was stunned. Aren't the first and seventh brothers the ones who drink the most in our martial arts school? Why don't we let them fight? That's it, go tell the guys. After all, they all practiced martial arts, and all of them were at least masters of the whole strength level. Martial artists could drink more than ordinary people. If we send out the ones who can drink the most, wouldn't that be bullying the honest people? Soon, the fourth brother also understood. Since we are getting married, it is better to be moderately enthusiastic. Don't be overly enthusiastic and scare people. That would be meaningless. Well, having understood the master's request, the fourth brother immediately conveyed it to all the fellow disciples. Today, just make the opponent drunk to the point where he has to be helped away. Take it easy and don't go too far. As soon as this was said, several fellow martial arts students at the two tables at 0903 immediately stood up. This posture made the Chen family members sitting here stunned. The next moment, the Chen family members were stunned, with a chill on their backs, watching these tall and strong men file out from here and walk to 0902. Father Wu stood up and called out to everyone to continue eating and drinking, and they went over to play finger-guessing games and drink. Oh. Father Chen frowned. Is it the fourth child? Maybe there are also a few cousins. Well, they are also good at drinking and playing finger-guessing games in their hometown. They should be. Are you okay? Although Xinxia comforted himself, at this moment he had an inexplicable bad feeling in his heart, so forget it. Soon, the banquet was almost over. The main dishes and vegetables on the 5 tables were almost all gone. It was only because everyone was too full in the last few dishes that there was a little left. Well, the eldest senior brother and second senior sister who were cleaning the dishes with Wu Jiangtao rarely saw such a scene and couldn't help but marvel in admiration. Junior brother, where did you learn this cooking skill? I never expected it. When master told us about it, we didn't quite believe it. Second sister liked it. The food you cooked today is really delicious. The eldest brother also echoed. When I was in my senior year, I suddenly became interested in it, so I started studying. Wu Jiangtao said casually, well, maybe it's because today is a special day, he worked extra hard and performed a little beyond his normal level, so it's normal that he is particularly popular. After Wu Jiangtao cleaned up the outside, he went to the bedroom. In the room, the baby woke up and was eating happily while hugging his mother's granary. Ha! The baby is awake? He was slightly stunned and estimated the time. Well, it's about time to change the diaper. After going through the difficulties of taking care of the baby for a full month, this dad has gradually grown up and has a good grasp of the baby's schedule for when to change diapers, feed, and defecate. Chen Jun responded indifferently. Ha! The two of them were alone in a relatively private room, and Wu Jiangtao immediately noticed that there was something wrong with her tone. What's wrong with you? He hurried over and sat next to Chen Jun. I'm fine. Real? I'm really fine. What I said. It is indeed a classic reply that girls today can pass down from generation to generation. While saying this, she turned her face away, as if she didn't want to see Wu Jiangtao. Although he is not very good at capturing the subtle emotions of girls, Wu Jiangtao is no novice in love after all. If he really thinks that Chen Jun is fine at this time, then he must be crazy. Forehead. He quickly approached her shamelessly and put his hand gently on Chen Junxiang's shoulder. What's the matter? Tell me. Are you feeling unwell, or did someone make you angry? Tell me, I'll teach him a lesson. Chen Jun couldn't help but turn around and look at him. Actually, she couldn't say she was that angry. She had come to her senses now. This guy had probably always been a somewhat rough straight man, and not an expert in love. It was very good that he considered her feelings first in the situation just now. At least, he is frank and real like this. I thought so, but Chen Jun turned his face away and couldn't help but change his expression when he spoke. It's you who offended me. Wu Jiangtao was stunned at first, but when he saw the cute angry girl in front of him, his heart warmed up a little, and he chose to open his arms unreasonably and hug her. Exclamation point. Although he had hugged me in a similar way before when I was in the hospital and at home and had difficulty moving, for some reason this action now was completely different from before. She couldn't even speak for a moment, and twisted her body to try to escape, but because she was holding the baby in her arms, she didn't dare to shake her hands or body too hard for a while. Chen Jun's face flushed with drunkenness, her heart pounding. What are you doing? I'm feeding my baby. You are angry, I have to comfort you, right? Filled with soft fragrance, Wu Jiangtao felt justified. Looking at the girl's angry and smiling expression, he felt fond of her. Chen Jun laughed angrily. Are you trying to fool me? Get lost, you are clearly taking advantage of me. No, I won't let you go unless you're no longer angry. Okay, then I'm not angry anymore and you can let go. You're pressing the baby. Nonsense, how come I'm crushing the baby when I hold you from behind? Why don't you let me go? Chen Jun subconsciously wanted to turn back. Let me hug you for a while. Wu Jiangtao was speechless and quickly hugged her shoulders to prevent her from moving. Suddenly, the light blush on Chen Jun's face spread behind her ears like fire. Don't move, let me hold you quietly for a while. Wu Jiangtao took a deep breath, and Chen Jun also breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't dare to move anymore, and just sat quietly on the bed leaning against him. She felt a little angry, but more of it was the throbbing that made her face hot. Soon, Miao Miao in her arms was fed with milk. She stood up holding the baby, and Wu Jiangtao, who was holding her, stood up as well. She bent down and put Miao Miao on the baby bed, and Wu Jiangtao, who was holding her, also bent down. Would you rather let me go? Chen Jun was speechless. I have to coax you, someone shamelessly said. Where's your face? Where's your face? The girl asked him. Wu Jiangtao, who was still holding her, asked back, what is that? Can I eat it? Chen Jun was so angry that he turned around and poked him. Wu Jiangtao. I finally see your true face. You are just a shameless hooligan. Bang! Wu Jiangtao grabbed her hand and gently pulled it. This time, the two of them hugged each other head on. In an instant, the whole room was quiet, except for the faint breathing of the two babies in the cribs. The two of them even held their breath. At this moment, Shin-jun felt inexplicably confused and his body felt a little weak. He couldn't help but bury his head in Wu Jiantao's broad chest. At the same time, his hands moved in front of him. "Well, we just opened the warehouse to put the grain in, and the zipper hasn't been closed yet." Puff. Wu Jiantao couldn't help laughing. "You're still laughing." Shen-jun blushed and glared at him. "Regarding the update time, there will be no adjustment for the time being. It's still updated in the early morning. After all, the friends who follow this book are used to it. Brothers and sisters who don't like staying up late can just wake up in the morning and watch it, and they can see the latest updates right away. After it is put on the shelves, the update time will be adjusted to noon when the VIP chapter is opened. There is something very important. That is, whether this book can be on Sanjiang next, we will know this week. This week is the final sprint. Everyone please follow the monthly ticket to see if it can make it. Chapter 095 Fainting Like Sakura. Please read and vote for me. With each other's eyes, the whole world still has time. It seemed as if everything stopped at this moment. Wu Jiantao slowly moved forward, and Shen-jun subconsciously stepped back. Seeing this, he immediately changed direction, raised his head slightly, and gently touched her forehead. The girl no longer subconsciously resisted, but let him kiss her forehead. Being bitten by this, Shen-jun's face became even hotter, as if smoke was coming out of her head. Her body was limp and she had lost the ability to think. Wu Jiantao, who had succeeded, immediately slid his lips across her eyes, which she had closed involuntarily, and her nose. When he was about to land on her cherry lips, with a click, the bedroom door opened. "Xiao Jun." Someone's familiar, careless voice came in, and then the voice paused, and immediately let out a strange cry. "Ha! Wu!" Shen-jun jumped up immediately. She didn't have a baby in her arms at the moment. She struggled to break free from Wu Jiantao's hands, turned around and rushed into the bathroom, closing the door with a bang. In the room, Wu Jiantao just watched her run away, subconsciously stretched out his hand, and helplessly fished in the air. It wasn't that he didn't have the ability to grab the girl, but the moment he grabbed her, Shen-jun's will to resist was so strong that he subconsciously let go. Well, from the contact just now, although the girl has begun to fall in love with him, it is obvious that the two of them are more than friends but not in a relationship. It is true that there is sweetness, but the time they had spent together was too short. The girl felt that she didn't know Wu Jiantao well enough and was still in a stage of worrying about gains and losses. She was not yet at the point where she could give herself to him without reservation. If they can seize the opportunity, the two will most likely move past this stage and go one step further. Unfortunately, due to someone's intrusion, the plan to increase intimacy was directly interrupted, and Wu Jiantao also split on the spot. At this moment, he was really depressed and couldn't help but turn around and glare at Li Xiaoshan, who suddenly appeared and disrupted his good fortune. On this side, Li Xiaoshan was also very depressed. "I just came here excitedly to complain to my bestie about someone's iron attributes these days, but I never thought I would see such a scene as soon as I came in." This wave of dog food caught her off guard and it was like a knife stabbing her heart. Li Xiaoshan couldn't help but raise her hand to cover her heart. She was so depressed that she didn't even say hello to Wu Jiantao and just turned around and left. And in the bedroom, Wu Jiantao. "Wait, before you leave, would you please apologize to me first?" Walking through the corridor and into the living room, Li Xiaoshan saw the elders from families 09 and 3 sitting and chatting. Except for a few who had left earlier, most of them were still there. Well, the relatives who stayed at the scene were divided into two distinct groups. The older group went to 0902 to play finger-guessing games and drink, while the group in their 20s and teens all gathered at 0903. "God, please lead us." But the young man from the Chun family, who had come before, brought 3 or 4 young people and gathered in front of old man Wu. While talking to the old man, he introduced the young people around him. Grandpa Wu is the famous spring and autumn war god in the pesticide circle. Although the other friends don't like playing King of Glory as much as this guy, they also like it very much. They also pay attention to some professional competitions and interesting things in the circle. Naturally, they all know the very famous spring and autumn god of war in the circle. All of a sudden, a group of friends turned into fans, surrounded the old man in 5 rows, and went straight into the ranking battle. On the side, both Grandpa Chen and Grandma Chen had strange looks on their faces, but they were also a little envious in their hearts. They could share the same interests with young people and get along well with them. This was something they couldn't do. Well, don't say that to him in front of him. He is the kind of person who shines brightly with a little sunshine and dares to open a dining room with a little color. Grandma Wu was sitting and chatting with her in-laws, and she directly exposed the other person's past, saying that there was a time when he was cheated by someone and lost his temper and couldn't eat. Later, he specially added the other person as a game friend and invited him to a ranked battle, and he only felt relieved after he cheated back. This is simply an old child. Mr. and Mrs. Wu, as well as Mr. Chin, who was also present, were all laughing and crying. Because of the coming of several young guys, the originally quiet conversation here has become much more lively. Fortunately, the house has good sound insulation, otherwise they would shout things like, "I'm here to catch someone, don't group together, just develop first, from now on, just listen to my instructions and hide in the grass and ambush," and would definitely disturb the two babies in the bedroom. If the baby is disturbed, Grandma Wu will definitely quarrel with the old man and drive them all away, and go to 0902 to play with eggs and make a fuss with the children. What are you talking about? Walking through these living rooms filled with lively atmosphere and laughter, Li Xiaoshan's face fell a little. Single people rush into sweet situations, but the consequence is that they are hit by the sudden sweetness and their mentality collapses. At this moment, the girl couldn't stop roaring in her heart, "I don't want to be a dog, I really don't want to be a dog anymore, ah." She walked out of 0903 droopingly, and suddenly, a familiar tall figure appeared in front of her. It was Yuan Huang. "What's wrong with you? You don't look well." Looking at the girl, he felt a little confused. Wasn't he chatting and laughing with me just now? His face was rosy and full of energy, why is he so listless now? Li Xiaoshan was about to say something but stopped herself. She was about to complain about Chen Jun's bad friend, but then she thought that she seemed to be messing with someone else's business, so she was silent for a while. "Can you accompany me downstairs for a walk?" "Okay." Yuan Huang nodded and looked at the girl strangely. When he was with her before, this girl was always laughing and seemed to be someone who was easy to talk to but difficult to approach. What happened to her today? Did you receive a WeChat message from your ex-boyfriend saying he is getting married? He secretly guessed in his heart that he would have to comfort her well later. On the other side, in the bathroom, Chen Jun stood in front of the floor-length mirror, covering her face, watching the wisps of white smoke coming out of her head. Her face was bright red, and her big eyes were full of light, as if there was a clear spring flowing in them. Her face is as red as a cherry, and her eyes are full of spring. This scene is really. The spring mountains are all shy and silent. He actually did to me. But hasn't he expressed his feelings to me yet? Does he really want to marry me? Why did he suddenly become like this today? Standing in the bathroom, Chen Jun's thoughts were a little confused for a while. He felt happy but also a little uneasy. Chapter 096, Honest and Cute. Please read and vote for me. Compared to the ups and downs now, before, the two of them were so ordinary, and they gradually developed a tacit understanding with each other, and then slowly got closer. She is most adaptable to and likes this kind of life and emotional state the most. If one were to describe her emotions, they would be slow-moving and peaceful. She felt sweetness but also nervousness and confusion about this sudden and drastic change. This is also related to her relatively calm, serious, and pragmatic personality. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock from Wu Jiangtao on the bathroom door. She didn't answer. Instead, she heard Wu Jiangtao's very attractive subwoofer voice from outside the door. Xiao Jun, do you mind what I did just now? I couldn't help myself, are you okay? A low reply came from the girl in the bathroom. After hearing this ambiguous answer, Wu Jiangtao didn't know what was going on with this girl. Was she simply shy, or was she angry about his behavior? He didn't know what to say for a moment. At this moment, Chen Jun in the bathroom called him, "Jiangtao. I am here. I'm fine, but can you let me stay in the room alone for a while? You can come in later, I'm a little scared of you now." Afraid of me? Wu Jiangtao. Could it be possible that I could eat you? Oh. The opportunity was fleeting. After changing his mind, he began to understand Chen Jun's situation. It seemed that she was at a stage where she couldn't refuse but couldn't accept it yet? He could vaguely guess it, but he couldn't be 100% sure of it. If it were a playboy at this moment, he would be able to immediately and clearly judge Chen Jun's mentality, and then use his means, using any common but super effective routine to directly bypass this level and easily capture the girl's heart. Although this will lay some hidden dangers for the future, such masters are well aware of this and will slowly resolve them in the days to come. Outside the door, the lovely and frank Wu Jiangtao actually heard it, turned around and left the room honestly. At the same time, Wu Jiangtao could never imagine that at this moment. Chen Jun was leaning against the door in the bathroom, with a red ear against the door, listening to the noise outside, and clearly heard the sound of the bedroom door closing. Bump! The slight vibration of the door closing was transmitted clearly to the girl's ears. Only then did she calm down and let out a long breath of hot air. Finally left. She was very worried and afraid that someone would come back to attack her, so she stayed in this small bathroom for a while, and after confirming that there was no other movement outside. Click, the bathroom door opened. The next moment, Chen Jun's little head poked out cautiously and little by little. This situation. If Wu Jiangtao couldn't help laughing when she was there, she would just be embarrassed and angry for a while, but if Li Xiaoshan was there, it can be imagined that the girl would definitely burst out laughing on the spot, and then mock her rudely and mercilessly, and she would definitely wish she could die on the spot, over and over again. Unfortunately, Wu Jiangtao did not get to see this incredibly adorable sight of his wife because another person came in. Almost as soon as the girl stuck her head out, the door of the bedroom opened. Could it be him? Chen Jun's eyes widened immediately, and when he was about to shrink them, he saw that it was his mother who came in, looking at him with a puzzled expression. The mother and daughter stared at each other. What are you doing? Forehead? Chen Juinja realized that his current actions were somewhat cute. She quickly pushed open the bathroom door, walked out, and immediately returned to normal. It's okay, I just seem to hear some noise. Noise? There is no movement at all. Soon, Mr. Mo stretched his head and imitated his daughter's action, leaning sideways and stretching his head. Excuse me, big baby, how old are you? Mom. Chen Jun suddenly felt a little embarrassed and annoyed. Eh? At this time, Mr. Mo finally realized that there was something wrong with his daughter's expression. TSK, this expression. What's happening? On this lively night, the full-month banquet for the two lovely babies finally ended, and the relatives of the Wu and Chen families began to leave one after another. Of course, there were a few people who left in a somewhat special way. No need to help me, I can still drink. Fifth leader, 666. You lose, drink. Okay, I'll drink it. The seventh senior brother from the Wu family martial arts school supported the fourth uncle of the Chen family, while the other senior brothers supported the others. All the uncles of the Chen family drank until their faces were red and their mouths were full of nonsense. Sometimes they struggled to get up and challenged someone to play finger-guessing games, and sometimes they wanted to drink with someone else. Fortunately, the fellow disciples of the Wu family martial arts school controlled their drinking very well today and did not let them drink to the point of vomiting. They only drank to the point of having to walk with the support of the wall. Well, this is just a small scene for their fellow disciples. Father Chen looked at this scene, speechless. I heard Lao Si bragging before about how much he could drink, and how he even got a warrior down drunk somewhere. He said that warriors are twice as good as the average person, so my alcohol tolerance is twice as good as that of warriors. Yes, Ning is awesome. Then why don't you get all your fellow disciples from the Wu family martial arts school drunk today? As for the energetic young men from the Chen family, they played several games with old man Wu. Only after being urged by their elders did they reluctantly quit the game and put away their mobile phones. Grandpa Wu, let's log into the game later and rank together again. Oh, Mom, don't rush me. I'm adding Grandpa Wu as a game friend. These youngsters were amazed by the old man's tactics and operations in these ranking battles, and they all admired him very much. Seeing this scene, the Chen family was speechless. This old man Wu was really special. However, the Chen family had supported Mr. Mo before. The Wu family is not a simple family, especially Wu Zhanyang and Grandpa Wu. They have a high status in the martial arts world of southeastern China, but they have retired for many years. In addition, with China's vigorous rectification of domestic security, the so-called martial arts world in the past has long become a thing of the past. Over the years, the father and son have gradually become unknown. Nowadays, in the Wu family martial arts school, most of the disciples who have successfully learned martial arts and left their master are in the military and police systems. Just like Yuan Huang, the fifth disciple of Wu Dad, he is the captain of the Tiger Roar team of the Q City Police Department. He has made many achievements and has a bright future. As for the others, except for a few who were in the security system like Yuan Huang, Ms. Mo could not find relevant information about the others. Seeing the bodyguard Xiaoye's secretive look, she immediately understood that the identities of the other disciples of the Wu family martial arts school might be even more complicated. Chapter 097. Good night, please read and vote for me. The night was late and the banquet here was over. The elders of the Wu and Chen families also got into the cars arranged by the younger generations and headed to the hotel near the university town. Mother Wu did not stay at 0903 tonight, but followed Father Wu and several other elderly people to stay in a hotel. As for Mr. Mo and Mr. Chen, they returned to 0902. Although a banquet was held here tonight, the fellow disciples from the Wu family martial arts school were quick and efficient in cleaning up the place after the banquet. Call. Ms. Mo sat on the sofa with simple lines and let out a long breath. Mr. Chen came over and stretched out his hand to massage her shoulders. Are you exhausted? Although today's full-month banquet was strictly speaking a happy event, Mo Wanha always had a feeling of emptiness. She said in a muffled voice, "We didn't get the marriage certificate, didn't hold the wedding banquet, so we held the baby's full-month banquet first. Although my parents and my uncle didn't say anything today, I still feel a little uncomfortable." As she spoke, she revealed a hint of regret. "It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Old Chen. I regret it so much. If I had known it would be like this, I would have." It's okay, it's okay. Dad Chen quickly comforted her. "Isn't it good now? At least my parents like Xiao Wu very much. I have also seen it in the past few days. He is a good child who can make a living. At least he is much better than when we were young. He can stay with his daughter well. I just feel uncomfortable." Although she had just been scolding her daughter, when she sat down to chat with her husband, Ms. Mo, who had always been very strong in front of others, took off her mask and finally revealed her weak side. I know. Chen Shu hugged his wife, whose eyes were red, with some heartache. It's okay. Fortunately, Xiao Jun has good taste and was able to pick such a good boy. I know. Mr. Mo sniffed softly, but people always change. I'm just a little worried whether Xiao Wu will always be so nice to Xiao Jun. Father Chen was speechless for a moment, but he still patiently comforted her. It's okay, children and grandchildren have their own blessings. Most things in life are not something we can fully predict and control. I believe that our daughter will be able to handle work and life problems independently in the future, and you should believe in her. But suddenly, Ms. Mo tilted her head slightly in front of her husband and made a curious gesture, but when I went to look for my daughter just now, I found that she was still making such innocent gestures. She is already a mother of 2 children, but she is still not in a proper state. I am really worried about her now. She didn't know that the action she just made had instantly opened up Chen's father's long-forgotten memories. 20 years ago, no, more than 30 years ago. When I first saw her, the bright and youthful girl carefully poked her head out from behind the curtain like this. The neat black braids, the beautiful wheat-colored cheeks, and the pair of big, dark, bright eyes were looking at me timidly. This scene, this expression, this look. It was as if she had reunited with the girl she was back then. Youth is no longer a rule, perhaps. But beauty can transcend time and space. Temporary. It is also a lifetime. Meanwhile, as Ms. Mo was talking, she suddenly felt something was wrong. She stopped and looked at her husband inexplicably, watching him slowly approach her and staring at her with increasingly fiery eyes. Her face turned slightly red, and her heart was beating fast. Why are you looking at me? Are you listening to me? Whoosh, Dad Chen picked her up by the waist in a mighty and domineering manner and walked inside. Are you? Shen Shu, what are you doing? We are already an old married couple, put me down. No. Snap. Boom. The door opened and the door closed. On the other side, in the master bedroom of 0903. Daodu and Miao have finished their milk, put on dry diapers, and fell asleep in the baby crib. On the bed, Chen Jun, who had gone out for a physical examination today and entertained relatives and friends in the evening, was also very tired. He lay on his side on the bed and had already fallen asleep peacefully. As the night deepened, Wu Jiangtao, who was lying on the recliner, suddenly turned over and sat up gently. Moonlight poured into the room from the window, giving him enough light. Wu Jiangtao put on his slippers and went to the bathroom first. When he came out, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at the sleeping girl on the bed. Instead of returning to the recliner, he turned slightly and came to the bed. Taking advantage of the faint moonlight in the room, Wu Jiangtao sat down and quietly looked at her peaceful and serene features, and what appeared before his eyes was. But it was the smile and frown on Chen Jun's face when he looked at him at night. Well, that angry look, although there is no curved eyebrows, is better than a smile. Whenever I think of Wu Jiangtao, I can't help but curl up the corners of my mouth. I didn't expect that she was a very quiet and peaceful girl when we first got along. I didn't expect. After spending a long time together, she gradually revealed the innocence, naivety and liveliness that a girl should have, and she was so cute and touching. As he watched, Wu Jiangtao couldn't help but bend down and gently touch her forehead. This girl was actually the mother of his 2 babies. She would most likely stay with him for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. I don't know, am I just liking your good looks, or is it some kind of disgusting love or something? I'm only sure of one thing, that is, I'm really happy to be able to accompany you and take care of you and the baby. The sound was so soft that the girl on the bed didn't hear it at all. She was still sleeping, her breathing soft and long. Wu Jiangtao had anticipated this. As a martial artist, he was very sensitive to breathing, and he could clearly tell whether someone was asleep or not. There was no such bloody scene of a girl pretending to be asleep. Everything is so natural. Good night. He leaned over gently and touched the girl's forehead lightly. Then Wu Jiangtao got up and lay down on the recliner. He picked up the blanket to cover his stomach, closed his eyes and slowly fell asleep. But Wu Jiangtao didn't know that after he fell asleep, the girl who was sleeping soundly on the bed suddenly stretched out her hand and made a pushing motion, mumbling in her sleep, don't, Wu. She didn't know what she was dreaming about, her face was flushed and her ears were burning. I don't know what kind of hooliganism the girl encountered in her dream. Chapter 098. This night, I hug you and ask for your monthly ticket. On such a night, some people here return to the passionate days of that year and that day, while others encounter blushing and heart-pounding treatment in their dreams. In the master bedroom of 0903, a shrill cry of a child was heard, waking someone up from his dream. As soon as Chen Jun got up, he immediately leaned over to pick up his sister, and couldn't help but put his hand to cover his cheek. Sizzling hot. I didn't know, I thought it was a fever. Even though I knew it was a dream, it was just a dream. I couldn't help but look up at Wu Jiangtao, who was sleeping soundly on the other side of the baby's bed. As she watched, her beautiful eyebrows gradually stood up. My sister didn't wake him up even with all the noise she made, so I had to do it myself, while thinking. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Holding her sister, she gently moved her body to the bedside little by little, and then lifted his foot. On the recliner, Wu Jiangtao, who had prepared 5 tables of delicious meals today, was extremely tired and fell into a deep sleep. He was also dreaming that he was fighting with someone on a ring. The opponent was very strong. Every punch and kick he threw was powerful and tough, tricky and fierce. Although he could clearly see through the opponent's moves, his body inexplicably felt powerless and he was always a beat slow. He was beaten left and right and retreated step by step. Hateful. In the dream, he couldn't see the other person's appearance clearly, and his anger gradually grew. He tried hard to open his eyes wide to see the other person's appearance clearly. Counterattack, counterattack. Wu Jiangtao, who was forced to retreat to the corner, finally roared and rushed forward. The next moment, the opponent's appearance finally came into view. Clear black eyebrows, eyes as bright as spring water, full eye bags under the eyes. Such a pair of extremely familiar eyes, like a solitary orchid in a valley, were staring at him. Glare. In the dream, Wu Jiangtao was so frightened by this scene that he raised his hands. Boom. He was hit hard by the kick and fell to the ground. When he landed on the ground with a nimble flip in mid-air, he was horrified to find that the entire ring behind him had flipped over, and there was nothing under the ring but a bottomless abyss. Wu Jiangtao felt a pang in his heart in the dream, but he couldn't take any effective action. Boom! This guy fell headfirst to the ground. He woke up and sat up, holding his nose. The rest of his body was fine, but his nose, which had landed directly on the ground, was a little painful. A wave of pain rushed straight to his forehead, and Wu Jiangtao couldn't help but grimace. It hurts. Xiaojun, why are you up? Chen Jun was holding Daodu and feeding her. There was a look of surprise on her face when she looked over. To be honest, when Wu Jiangtao suddenly turned over when he kicked her just now, she was really scared. At that time, the girl was really ready to be beaten, but she never thought. Wu Jiangtao, who was half asleep and half awake, just turned over and looked like he was going to attack him, but when the time came, he suddenly withdrew his hands and let his feet fall on him. As the recliner was shaking, the guy in the chair fell face down on the ground. I. Chen Jun's eyes were wandering. After all, Wu Jiangtao had helped her kick him hard. It's okay. The baby is awake. I'll get up to feed him. Oh. Wu Jiangtao rubbed his nose. He was half asleep and a little confused from the fall. He muttered, "Strange, why do I feel like someone kicked me?" A certain girl suddenly felt guilty. After all, he was a warrior, so Wu Jiangtao quickly regained consciousness. He had just been kicked by someone. The force wasn't that great, but it was mainly because he was on the edge of the recliner when he turned over. The kick made him lose his balance for a moment, and the recliner flipped over. In addition, he was so half asleep that he couldn't react immediately. This is why Wu Ma said that practical training should be put on the agenda for this kid. If he had gone through practical training, he would have reacted instantly and counterattacked or dodged. Of course, in the situation just now, it is impossible to counterattack in this lifetime. This guy thought for a moment. He and Chen Jun were the only ones in the room, so he already had solid evidence of who kicked him, so he could put him in handcuffs. Bah, what are you thinking? Wu Jiangtao looked at the girl speechlessly, and asked a question that penetrated the depths of her soul. Did you kick me? Soon, Chen Jun's little head kept shaking from side to side, his eyes wandering, and he lied for the first time in his life. No, I don't know, it's not me. Wu Jiangtao stared at her. Why is this girl so cute even when she looks guilty and shaking her head while lying? Did you call me but couldn't wake me up? Hearing this, Chen Jun nodded immediately, but when he saw Wu Jiangtao's half-smiley eyes, he immediately realized that something was wrong and quickly shook his head. No, I didn't kick you. She continued to cheat. It's okay. If you can't wake me up next time, just kick me. Wu Jiangtao grinned, came over, took Daodu, who had eaten his fill and was sleeping soundly, from her arms, and put him back in the baby bed. She quickly covered her granary and turned around to zip it back up. Before today, Chen Jun, who had long been accustomed to it, would definitely be very natural and would not have any special reaction, but from this evening until now, some barriers have been broken, and the relationship between the two has become somewhat indescribable. This made her a little shy. No, we are an old married couple, why are you shy? Seeing her like this, Wu Jiangtao was really happy and couldn't help but come up to her and tease her. Who is your old wife? Who is your old wife? Upon hearing this, Chen Jun's pretty eyebrows suddenly raised slightly, and she couldn't help but reach out her hand as if to pinch. Not old, not old. Our Xiao Jun is still young, only 28 years old. Get out. He actually dared to say that he was old. Chen Xiaojun was so angry that he couldn't help but kick him again. Oops. Wu Jiangtao, who was kicked again, staggered exaggeratedly and fell directly on the bed. It's over, my old waist, it's broken. Chen Jun rolled her eyes, not wanting to pay any attention to him. She turned around and hugged her brother Miao Miao, who was still half asleep, into her arms. Soon, brother Miao Miao was full too. Chen Jun put him back in the baby bed and he fell asleep soundly. After feeding, she turned around and saw someone tossing and turning on the bed. Get up! Chen Jun called this guy out in a reproachful manner. Wu Jiangtao covered the spot where he had just been kicked, his face full of pain, and groaned, I can't take it anymore, I'm seriously injured in the 3rd degree. I must get treatment. She laughed without getting angry, raised her hand and slapped him. Come, I will give you treatment. Treatment. Every word of treatment was accompanied by a slap, a very hard one. Wu Jiangtao let out a few strange cries and then stopped moving. He fainted and his slippers were placed beside the bed and the quilt was neatly covered on his body. In this situation, how could Chen Jun not know Wu Jiangtao's plan? Her face suddenly turned red. Come down. Someone is in a faint. Wu Jiangtao, you rascal. Get out of bed, I want to sleep. Someone continued to pretend to be dead. Chen Jun was so angry that he climbed onto the bed, lifted the quilt, and kicked him again. Well, just now I was able to kick him and the chair over with one kick, now I can definitely kick this drama queen, scoundrel and stinky hooligan under the bed. But for Wu Jiangtao, what could be better than having Xia Baikai come to his door? Oops. With a scream, he accepted the soft and tender feet with a smile, and took them along. By the time Chen Jun reacted, he found himself leaning in a warm, strong arm. The next moment, he felt a familiar breath and touch on his forehead. Sleep. The magnetic sound of the subwoofer, accompanied by a warm breath, came. Shin-jun was a little confused at first, and then her whole face turned red, and her ears were burning. This night, hold me. Chapter 099 is so miserable. Please read the monthly ticket. Early morning. The sunlight shone through the gaps in the curtains, making the whole room bright. Suddenly, a little bird fluttered its wings and landed outside the window. It tilted its head, as if looking at something on the bed through the glass. Then, it pecked at the window, pecked again, then raised its head and chirped a few times. Bang, bang, bang. There was some noisy sound coming from the window glass, which finally woke up the person on the bed. Shin-jun woke up in a daze and subconsciously stretched herself, but the next moment, she found that her waist seemed to be clamped by something. Ah! She screamed and subconsciously tried to break free from this warm and strong embrace, but then she remembered someone's rogue behavior last night, and her face turned red again. Stop making trouble. Wu Jiangtao was still asleep. He mumbled something and subconsciously hugged the warm and beautiful girl in his arms tightly. Shin-jun's face was red and her heart was beating fast. She clearly felt. She struggled to pull away the hands that were holding her, and she gradually freed herself from his embrace. She immediately sat on the bed and fanned her blushing face with both hands. It was really not easy to break free from someone's arms. It took a lot of effort and Shin-jun was sweating. Turning her head, she gave the guy a hateful look and couldn't help but kick him again. Well, we have to beat this guy up while he's sleeping. Anyway, he's got thick skin from martial arts training, so he must be very resistant to beatings. Besides, there's a blanket between us. Boom. Shin-jun was stunned. Wait, why did this kick seem to hit something? Almost at the same time, Wu Jiangtao, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, suddenly raised his head and widened his eyes. He let out a scream, covered his body with his hands, and curled up like a cooked shrimp. Shin-jun. Although she was a little embarrassed, she also realized how inhumane her kick was, and hurried forward. Jiangtao, are you okay? Are you hurt? You, what are you doing? Someone accused with a look of grief and anger. Bah! It's all your own fault. You murdered your own husband. It hurts. Wu Jiangtao had just recovered, and he quickly sat up and turned around. Well, check the situation quickly. As he watched, he muttered quietly, if I don't even have this kind of feeling, then you are the one who is miserable. Why are you turning around? Let me help you. Shin-jun came over and before she could finish her words, her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. At this moment, the two of them stared at each other. Wu Jiangtao looked up in astonishment, only to see Shin-jun, with a red face, quickly turn around, go into the bathroom, and close the door. It seems like from the moment I woke up until now, it has been you doing something to me. Instead of what I did to you? Ning's reaction is too much. In the bathroom, Shin-jun covered his eyes, feeling a little overwhelmed. Shin-jun, you have to be brave. You have to be brave. This is not the first time we've seen each other. It's okay, it's okay. Take a deep breath, take a deep breath. Inhale, exhale. Slowly, her mood finally calmed down, she picked up her toothbrush and toothpaste and started to wash up. At this moment, there was a light knock on the door. Wait a minute, I haven't finished washing up yet. Shin-jun calmed down and replied calmly. No. I actually wanted to tell Ning a long time ago that this is the second time Ning has seen me through. The last time, he even got on me. You have to be responsible for me. Roll. She replied through gritted teeth. Ha 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 ha. After changing clothes outside, Wu Jiangtao walked out of the room with a sly smile and went to prepare breakfast first. In the bathroom, the girl blushed again, put down her toothbrush and cup angrily, and started to use facial cleanser. Well, it's the kind that's for pregnant women. Before pregnancy, she would usually apply lotion and sunscreen after washing her face with cleanser, but now she is still breastfeeding, so she definitely can't use it. Now that the baby is still breastfeeding, she cannot use the cosmetics and skin care products she used before pregnancy. Some ingredients in these things will enter the body and have some adverse effects on breast milk. She had studied these things carefully when she was pregnant, memorized them carefully, and followed them strictly. After washing up, Shin-jun turned around and pressed the door handle. When he was about to go out, he suddenly sensed something. He pushed the door open silently and carefully stuck his head out. And Mr. Mo, who had just entered the room, had just walked to the baby's bed. Before he had time to look down at the baby, he saw his daughter opening the door in exactly the same way as yesterday. At this moment, both mother and daughter blushed. "Mom, why didn't you tell me you were here?" Chenjun blushed because she was embarrassed to be caught like this by her mother. After all, she had criticized her yesterday. As for why Mr. Mo was blushing. "Is my dad up yet? Let him come over here to have breakfast later." It would have been fine if he hadn't said this, but once he did, Mr. Mo's face turned even redder. "Mom?" Chenjun looked at her mother in confusion. "Is she not feeling well?" Look at her face, she obviously doesn't have any makeup on, but her face is so fair, rosy, and shiny, it doesn't look like she is. "Ahem, your dad went to bed a little late last night and is still sleeping now. Call him later." "It's okay." Mr. Mo tried to calm down and look down at the two big babies in the baby bed. "How many times did Daodu and Myomia wake up yesterday? Is it regular?" "Twice, it's pretty regular now." Mr. Mo nodded. "The baby is still young now, so he may continue to wake up at night for 10 days or half a month. When he grows up a little bit, he will sleep through the night and won't wake up and make a fuss." Chenjun changed her clothes and went to the living room with her mother. Wu Jiangtao had already made soy milk and took out the chicken soup dumplings and brown sugar buns that he had packed and stored earlier from the freezer of the refrigerator. Well, there was a lot of soup made from the chicken and duck that Wu Ma brought over before, and he couldn't finish it even with the soup. So Wu Jiangtao simply wrapped the soup into dumplings and made them into soup dumplings. If they are put in the freezer, they will be fine for at least 4 or 5 days. Since I was making pastries, I also made other pastries suitable for Chenjun to eat. There are also brown sugar steamed buns, which are quite suitable for her to eat now. "Mom, have breakfast. I'll go call my dad," Chenjun said as she turned around and was about to walk outside. A blush appeared on Boss Mo's face. He quickly stood up and held his daughter. "Wait, no need, I'll go call." "Forehead? I always feel like my mom is acting weird today, but Chenjun can't tell what's wrong." Alright, I'll go and call them. Just sit down and eat your breakfast." Chapter 100 TSK Tisk, please read the monthly ticket. Ms. Mo's physical energy consumption was extremely high last night, but she didn't care about her rumbling stomach. She turned around and left 0903 and returned to 0902. Wu Jiangtao watched his mother-in-law leave and turned to look at Chenjun. The two looked at each other. "AI, don't you think your mother is acting strange this morning?" he asked. Chenjun nodded. "I felt it too, especially the complexion. I felt several years younger. Maybe it's because I've finished with this matter, so I'm happy?" Wu Jiangtao didn't say much. He picked up a soup dumpling filled with chicken soup and put it in Chenjun's bowl. "You should eat more of this, it's good for your health. This is all the chicken soup I made the day before yesterday." The two chatted while eating. About 5 or 6 minutes later, Wu Jiangtao was eating when suddenly, puff! At the dinner table, he had just taken a sip of soy milk when he suddenly lowered his head and sprayed it into the bowl. Call! He was a warrior after all, so even though he choked, he immediately controlled his breathing and blew out a breath slowly from his chest, pushing out the soy milk that had gotten into his trachea. Chenjun next to him? Unable to resist giving him a glare of reproach, she pulled a few tissues from the side and said, "What are you doing? You can even choke when drinking soy milk." As he was talking, 2 footsteps were heard from the door. He saw the unhappy Mr. Mo and Chen's father walking in from outside. Chenjun quickly turned around to look. But I saw that Father Chen was frowning, holding his old waist with both hands, and rubbing it constantly. "Hey! Dad, what's wrong with you? Is your waist hurting?" Hearing his daughter's words, Dad Chen couldn't help but show a hint of embarrassment on his face. At the side, Mr. Mo's eyes flashed with embarrassment, but he still said unhappily, "It's okay, your father was too tired from work before, it's an old problem. Oh, I'll use moxa sticks to give him moxibustion on his lower back later." At the dining table, Wu Jiangtao, with his mouth twitching, put his fist against his mouth, enduring very hard, not being able to laugh. These were his father-in-law and mother-in-law, although he didn't know why they were so passionate. But being energetic is a good thing. Well, good thing. Let us go back a few minutes. Mr. Chen, who was sleeping late, was pulled out of bed by Mr. Mo. As soon as he sat up, he frowned and rubbed his lower back. Wife, rub it for me first. Mr. Mo rolled his eyes and said, get up, wash up, and have breakfast. After that, I'll give you a massage. Dad Shin had no choice but to get up obediently, go to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face, then go to 0903 with his wife. As he walked, he kept rubbing his waist. You. Seeing this scene, Mr. Mo felt distressed and speechless, angry and amused. You really think you are a young man in your 20s, and you keep doing it. I will make you do it again and again, I will make you do it again and again. The more she spoke, the angrier she became, and she couldn't help but raise her hand and slap him. Dad Chen, who was suffering from back pain, couldn't help but stagger after being slapped. It hurts, it hurts. He quickly begged for mercy. At the same time, at 0903, Wu Jiangtao, who was separated from them by the entrance corridor, choked on a mouthful of soy milk. Well, now with his skills and physical fitness constantly improving, his five senses are quite sharp, and he can hear clearly the movements outside the gate. TSK, TSK, TSK. Watching Father Chen approaching, holding onto the back of the chair and slowly sitting down, Wu Jiangtao slowly exhaled the laughter in his chest. Aunt, since my uncle's waist is uncomfortable, let's give him moxibustion first. He spoke quickly. Ha! Seeing Mo Wanha's gaze, Wu Jiangtao continued, moxibustion is usually done about an hour after a meal. I think your uncle is really uncomfortable like this, so let's do some moxibustion first and then have breakfast. Oh, I see. That's fine too. Wu Jiangtao quickly got up and went to the kitchen cabinet to find 2 moxibustion boxes, 2 small wormwood sticks and a large and thick wormwood stick. Xiao Wu, you eat first, I can do this by myself. Mo Wanha was about to take these things, but Wu Jiangtao did not hand them to her. He shook his head and smiled, I'm full. It's okay, Auntie, let me do it. By the way, I'll tell you some precautions for moxibustion. Alright. Wu Jiangtao turned around, went to the kitchen, cut a few slices of ginger, and put them into the moxibustion box. Generally speaking, moxibustion combined with ginger slices is called ginger moxibustion. It can not only treat physical pain, but also play a role in dispelling cold and dampness, and can also prevent burns. Looking at this scene, Mr. Mo was also a little curious. Is this ancient treatment really effective for my husband's back pain? Well, we'll find out later. Wu Jiangtao put ginger into the moxibustion box, lit 2 small moxa sticks, put them into the box, and called Chen's father to come over and lie on the sofa. Then, he turned the temperature of the 2 moxibustion boxes to medium-low temperature, tied them behind Chen's father's knees, and aimed them at the Weizhong acupoint. And, the skin around the Weizhong acupoint is not as rough as other places. It is relatively tender, and there are blood vessels all over it. Remember, you must be careful about the temperature, uncle, if you feel hot later, you must tell me, otherwise the burn will be counterproductive. Good. Dad Chen nodded. Immediately, Wu Jiangtao stretched out his hand, pointed at a few points on his lower back, and said to Mo Wanha, these 2 points are Shinshu points, the middle of these 2 points is Mingmen point, further down is Yaoyangwen point, and the Yaoyan points on both sides. Sometimes the lower back pain will be biased to the left or right. If it is biased to the left, it is correct to apply moxibustion to the Yaoyan point on that side. If it is biased to the left, moxibustion the Yaoyan point on the left more. The same goes for the right. Also, near the coccyx, this point is the Yaoshu point. Moxibustion at this point can not only treat low back pain, but also prevent and treat sciatica. Oh. Mr. Mo wrote down all these matters carefully. At this time, Wu Jiangtao had already lit another relatively large moxa stick and started moxibustion on Chen's father's Shinshu acupoint and Mingmen acupoint. Just like massage, moxibustion is also from top to bottom. Auntie, you can moxibustion here first, then move down to moxibustion Yaoyangwen acupoint, Yaoyan acupoint, and finally Yaoshu acupoint. As he spoke, he asked Father Chen, Uncle, do you feel hot in your lower back? No, it's just right. Phew, after you moxibustion me like this, my waist immediately feels much better. Next, Mr. Mo took the moxa stick from Wu Jiangtao's hand, sat next to Wu's father, and began to apply moxibustion to his lower back. Seeing her start moxibustion, Wu Jiangtao seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly stepped forward and said to her, by the way, I heard from Xiao Jun that you often suffer from insomnia and headaches, right? Chapter 101 Hesitantly asking for monthly tickets. If that's the case, then when you're giving moxibustion to your uncle, you can also give moxibustion to yourself. Ha! Wu Jiangtao stepped forward with a smile, you can hold the moxa stick in one hand and moxibustion my uncle's lower back, and you can use your other hand to put the moxa stick close to your own acupuncture points. As he spoke, he raised his palm, spread his thumb and index finger, and pointed his other thumb at a point slightly above the base of the palm. This is the Higu point. Moxibustion here can regulate the meridians on the head and face, and can relieve and treat headaches. Immediately, Wu Jiangtao clenched his fist again and pointed his other finger at his palm. The point between the middle finger and the ring finger when you make a fist is the Laogong acupoint. Moxibustion here has a good therapeutic effect on insomnia, depression, irritability, and neurasthenia. He patiently introduced many acupuncture points on the hands, such as Like, Shaoshan, Yuji, Hoshi, etc. Seeing that Mr. Mo was a little confused, he couldn't help but said with a smile, "You can find out these by looking them up on the internet. You can massage these acupuncture points more often. If conditions permit, you can use moxibustion. Slowly, your headache and insomnia will definitely get better." Eh? Don't say that. After about half an hour of moxibustion, Dad Shen turned over quickly, stretched his back, twisted his waist, and raised his hands and feet. My old waist doesn't hurt at all, and my legs and feet seem to be much lighter. Oh? Mo Wanho was full of surprise. Is the effect really that good? When she was applying moxibustion to Mr. Chen's waist just now, she alternated her hands and applied moxibustion to all the acupoints on her palms that Wu Jiangtao had just mentioned. I felt it myself and found that the area from my palms to my arms was warm, and I felt much more refreshed. Uncle, this relief is only temporary. Seeing the surprise on Shen's father's face, Wu Jiangtao couldn't help shaking his head and said, "Moxibustion can be performed every day, and the back pain will disappear in about a week. But if you don't get enough rest, your back and waist will soon ache again. On weekdays, it's best to do more exercise to cooperate with the moxibustion treatment, and eat more regularly." Sports? Speaking of this, Mr. Mo beside him couldn't help but turn his head and look over, and Father Chen also turned his head to look. The two looked at each other, and she couldn't help but give her husband a subtle look, feeling a little puzzled. What happened yesterday? Until now, she is still confused. They were an old couple and had lived a simple life for many years, but suddenly it changed. After the baby's full-month banquet, relatives from both families came over the next morning to sit for a while, then said goodbye and went back. Tao Tao, you are now a professional warrior. What are your plans for the future? Before leaving, Old Master Wu looked at Wu Jiangtao and asked a question. I originally thought that the future of this little grandson would be the same as that of an ordinary person. He would work hurriedly after graduation, and after a few years of hard work, he would have some savings. Then, under the arrangement of his family, he would go on a blind date, get married, and have children. Unexpectedly, this kid suddenly gave such a big surprise this year. Not only did he skip the blind date and marriage and directly had a child, but more importantly, he suddenly made great progress in martial arts and entered the professional level. This morning, after doing morning exercises, the old man also personally tested Wu Jiangtao's cultivation and found that his physical fitness was incredibly strong. If the average basic physical fitness of a professional warrior is 1, he is at least at the level of 3. Based on this point, this kid's martial arts strength cannot be measured by common sense, and his future is promising. I haven't thought about it yet. Wu Jiangtao hesitated for a moment. Now that M University knows that I have passed the martial arts professional certification, Director Wang of the Political Education Department found me and asked me if I would like to stay on campus and become an assistant teacher in the martial arts department. Teaching in the martial arts department of M University? Grandpa Wu nodded. That's not bad, but your martial arts can't stop here. You have to find a way to improve your practical skills. Maybe you can join some martial arts training camps of the security department, or go find Long Kid. Boy Long is Wu Jiangtao's uncle Yuan Long. Yes, I will. Ha ha ha, good. The old man looked pleased, and patted Wu Jiangtao on the shoulder. Let's go. When the baby is older, bring him home more often, so that grandpa can take care of him. Yes. Xiao Jun. On the other side, Grandma Wu held her hand and said kindly, if Tao Tao dares to bully you, just come to me. Although I am an old man, I am more than enough to deal with him. Wu Jiangtao beside him. Why do I feel like I've heard what Grandma said somewhere before? Chenju nodded and said very obediently, yes, I will. Standing at the gate of Yunlu Garden, my eldest cousin and Father Wu drove over. The two old people turned around and got in the car. They waved to them one last time and drove away. Wu's mother originally wanted to stay and help take care of the baby, but her son strongly dissuaded her from doing so. He gave a lot of reasons, such as Xiao Jun and I have taken good care of the baby now, she also likes the food I cook, Li Xiaoshan also comes over often and can help, and so on. But no one knows a child better than his mother. How could Mother Wu not see that Wu Jiangtao was not sincere? But it's hard for Wu Ma to find out the exact reason, and it's even more impossible for Wu Jiangtao to say that it was just to spend some time alone with his girlfriend as soon as possible. Well, of course, he was taking care of 2 babies while spending time alone with his girlfriend. It would be good to go back to Q City. Originally, she and Wu Dad were in charge of the martial arts school and the family. Wu Dad had to teach at the martial arts school during this period. After a tiring day, he had to cook, wash clothes, mop the floor, feed the chickens and ducks, and do all kinds of tedious housework when he got home. Although he didn't say anything, Wu Mom could already imagine what the family was like now. As for Wu Jiangtao's practical martial arts training, it just so happens that Yuan Long will be in City F these days, so he can go to his uncle and receive his guidance. My uncle has been in the southern continent for many years. Although his brigade is very powerful and even has the support of the security bureau, it has also experienced life and death several times. His martial arts combat ability is unquestionable. In this respect alone, he is even slightly better than my uncle. However, after traveling in the southern continent for many years, Yuan Long's strongest skill is no longer martial arts, but the gunfighting technique that integrates gun skills into martial arts. Over the years, countless star-level masters in the southern continent have been defeated by his gunfighting technique. Well, according to him, 10 steps away, the gun is fast. Within 10 steps, the gun is accurate and fast. In front of him, unless one is a martial arts master, no one can dodge his bullets within 10 steps. Chapter 102, Farewell, please read and vote for me. The Wu family had just left, and the Chen and Mo families who had come all the way from Kyoto were about to return. It was another farewell. After seeing Grandpa and Grandma off to the gate of the community, Chen Jun's face was full of reluctance, and she couldn't help but blushing. It was only now that she realized that she had not seen her grandparents for a long time. When she was a child, because her parents were too busy with work, she stayed at her grandparents' house most of the time. She was very close to the 2 elderly people. If she had not become pregnant and gave birth to a child last year, she would have gone back to her grandparents' house once a month. Silly child. Grandma Chen held her granddaughter's hand and said gently, "The only regret I have is that I wasn't able to be with you to take care of you when you were pregnant. Take good care of Dao and Miao Miao, and when they grow up, bring them home more often." Grandma still wants to watch the 2 babies grow up. She nodded vigorously, "I will. When the babies are older, I will take them home." As she spoke, Grandma Chen took Chen Jun's hand, then pulled Wu Jiangtao's hand from the side, and put their palms together. Although Grandma has poor eyesight and hearing, she has a clear mind. Yesterday seemed to be the full moon banquet for the 2 babies, but it was actually the engagement banquet for the 2 of you. Grandma is an experienced person, and I just hope that you 2 can get along well and raise the baby. There will definitely be bumps and bruises in the days ahead, but this is the only way to have a good life. As for Grandma, I don't understand the complicated feelings of you young people nowadays, but I think Xiao Tao is an honest child. Pick a day and go get the marriage certificate as soon as possible. Remember to tell Grandpa and Grandma then, so that we can also feel at ease. The old man looked at Wu Jiangtao again. Xiao Jun seems independent and strong, but she's actually a bit impulsive. If she gets angry, tell Grandma and I'll teach her a lesson. Forehead. Wu Jiangtao didn't know what to say, so he just nodded. It's also strange that on the issue of who bullies whom, the Wu family sided with Chen Jun, while the Chen family protected Wu Jiangtao. I watched my grandparents get in the car, wave to me, and then I watched them disappear as the car drove away. Tears couldn't stop flowing from Chen Jun's big eyes. The car had clearly disappeared, but she was still standing there waving. When she was in high school and had to live in a boarding school, when she left her grandparents for the first time, and every Sunday afternoon after that, when she left them, she would cry quietly on the way. The year she was admitted to M University, she couldn't help looking back at the airport entrance every time she took a step forward. Every step she took, she could see her grandparents standing at the other end, looking up at her from afar. She still remembers the persimmon tree in front of her grandparents' house. In autumn, the persimmons were ripe on the tree. When she was a child, she stood under the tree and looked up at them with envy. Coming to this world, there are too many words that cannot be said. Grandma and Grandpa, please stay a little longer. Stay, look at the baby, and stay with me. But what he finally said with sobs was, "It's okay, I can do it, we'll be fine." Be careful on the road. On the side, Mo Wanha and Chen's father, who had not left yet, watched their daughter crying in Wu Jiangtao's arms. They felt distressed and uncomfortable at the same time. There have been few times in her life when my daughter was so reluctant to leave me. After all, as a mother, I spent so little time with her that she became closer to her grandparents when she grew up. Let's go back. It's windy outside, you'll catch a cold if you stand like this. Wu Jiangtao comforted Chen Jun. Chen Jun calmed down and let him lead her back. Mr. Mo and Chen's father walked beside them, comforting their daughter softly, saying that she missed her grandparents and that they would take the baby back to their hometown in Kyoto to stay for a few more days when the baby was 6 months old. Back at room 0903 in building 11, Mr. Mo's personal assistant was looking after 2 babies in the living room. When he saw them come in, he stood up quickly. The baby isn't crying, is he? As soon as she came back, Chen Jun immediately took on the role of a mother and hurried over to see the 2 babies. It's okay, the babies are sleeping soundly and haven't woken up to cry, Xiaowan said with a smile. Thank you. Chen Jun and Wu Jiangtao hurriedly expressed their gratitude. No. The assistant waved his hands repeatedly. I am Mr. Mo's personal assistant, this is my job. It is said that this young assistant originally graduated from a key university. However, when she later joined Feiyan Group, Mo Wanha accidentally saw that her resume specifically stated that she had obtained certificates such as nanny and childcare worker. She thought it was very interesting and transferred her to her side as a life assistant. I have to say that this decision is very wise and this young assistant is really good at taking care of people. Mo Wanha was well taken care of by her. Apart from the anxiety and insomnia caused by the busy work and high market competition pressure of Feiyan Group, she never had a cold or fever. When she came here in the morning, after learning about what Mr. Mo had learned about moxibustion from Wu Jiangtao, assistant Xiaowan immediately came to him to learn the techniques of moxibustion and some knowledge about related acupuncture points. After the excitement of the baby's full-month banquet yesterday, even though Mr. Mo and Chen's father were also here today, the house inevitably felt a lot quieter. Especially since Chen Jun was still a little immersed in the mood of parting, the house felt inexplicably dull. At noon, Wu Jiangtao prepared lunch and called Chen Jun out from the bedroom. Ha! Why are there so many dishes for lunch today? When she saw the sumptuous meal on the table, she was stunned at first, then she realized, is Xiaoshan coming? Well, that's not all. Wu Jiangtao smiled mysteriously at her while setting the table. Not only that? There are others? Chen Jun had no interest in asking more questions, so he turned around and went to the next door to ask his parents to come over for lunch. As the 3 of them walked out of the door of 0902, they saw the elevator in the corridor ding. A familiar tall figure walked out of it. The person who came was actually Li Xiaoshan. As she came out of the elevator, she happened to see Chen Jun and the other 3, and immediately rushed over with laughter. Wahahaha, I'm here to cause trouble. She directly hung onto Chen Jun, hugged her and rubbed against her. It feels like a long time since we last met. Did you miss me? Oops. Chen Jun pulled the thing off his body with a disgusted look on his face, and said with great disdain, no. That's right. Being pushed and kicked away by her bestie, Li Xiaoshan said angrily, Sang Xian, someone has a husband now and has forgotten about her bestie. Yesterday, I was outside helping to clean up, and someone was hiding in the room playing kissing. Chapter 103, I took a sip of cold noodles. Please read it and vote for it. As soon as these words were spoken, the corridor fell silent. Mr. Mo and Mr. Chen turned around and looked at their daughter, whose face instantly flushed, in astonishment. Li Xiaoshan, shut up. At this moment, Chen Jun was really embarrassed, angry, ashamed and annoyed. Hey, are you shy? Seeing her furious look, Li Xiaoshan felt so upset when she ate dog food. Now she felt so happy when she saw Chen Jun's embarrassed look. My mouth is on me, but I still want to say Lulu Lulu. Li Xiaoshan, I'm going to tear your mouth apart. Ha 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 ha. Li Xiaoshan ran into 0903 laughing wildly, followed closely by Chen Jun Yuanhuang, who was left aside, came over and greeted the 2 elders, Mr. Mo and Mr. Chen. Father Chen still has some impression of this young man. Father Wu even gave him a special introduction at the banquet last night. The captain of the Q City Police Department's security team, although he is a little older, he is definitely a young man with a promising future and is indeed worthy of Xiaoshan. During the chat, he felt that this young man was very capable and straightforward, but he didn't know if he could get along with Xiaoshan. When they sat down at the table, Chen Jun's face was still a little red. Well, she was originally thin-skinned, and Li Xiaoshan's revelation just now directly broke the limit of what her face could bear. Have a meal. President Mo blared at the two girlfriends in anger. Stop making trouble. Even eating can't stop you from talking. What's going on? While eating, Wu Jiangtao gave Chen Jun an inquiring look, but unexpectedly, the girl rolled her eyes in response. He was inexplicably embarrassed by Chen Jun, and he couldn't comfort her in person. Wu Jiangtao had no choice but to turn around and look at his eldest cousin Yuan Huang beside him and asked curiously. Cousin, are you busy with work recently? Good. Yuan Huang nodded. Recently, there is a big and difficult case in F City. I was also transferred here. I will go back to the security bureau after dinner. Wu Jiangtao nodded, not surprised at all. My eldest cousin is very busy at work in the security department. He came to attend the baby's full-month banquet yesterday, and today he came with Li Xiaoshan to have a meal and meet the elders. If he didn't go back to Q City, it must be because he had work tasks in F City. The arrival of Li Xiaoshan suddenly changed the atmosphere of 0903, making the originally dull atmosphere become particularly lively and cheerful. How can you not be lively? As soon as this guy arrived, he started talking about the scene where he ran into Chen Jun and Wu Jiangtao last night, which aroused this rather thin-skinned girl a lot. After lunch, Li Xiaoshan slipped away, saying that she was busy with work at the research institute. Well, it's almost the same with my cousin Yuan Huang. It's not easy for him to find time to come to the university town from East Street to have lunch together. It must be Li Xiaoshan who called him, otherwise this busy man must be so focused on the case that he would not have the time to come over? That is right, this lively and lovely girl introduced to him by his second aunt has deeply attracted him. Perhaps it was because he was devoted to work, had a relatively small social circle, was a bit dull and didn't talk much, and the appearance of Li Xiaoshan just happened to add a rare touch of color to his dullness. Seeing the girl giggling, Yuan Huang smiled a lot more. As soon as they left, Chen Jun, who was extremely ashamed and angry, immediately got furious and kept pinching Wu Jiangtao in the room. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be teased by her like this. Oh my! Wu Jiangtao was grimacing as he was being pinched. He feigned anger and said, that's enough. If you do that again, I will fight back. You dare? Chen Jun was furious and continued to grab the soft flesh on Wu Jiangtao's waist and hit him hard. If you dare to hit me, I will tell your mother. Whoosh! Someone suddenly turned over like a kite. At the critical moment, Chen Jun knew what this guy's counterattack was, so he immediately covered his mouth with both hands to prevent him from succeeding easily. Get up. Don't want. You bully me. You call this bullying? Someone widened his eyes, feeling unreasonable. That's right. The girl's face was flushed, and her eyes were full of love, which made someone's heart simmer. He couldn't help but bend down and bite the back of her hand that was covering her mouth. Hateful. You're disgusting. Chen Jun pushed the guy away, gave him a fierce look, went into the bathroom with disgust, turned on the faucet to wash the saliva on the back of his hand. Wash your hands, turn off the water, and dry your palms. Suddenly the girl's heart moved. Was her reaction just now too big? Would he have any objection? She couldn't help but feel a little anxious, fearing that her big reaction just now would make someone feel uncomfortable. She tilted her ear slightly and listened to the noise outside the bathroom. Silent and breathless. All of a sudden, Chen Jun's heart tightened inexplicably. He quickly opened the bathroom door and carefully stuck his head out. However, Daodu and Miao were still lying peacefully in the baby's crib beside the bed, sleeping soundly, but someone had disappeared, and the huge room was empty. Jiangtao? She couldn't help but feel a little flustered, and quickly turned around, opened the door and chased out. Jiangtao? The girl raised her voice again. When she got outside, she saw Wu Jiangtao in the corridor. He was wearing a chef's skirt and holding a bowl of chicken, vegetable and millet porridge in his hand. He looked at her strangely. Are you there? Is the baby awake? Seeing her anxious look, Wu Jiangtao thought the baby was making a fuss and hurried over. No, the baby is not awake, you. Chen Jun looked at him carefully. You are not angry? Wu Jiangtao looked puzzled. Angry? Why am I angry? Although she didn't know why she thought she would be angry, this guy reacted very quickly and immediately frowned. Angry? Why am I not angry? I am very angry. Chen Jun. Who are you fooling? The girl was immediately furious, and couldn't help but raise her foot and kick him, hitting him right in the face. The next moment, she felt as if she had kicked on reinforced concrete. She sucked in a mouthful of cold noodles and squatted down holding her feet in pain. Wu Jiangtao quickly put the rice porridge aside, walked over and squatted to show her his feet. TSK, poor kid, the nail of his big toe is turned red. It hurts. Holding her feet, Chen Jun burst into tears out of reflex due to the pain. Wu Jiangtao immediately picked up the girl, put her on the sofa in the living room, held her feet in his hands, blew on them and rubbed them gently. Huff. It doesn't hurt, why are you kicking me for no reason? Aren't you just looking for trouble? Chapter 104, Bright and Beautiful, please read the monthly ticket. He looked carefully. Fortunately, my toes are just a little red. They will be fine after applying some safflower oil. If it were an ordinary person, this kick wouldn't necessarily hurt anyone, but Wu Jiangtao was a professional warrior, his muscles and bones were trained to be extremely strong, and the collision just now. To be precise, it's more like an egg hitting steel bars. Fortunately, Chen Jun is a weak girl and her feet are not very strong, otherwise the reaction force would be stronger and even cause a broken toe. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. The girl who had recovered from her anger became even angrier and stretched out her hands to pinch Wu Jiangtao. Blame me, blame me. Wu Jiangtao was completely confused. Back in the bedroom, Chen Jun, who had gloriously become a wounded soldier, leaned back on the recliner, sipping rice porridge in small sips, while his right foot was still in Wu Jiangtao's hand. Her face turned red again, and she couldn't help but pull back her right foot. It's a bit itchy. Wu Jiangtao pretended not to hear and held her feet and massaged them gently. I have to say that Chen Jun's feet are very beautiful, slender, and with small ankles. After Wu Jiangtao's pedicure and massage, they are now even more delicate, white, tender and smooth, and her toes are neat and cute, with a rosy luster. He can't put it down. All right. They had finished their bowl of rice porridge, but Wu Jiangtao was still massaging her. Chen Jun's face turned redder and her heart beat faster. It doesn't hurt anymore, can you let go? Don't want. Have to. Chen Jun could only let it go, half lying on the recliner, letting Wu Jiangtao give her a foot massage. She felt her body warm and couldn't help yawning. Slowly, she drooped her eyelids in a daze, while Wu Jiangtao continued to play. Phew, it's a foot massage. Zzz. As she kept pressing, she relaxed physically and mentally and fell asleep. Wu Jiangtao then stopped massaging and looked up, only to see. She leaned sideways on the recliner, her black hair flowing down like a waterfall, her white jade ears half hidden and half visible in it, and a faint blush still lingered on her orchid-like cheeks. After staring at her quietly for a long time, Wu Jiangtao stood up, picked her up gently and put her on the bed. Good afternoon. In the afternoon, Mr. Mo and Mr. Chen also left and went back to Kyoto. Dad, Mom. Be careful on the road. After sending Mr. Mo to the gate of Yunlu Garden Community, Chen Jun's face was full of reluctance. Well, you should take care of yourself and take good care of Daodu and Miumia. When they were about to leave, it was Father Chen who spoke more, while President Mo did not have that many words to say. He just looked at his daughter. It seemed that looking at her one more time was one more time, but also seemed that looking at her one less time was one less time. Sometimes, even the CEO of a listed group company that manages nearly 100,000 people can't help but think with some regret. If I hadn't gone into the sea and become a successful actress, perhaps I would be happier and more lively today. At least I could spend more time with my daughter and be by her side. My relationship with her might not have become like this, right? Of course, despite his thoughts, Mr. Mo quickly calmed down and became resolute again. In the eyes of others, Feiyin Group has been listed for many years and is at the top of the industry, and even at the pinnacle of China's manufacturing industry. But in her opinion, Feiyin must continue to move forward and continue to forge ahead. Over the years, the international situation has been changing rapidly and the general environment is very unfriendly to China's high-end manufacturing companies. Various overt and covert suppression from the West has made it somewhat difficult for Feiyin Group. But, no matter how difficult it is, she also has to face it with a frown. Let us go. After getting in the car, Mr. Mo and Mr. Chen waved to their daughter one last time, then drove away amid the low sound of the engine. The summer afternoon is still scorching hot, but the breeze blowing from the back mountain brings a hint of coolness to the dense shade of the trees. In the lush green woods of the garden community, there are occasional patches of flowers, and butterflies fluttering up. In the stroller, Daodu and Miaomia were both awake, looking at the surroundings curiously. Their big black eyes were so cute. Wu Jiangtao was pushing a cart and walking with Chen Jun on the forest path in the garden community. Just when he wanted to comfort the silent girl, he saw her raise her hands and stretch. Finally left, finally liberated. But Chen Jun looked up and squinted his eyes, letting the sunlight shining through the woods fall on his face full of happiness. Seeing her happy face, Wu Jiangtao was stunned. No, wasn't he a little unhappy just now in front of Mr. Mo and Mr. Chen? Ha! You keep telling me that I just came out of confinement and that I shouldn't do this or that. It's just washing my hair, isn't it? Is that a big deal? I'm so annoyed. After talking to himself for a few words, Chen Jun turned to look at Wu Jiangtao, who was a little surprised. Hey, I want to eat spicy chicken tonight. Why are you looking at me like that? Did you hear my order? It seems like there's no chicken at home. Well, the chickens that were slaughtered and brought from home during the confinement period were all eaten. If Wu Jiangtao really wanted to eat more, he would have to go to the vegetable market. The most important thing was, someone called this morning to make a reservation and said he didn't have chicken at home. Then I don't care. Chen Jun snorted, turned around, and walked briskly on the forest path with his hands behind his back. Suddenly, he raised his hands and turned around. Her light footsteps made people feel like a happy little deer, and when her waist stretched and she turned gracefully, she looked like a beautiful butterfly, which made Wu Jiangtao stare at her. This was the first time he saw Chen Jun dance. Although it was very short, it gave him a very amazing feeling. Let's go to the Jiangxin garden on the other side of the river. I haven't been there yet. Chen Jun walked happily in front. Okay, I also want to go for a walk over there. Wu Jiangtao pushed the stroller and looked at the girl who had regained her energy, and his heart brightened. Mr. Mo and Mr. Chen had just returned. In the evening, Li Xiaoshan moved to the room next to 0903 with empty hands and a lot of bags. Oh, thank you for your hard work. Come on, give Ning a reward. As she spoke, Li Xiaoshan suddenly opened her arms and hugged Yuan Huang in front of her. This unexpected hug made the older young man stunned, and he subconsciously put his arms around her. Li Xiaoshan was just over 1.7 meters tall, and Yuan Huang was over 1.9 meters tall. When they hugged, the girl's head just happened to rest on his chest. At this moment, someone's thoughts fluctuate like this. It's been so many days, and you don't even dare to hold my hand. Okay, no need to hold the lead, I'll just come to your door and hold you in my arms, okay? Kiss me, nibble me, be naughty with me. Chapter 105, I decided to read it and ask for a monthly ticket. But Yuan Huang just stared at her blankly, looking at her pretty face close to him, her big eyes slightly narrowed, her small and straight nose, her lips slightly parted. Heart palpitations. And waiting, Li Xiaoshan was so embarrassed, but the guy in front of her was like a piece of wood. Although when they chatted before, he talked about the past, saying that he had always been studying and practicing martial arts, and was very busy at work, and had never been in a relationship. But it shouldn't be like this, right? You. Li Xiaoshan angrily gave this guy a headbutt on the chest. You, kiss me. You big idiot. Yuan Huang's heart warmed up, and he immediately lowered his head. Just as they were about to touch each other. Click, the door of 0902 opened, and then a familiar voice came. Xiaoshan, you are here. Eh? The next moment, the two men suddenly separated as if they had been electrocuted, and on the other side of the door was Chen Jun. You guys. Tit for tat, Wu Jiangtao's good fortune was ruined by Li Xiaoshan before, and today she finally mustered up the courage to take down Yuan Huang, who in her opinion was a bit naive but very pure and high-quality straight man. But it was disrupted by Chen Jun. No, it's not a mess. As the saying goes, a man chasing a woman is like a mountain, and a woman chasing a man is like a veil. Now the first one to express his feelings is Li Xiaoshan, and Yuan Huang has always liked her. The relationship can be said to have been confirmed. The key point is that what was disturbed was someone's long planned. Ah! Li Xiaoshan roared inwardly, just like that. However, she didn't show any embarrassment of being caught. Instead, she rolled her eyes at Chen Jun, who appeared and said, "Why are you here? Can't you see I'm busy?" Ahem. Busy moving? I said, you're so quick. Chen Jun looked at her best friend with some doubt. Although Li Xiaoshan seemed carefree, enthusiastic and sunny, she was actually quite conservative in relationships. Her love experience in college especially dealt her quite a blow. In the past few years, it's not that there haven't been outstanding boys pursuing her. Just like last year, she met a boy who made her heart beat, but at that time, she was sent by the Institute to the United States for project research and exchange studies, which caused this relationship to end before it even began. After returning this year, the boy was already together with another girl. Then, Wu Ma introduced her to Yuan Huang. Where have we reached yet? Li Xiaoshan retorted, no matter how fast I am, I'm still not as fast as you. Chen Jun was suddenly speechless. Although she could sometimes choke people with her words, she was not good at arguing. I just came here to ask you to eat. Are you coming or not? Li Xiaoshan moved into 0902, which immediately added a lot of joy to 0903. However, people's joys and sorrows are not the same. For example, at the dinner table today, Chen Jun only felt that Li Xiaoshan was noisy. Li Xiaoshan looked at the small plate of spicy chicken in front of Chen Jun. There was no doubt that this was a dish Wu Jiantao made specifically for her. Although he didn't want to compete with her for food, she still asked. Ah, Jiantao, I sent you a WeChat message to order lunch today, but you said you didn't have chicken at home and couldn't make spicy chicken? This. Wu Jiantao could only scratch his head. In the afternoon, Xiaojun suddenly said that she wanted to eat this dish, so I went to the market and bought half a chicken. Li Xiaoshan was speechless. She couldn't say anything. It was only natural for Wu Jiangtao to do so. Chen Jun is the biological mother of his two babies. If he doesn't treat her well, who can he treat well? Forget it, considering that you just came out of confinement, I won't compete with you for the dish today, Li Xiaoshan consoled herself, and then reluctantly pulled her eyes away from the dish and picked up another dish of fish-flavored pork shreds on the table that was also delicious in color, aroma, and taste. Although this dish is also delicious, but I really want to eat spicy chicken. At the dinner table, everyone was speechless. Look at this poor kid, he was so greedy. Saliva was flowing from the corners of his eyes. Chen Jun ate the long-lost spicy chicken calmly, taking a sip of refreshing soy milk from time to time, while someone opposite him kept glancing over here. It smells so good. It whetted her appetite even more. She just felt that today's food was particularly delicious and her appetite was whetted. For the first time in her life, she stood up and got another half bowl of white rice. She sat down and just picked up a small piece of spicy chicken. On the other side, Li Xiaoshan paused and stared at the spicy chicken nugget with wide eyes as it went into Chen Jun's mouth. 1, 2, 3, for there are only 4 pieces left. Aha. Woo. This best friend couldn't stand it anymore. She put down her bowl and chopsticks, clasped her hands together, and bowed to Chen Jun. I beg your majesty to stop using your magical powers. I can't stand it anymore. In the end, in this battle between the two best friends, Chen Jun won a complete victory with a plate of spicy chicken. In this regard, Yuan Huang once again refreshed his girlfriend's enthusiasm for food. Of course, it was only about delicious food. After the meal, the cousin pulled Wu Jiangtao aside and started asking him how to make the spicy chicken. After considering for a few days, Wu Jiangtao discussed with Chen Jun again and finally decided to accept the invitation of Wang Yu, director of the Political and Educational Department of M University, and stay on campus to apply to become an assistant teacher in the Martial Arts Department of M University. Nowadays, in addition to the development of competitive arenas, the field of martial arts also has quite good career prospects in other industries such as the education system. In the current society, the salaries of professional martial artists are still very considerable. Although he is only an assistant teacher, his salary is not low at all. He gets a monthly salary of 15,000 yuan during a 1-month probation period, and 25,000 yuan after becoming a regular employee. He also has many benefits in terms of 6 insurances and 1 fund. Compared with the average students of M University, Wu Jiangtao's salary level is already very high. Of course, it is still not as high as some genius students who enter listed group companies right after graduation. Just like Feiyan Group, in order to compete with other large groups for the scarce talented students, it launched a super genius talent strategy plan, attracting talented students from well-known domestic universities such as Southeast University of Science and Technology, Peking University, and Tsinghua University to join. The proud sons of heaven who enter this talent strategy camp all have an annual salary starting at 1 million. Chen Jun is also at this level, but after graduation she did not choose to join these top corporate groups. Instead, she followed her master and entered a research institute, where she participated in various research projects, published papers, and continuously improved herself. However, with the development path she has chosen, it is foreseeable that she will not be able to sit idle in the future and will definitely be very busy. But with Wu Jiangtao around, he will definitely be able to take good care of her. At least when it comes to diet, Chen Jun has become picky because of him and will definitely not be able to get used to the food outside. Chapter 106, 42 Days of Physical Examination. Please read the monthly ticket. For example, Li Xiaoshan, who has returned to work at the research institute, would come back to eat at least 1 or 2 meals a day, no matter how busy she was, instead of eating at school or simply ordering takeout. Having been accustomed to the delicious food prepared by Wu Jiangtao, the food outside tasted like wax and she had no appetite. The biggest advantage of Wu Jiangtao choosing to work at M University is that in addition to attending a few classes a week, he will have plenty of time to practice martial arts, and at the same time he will be able to take good care of his family and take care of Chen Jun's daily life. Of course, he won't officially start working until next semester. After all, the 2 babies are still young, and Chen Jun sometimes can't take care of them alone at home. As for the source of income in the past few months, Wu Jiangtao told Chen Jun that he was trading stocks and virtual currencies, and showed her the balance in his account. It's quite a lot, more than 400,000. Well, these incomes are actually rewards obtained after completing some tasks issued by the super dad or hidden in life, but the distribution method needs to be through virtual currency and the stock market. Time passes. Soon, the physical examination for Daodu and Miao 42 days after birth arrived. Well, as a mother, Chen Jun also had to undergo a 42-day physical examination. On this day, Wu Jiangtao and Chen Jun both woke up very early. One of them fed the baby first, trying to ensure that the baby would not suddenly cry for milk in the next 2 or 3 hours, while the other went to pack the backpack, checking the baby's diapers, spare blankets, milk bottles, milk powder, and thermos cups filled with warm water. After having a baby, Chen Jun and Wu Jiangtao can no longer go anywhere anytime like they did when they were single. When they went out, Wu Jiangtao carried a travel bag and pushed a stroller, and Chen Jun also took out the largest bag from her own handbag and filled it with a lot of things. Well, it was full of her personal belongings. Now, in addition to the 2 babies' things, she also has things to bring. Xiao Chen, are you guys going out? As soon as they got downstairs, a middle-aged woman passing by saw their family of 4 carrying a lot of bags and asked with a smile. Well, Professor Chen, my baby and I are going to the hospital for a physical examination today. Chen Jun smiled and nodded to her. The university professor stopped and looked at Chen Jun and Wu Jiangtao with concern. Is it the full-month physical examination? No, it's a physical examination 42 days after delivery. Both my baby and I have. Oh. Time flies. Have a good checkup. Yeah, thank you. In Yunlu Garden, many of the people who bought houses were tutors, professors, and even students from various institutions in the university town. Chen Jun knew many of them, such as Professor Chen, who also lived in Building 11. Although he was not from M University, he was an old professor at M Normal University. In the past, he had collaborated several times on a scientific research project with the institute where Chen Jun worked, and he met Chen Jun at work. After bidding farewell to Professor Chen, whom they had met by chance, the 2 of them brought their baby to the gate of the community, where the special car they had called was already waiting. The 42-day postpartum checkup is mainly to make an overall assessment of the mother's postpartum wounds, pelvic floor function, body and uterus and other organs. It is convenient for early detection of problems and early treatment. It prevents the mother from having any sequelae. At the same time, it is also an assessment of the baby's development after birth. For this physical examination, they did not go to the Qingqiao Maternal and Child Health Hospital. After all, it was just a community hospital. Wu Jiangtao took Chen Jun and the baby to the F City Second Hospital, which is very authoritative in gynecology. For today's physical examination, Wu Jiangtao had already made an appointment in advance through the hospital's official account. After arriving and registering, they went directly to the gynecology clinic. After arriving here, Wu Jiangtao could only stand outside in the corridor and watch Chen Jun push the baby carriage into the clinic for a physical examination. The physical examination went smoothly. In the obstetrics and gynecology clinic of the second hospital, the doctor who examined and performed the ultrasound on Chen Jun was an elderly female doctor with slightly gray hair and a kind face, who made people feel good at first sight. The elder patted Chen Jun, who was lying on the bed, affectionately. Looking at her rosy and somewhat embarrassed face, he said with a smile, "Okay, get up. Your breasts, pelvic floor muscles, and uterus have all recovered very well. It seems that you have had a good confinement." "Thanks." Chen Jun quickly got up and tidied her clothes. Suddenly she thought of something and asked, "Doctor, how can I lose the fat on my lower abdomen?" "Ha? The middle-aged female doctor couldn't help but shook her head. You're already married, why do you still need such a good figure? Listen to me, it's good to have a little flesh, your husband will like it more, and it will be more harmonious. Chen Jun? Harmony? What? On the other side, the nurse has already measured the basic physical data of Daodu and Miao Miao. Well, the elder brother Miao Miao is 52.1 centimeters long and weighs 3.95 kilograms, while the younger sister Daodu is 52.7 centimeters long and weighs 3.97 kilograms. Chen Jun was amazed by the data. Her sister Daodu's health index was actually higher than her brother's. She immediately asked the doctor what was going on. It's okay. Strictly speaking, the twins were born at the same time, but they were taken out in different orders. The difference may be related to diet and habits. I guess the younger sister should eat more and be more noisy, right? Under Wu Jiangtao's care, Chen Jun's diet and daily life are very regular, especially in terms of diet structure. The combination of meat and vegetables and nutrition are all fully provided. Therefore, the various vitamins and calcium in the milk the baby eats are naturally sufficient. The baby is growing very well, and his height and weight are slightly larger than the average height and weight indicators of babies at the same stage. The female doctor named Se talked to Chen Jun to understand the specific conditions of the two babies while conducting further physical examinations such as fontanelle, throat, heart and lung auscultation, reproductive organs, muscle tone, etc. Well, the baby is in good health, keep it up. By the way, I looked at the vaccination records and found that the two babies have not received their hepatitis B booster shots yet. I'll write you a prescription and you can go to the window across the street to get the shot. Oh, good. There's still another shot, come back in a month. As she spoke, the female doctor wrote down the time of today's vaccine injection, as well as the name and date of the next vaccine injection. If your baby has a rash or catches a cold, you can hold off on getting the vaccine for now. Okay. After getting the vaccine, please wait for half an hour before leaving. Okay, thank you. You're welcome, this is what I should do. Chen Jun put on her mask again and walked out of the clinic pushing the stroller. Wu Jiangtao, who had been waiting outside for a long time, came over immediately with a nervous look on his face. How was the physical examination? My baby and I are fine, nothing is wrong, now I have to go get my baby vaccinated. Okay. Chapter 107, Guarding Against Thieves? Please read and vote for me. When giving the vaccinations, the nurse in charge of the injections kindly reminded Wu Jiangtao and Chen Jun that they should wake up the two babies before the injections. Although the babies will definitely cry during the injections, waking them up won't startle them. Wow. Soon, the nurse skillfully vaccinated both babies. The two babies, who felt pain for the first time, cried aggrievely, with tears welling up in their big eyes. Ouch, it doesn't hurt anymore. After leaving the vaccination room, Wu Jiangtao and Chen Jun were immediately distressed. They each picked up one of the babies and gently patted their backs. There was a nursing room nearby. Chen Jun and Wu Jiangtao brought their baby into the room, picked up the crying little sister Daodu, and directly opened the warehouse to feed the baby. When it comes to comforting babies, mothers have a unique advantage. All they have to do is hold the baby close to their chest, open the chest to feed the baby, let the baby hear the familiar heartbeat, and the baby will soon calm down. And what about Dad? There is no other way. Just like now, Wu Jiangtao was holding his brother Miao Miao, and could only hold him and rock him gently, softly patting the baby's back to try to comfort him, but perhaps the pain just now scared Miao Miao. He kept struggling in his arms to try to find the familiar granary, and when he couldn't find it, he cried even harder. In the nursing room, Chen Jun saw this scene and hurriedly asked him to bring his brother over and let go of the granary on the other side. Well, it has been a while since I held two babies on my left and right and fed them at the same time. The two babies have grown bigger and become heavier. Fortunately, Chen Jun has recovered well and can hold them. After a while, the two babies finally calmed down after making a lot of noise, and Wu Jiangtao breathed a sigh of relief. When we came to the hall outside, there were parents or grandparents holding their babies everywhere. There were newborns like Wu Jiangtao and Chen Jun who were just 1 month old, and there were also children who were 7 or 8 months old and could even run around on the ground. Well, no matter whether it is a newborn baby or a baby several weeks old, most of them come here for physical examinations and vaccinations. At this time, the whole hall was very lively, especially those 4 or 5-year-old children, who cried and threw tantrums when their parents forcibly lifted them up and brought them into the vaccination room, and cried even more when they came out after the vaccination. Of course, there were also those who were fooled by their parents to go in bravely, and then cried aggrievedly after coming out. Dad lied to me. He said that as long as I was brave, it wouldn't hurt. Now that I'm brave, it still hurts. It hurts so much, ah. Nearby, a little boy of 5 or 6 years old threw himself into his mother's arms, crying and saying that his father had lied to him, which made the adults around him laugh. As he watched, Wu Jiangtao was very impressed by the nurses and doctors working here. They could work calmly and methodically in such a noisy environment all day long. Awesome! After sitting quietly in the hall for more than half an hour and making sure that there were no abnormalities with the two babies, Wu Jiangtao and Chen Jun held hands, pushed the stroller, walked out of the obstetrics and gynecology hall, and headed towards the hospital gate. Call. It was finally over. It wasn't hard to come to the hospital for a physical examination and vaccination, but when Wu Jiangtao and Chen Jun walked outside after it was over, they both breathed a sigh of relief. When they returned to their home at Building 11 of Yunlu Garden, it was almost noon. Chen Jun's stomach was growling with hunger. Wu Jiangtao quickly turned around and went to the kitchen to make her some millet porridge that he had cooked in the morning and kept warm. Eat something first, I'll make lunch. After bringing a bowl of millet porridge to Chen Jun, Wu Jiangtao, who was already wearing a chef's skirt, took another look at Daodu and Miao Miao. Seeing that the two babies were sleeping soundly, he turned around and left the room to prepare today's lunch. In the room, Chen Jun looked at his tall back as he left. Her heart moved slightly, but as soon as she finished the bowl of millet porridge, the girl immediately sat down at the desk in the room, turned on the desk lamp and began to look through some project materials and work tasks that Li Xiaoshan had recently brought back from the research institute for her. She really wasn't the type to sit back and relax. Soon, lunch was ready. Perhaps because she was too busy at the institute, Li Xiaoshan did not send WeChat messages to order food in advance, nor did she come to eat. It was a rare occasion today that only the two of them were sitting in the restaurant. Although the house was much quieter, for some reason there was a faint warmth in the air. Give. Taking the bowl of soup, Chen Jun took a look inside the bowl. It was red soup with a few red mushrooms and a few pieces of chicken, which looked very appetizing. She picked up the chicken wing and took a bite. The smooth and delicious skin and tender meat, coupled with the fragrant soup, made her close her eyes involuntarily after taking a sip. So delicious. A few small pieces of chicken were eaten one after another, and the red mushrooms that were a bit chewy and refreshing were not eaten with any sand. In no time, Chen Jun had finished a small bowl of red mushroom stewed chicken soup. Call. Chen Jun couldn't help but let out a light breath, and he felt his stomach warm up. The previous feeling of being a little hungry was swept away. Give me another bowl. Wu Jiangtao smiled and shook his head, then took the bowl and poured her another half bowl. Don't drink too much soup at once, otherwise your stomach will be a little bloated when you eat dinner later. After drinking some more soup, Chen Jun stood up and got himself a 7/10 bowl of white rice, and began to eat the sweet and sour pork ribs, stewed radish and hand-shredded cabbage on the table. Among them, Chen Jun liked the hand-shredded cabbage the most. She picked up a piece and put it in her mouth. It is crispy but not raw, salty with a hint of sweetness, and sweet with a hint of sourness, plus a few chili peppers for a light spicy taste. It tastes absolutely amazing. Brush, brush, brush. The hand-shredded cabbage was very appetizing in itself, and Chen Jun had quickly eaten up most of the plate without realizing it. During the meal, she also ate several pieces of the crispy and tender sweet and sour spare ribs. In less than 10 minutes, she had finished the bowl of rice. Chen Jun smacked her lips and felt like she could eat another bowl. However, she was always self-disciplined and resisted the urge to get another bowl of white rice. Instead, she turned around and got some red mushroom stewed chicken soup. After drinking the soup and feeling about 70% full, she turned her head and suddenly found someone. I don't know when he sat next to me. Yes, it sat very close, almost touching mine. She immediately stood up alertly and began to clean up her bowl and chopsticks and the dishes that had been completely eaten. Wu Jiangtao. Hey, Ning, isn't it too much to guard against me like a thief? Remarks on the launch, tribute to my 5 years. At 12 noon, the chapter will be released. At 12 noon, the chapter will be released. At 12 o'clock noon, the chapter will be released. Testimonials. I stumbled along the way. I am exploring in life and dreams. Sometimes we really fantasize that there really is an old man, a system, that can rely on us and allow us to move forward bravely, but we must eventually return to reality. I am 28 or 29 years old, 35 or 36 years old, almost 40 years old, and my life is still so dark and gloomy. I am in a daze at work, my life is a mess, and I am even more timid in my relationship. Most people of this age, neither young nor middle-aged, can only drift in vain in cities full of prosperity and respectability. But among these people, there are still a few who still have dreams, beliefs, passions, and hopes. They firmly believe that they still have infinite possibilities, even though they are facing the abyss now. Writing a book, typing words, is just like an emoticon that the writer makes for himself. Typing words, sitting in jail, typing is like sitting in jail. Writing online articles is really hard. Even if it is just 2,000 words a day, writing day after day, year after year for 3 or 4 years, 4 or 5 years, or 10 years, is enough to make a person collapse. Some people always think that being an online writer is easy, and that they can be financially independent by simply writing a few million words. However, when they step into it with full confidence, they realize how cruel this industry is. Just like what Toad Boss said in a short video posted on Jihu on December 4th last year. The online writing industry is not as good as you think. Don't think of it as a very reliable career. Its success rate is about the same as the probability of buying a lottery ticket. Some people may think that if you have good writing skills, you have a chance, but Ho Xiaoqiang invited the presidents of the writers' associations of various provinces, Han Han, Lan Xiaolong, Gui Jingming, and other top masters of traditional literature. Their lineup is magnificent. There are old writers and new generation writers. All of them have come to Qidian to write books. Many readers may not know this, but this really happened. The result was that all of them failed. Only Lan Xiaolong's subscription was the best. How good is the best? I didn't get the elite medal. I will repeat what Toad Boss said here, and now I will say. It can be said that every author who appears before you has gone through countless BKs, competitions, and struggles, and it can be said that thousands of troops have crossed a single plank bridge before they came before you. Me too. Fortunately, I have been struggling on Qidian for less than 5 years, and I have finally learned something. I know what readers need and what I can do. If I really want to talk about how good my writing ability is, I am definitely not as good as the masters in traditional fields mentioned above. They are the sun and the moon, and I am not even as good as a candle. So, in the end, cherish every author who makes it to the shelves. It's not easy for them. It's the same for me and all the authors whose books are on the shelves at 12 noon today. Moving forward along the way, flowers fly into my dreams. Let us look up to the sky and howl, the road ahead is long. Chapter 108, What You Wish For 15. Xiao Jun, that. He couldn't help coughing. The girl who was cleaning the dishes looked up and rolled her eyes at him. The next moment, she heard this guy say, It seems, that I should be the one guarding against you, right? Chen Jun was immediately embarrassed and awkward, and her toes almost tore her slippers on the spot. She couldn't help but put down the dishes in the sink, turned around and looked at him with a face full of reproach. Wu Jiangtao, what, do you want? Yes, I owe you, but didn't you also make 3 requests? That's right. Then consider this as my 3rd request. Wu Jiangtao stared at her cherry lips with an aggressive gaze. Let me kiss you. Chen Jun blushed immediately and said shyly, why do you keep harping on this? Do you think so? No, you are wrong. Wu Jiangtao said solemnly with a serious expression, this is not a question of whether I want to or not. Chen Jun? It's not a question of whether you want to or not, could it be my problem? During this period of time, I have summarized our relationship. Look, we have children, and they are twins, a boy and a girl. So our relationship now is like getting on the bus first and buying the ticket later, right? There seemed to be nothing wrong with this statement, and she nodded seriously, yes, you are right. Then the question is, who invited whom to get on the car and then welded the door shut? Chen Jun? Wu Jiangtao was confident and righteous, there is no doubt that this person is you. So I am kissing you now just to make up for it with you. Any questions? No questions. At this moment, Chen Jun was a little confused. No buts, Ning, just think about it carefully, is this the truth? With her head tilted, the girl who used to be a serious person actually started thinking seriously, sorting out the logical order in cause and effect relationship. It seems, it is indeed my problem? Chen Jun always felt that something was wrong, but as she thought about it, her infinitely beautiful face turned red for a long time. Well, all right then. The girl blushed and finally said this. The next moment, Wu Jiangtao was overjoyed, but he forced himself to control his expression, not letting his surprise show at all. He had originally thought that he would try his luck, but he didn't expect. No need to explain. This is a surprise. You close your eyes. No, I just want to look at you. Watching her slowly, little by little approaching. Wu Jiangtao could clearly feel the warm, light breath spreading from her rosy cheeks, a fresh breath with a hint of frankincense. Finally, their lips touched. Very soft and gentle, like the sweetest candy. Wu Jiangtao just subconsciously reached out his hand, but the girl was like a dragonfly touching the water. After just a light touch, she immediately stood up and turned away. With a slight smile, Wu Jiangtao stood up and moved closer, but she immediately put down the bowl and chopsticks in her hands and took a step to the side. Her face was still flushed with a frightening red. She said angrily, "That's enough, what else do you want?" It's okay. Wu Jiangtao was satisfied and stopped talking. "I'll wash it, you go and look after the baby." As they were talking, suddenly two loud cries were heard from the master bedroom. Immediately, the two of them put down their bowls and chopsticks, wiped their hands, turned around and ran over. "Mom is coming, Mom is coming." Upon hearing the crying sound, Chen Jun felt as if his heart was being grabbed by an invisible hand. He felt extremely uncomfortable until he picked up the baby, and then he felt much more at ease. In the bedroom, Daodu and Miao Miao cried very loudly as soon as they woke up. Chen Jun could only hug the younger sister Daodu, who had a worse temper, first, while Wu Jiangtao hugged the older brother Miao Miao, who had always made them feel more peaceful and stable. But for some reason, my brother Miao Miao was different today. He cried a little harder and even struggled hard in his father's arms, as if he was in great pain. Wu Jiangtao was heartbroken. He sat down with Miao Miao in his arms and gently soothed his back, but he still kept crying. Before, as long as I picked up the baby, he would immediately calm down, but now the baby is crying for some reason. "Bring your brother here, I'll feed him." Soon, with the comfort of Chen Jun's milk, the two babies calmed down. They stared at the two new parents in the crib for a while, then opened their mouths with their parents and occasionally made one or two meaningless babbling sounds. Since they were awake anyway, Wu Jiangtao and Chen Jun each took one of the babies, turned them over, and let them lie on their stomachs to start training them to lift their heads. The training for the two babies to lift their heads actually started a week ago. At the beginning, they could only lift it up for a moment and then put it down, and they didn't have much strength. But now, both Daodu and Miao Miao can lift it up and hold it for a while before putting it down again. 1-month-old babies can generally lift their heads, but the time they can do so is not long, usually about 5 seconds. As the training progresses, the time they can keep their heads lifted will gradually increase. When training the two babies to lift their heads, Chen Jun, who was always meticulous and serious, even made a timetable. After a week of training, Daodu's sister can keep her head up for 7.8 seconds, while Miao Miao's can keep her head up for a shorter time, which is 7.4 seconds. Tell me, did the nurse pick up the babies in the wrong order when they came out? Wu Jiangtao couldn't help but complain. Chen Jun, who was standing next to him, was stunned. She turned around to look at him, not knowing what was going on. She saw him shaking his head and continuing to explain, "I really feel that Daodu should have come out first, and then Miao Miao. You see, whether it's appetite, height, weight, or physical fitness, it's obvious that Sister Daodu was better than Brother Miao Miao." Chen Jun thought about it carefully, and suddenly felt a little amused. It seems to be true. At the beginning, Daodu and Miao Miao were no different in weight and height, but as they grew older, their differences and gaps became bigger. After feeding, the two little angels played with them very energetically for nearly 2 hours before falling asleep again. Although a 1-month-old baby does not sleep almost all day like a newborn, he still needs at least 18 hours of sleep a day. It was the first time for them to take care of the babies, and neither Chen Jun nor Wu Jiangtao realized that the two babies crying at noon was unusual. That night, something happened that made Wu Jiangtao and Chen Jun collapse. Wow. The two babies woke up almost constantly, and cried very loudly when they woke up. The two new parents were a little flustered for a while. Chapter 109, A Top Student Takes Care of a Child 2-5. Many people may think that if the baby keeps crying, wouldn't it be better to just feed him? If only it were that simple. The key is that with the current appetite of the two babies, Chen Jun can only feed them once every 3 or 4 hours. She cannot feed them too often, otherwise the baby's stomachs are not strong enough to bear it. Overfeeding because of the baby's crying may cause gastrointestinal bloating and even functional impairment. At night, the two babies kept crying. Chen Jun comforted them by breastfeeding. Soon, Daodu and Miao Miao began to spit up milk to varying degrees. "Xiao Jun, you can't feed them anymore. The babies still don't know when they are hungry or full, and their stomachs can't handle it if you keep feeding them like this." Wu Jiangtao was keenly aware of this problem, and Chen Jun, who encountered this situation for the first time, felt distressed, but did not dare to hold the babies, because as soon as she held them, the two babies would instinctively go to the granary for feeding. If you don't let them eat, they will cry even harder. But if you feed them at this time, the baby will become restless due to bloating, and not only will it be difficult for them to fall asleep, but they will also cry incessantly. This creates a vicious cycle. Chen Jun then realized that although breastfeeding was possible to comfort the baby, it should not be done too frequently. Then, what should we do then? The new mother felt very uncomfortable watching the babies crying until their faces turned red and purple, but Wu Jiangtao had no other options, so he picked up the babies in each hand, stood up and walked around the room. There was no other way. Even though Wu Ma had specifically told him before she left that it was best not to pick up the baby and walk around when he was crying, otherwise the baby would easily become dependent, and then you would be the only one who would be tired. But now, Wu Jiangtao really had no other way to calm the baby down except to hold him in his arms. Because he had just fed the two babies too much milk, Wu Jiangtao didn't hold them in a lying position, but instead let them lie on his chest, one on each side, with their chins resting on his shoulders. There is no other way. The two babies have just drunk too much milk. If they are held horizontally, they will only feel bloated and uncomfortable. Only by holding them vertically will they feel better. On the other side, Chen Jun turned around, turned on the desk lamp, sat down at the desk and began to look through the books and materials on the bookshelf. What are you looking for? I'm looking for information on how to soothe a crying baby. Wu Jiangtao. Is this the unique way for a top student to raise a child? Soon, Chen Jun found the relevant information and began to read it while talking confidently. Last year, when I first knew I was pregnant, I specially studied a lot of information about pregnancy and childbirth, some of which was about the instinct of newborn babies crying. Soon, Chen Jun found a scientific paper from the materials about why newborn babies cry and how to calm them down. This article begins with human primitive instincts and collects some past discoveries and experimental data of scientists on the instincts of newborns. A baby's crying is an instinct rooted in human genes. Because a baby who can't cry will never live to adulthood. Compared to most animals in nature that can run and jump from birth, and even survive independently without their parents, human newborns are too fragile. It takes up to a year for an infant to grow to the point where it can stand, and the subsequent juvenile development period lasts 10 to 13 years. It needs to grow until puberty to be able to survive independently. Before that, it is basically a useless thing that only knows how to eat. Therefore, during these 10 years of development, if newborn babies and older babies encounter any danger, the best thing to do is to cry and call the adults over. As long as the adults come, nothing in nature can stop these terrifying upright apes who can start fires, make weapons, know how to fight in coordination, and have a high degree of tacit cooperation. At the same time, the crying of a baby is extremely harmful to all adults. All parents get anxious when they hear their baby cry, and you'll have a strong instinctive urge to pick up your child. A baby's crying can give parents special stimulation, causing their heart rate to accelerate, their blood pressure to rise, and they will feel very uncomfortable from the bottom of their souls. Babies have instincts, and so do parents and even adults. Even if a single person hears a baby crying, he will immediately feel uncomfortable and become restless. If he knows where the crying baby's parents are, he will definitely notify them immediately. Even if he can't find the baby's parents, he will definitely pick up the baby driven by instinct. No matter what the result is, the baby's crying ultimately achieves its purpose. So how do you calm a crying baby? The most effective way. Just hold the baby in your arms and then walk around. As long as the parents or the single person holding the baby does this, the baby will calm down instinctively. The instinct that has been implanted deep in the human genes during millions of years of reproduction and survival. First, crying. When a baby is in danger, he or she will cry instinctively, which can attract the rescue of parents in the first time. Second, they will immediately calm down when being carried and moved around. This is because when the parents are already holding the baby on the way to migration, the baby's crying will have no effect and will reduce its chances of survival. So, when parents pick up their babies and walk, all the babies will calm down immediately, almost instantly. Just like when you pet a cat, if you pinch the flesh on the back of its neck, the cat's whole body will immediately become stiff, no matter how old it is. This magical phenomenon that newborn babies will calm down when they are held and walked has attracted the attention of scientists. They studied the newborns and found that when they were held by their mothers while sitting and walking, their movements, crying behaviors, and even electrocardiograms underwent obvious and drastic changes. The most interesting thing is that this instinct acquired over countless years actually affects the baby in the belly from the outside to the inside. That is, when a mother is pregnant, if the baby in her belly moves too strongly, then as long as the mother stands up and walks around, the baby in her belly will immediately calm down. In addition to the instinctive crying and the instinctive quieting down when carried, babies have many other interesting instincts. However, Chen Jun and Wu Jiangtao did not further review and discuss the relevant materials. Instead, they directly conducted an in-depth and detailed review and discussion on the part of babies crying. First of all, we can rule out the possibility that Daodu and Miao Miao's crying at night is caused by health problems. Chen Jun said. Today at the second hospital, the doctor who conducted the physical examination said that both babies are developing well and are in good health, so this is unlikely to be the case. Secondly, it should have nothing to do with us. It's just that we neglected it. In fact, the baby started crying because he was uncomfortable. It should have started when he woke up for the first time after we came back. Wu Jiangtao nodded involuntarily. He had to admit that he had a wife who was a genius student. Well, it was good to be the baby's mother. This analysis was quite accurate.